Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Summoner's Tale by Victoria Danann, narrated by Gary Furlong. Forward. Stag Snare Dimension, 16 months earlier. Thelonious M. Monk watched his computer screen. The filler in the blue bar was reversing to indicate the amount of data being wiped from his system. The assassins on the other side of the door were using an old-fashioned titanium ramming post to gain access, and the pounding was near deafening. The ancient door was solid burdoche, and took a lot of punishment before it started to splinter. Monk watched the color in the bar move all the way to the left. He smiled as the intruders broke into his lab, knowing all they would find was a black screen of death. The system, with all his personal and scientific journals, had been backed up on a microcord impressed into the Celtic weave pattern of a locket that he had sent into the unknown with his favorite student, Alora Lycan. He hoped they both fared well. It may have been odd to feel peckish in the midst of those circumstances, but minds can react to stress in strange ways. Monk turned and reached for the jar of peanuts on the cabinet lip behind him. As he did so, one of the armed attackers pulled the trigger of an automatic weapon, which riddled Monk with dozens of wounds within seconds. One of the men jerked his ski mask off, which left his sandy hair tousled in a way that might have been comical if he hadn't been wearing an infuriated expression that said he was intent on killing someone. He took 2 strides toward the shooter, then grabbed the weapon out of his hands at the same time he pulled the knit mask away from his face. "Malak!" He hit the young man in the face with the stock of the gun and broke his nose. "We needed that old magman alive. We should have a public hanging for this, like in the old days." The younger man was holding his nose with the fingers of both hands, but his eyes widened, and even with the blood on his face, it was easy to see he had paled. While the commander continued to glare at Malik, several other comrades came through the door. They had removed their masks. Without taking his eyes away from Malik, he spit out a command. "Report!" One of the newcomers stepped forward. 20-odd live and survivors, sir. All captive." LFT Rothsay nodded. He flicked his attention toward the man kneeling next to Monk, who read the question in his eyes. "Dead, sir." Rothsay's jaw clenched down tight. He swung away and charged for the door. On his way out, he said, "Get Archer down here. Give him anything he needs." MJ Archer waited in the hallway outside Monk's former lab and watched them drag the body away. "Shame that," he said to the soldier next to him. "Why?" "Because he was one of a kind. If he'd lived with funding and the freedom to do anything he wanted, he might have unlocked the secrets of the universe." P.T. Rystrom laughed. "I don't know, Magman. That's way too deep for me. I don't need the secrets of the universe. I just want to take care of my kids and make enough money to get my wife's flute back." Archer looked up. "Your wife plays the flute?" Rystrom's smile died. "She did, a long time ago. They took it, like everything else." Archer nodded. "Well, I guess I'd better get to work." While the guys who were assigned to give Archer whatever he needed finished cleaning up the mess, he started taking a look around. He slowly walked around the room looking at books and curios and pictures in frames. He stopped next to the blender and pulled out a twisted mass of plastic that had more than likely once been a handheld remote. He took the find to a desk, switched on the spotlight, and pulled his glasses out of his jacket pocket. Without looking up, he said to no one in particular, "I need this area secured. New door, locks, guards. No one comes in here but me. Unless they outrank me, of course, and even then they need to log in and out. Finish up what you're doing without touching anything else and get out." The soldiers who were mopping up blood on hands and knees exchanged a look and said, "Yes, sir." Archer looked over at the computer displaying the black screen of death and wondered if it was truly wiped. If anybody alive could retrieve some data remnants not swept up in the harvest, it would be him. Chapter 1. Black Swan Field Training Manual, Section 1, Chapter 1, Number 1. The plural of vampire is vampire. When the initial rush of activity subsided, he had found himself all too often alone with his own thoughts, a condition that was tediously familiar since he had spent hundreds of years that way. Without the distraction of his friend's banter, since his proposed staff had left Edinburgh, he had begun to see his task not as just a job, but as a mission, one immersed in the duality of joy and gravity, though lately it seemed gravity was winning. He had never considered himself to be impatient, quite the contrary. Everything he had ever pursued in earnest, from painting to music to writing, had depended upon patience. But his awareness of the enormity of the burden he had accepted had grown over the past months, and he had turned to brooding about the time that was passing. Every day that nothing was accomplished was a day when more people had their humanity taken from them, another day when vampire remained imprisoned in bodies infected with the foulest disease imaginable, and also another day when people died. The project was moving painfully slowly. Everyone who had originally been assigned to work with Baca was gone, married, retired, whatever. Everyone except Heaven, who turned out to be anything but. If he was to be brutally honest with himself, he would have to admit that one of the main reasons for the slow progress was his distraction with his appointed assistant. The large workspace, intended for several people, held 2 people most of the time. He worked from early in the morning till late at night, challenging both the hours in the day and the fact that he was one excruciatingly short-handed task force leader. When Heaven was present, her moods ran the range of a shallow bell curve from disagreeable to surly to sullen. He admitted that he had provoked her on their first meeting, for reasons that were a mystery to him. Something about her had instantly put him on edge, made him feel anxious and inclined to strike out. Even though that feeling persisted, he had attempted to make amends so that they could work together amicably, but his attempts at accord had failed. Miserably so. She was prickly all the way to her luscious core, spurning every effort on his part to develop a rudimentary standard of civility, no matter how many times he tried. He not only had to work with a person who detested his very presence, but adding insult to injury, it seemed he couldn't shake an inexplicably strong attraction to her. He found himself staring at the curve of her cheek when her head was bowed over work, or the shine of her chestnut hair when she walked in front of a window, right through a bank of sunrays, or the way her lips pursed in silent protest and disdain whenever he gave her something to do. It was damned aggravating to be held captive, figuratively, by a woman who detested him. To make matters worse, he seemed to have lost interest in pursuing other women, which really wasn't like him at all. After being freed of the vampire virus, he found himself in a world where sex was king. Women dressed provocatively. Women were provocative, and they were free to share sex if it suited them to do so, without needing permission outside their own conscience. He had made the most of that window of sexual opportunity between the cure and the day Heaven walked into his war room. For over 5 months, she had behaved as if simple courtesy was more than she could manage. That meant that nice was a goal way too distant. Baca knew it wasn't an expression of her nature in general because he'd often watched her from across the dining hall laughing and interacting with other associates and employees. No, with others her manner was open and unguarded. 1,000 times a day his eyes sought her out, while he surreptitiously pretended to be doing something else. He found himself imagining having her lift her head and turn the sunshine of that smile his way, or even better, to angle her face up at him, with invitation on her features, while she pressed her beautifully packed curves against his body. The thought of that made him hard, painfully so. Again. He was staring at the clock on the wall as he did that time every day, waiting for the separation ritual to begin. At exactly 15 after 5, Heaven checked her wristwatch, closed an open folder, pushed her chair back, stood up, shoved her arms into her sweater jacket, put her purse on her shoulder and, like every other day, started to walk out of the office without so much as a passing glance angled his way, much less a wish for good night. But that night was going to be different. That night his voice stopped her when she put her hand on the door pull. "Heaven." "Yes?" she asked over her shoulder without looking at him directly. "Why do you hate me so much?" She didn't hesitate for an instant before answering. "I don't hate you. Whatever gave you such an idea?" Before he could frame an answer to that question, she was gone. He heaved a big sigh. Fuck me. Life had become a conflict without prospect of resolution. He perpetually struggled to concentrate when she was there, because the space seemed to vibrate with a low-level but annoying irritation. When she wasn't there, he hated it even more. Baka had been a person with a well-developed sense of morality and a well-functioning conscience before he became a vampire. During the last 100 years of life as a vampire, having survived long enough to blessedly recover his understanding of right and wrong, he had voluntarily allowed himself to be taken into custody by the Order, hoping that they would put an end to him. But they devised a far worse punishment. They decided to keep him alive, an artificial sustenance, so that on occasion he could serve as consultant. Of course, that also entailed imprisonment and many decades of a solitary life. He could have committed suicide, but submitted to the ongoing torment because he knew he deserved whatever crucible they might devise. No, he had never been short on conscience, and that conscience was rubbing a hole in his brain, telling him that it would be wrong to simply sit at a desk and plan a strategy on paper, while at the same time doing nothing. So, keeping his own counsel for better or worse, he determined that he would continue to work as a bureaucrat during the day, but would spend his nights, at least part of them, looking for others he might coax back to the light with the help of a very special serum. He had worked with Monk at Jefferson Unit Labs to develop a delivery solution. Taking a page from the methodology of the late Gautier Nibelung, they had decided that the safest and most effective approach would be dart gun. Each dart was outfitted with a tiny canister that would puncture on impact, releasing a formula that was part stun and part cure. The proper dose of stun solution had been determined by tests on Baka himself, so he knew it worked firsthand. Obviously, vampire must be incapacitated while the viral antidote works. As medicinal remedies go, it was fast working, but not instant. There was a delay of 2 to 4 hours between introduction to the system and complete reversal of the disease, depending upon the age and constitution of the individual. His plan wasn't perfect. It depended on encountering one, no more than 2 vampire at a time, and extracting them while paralyzed, without engaging other vampire. Further, all that had to be accomplished by him, alone. Tricky, but the alternative was waiting for a task force to be vetted, assembled, and trained. And waiting was the one thing he couldn't manage. Maybe it wasn't the smartest thing he'd ever done, but hell, he'd had a long life. To his advantage, he still had certain attributes that were extra-human. Not like comic book heroes, more like human plus. No one knew if these benefits would fade away over time, but for now, he was a little stronger, a little faster, and could see in the dark a little better than most people. All traits very useful for vampire hunting. It just so happened that he found his assigned base of operations in prime territory that qualified as a vampire magnet on all counts. In Edinburgh's Old Town, there was a large pedestrian population that came out at night, and it was built on top of an underground system that was not utilized to any extent that would interfere with the needs of vampire. All this was literally inside of his office, 5 minutes walk away. In a darkly poetic way, it was fitting that vampire would thrive in Edinburgh's underground city, which consisted of a system of tunneled streets with walls so close you could almost stand in the middle and touch both sides. The caverns and cells that faced the streets cut into the much softer sandstone under the rock that the above-ground Old Town was built upon. It was a place with grisly history where thousands of hapless poor lived in darkness, packed together without sanitation and with the vilest of criminals. The legend was that plague victims were not removed and buried or burned, but sealed in their cells. Some of the underground vaults under the bridge were reportedly used during World War II air raids, but even if that was true, no one had been back since. Modern-day ghost tours offered a shallow excursion into Mary King's Close. Shallow because individuals didn't want to stay in the underground very long. Words like creepy were frequently used even by hardcore insensitives. That left a lot of maze for a vampire haven. Baka had been a vampire long enough to know all about how they thought, which was why he'd been supremely valuable to the Order as consultant. He knew that the days of the Samhain festival would be a gorge fest for vampires. The Royal Mile, just over the heads of vampire living in the underground, would be crowded with visitors to the city, visitors intent on celebration and revelry, danger being the last thing on their minds. It would be a blessing to vampire in the original sense of the word's older cousin. Bloodletting. He finished his day, went to dinner alone, and slowly savored every bite of actual food. Afterward, driven by a heartfelt desire to do some good in the world, He pulled on a pair of cargo pants and equipped the dozen pockets with as many canisters as they would hold. He opened his backpack and stuffed it with 2 not-for-sale-on-any-market rapid-fire dart pistols designed by the Order's own genius inventor, Thelonious M. Monk. To that, he added 5 revolving canisters for reloads, a thinsulate, a light-headed helmet guaranteed to give 14 hours of use in exchange for 3 AAA batteries, and 6 pairs of handcuffs. When he put the handcuffs inside zipper pockets, he wondered if he was being ambitious, prideful, or just plain stupid. It gave him pause, but when weighed against the burden on his heart, his second thoughts didn't carry enough weight to stop him. Like many natural intuits, he ignored the foreboding of his own instinct and proceeded with the plan, foolish though it might be. He descended the stairs to the main foyer, wondering if even partial redemption for a long life of misdeeds was possible. The fact that he was not accountable for his infamous history should have given him some piece of absolution, but didn't. He said good evening to the doorman, threaded his arms into the backpack straps, and headed out into the night. Chapter 2. After brunch, Kay and Katrina did hugs all around, loaded the car, and drove away from the Black Swan Vineyard Villa, where they had been guests for 4 days. They were supposed to rendezvous with an Order jet at Voltaire Unit, Presidio, San Francisco, and catch a ride to Edinburgh. Kay had been persuaded to consult on a berserker issue, and since it wasn't an active duty assignment, Katrina came along. The young married couple had both been changed by the experience of her demon abduction. The feeling of not knowing whether or not they would ever see each other again was still raw and near the surface of shadow consciousness, so they didn't like to spend time apart if it could be helped. Storm and Litha stood on the pea gravel drive and waved goodbye like an old married couple. They held hands and watched the teal-blue caddy until it went over the hill before going back inside. It was the only car at the Order's San Francisco hangar that Kay could fit in. At home in Houston, he had an expensive sports car that had been custom tricked out to accommodate his size, but only a few loaner cars came big enough for him to ride comfortably. After the car disappeared from view, they closed the door and got as far as the 2 Cordovan leather sofas that faced each other in the great room, before they flopped down. The excursion into the new world of hosting house guests at the newly renovated and furnished villa had been a success. It wasn't their first time to host. Litha's, Monk's, and Storm's parents had come for dinner and a tour. That was an evening Storm would never forget. The 7 monks had put his education to the test and then proceeded to ask him a series of ethics questions with gray area circumstances. It wore Storm out. His comfort zone was on the black and white tiles, but surprisingly, the monks were fun and the conversation was stimulating. He thought that between Litha's unique nature and unique nurture, it was no wonder she turned out to be so singularly special. Storm's dad had a great time discussing vintner techniques with the monks, who specialized in growing. His mom was crazy about Litha, and they spent part of the time by themselves talking about various aspects of the house renovation. Storm knew his mom was biting her tongue to keep from asking how long until grandchildren, and really, he was surprised she'd been able to keep from asking. "I want to clean up the kitchen, but I'm too tired to move." Litha opened one eye slit so that she could gauge his reaction. She hoped the thinly disguised suggestion would prompt Storm to volunteer, even though they both knew it was her turn. He grinned, black eyes sparking with just a touch of taunt. "Nice try, though." Screwing up her face and groaning, she dragged herself up off the couch and made drama of trudging toward the kitchen. The spectacle made Storm grin even wider, and his abs rippled with unvoiced laughter. He put his feet up on the heavy, square coffee table and slouched down into the couch, smiling to himself, feeling self-satisfied, and more than a little proud of the vineyard, the villa, and his wife. So this is dreams coming true. He had hunkered down, nested, and loved every damn thing about it. When the thought, "it's too good," wandered across his mind, he could have slapped himself. In his experience, too good is a state of being that never lasts long. It's usually even shorter if the gods think you're questioning good fortune. Don't they just love to fuck with that? He snapped out of the fatalistic musings when he heard a knock on the door. Assuming Kay had forgotten something, he opened the door saying, "What did you—" It only took a second for Storm to string together everything Litha had told him about Deliverance, Add that to the conspicuous family resemblance. She got her looks from a sex demon. And come to the conclusion that the caller was his new father-in-law in the flesh and standing on their porch. He steadily held the visitor's gaze and, without taking his eyes away, yelled loud enough to be heard in the kitchen. "Litha, there's a demon here to see you." There was no question that she heard him because of the volume of response. Shiny new copper-bottom pots make a lot of clanging noise when they land on something as hard as a new custom-poured concrete kitchen counter or a slate floor. Deliverance had been staring at Storm without blinking. He had to give the kid credit, not so much as a muscle twitch or tiny tremor. He supposed she could have done worse. He let the corners of his mouth soften, but Storm read the humor in his eyes as smirking. And maybe it was a male challenge ritual. For his own part of the ritual, Storm didn't show any sign of fear, but he didn't invite the demon inside either. At about the same height, they stood at eye level, silently taking each other's measure. Litha rushed past Storm right into the laughing embrace of the older, much older male. Speaking of too good to be true, that pretty much summed up the demon's looks. Anybody, even a heterosexual man, had to admit that he was stunning. Deliverance was visibly relieved that she was glad to see him. Still on the wide front porch, he swung her around like she was a little girl, and she rewarded him with delightful giggles. When he set her on her feet and drew back to take in her face, she said, "Guess what?" Looking down at her with pride, he answered dutifully, indulgently, "What?" She swept her hand around in the air. "This is where I live." Deliverance laughed. "I thought so." "Come in. Oh, wait." She turned to Storm. "Guess what?" "This is your dad?" "This is my dad." Her excitement was contagious and starting to make him smile a little. How bad could the demon be if he made her that happy? Storm offered his hand to Deliverance. "Angle Storm." Deliverance gripped the waiting hand. "You taking care of my little girl?" Storm withdrew his hand and raised his chin a little. He answered as he was putting his hands in his jeans pockets. "When she's not locked in the cellar." Deliverance barked out a disbelieving laugh. "I'd like to see you try it. Did she ever tell you what she did to my cousins?" When Storm turned to Litha for confirmation, she smiled and shrugged as if to say, "Aw, shucks, it was nothing." Storm was interested. "No, she didn't. Was it fire-related?" Deliverance looked at Storm like he must be mentally deficient. Very slowly, as if exercising great patience, he said, "No. Fire wouldn't hurt my cousins." The unspoken "duh" resounded loudly in the silent pause that followed. Storm was thinking that it was shaping up to be a long afternoon. Litha shook her head a little and repeated, "Come in," to her father, the demon. They gave him a tour of the house. He pretended to be interested in every tidbit about the renovation, while rarely taking his eyes away from his daughter. When they circled back to the kitchen, Litha glanced toward the closed pantry door with a dismissive wave in that direction. "I'd offer you something to eat, but—" Deliverance nodded in the direction indicated. "You have women in there?" Litha and Deliverance both laughed at his joke. Storm didn't question the fact that he didn't think that was funny. He knew all the way to his core that it was definitely not funny, and thought it might have even bordered on disturbing. The fact that Litha found incubus jokes hysterical was disturbing. "I won't stay long. Just wanted to pop in and bring you a wedding present, or housewarming gift, or whatever you want to call it." Litha perked up. "Present?" She looked around, thinking he had set the bar pretty high with a red, convertible Aston Martin that held a vintage Gucci suitcase full of cash in the trunk. "Where is it?" "In the abstract." "An abstract present?" She blinked. "I don't get it." "Do you want to guess?" "Yes, let's do that. It'll be fun. 3 guesses and I'll give you a big hint. Ready?" Storm was thinking the Order was going to have to overhaul their texts on what to expect from demons. He was sure a personality like a game show host was not mentioned. "It's travel-related, and better than owning your own private jet." "Wow, really? Okay, I'm in." She glanced toward Storm. "Storm can play too, right?" Deliverance leveled a look on Storm that left no doubt he considered his new son-in-law an intruder on his visit with Litha. "Sure, go for it." Litha noticed the change of tone and the reduction in the level of enthusiasm when he addressed Storm, but pretended she didn't. "Pick your battles, witch." "I surrender." Storm would rather observe than horn in on their fun, and observing the dynamic between his bride and her father was both interesting and surprising. He knew Litha had tolerated learning about her heritage and was mentally flexible enough to adapt, but he had no idea she held the demon in such regard and with so much affection. Litha's better at guessing games. Litha jerked her head at Storm and narrowed her eyes. Liar! There's not a game on earth I can win when you're playing. There's one. Deliverance sang those 2 words as he crossed his arms over his chest and stoked the mystery with his smile. As a sex demon, he had an acute appreciation of the value of anticipation. Stumped by the esoteric clues, travel-related and better than a private jet, she lunged at her father and grabbed 2 fistfuls of shirt. Tell me! He laughed, clearly delighted by her display of delirium. No, but I'll give you another clue. And watch the threads. My sustenance depends on good grooming, you know. She huffed as he gently wrested her hands away from his shirt. Somehow I think you'd survive without fresh-pressed threads. Deliverance bowed his head a little in appreciation of her admiration. Very well, you've worn me down. The lord of the manor here, he jerked his chin towards Storm, is not exactly what he seems to be. Litha dropped both hands to her sides and took a step back. She sobered instantly, all levity gone from her expression and tone of voice. You're not here to make trouble, are you? Deliverance was taken aback, a scowl looking out of place on his flawless features. I would never do anything to hurt you, and it wounds me that you would think so. It's not anything bad. He's just not fully human. She stared at her father for a couple of beats, then ventured a peek at Storm to judge his reaction to the outlandish and completely unexpected announcement. Except for a muscle that twitched involuntarily under Storm's right eye, he gave nothing away. This isn't fun anymore, Dad. Start explaining now. Litha watched the demon pull a heavy wrought iron bar chair away from the kitchen island and gracefully take a seat, like he knew his way around a bar stool. You remember saying you thought his eyes looked like mine? Litha's gaze flew to Storm. Of course she remembered. The resemblance was quite remarkable. Though her face remained passive, it was easy to see her mind was doing some lightning-speed gymnastics. She nodded silently, while Storm looked at Deliverance to see if he would agree. Well, you were right. They do. That's because his father was a Braxis, probably a distant relative, but definitely same tribe. When Deliverance finished that sentence, there was no response. The silence expanded as the newlyweds processed individually, internally testing for a likelihood of truth. Finally, Litha said, And you thought this would make us happy? He beamed. Of course. It's my gift. Litha lifted fingers to her temple and stared at the ground for a minute. I can't believe I'm asking this, but how does this relate to Trav? She stopped in mid-sentence before jerking a wide-eyed gaze back to his face. You're saying he can ride the passes? Her tone sounded far calmer than she felt. No. Deliverance was shaking his head emphatically. He doesn't have enough demon blood for that, but he can piggyback. Well, not literally. His eyes drifted down Storm's body and up again, unapologetically calculating how much Storm might weigh. He could go along with you and survive it. He turned to Storm. Just don't get separated from her, because she's your ticket in, out, and everything in between. If she loses you, you may never watch a rerun of Golden Girls again. Litha took in a big breath and let out a curse ending in, Jezebel's juice. What am I missing? Deliverance was just starting to tune in to the mood in the room. That didn't sound like you're happy about winning the grand prize travel package behind door number 13. Well, I don't know how I feel about it yet. The idea is brand new and I'm, surprised to say the least. She wanted to look at Storm and get a read on how he was taking the news, but suspected it wasn't going to be good. When we've had time to get used to the idea, I'm sure we're going to love it and be really excited. Well, yeah. Go anywhere you want to go instantly. Do anything you want to do. How many humans can say that? She stared at him. None. Exactamundo. He jumped down from his stool in a fluid move and bent to give Litha a big smooch on the cheek. Getting hungry. Gotta go. He grinned and straightened the sleeves of his sports coat by pulling on them. Thanks for coming, Dad. Welcome, beautiful. Say goodbye to Storm, she directed. Deliverance tossed a look over his shoulder that implied he had forgotten Storm was there. Engel Beowulf Storm. Take good care of my little girl. Stay right where you are. Storm said it quietly, but in the commanding tone of someone unaccustomed to being ignored. When Deliverance turned and faced him, he added, With all due respect, sir. Storm might have coated the honorific title with an extra big helping of sarcasm, but he wasn't in a mood to guard against belligerence or worry about the demon's feelings getting hurt. Before you drop this bomb and hurry away, I want to be sure I'm not misunderstanding. You're claiming that my biological father was an Abraxas demon? Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one, the demon said cheerfully, right before his expression abruptly changed to serious, as if he had just stumbled upon an unexpected obstacle. Hold on. I'm not impugning your mother's name or anything as dark ages as that, right? Just look at it this way. If he was an incubus, she wouldn't have been able to resist. I mean... He held his arms out in a pose that was reminiscent of Fonzie from the old TV show Happy Days in evergreen Nick reruns on the grid of screens in the demon's living room. Storm was every bit as unimpressed as you would expect a Black Swan knight to be. His manner and tone were even. Where's your proof? Deliverance didn't look offended. If anything, Storm's reaction seemed to soften him around the edges. He shook his head slightly in a way Storm had previously thought was unique to Litha. The only proof I can give you is the fact that you can survive the passes. Of course, he smiled just a little too wickedly to suit Litha. If I'm wrong, you'll be dead. Storm straightened, pulled his jaw in, and glared. He looked like he would love nothing more than to throttle one exceptionally pretty, super arrogant demon, currently standing in his kitchen with blatant effrontery written all over his smug mug. Comforting, Storm said dryly. As he stared at Deliverance, he did a mental checklist. His brother and sister both had his dad's blue eyes and Irish skin with freckles splashed across their noses. His olive skin and black eyes did look out of place in the family portrait. He'd never really thought anything of it before now. Ask your mother, then. The demon cocked his head in a way that served to remind Storm that Deliverance was not exactly human. Doesn't she live nearby? Storm almost took a threatening step toward Daddy Dearest. Litha sucked in a breath as she practically read her husband's mind. Dad, Litha said quietly while pulling on his sleeve. Time to go. All right, love. See you soon. Urging her father toward the door, she glanced at Storm and didn't like what she saw. I'll let him out and be right back. In 3 minutes, Litha returned with a worried mind, not knowing what to expect. Storm was sitting on a bar stool, staring straight ahead. She eased in next to him. What do you think? He turned and looked at her. I'm not sure you could call the jumble in my head actual thinking. He pinned her with a look. The famous Storm intensity was back full force. Did you suspect? I wouldn't say I suspected exactly, but at one point when I was away, it crossed my mind that it would be ironic if part of the reason you're Black Swan's brightest and best is because you're part demon. The edges of Storm's mouth lifted. You thought I was the brightest and best? Of course, everybody knows that. Everybody doesn't know that, Litha. Ram is the one with the giant portrait hanging in the Hall of Heroes. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. He hurried to add that. He does. Nobody understands that better than I do. Litha pushed a stray lock of black hair off his forehead and slid to her feet so that she could lean into him where he sat on their kitchen bar stool. Some people are flashier than others. They attract attention, and maybe it's partly karma. But everybody knows that when it comes to Black Swan nights, you're the baddest of them all. He smiled, put his hands on her waist, and drew her closer. Also not above having my ego stroked. She melted into his body and luxuriated in how right it always felt to cuddle with him. Among other things. Yeah, among other things. Storm repeated that absently, then heaved a big sigh. I'm not going to corner my mother. I think that's the right call. Okay. He got up quickly. She'd known him just long enough to know what that meant. He'd weighed every factor with speed that would dizzy the most sophisticated computer and made up his mind. Let's find out. Find out what? You know what? No. Litha looked a little horrified. Yes. I say no. I say yes. That means I win. What? How do you figure that? Because we're making up the rules of this marriage as we go along, and I called it first. She didn't want to laugh. The situation was too serious and the proposal was too dangerous. There really wasn't one thing about the situation that was funny, except Storm and his quick wit. Made you laugh. Let's go. No, I'm serious. You're my new husband, not a lab rat. If he's right, then no harm done. If he's wrong, I'm not only without you, and let me repeat that, without you as in alone, widowed, by myself in a villa designed for two, because you died for a dumb experiment. And worse, I would be the one responsible for my own catastrophe. I take responsibility. You can't take responsibility. It's not yours to take. I'm not taking you into a pass. 2 hours later, Storm and Litha emerged from a pass near the terrace of her favorite fish taco spot in Cabo. Storm never really understood what he was asking until he witnessed her knees buckle. She started sobbing. Baby, baby, he said, holding her up, smoothing her hair and glaring at passers-by who stared at her. You were really scared, huh? She pulled back and started punching him in the chest and stomach. I told you that! You were the biggest dick who ever lived! I cannot believe I let you talk me into marrying you. At that, Storm started to laugh. I think that was you pursuing me. Shamelessly, relentlessly. I hate you right now. He reached for her, but she stepped back. I thought a big part of your appeal was your fearlessness. Right now I'm thinking fearlessness sucks at major. I should have picked somebody else. Who? He demanded. Name him. He's dead. This is not funny. Well, it is kind of, but I wasn't being funny. He tried to grab her again with more success. I'm deadly serious. Anybody else who touches you will wake to find himself on the other side of the shade line, wishing he'd stayed home and kept his hands to himself. You know, I should leave you here and let you try to find a way home with no ID, much less a passport. Aw, Litha, he chuckled playfully, not believing for an instant that she would follow through on her threat. Don't be mad. Who knew you had such a temper, and such a vindictive side? She pulled out of his arms. I could have lost you. Do you really not get that? She hissed, turned, and strode away purposefully, toward a world-famous frozen margarita, leaving him to catch up or rot in a Mexican jail. He jogged up next to her and matched her stride, grinning and looking mouth-wateringly good. Unfortunately. You know that was fun. It would be so much easier to stay mad at you if you weren't so... He caught her and pulled her to a stop in front of him as he wound his arms around her waist. So what? So gorgeous, she admitted reluctantly. The corners of his mouth lifted, but he gave her a teasing tilt of his jaw. Should I believe compliments coming from a woman who's half sex demon? She huffed. He stared at her mouth for a second and lowered his voice. If you stop beating up on me, I might give you a chance to show me what you got, daughter of an incubus. That's very knightly of you, Sir Storm. The sarcasm was unmistakable. He grinned. I try. At sunset, Storm and Litha walked between vine rows, talking about what needed to be done to the vineyard. They had concentrated on outfitting the house the way they wanted it first. Now it was time to turn their attention toward the real reason for being there, growing grapes for wine. After a few minutes of shared silence, Storm watched her push her hair away from her face with the back of her gardening glove. It was such a feminine and endearing gesture, one that reminded him that they were a team with a shared dream, as well as a couple deeply in love with each other. He admired the graceful gesture along with the graceful edge of her profile. What is it you've been wanting to say? She looked at him briefly, at the sun low in the sky, then at the ground around their feet. I think I should tell the Order that I can slip dimensions, but I'm also afraid to do it. Having a unique ability, more than one actually, I don't want to be reclassified as dangerous because of the fire thing, or anything else. They can be just like everybody else, afraid of the unknown, what they don't understand. Storm stopped and looked at her like he was weighing all options. They're probably going to think you're the most valuable associate in all of Black Swan. Not just because you do what nobody else can do, but because you have information about other dimensions and species that nobody else has. Yeah, well, that's the second thing I'm afraid of. She gestured toward their little corner of heaven. I just want a simple life, here, with you. Storm nodded, looking pensive. I hear a resounding but hanging in the air, and I know what comes after that. But you can't always get what you want. He put his arms around her. It's a fact that everything about you sets a precedent, because you're one of a kind. It's also a fact that we have a duty to Black Swan. She nodded and turned her face so she could lay her temple against his collarbone. But we have a duty to ourselves, too. If we're going to trailblaze, let's find a balance. She pulled back and looked up at him. He smiled reassuringly. Are we problem solvers? She nodded. Well, there you go. We'll make it work. They brainstormed through dinner and came up with a viable proposal to offer the mysterious someone that Simon, Saul, and others in similar positions reported to. Litha would agree to slip dimensions on errand for the Order occasionally, as long as they didn't start taking advantage and trying to turn it into a full-time job. She would tell them everything she learned on a part-time basis. The Order would provide a suitable permanent residence in Edinburgh so that they could be together comfortably and give them a generous allowance to hire a vintner or caretaker when they were away. Storm had someone in mind who'd be perfect for the job. They agreed that it was a take-it-or-leave-it deal, no negotiation. One last thing. Storm looked up from the legal pad where they'd written their list of demands. What do we forget? That you can ride the passes unharmed so long as you're with me. To tell or not to tell, that is the question. Storm tapped his pen on the table. What's your position on lies of omission? I think it's nonsense. If it isn't written or spoken, it's not a lie. Storm's serious expression took on that guise of affectionate amusement. So you're cute and smart, too. She tried to pinch his thigh, but she would have had more success trying to pinch the concrete kitchen counter. He laughed at her, but then immediately returned to decision-making mode. So, it's not a moral issue. It could be considered an ethics issue if I wasn't retired. But I am. Therefore, Litha snorted. You didn't really just say, therefore, did you? Come on, I'm in a zone here. She leaned back in her chair. Aye, aye, sir. Therefore, he began again with emphasis and a pointed look. The way I see it, it's entirely up to us. What do you think? All that logic just to bounce it back at me? He grinned. Not bad, huh? She laughed. Slick. He jumped to his feet, grabbed her out of her chair and put her over his shoulder, just as he had done one warm night in South Texas. Her brain temporarily froze, either from the speed with which that had happened or the fact that he was using his free hand to explore her derriere. They might be married, but what he was doing was still gasp-worthy. What are you doing? She finally managed to gush a sentence out. He started toward their bedroom. I can think of two things that rhyme with slick. Chapter 3. Black Swan Training Manual, Standard Procedures, Section 1, Chapter 3, Number 1. Personnel may not, for any reason, use materials or property owned or developed by the Order or its various branches, 1. For personal use, or 2. Without specific knowledge and consent of the local unit chief. Baca stood at the head of the cobblestone alley and looked up and down High Street. The tourists and pub crawlers were thinning at that time of year, but still merry. Danger was the very last thing on their minds. There was an entrance to the underground just a few yards away in the alley where Baca stood. He pulled back into the shadows, slipped along the wall, and descended via the semi-hidden entrance. Just a few steps into the tunnel, both sound and air went completely dead. Dead, silent, and cold as a grave. He shrugged his backpack off, and it hit the old brick pavement with a soft thud. The zipper seemed loud when he opened the pack. It might have even echoed a little. He pulled out his jacket and got into it, just as his teeth started to chatter. Next he withdrew the helmet and tested the lamp. It worked. His night sight was better than it would have been if he had never had the virus in his system, but the dubious benefit of seeing well in the dark had definitely started to slip. As he put the helmet in place, he thought he heard something. He froze and looked around, the light following the direction he looked. He remained still for some time, just listening. Not that he would be able to tell what direction the sound came from. Between the maze of tunnels and the echoes, he couldn't learn much from sound, except that he was not alone. Of course, he already knew that. He couldn't say how he knew that. Just some sort of sense thing. If he still had one, he would bet his soul that there were vampires down there. He didn't know of any way to tell for certain, other than to die, and that seemed like an extreme choice, just to settle an internal argument. The question of whether or not he was sold would remain unanswered for a while if he was choosing, even if his actions might look like a death wish unfolding. He pulled the canisters containing the cure out of the deepest pockets on his thighs and put them into the backpack, exchanging them for the 2 dark guns, which he had loaded before leaving headquarters. He had enough canisters in each loin pocket for 2 reloads. When he stood, he could brush the handles of the dark guns with his hands if his elbows were bent slightly. Baca smiled at how closely that imitated the glamour of the gun-toting Old West. It didn't make him feel devastatingly deadly. If anything, it made him feel comical, like the Charlie Brown beagle Snoopy on top of his doghouse pretending to be the Red Baron. Vampire beware, the fastest dart slinger in the history of the Edinburgh Underground approaches. He was suppressing a self-deprecating chuckle when he heard the noise again. Just as before, he froze in place and listened hard to try and discern the direction. Or the source. Everything had gone quiet as a tomb again. He hated thinking about that reference because there were far too many parallels. A formerly infamous, fearsome vampire afraid of ghosts? Impossible. Starting forward down the main tunnel, he knew his light could be seen from a quarter mile away. He might as well have brought an ice cream truck with an annoying tune to announce that he was on his way, because everything down there was going to know it beyond a doubt. It couldn't be helped. He'd be completely blind without the headlight, but it was as far from ideal as you could get. 20 minutes later, he didn't know how far he'd gone, because the silence and darkness were disorienting. He'd been trying to move slowly enough so as not to call any more attention to himself than the light would be drawing. Several times he had almost had to stop himself from yelling, "Hello? Anybody there?" After all, he knew what was in his heart. He was there to help, not hurt. Baca never had a chance to fire off a single canister. 3 vamps slid out of blackness and pinned him, slamming him against the wall. His back took the brunt of a protrusion that was going to turn into a trophy bruise, but he couldn't take time to object to that. He tried to explain that he was bringing a cure. They seemed entertained by that. At least they laughed for a couple of seconds while they were dragging him away. They took off his helmet and switched off the light. The next sound he heard was probably the helmet being tossed against a wall. He could feel their hands on him, but couldn't see a thing. He wondered that they were able to see. So deep and so far from an entrance, there was simply no light for eyes to refract. He stumbled a couple of times while being pushed and jostled. The vampire made no effort to stop his fall. They let him go down, then pulled him up roughly and shoved him forward again. He was jerked to a halt roughly and without warning, spun around so that his back could be shoved against a wall. He heard iron clank and then felt manacles tighten, one on each wrist. He heard the clamps click into place and knew they'd been locked. As soon as the vampire let go of his arms, he tried the chains. He pulled on one arm, then the other. While he was busy doing that, the vampire withdrew without a sound. He didn't have to ask out loud to know that he'd been left alone. He could feel it. Within minutes, he had finished experimenting to determine range of motion. He could stand up with his back against the wall and step about 6 inches in either direction side to side. He could slide down the wall into a sitting position, but if he did, it drew the chains attached to his wrists higher so that an extended period of sitting would restrict blood flow and cause the nerve endings in his hands to go to sleep. Having spent the past century learning to be grateful for small favors, he was glad they had left him his jacket. "Well," he said to himself in the utter darkness, "you knew it was an insanely dumb idea, and this is what you get for being insanely dumb." With that, he sank down into a sitting position and wondered how long it would be before he couldn't feel his hands. Chapter 4. "Here we are. This is the one." When the car stopped, Elora jumped out, Blackie right after her. "This?" Ram looked doubtful as he came up to where she was blissfully turning in a circle. Her skirt fanned out, showing off shapely legs encased in funky, wide-striped knit ties. Something she would not have been caught dead wearing when she first arrived in the dimension she now called home. She stopped spinning and looked at Ram like he had just interrupted the best dream imaginable. "Do you hate it?" "Well, no. Ram began cautiously weighing the odds of being able to disagree agreeably. I'm not saying that exactly. 'Tis just that, when you said this was the perfect place to raise dogs in Elfrin, I suppose I did not picture anything quite like this. Out with it. What are you saying? Mate's privilege, you can tell me. He looked around. It has the look of work without end, and where money is concerned, a surefire bloody record-breaking black hole. Elora reached down to absently pet Blackie behind an ear. Ram might as well have been able to read her mind. Do no go asking that dog what he thinks. Elora looked offended. I wasn't going to ask the dog. Ram crossed his arms and looked dubious until she smiled sheepishly. Okay, I was, but I wasn't going to give him an equal vote. Ram rolled his eyes. So break it down for me. What is it about this heap that is so appealing to you? And that bit about it being a heap was said without prejudice, was it? He shrugged. I'm giving you a chance to sell me. Take it or leave it. That offer seemed to animate her. Okay, first, there's all this beautiful emerald green grass. He laughed at her and shook his head. Aye, and I'd no heard there's a shortage of that in Ireland. I'm just getting started. We're close to New Forest. Aye, 'tis on the plus side to be sure. Right, I love the roll to the land. I love that stream down there. I love that tree over there. Ram followed the extended line from her finger to every feature she pointed out, trying to see it from her perspective. And then there's the house. At this point he stopped and gaped at her like she was certifiable. If you're about to suggest that you like anything about the building directly behind me, I'll be forced to question your sanity. Please tell me that what you're going to say next is that the house, and I use that term loosely, must be scraped off and hauled away, so that something that resembles a proper home might be built in its place. Elora looked stricken. How can somebody who chose to grow up in a centuries-old one-room hunting cottage come to a conclusion like that? The logic of that was inescapable, and since he had no good explanation, she pressed on. The stonework couldn't be duplicated today. Ram laughed. Thank Paddy for that. Elora, you're no serious about this. She looked like the personification of abject disappointment. You are? How are you seeing making this livable for anything other than wolves? He waved in the general direction of the house. Blackie sat and heaved a sigh. She brightened a little. Well? She spent the next half hour going over a detailed plan for renovating the structure, melding the best of old-world charm and modern conveniences. She drew a vivid picture of a happy future alive with flowers, Elfrin, dogs, and geese, although he wasn't sure how she planned to reconcile the last two. Truthfully, he had known before he ever raised an objection that he would be happy wherever she was. He was more or less just teasing her into making a case. When she had exhausted her ammunition, she looked at him expectantly. He saw hope shimmering in her eyes. Because he didn't answer immediately, he saw that hope start to dim a little. As he opened his mouth to speak, she said, I suppose you're going to say that was a stupid story? He shook his head. I was going to say that I suppose we'll be needing an architect. She started to throw herself into his arms and stopped, remembering just in time that she was carrying precious cargo. She got as close as she could, considering the well-rounded belly between them, and covered his face and neck with kisses. Elora did hire an architect from Derry to draw up plans for renovating the house and building a very fine kennel out of the same stone used to build the house. They decided to stay at the New Forest cottage until the property was ready, reasoning that it would be harder in the future to enjoy the cottage with a small child. They conspired to make the most of their final weeks as just two elves in love and a dog. Chapter 5. Heaven was running a little later than usual. She was having a classic bad hair day, and even though she could care less what East von Backe thought of her hair, it would be unprofessional not to take an extra couple of minutes with her appearance. She decided to get a coffee and bagel and eat at her desk. Being late wasn't one of the ways she chose to rattle the boss. There were much more entertaining ways to get under his skin. Perhaps she was starting to feel a little guilty about her treatment of Mr. Backe. She was certainly not ready to concede or relent, but she might be ready to cut him a little slack. On impulse, she put some daisies in a glass milk bottle and brought it along, intending to place it on his desk. She saw no reason why the vampire, and she didn't know why she couldn't seem to stop calling him that, didn't deserve to have a little cheer. After all, he carried his burden so silently, and with such dignity in the face of the fact that she was relentlessly prickly and unapproachable. It was 15 minutes after 9 when she rushed into the office, a shoulder bag stuffed full, breakfast clutched in a paper bag with daisies occupying the other free hand. She'd planned to go straight to his desk and set the flowers down with a smile. In fact, as she had hurried along the halls, a little fantasy had played out in her head about his reaction. He would be shocked by the flowers, and even more stunned by her smile. He would, in fact, be speechless, and the image of that gave her a pleasant chuckle. By the time she opened the door to the office, she was eager. But no one was there. In fact, the lights hadn't even been turned on. She set her things down on her desk and flipped the switches. Even with the room well lit, it seemed somehow colder and emptier than it should, meaning colder and emptier than usual. Following that thought along its logical path, she had to confront an inescapable conclusion that Mr. Baca must add warmth and energy to the space he occupied, even if his office mate behaved like a toad. She placed the daisies on his desk and exercised her femininity by fooling with them until they looked properly fluffed and optimistic. Shaking herself with a slight internal reprimand about how counterproductive and pointless superstition could be, she told herself that anybody could be late once in a while. After all, she had been that very morning. So, opening the folder she'd been working on the day before, she set about tackling the day's scheduled tasks. Now and then she looked up at the wall clock and over at the conspicuously empty desk. Well, perhaps it was more often than now and then. In fact, she had probably spent more time looking at the clock than looking at the figures she was supposed to be analyzing for feasibility. At 10, she called his phone number to see if he was sick. There was no answer. She left a message asking if there was something in particular he would like her to do in his absence. She allowed a little more warmth than usual to creep into her tone. When she ended the call, she imagined that he had seen her name on his caller ID and sneered at it, thinking, "Fuck you." At 11, she got up and walked over to look out the window, as if she expected to see him out on the street feeding pigeons or hailing cabs for the doorman. On the way by his desk, she rearranged the daisies one more time. They looked a lot more cheerful than she felt. At 12, she called Simon, who tried to extinguish alarm. "Heaven, I don't mean to sound abrupt or overly dismissive, but Baca is a project manager. He has no requirement to report his whereabouts every second of every day to either you or me." "Of course not. I know that. It's just that this is very unlike him. He's precise." "Precise?" "Yes, I mean—" She was getting flustered and beginning to sound less calm and professional. "He takes a very serious approach to his job, treats it like a mission, like the world depended on the outcome." Simon's voice was very soft when he responded. "Maybe it does." Something about hearing that said in that way made Heaven want to burst into tears. "Director Svelga, I'd like to post an official missing persons report. I know something is wrong." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a full minute. "Ms. McBride, you know I admire you as a scholar. I'm the one who recommended you for the job, if you remember." "Yes." "Although I admire the fact that you have an impressive resume for someone your age, psychic talent is not among your skill set if memory serves." "Everyone is intuitive to some degree, Simon. You know that." He sighed. "Leave it till tomorrow morning. If we haven't seen or heard something by then, we'll start to look around. He may have gone to visit friends." "Friends?" She sounded incredulous, as if the idea of Istvan Baca having friends was preposterous. "Perhaps Sir Hawking and Lady Lycan." "He's not answering his phone, and he hasn't returned my call." "If there's no word by tomorrow morning, I will consider opening his apartment." "Opening his apartment?" "Yes." "Why can't you do that now? What if he's too sick to answer his phone or let anyone know?" Long pause. "All right, I'll meet you there." Heaven was waiting outside Baca's door, watching Simon stride purposefully up the hallway, carrying a master key. She stepped out of the way to give him access. Knocking on the door drew no more response than either of them expected in their respective heart of hearts. Simon used the key, cracked the door, and said, "Hello?" loudly enough to warn anyone within. Nothing. Simon opened the door further, and Heaven scooted by. Everything was neat and in its place. The bed was made. Baca's passport was in the top dresser drawer. His toiletries, including electric razor and toothbrush, were in the bath. Opening the closet door revealed nothing, except that again, Everything seemed to be in order.
You see,
Heaven said.
missing.
For someone who is famous for detesting her boss, you seem concerned. Heaven flushed.
Famous? What do you mean?
People talked about how badly she treated Mr. Baca.
Good grief. I don't detest him. All the time.
She looked around again.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Nothing?
If he is out of touch for 3 days, I will ask someone from the psychic division to assist.
Do it now.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry. I know that sounded imperious. Please, let's ask one of the psychs to take a peek at the ethers.
At this point, it would be an abuse of my power and a possible serious invasion of privacy. Simon looked at her pointedly, as if to silently punctuate that men sometimes have good reason to temporarily disappear and keep their activities to themselves. Realizing what he suggested, she stood a little straighter.
It's not what you think.
Heaven, forgive me for saying this, but it's not as if you're close to him. There may be quite a lot you don't know.
There isn't.
The director studied her curiously, then softened his tone. You sound adamant. Why are you so sure you're right? She looked flustered and frustrated.
I just am.
You're sounding childish.
You're sounding insensitive.
No need for apologies. I can see you're distraught.
I'm not distraught, nor am I apologizing.
Simon arched an eyebrow, and Heaven flushed again.
Something is wrong. I know it.
3 days.
Tomorrow.
He locked Baca's door, then turned to stare at her, looking like he might reconsider. Tomorrow I will ask someone from Psi to look just far enough to tell us if there is any indication of distress. Will that satisfy you?
I think you should call his friends.
If there is a reason to call, we'll call. He walked away and did not look back. She stood in the hall holding back tears, which confused the hell out of her, then placed her palm to the closed door. The fellow from across the hall emerged from his rooms. She jerked her hand away from the door like she'd been caught doing something wrong.
My boss lives here. He didn't come to work today. Did he by any chance mention to you that he was taking some time?
The man across the hall, whom she thought was the manager of Antiquities Acquisition, said, No, young lady. I rarely see him. Works a lot, doesn't he?
Thank you.
She started away.
Probably gone to London for a nice piece of art glass.
Heaven looked back at the neighbor and nodded, while thinking the man must be on the upper end of the loon scale, even by order standards. Back at her desk, the last place she felt like being, her mind kept drifting to what she had read about Baca in the Chronicles. A couple of years had passed since then. She was left with a long-term memory impression, but not details. She hadn't known him personally, of course.
At the time, he was a vampire.
And there was that. Her eyes weren't focusing on the computer screen in front of her, and she was generating sufficiently potent nervous tremors in her right leg to cause the chair to inch along under her. Every hour with no sign of Istvan Baca represented another phone message she left. And with every hour that passed, her feelings of uneasiness intensified and became more agitated. There was a part of her that was beginning to regret having been so constant in her hostility toward him. Why do you hate me so much? She repeated that question several times over in her mind. Why did she have such a strong reaction to him? She asked herself if it was really because he had teased her about her name, and decided that definitely wasn't it. A lot of people teased her about her name, always had. Was it because she had been pulled away from a project she loved so that she could help with the great vampire inversion? That couldn't be it either, because she understood fully that there was nothing more important. The Order had been founded for the express purpose of eradicating the scourge of vampire. The other branches of services and research activities had been added over the centuries, but vampire slaying remained top priority. Every employee of the Order knew the story of the Count and the Journeyman who had lost their wives and their happiness to vampire. There simply wasn't any work more important than doing away with that threat once and for all. Invalidating the 2 reasons she had been using to rationalize her rude and hostile behavior toward Istvan Baca, what did that leave?
Oh, bloody the hell no.
Her honest self-assessment had led her to a revelation that was the last thing she had expected to discover. She pulled up Giles' query and typed a question. The first response was, William Shakespeare said, "Love me or hate me, both are in my favor.
If you love me, I'll always be in your heart. If you hate me, I'll always be in your mind. That wasn't it. Searching for the quote she couldn't quite place, Heaven came across a Science Journal article. Love and hate rival each other as extremes of passion, but as it turns out, they share the same brain circuitry. It seems there really is a very thin line between the two emotions, previously thought to be opposites. She turned toward the window and stared out while she mulled that over. Was it possible that the extreme discomfort she felt around her boss was related to attraction? As she sat looking out at the gray day, she replayed in her mind every interaction between the two of them, and as she did, a fog lifted from his visage so that she could see him truly. What she saw was shocking. His blue eyes weren't just gorgeous, sexy, and intelligent. They were also kind. How was it that she had looked at him without seeing that? She remembered being irritated by the appeal of the way his mouth curved when something was amusing. She remembered how shortly after they began working together alone, his voice and manner had softened toward her. It had started to wrap her in comfort, like a warm, soft throw on a winter day. If he went to the coffee bar, he always asked if she wanted something. She always replied with a too crisp, "Thank you, no," and made a point of refusing him the courtesy of looking at him. If he assigned her something new to work on, he would always add, "Is it too much?" She would respond by stretching her neck with exaggerated haughtiness, then look down her nose and say, "Certainly not." She recalled that they had spent their days working in silence, the only sound being his occasional sighs. She knew he watched her surreptitiously, and in a fit of vindictiveness that should be beneath her, she hoped he wanted her so that she could be all the more cruel. What was wrong with her? During the fraction of a second that she had glanced at him when he asked why she hated him so much, there was no doubt that he had looked hurt. Had she missed that, or was she just so angry about some perceived injustice or transgression that she simply didn't care? That wasn't like her. At least she hoped it wasn't. She thought of herself as being a good person, but when it came to East von Bacca, she had been comporting herself like a shrew. Something inside drove her to behave badly around him. She had thought she was in perfect control, but all along, it had been just the opposite. She was reacting to a compulsion that didn't make any sense. Her will was not her own. With vision cleared, acting on impulse, she turned off the monitor and headed for the Chronicle section of Headquarters Library, thinking there could be some clue to be found in the records. He wasn't just away on personal time. She knew it, right down to the bottom of her ESP. Chapter 6. East von Bacca was born in the eastern Carpathian Mountains of Romania in 1453, and lived there throughout his life as a human. The year that he was 15, the same year he began working for the monks of Kozio, an organization known as the Order of the Black Swan, was forming in southern Germany, 1,000 miles due west. Immediately, they had begun secretly recruiting young men to the highest and noblest calling, that of guarding humanity in silence and anonymity from creatures such as Bacca was fated to become. At the time he was infected with the vampire virus, he was working for the monks of Kozio, painting murals of the history of the monastery and various other religious themes. An image flashed in Heaven's imagination of what one of those paintings might have looked like. She saw the composition, the richness of the colors, and the feeling the artist conveyed. It was a strange reaction for someone who was hardly a student or even a fan of art. He was proud of the fact that some of his paintings on canvas survived, now owned by the Romanian Cultural Heritage Foundation and considered national treasures. He'd been to the museums to see them himself and had enjoyed standing off to the side, but close enough to hear viewers' comments. Bacca sat on the dirt floor of his prison in utter darkness, living his worst nightmare. Since the day he had remembered who he was, the only thing he had asked from life was enough distraction to keep him from reliving his life as a vampire. But there in the black, with his hands manacled, with no creature or thing to divert his journey to hell, it all replayed in vivid detail. On a spring day in 1468, at age 15, Bacca's father was hired to repair the roof of the monastery and brought Bacca to assist. He saw one of the monks writing through a window and was captivated. The monk noticed the boy's fascination and was in turn fascinated himself. Bacca was invited to come inside for a closer look. The monk asked Bacca for his thoughts on philosophical questions and was impressed with the fact that the boy had given thought to theological questions of good and evil. Most unusual for the progeny of peasant class. While it was helping his father repair roofs or mend fences, there was apparently a lot going on in the boy's head. His mind was just as busy as his hands. Brother Cuphalen asked if Baka would like to have a job working for the monks doing what needed to be done in exchange for meals and an education. For a peasant like Baka, the prospect of an education was tantamount to a lottery win. He couldn't believe his good fortune. He said goodbye to his parents and moved into the monastery. He was given a pallet that was rolled up and stowed under a cabinet during the day. At night he unrolled it and slept by the kitchen fire. The boy gladly performed any service required of him promptly and without complaint, whether it was cooking, carrying, chopping, hauling, or digging. Gradually all the monks came to regard him with fondness. Collectively they were amazed at the depth of the questions he posed, some of which might have challenged Thomas Aquinas himself. Baka proved a quick study, with a natural proclivity for writing, mathematics, and, surprising enough, illuminating. The manuscripts he illuminated were so beautiful they were left open in the library as inspiration and evidence of the god's love expressed through the art of a penniless peasant boy. Secretly, there were times when Brother Cuphalen wondered if the care, education, and guidance of this special boy wasn't his true God-given purpose, or even that of the monastery itself. In the year 1470, an artist came from Italy to paint a mural on the chapel wall. Baka observed the man's technique for a few days, and then proceeded to prove that he was as talented at painting large-scale scenes as illuminating manuscripts. Brother Fiescu, who served in the capacity of accountant for the monastery, was persuaded to approve a small expenditure for the purchase of paints and supplies, so that Baka might practice and improve upon his talent. He worked hard at creating art, but he would never have named it work, as it was a labor of love in the purest sense. Whenever he stopped to think about the hardships of living in those times, he thought he must be the luckiest person alive to spend his days making beauty out of a handful of raw materials. In time, that beauty astounded all who came to see. Shortly after Baka turned 18, he learned that one of the local girls, who was 15, had been left alone as the rest of her family succumbed to a fever and died. He went to Brother Cuphalen, explained that he would like to rescue the girl through an offer of marriage. The monk asked if Baka loved her. Baka admitted that he did not love her, but went on to say that he loved the idea of doing a good thing. The monk could not have been more pleased. He took some of the manuscripts Baka had illuminated and sold them for enough money to buy a stone cottage in the mountainside forest, 15 minutes' walk from the monastery, and gave it to Baka for a wedding present. He also informed Baka that he would thereafter receive compensation sufficient to sustain a small family comfortably. Georgita knew she should be thinking of nothing but mourning the family she had survived, but it was hard to concentrate on that when she had won such a prize as she had never hoped for. Istvan Baka was the name on the tongue of every girl in the province. He was beautiful as a boy could be, and seemed to have the light of spirit shining all around him. He was also completely oblivious to the feminine attention he drew to himself, and had never shown the slightest interest in anyone. Certainly the fact that he had risen in status above the station of peasant to artisan made her all the more fortunate. They were married by Brother Cuphalen, and set about creating an idyllic domicile in a stone cottage on the forested mountainside. Baka was easygoing and good company, even if on the quiet side. He liked Georgita well enough and liked sex more than he'd expected to. His observation of animals in the fields had been that they appeared to be suffering through a rather unpleasant task. His appetite for carnal knowledge far exceeded his wife's, so he took what was tolerated and was glad for it. Every day Baka thanked his God for his good fortune and his many blessings. His basic needs were met, which enabled him to wrestle with the harder, more abstract and intellectual questions, such as what might his purpose be. Those questions were answered with the birth of his first child, a girl he named Stavana. From the moment he first held her in his hands, Baka's core philosophy centered on a certainty that the meaning of life is children. Georgita delighted him with a son the next year, but in the third year, both she and a second boy died in childbirth. He grieved as much for his children's loss as anything. He had 2 children under the age of 3 and no caretaker. So he bundled them up and took them with him to the village to inquire about someone to watch them in his absence. The old herb woman suggested that he try the widow Mironescu, saying that it might be a practical match. The widow had recently been left with 2 little children and no husband. Baka had recently been left with 2 little children and no wife. To Baka it seemed like sound reasoning, so he went to see the widow Mironescu and made a proposal to give her the safety of marriage and the basic necessities for herself and her children in exchange for being a loving mother to his little ones. She was a plain woman, but not ill-formed. She was older, in her mid-20s, but as Baka thought, no one is perfect. The widow rejoiced and wept with gratitude. In terms of what might be expected to befall a middle-aged widow, she was fortunate indeed to contract such a practical marriage, equally beneficial to both parties. Baka loaded the few things she could call her own onto the cart and started back up the mountain with a family quickly grown to 4 children and a new wife named Marilena. Baka was pleased enough with the new situation. Marilena fulfilled her obligation to keep the house, cook, and take care of Baka's children as well as her own. When it came to sex, she preferred to remain clothed, as was the custom of the time, wanting to bear only what was necessary for as little time as was necessary. She was not interested in foreplay, nor was she interested in expressions of affection afterward. She encouraged Baka to accelerate the speed at which he reached orgasm to make short work of her wifely duty and, because he was an affable spirit, he did his best to comply. Over the next 7 years they had 3 children together. The year that he was 28, a fever sickness spread through the valley and eventually reached his home on the mountain. Marilena, her 2 children, 2 of the 3 they had together, and his first son with Georgita, died, leaving Baka with his first daughter, Stavana, who was then 9 years old, and a little boy who was 4. Suffering so many deaths caused Baka to struggle with issues of faith. If children were the meaning of life, then how could his God be so cruel as to take them and leave him behind? Baka was 31, but the losses had left him feeling old. He was a widower a second time, but he thanked his God for sparing Stavana, who was not only the apple of his eye, but also of an age to take over the responsibilities of some household chores, and watching her little brother. A year passed without Baka feeling motivated to take another wife. Then another. The year that he was 31, several of the monks were to journey to Bucharest to arrange matters of trade, and Brother Kufelin wanted Baka to accompany them. They made arrangements for Stavana and her little brother to stay in the village with the herb woman while they were away. Baka had never been away from the valley community where he'd been born. Though he tried to appear outwardly sophisticated, on the inside, he was excited as a child. It took 4 days to reach Bucharest. Baka had not thought there were that many people on Earth. Certainly he never could have imagined anything as grand as the palace that was Prince Vlad Dracula III's summer residence. The monks made arrangements to stay on the 2nd floor of a stone building that housed a tavern at street level. They were served the evening meal by the innkeeper's young daughter, Helena. When she stopped next to Baka with a pitcher, ready to fill his mug with ale, she looked down into his face and caught her breath. He had lost the youthful beauty that had made the village girls stare and titter. His hair was no longer sun-streaked from working outside with his father. His eyes weren't bright with the promise of an unknown future. His skin wasn't flawless, and it didn't flush when he realized he'd attracted feminine attention. What the innkeeper's daughter saw in that face transcended the bloom of youth. She saw the character of a man who was so good that he didn't struggle to do the right thing. It was just natural for him. She saw a man so steady that everyone who knew him knew that they could count on him. And though she was sexually innocent, her body responded to him in ways that awoke her curiosity. Baka was every bit as taken with Helena as she was with him. He thought she was a walking work of art and was amazed that she was interested in a man over 30 and worn by the world. He wanted to take her home, but was concerned that a young woman accustomed to crowds and excitement might be unhappy with a quiet, secluded mountainside cottage and ordinary chores. When he voiced this concern, it was confirmation that her intuition was right about him, because it was hardly typical to think about the happiness of a wife, much less to be concerned about it. She assured him that she simply wanted to be where he was, and that would be happiness enough for her. On the last day of his sojourn to the Wallachia capital, he approached the innkeeper with a proposal. The man expressed considerable displeasure at the prospect of losing a valuable asset in the form of a daughter who worked for free. Brother Kufelin assisted with negotiations and reached an agreement with the man that included payment of a dowry. Just 2 days before, the monastery had enjoyed a generous influx of cash from the sale of some of Baka's paintings, which they had brought to a Bucharest art dealer. If Baka had understood that Helena's dowry was being funded with money he had made, it wouldn't have changed a thing. He would not have felt cheated. He would have said he had everything he needed and wanted. With his first objection out of the way, the innkeeper then insisted that Helena not leave his household without first being married. That was not a hindrance, because Baka had brought with him several persons empowered to perform wedding rites. All the way home to Kotsio, Baka marveled at the way her chestnut hair looked when the sun was shining on her. It seemed to him that a visible halo of gold shone all around her. Whenever she looked at him, her amber eyes sparkled, and he experienced a wealth of feelings he had never had before. His young bride had no experience with sex. He had no experience with love, and would give up his humanity without ever admitting to it. He would not have said that he was in love, but he would not have traded places with any other man. Helena loved Baka as much as a woman can love a man, and would have done anything for him. She embraced his children and nurtured them as if they were her own. She went out of her way to make him comfortable and loved nothing more than making him smile. He could not wait until the cottage was quiet, the night fire built, so that he could get under the covers with his beautiful young bride and quietly make sweet love to her. Baka had been familiar with the clinical basics of intercourse for nearly 2 decades, but in many ways he was as new to sexual pleasure as the woman whose body greeted him with hunger when he lay with her. She was eager to please him to the point of being a little wicked. The fact that she delighted in the intimacies they shared made him putty in her hands. She was willing to remove all her clothes under the covers, and, even more astonishing, urged him to do the same. She made Baka feel young again. Even more surprising, he became aroused whenever he thought about her, at any time of day, no matter what he was doing. Certainly, that should not be happening to a man his age. At night, when the children went to bed on the far side of the one-room cottage, Baka and Helena would engage in a conspiracy of silence to keep from waking them. The newlyweds explored each other's bodies slowly and thoroughly. She moaned softly into his ear when he touched her thus and so, and he quickly learned the difference between what appealed to her and what excited her. Sometimes he knew she struggled to muffle cries of passion as his fingers learned to deftly stroke between folds hot and slick with desire for him. Even that wetness was something new and surprising. The feel of a naked woman pressing against him, skin on skin, her body begging for his, was an ecstasy he never could have imagined. Once their instincts were freed from internal judgments of scandal regarding husband and wife finding joys and delight in sexual acts, nature's course led him to explore her body with lips as well as hands, going lower and lower, while she writhed until he nuzzled the triangle of honey-colored curls. When Helena realized what he was doing, she protested for the first time and tried to stop him. He hesitated, just long enough to smile into those curls before going lower. Her silent protests were interrupted by a gasp as she felt his breath on her core for the first time. She stuffed a fistful of sheet into her mouth to muffle the subsequent sounds of ecstasy and wished that just once she could scream his name with abandon until her voice went hoarse. As the winter nights passed, they cuddled and snuggled and played, and reveled in the feel of each other's bodies and the naughty ways they pleasured each other. Occasionally Baka made a sound that he was sorely afraid might be described as a giggle. He could not have been more pleased with his pretty young wife and her sensual ways. In addition to being salacious in the most delicious way, she was kind and generous of spirit with his children. She was a good cook and seemed to want nothing more from life than her quiet existence. In other words, Helena was everything a man like Baka could hope for. On spring and summer evenings, he would stop on his way home to gather wildflowers growing close to the path. The first time he brought them home, Helena's face lit up with surprise and happiness. Her eyes shone with love as she asked him what each was called. He didn't know, so he made a point of pressing Brother Pisces into service, accompanying him along the path to teach Baka the names of each and every bloom. Romanian bellflower, alpine primrose, yellow foxglove, pink dobrogian, Balkan peony, and many more. If his bride wanted to know the names of petals, he would procure this information and take it to her as a gift, as proof that he liked her very much and wanted to please her as much as she had pleased him. After they had been together for a year, Helena began to suspect she was pregnant. Tragically, she never had a chance to share the wonderful news with the man she worshipped. When Istvan Baka was infected, he was practically elderly from medieval times. At 33, he had seen his share of death and sorrow, had lost 2 wives and 5 children. Such things were expected and accepted as part of life then, but that didn't mean it was easy. One day in midwinter, he was caught up in what he was doing. As the room grew darker, instead of putting his paints and brushes away for the day, he lit more candles and continued. When he stopped for the night, it was dark outside. He left the monastery wanting nothing more than to hurry home toward the warmth of a fire-lit hearth, a pot of stew, 2 children, and a wife that made him smile with anticipation and hunger for her. Istvan Baka had pulled his coat around him. The night was still, but the dark made it colder than his usual homeward trek. There was a waning moon, half bright, but it was almost impossible to see the path through the forest without a lamp. He had to go slowly or risk a misstep. He was thinking about the warmth in his cottage where Helena would have something wonderful, perhaps lamb stew, warming on the hearth. His thoughts were thus occupied when he heard a rustle and a whimper in the woods. He stopped abruptly, turning his ear toward the sounds, but heard nothing more. After a few more steps, he decided it was an overactive imagination replaying tales of horror from childhood. The first indication otherwise was a woman's scream. He ran toward the sound, but was brought to an abrupt halt by a deep gash sliced open in his neck. That was followed by another, and another. He was left alone on the cold mountainside to freeze to death or bleed out. Baka did neither. When the sun rose the next morning, his body had not died, but his humanity had. His brain had regained control of a body too weak from loss of blood to respond. With great effort and exertion of will, he slowly dragged himself to a crevice behind a rock and covered himself with branches. There he stayed for a time, days perhaps. He did not grow stronger, but his weakness was overcome by a thirst he had not experienced before. Helena was beside herself with worry. She had been to the monastery 3 days before and was told that he hadn't been seen. She began searching the mountain between the monastery and the cottage, praying all the while she looked for some sign of what had become of him. There were rumors that people were sometimes attacked by wild animals. Some such thing might have occurred. A wolf, perhaps. So she looked for signs of blood or torn clothing or worse. Distraught as she was, she had not noticed the sun was low in the sky. Being caught in winter after dark on a Romanian mountainside was dangerous by any standard because the temperature plummeted at sunset. It was the pink moment called gloaming, when twilight turns to night, that the unfortunate young wife walked close to where Istvan Baka was hiding. It was then he knew what his body craved, and he was taken over by instinct. When Helena drew near his hiding place, the beast occupying Baka's body marshaled his remaining strength and grabbed her ankle. She was frozen by surprise for an instant, which was all it took to jerk her to the ground and underneath him, as he sank his new fangs into the neck of the woman he had loved with his heart, if not with words. She was instantly paralyzed, as Baka had been, but unlike Baka, she was drained of every drop of blood until she was past pain and supposedly past the concerns of this life. Baka felt no regret. He did not recognize the person whose life was forfeit. He felt only that he was stronger than at any time in memory. The lifeless body that would have soon been mother to his child was carried to a deep gorge nearby and thrown over. By the time it was found, if ever, people would assume she had died from a fall. And so began Istvan Baka's new life as a vampire. Chapter 7. Elora had fallen in love with her husband's forest. It was everything she'd longed for, as she'd spent the first decades of her life in another dimension, mostly confined to palace grounds, closely watched, guarded, and restricted at every turn. The new forest was a dream come true, its wilderness a balm to her spirit. It represented what she needed and treasured most: freedom. She first fell in love with the forest when it wore snow in deep winter. She had crossed an ocean to reunite with her mate, not knowing that he would give her the home she craved on so many levels. In spring, she was enthralled by the spectrum of greens as new leaves sprouted, not to mention the riot of random color, wildflowers so abundant it would seem they'd been deliberately seeded. In summer, the streams and wildlife settled into a rhythm of slow contentment as the sun lingered longer in the north with welcome warmth and light. Elora proclaimed each new season at the cottage to be her favorite, but at that very moment, she was certain it must be autumn. She enjoyed every part of it, watching the leaves turn fiery colors, then reluctantly let go of branches, and feeling the air turn crisp enough to put an extra bloom in her cheeks. Instead of riding, she was walking the forest that day, partly because Ram was so afraid she would take a fall while pregnant, and partly because she loved the sound of leaf crunch under her boots. Every day he was gone for several hours, overseeing the renovation of the house. He still thought it was a heap, but when it came to making his mate happy, he was all in. A year before, after he had watched the video of her hearing before the triumvirate at Jefferson Unit, he had sworn that she would have the best of everything from then on. That was before she barely survived a vampire attack and infection. His commitment to her happiness was redoubled after that. The commute alone took nearly 3 hours round trip. The horseback ride to Black Swan was almost an hour, followed by a 20-minute drive depending on traffic. Ram had thought vampire slaying was taxing, but that was before he'd begun trying to keep subcontractors to a schedule. Plus, he'd never been away from Allura for so much of every day since they'd been mated. It was an extra incentive to ensure each deadline was met, so they could move in and be done with bloody separation and commuting. They'd settle into a morning ritual of having breakfast together before he left. Then Ram would ask, "What are you two going to do when I'm gone?" "Going for a walk and maybe taking a nap," she would reply. "Do not go too far," he would say. Then she would smile and answer, which was not an answer at all. Blackie would pad behind him, seeing him to the door. Ram would look down at the dog and say, "She's all yours, and you better be taking good care of her." Blackie would sit, swish his thick tailbone back and forth across the wooden floor twice, and look at Ram with such intensity it would be easy to believe he was trying to send a telepathic message. Then every day after Ram left, Allura and Blackie explored the forest. On that day they were entering a part she'd never seen on foot before. Usually Blackie ran a zigzag pattern ahead of her, to as far away as 50 feet, but at the moment he was sticking close and acting protective, glued to her side, ears straight up on alert, and neck extended as if he was seeing something she couldn't. Allura reached down to absently stroke the soft black fur between his ears. He didn't raise his gaze. The only detectable reaction was that he leaned into her legs, putting just enough pressure on her to say, "I know you're there." She tried to follow a line from his nose to see what was so interesting. Just then, she caught something out of the corner of her eye to the right. Blackie saw it too, and jerked his head in that direction. But nothing was there. It was like a shadow that left her wondering if it had been a trick of the light or even an hallucination. But Blackie wouldn't have seen an illusion that originated in her mind, occurring in the same direction at exactly the same time. She decided to investigate. "Stay close." Allura made a habit of talking to Blackie when they were alone, as if he could understand her. It was more for her benefit than his. Of course, he was going to stay close. He was perhaps the most magnificent German shepherd in all the world. What else would he be doing? As a bonus to loyal companionship, she also found him to be an excellent keeper of secrets and other confidences. Ram had once told her that there were creatures in the forest who had not gotten the memo that it's supposed to be a civilized century. Now she wished she had questioned him further about that. When she and Blackie had started off on a walk, she hadn't really planned to go this far. She had no weapon, except her exceptional strength and a small utility knife that she dropped into the pocket of the long sweater she wore. Blackie, of course, had incredibly powerful jaws and teeth that would scare Vampire if he pulled his lips back for a full reveal. As they continued through the forest, Blackie was becoming more and more agitated. At the same time, she was seeing more shadows out of the corner of her eye. They zipped by like flashes, making no noise and leaving no impression. Woman and dog continued until they climbed to the top of a small hill, and there they stopped abruptly. The land dipped in front of them, forming a small valley. On top of the rise on the opposite side stood a dolmen the exact size and shape of the famous one in the Burren. "Great Paddy," she whispered to Blackie. Before she had time to fully appreciate how astounding it was to discover a 6,000-year-old national treasure, a large gray wolf leaped effortlessly upon the flat stone and assumed the same alert pose Blackie had been keeping, ears forward, neck extended. Blackie moved in front of Allura, tail touching her legs, and warned the lupine that he wouldn't be tolerating a move toward his person. He was growling so low she could barely hear it, Ruff standing up on end to make him look even bigger and more formidable. For an indeterminable time, Allura, Blackie, and the gray wolf stared at each other. He was perhaps 30 feet away, but she could see that he looked shockingly intelligent. Slowly, several other wolves began to emerge from the forest, where their coats were camouflaged by shadows, and from under and behind the megalith. They regarded the newcomers with curiosity, but did not display aggressive behavior at this distance. She observed that the gray wolf was so intent on watching that he never moved a muscle. Sentinel. Before backing away, she counted 13 wolves with distinct coloring and markings, all beautiful. "So this is your home, is it?" Noticing that there was just enough time to get back to the cottage before the light failed, she backed away slowly and didn't turn her back to the pack until she had put another 30 feet between them. For half an hour, she saw the movement of shadows running through the forest on both sides. They're giving us an escort out of town. We're still being watched. She talked quietly to Blackie. The wolves clearly made him nervous, and he looked behind them every few seconds. The problem with being predator class was that, unlike animals of prey class, eyes only see what's ahead, and not what's behind. Suddenly they were alone in the forest again. She looked at Blackie. Wow, that was quite an adventure, huh? He looked behind him again. She expected he'd processed so much stress that he was going to need an extra helping of dinner chow. They started toward the cottage again, moving a little faster. Her mind was swimming with the wonder of what she'd just witnessed. How many people get to experience that? She wasn't sure what was more miraculous, discovering a healthy, thriving wolf pack, or discovering that a healthy, thriving wolf pack was living in a dolmen that had been built and deserted thousands of years before. For all she knew, wolves might have been occupying the cavern beneath for that whole time. Her thoughts wandered back to the large gray wolf, and she laughed out loud. I think I'll call him Storkson. She looked at Blackie. Storkson Gray. Blackie looked up at her as if to say, We're forming relationships now? She could hardly wait to get back to the cottage and plug the sack cart into the portaputer. She'd spent some time thinking about dog breeding and doing research. Due diligence is what they called it in this dimension. She'd calculated that it would take about 24 years to develop a new breed. She knew what she wanted. German shepherds with no hip dysplasia issues. That's when inspiration hit. She could solve the problem of hip dysplasia by going back to the original source, wolves. If she could figure out how to introduce some wolf DNA, she knew she would raise the best dogs the world had ever seen, and she would call them Alsatians. She didn't mention the wolves when she had dinner with Ram. He would probably go his special brand of ram nuts. Blackie lay with his head on his paws and glanced at her every couple of minutes, as if he was waiting for her to divulge the results of their exploration. The dog was making her feel guilty, but really, it was for Ram's own good. It was cute that he was so overprotective about her condition, but it had its downside too, like cramping her style. Plus, every woman needs to retain a little mystery, right? After dinner, she withdrew the portaputer from its hiding place. She only had an hour of battery life left, so she knew she would have to search fast. She learned that wolves had occupied Ireland for at least 34,000 years. They were called Moch Tír in Irish Gaelic, meaning son of the countryside, because of folk tales about people who could understand their speech. Irish wolves were reported to be big, weighing 120 pounds on average, coincidentally, exactly the same as Blackie's weight. It seemed the species is technically Canis lupus, which meant that Ram and Alora had both been right. Since she preferred wins over draws, she wouldn't be volunteering that factoid anytime soon. Trying to find a way to introduce wolf stock into Alora's project looked problematic, from what she could find. The easiest way would be to wait for one or more of the young females to be injured in a fight and left to die. Not a happy prospect, but maybe some other way would present itself. She quickly scanned the rules of wolf society. Among other things, she learned about the range of differences in vocal communication. Growls, snarls, barks, bark howls, growl barks, long-distance howls, defensive howls, social howls, whining, and whimpering. It was a relief to learn that most of their communication by body language is shared with dog behavior, which meant she was on familiar territory. At every opportunity thereafter, she and Blackie returned to the grassy bank that faced the dolmen lair to learn the ethology of the park. They would sit and observe for a couple of hours at a time. Eventually, the wolves became accustomed to their presence and their behavior became visibly less guarded. In addition to Stockson, Alora began to name the wolves according to markings or personality traits. She never advanced closer to the lair, but counted on natural curiosity to bring the risk-takers closer to her when they were ready. Surprisingly, it was two submissive wolves from the bottom of the pack hierarchy who turned out to be the adventurers. The female Alora had named Flame came within 5 feet. She was one of the smallest wolves in the pack and had a few splashes of orangey fur. As the little female came closer to investigate, her head bobbed and weaved with every step. Alora almost laughed out loud, thinking she should have named her Dancer. Stockson lazed on top of the flat stone, as if to say the view was good enough from there. Alora could tell that while he appeared disinterested, he wasn't missing a thing. Blackie watched the approach calmly, without making any aggressive moves or noises, which thrilled his mistress. Apparently, he sensed that there was nothing to fear from the brightly marked welcome committee. Not that he would have hurt her, but he would have warned her off if he had thought there was a good reason. Elora made a mental note to bring a treat, and the next day returned with pockets full of dried doggy chicken. Blackie wasn't thrilled about any of it, not luring the wolves close to his mistress and certainly not doling out treats that should rightfully be his to stray wolves. But he tolerated it because he deferred to the woman who had saved him from the hell cage. She loved him, he loved her back, and wouldn't hesitate to die for her. If she wanted wolves close by, even though he thought it inadvisable, he would put up with it. Each time they came, the pack initiated the habitual escort about a quarter of a mile away from the lair, keeping pace on either side. The process was reversed when they left. There was one particular wolf that Elora always saw before any others. He was easy to recognize because he was dark brown all over, with no splashes or blotches or stripes. His eyes were the same color as his coat, which made him monocolor, and that was a distinguishing marking of its own. She thought about calling him Brownie or Coco, but decided neither of those names was dignified enough for a wolf with such an important job. She settled on calling him by his position, Point Wolf. The gorgeous female Elora had named Luna displayed a lot of interest in the daily dance between Flame and Elora. Elora would try to lure Flame close enough to take a chicken treat from her hand. Flame would tease by coming close enough for Elora to feel the wolf's breath on her hand, and then dart away as if Elora had suddenly morphed into a gorilla-sized Tasmanian devil. All the while Blackie sat patiently prone next to Elora like an Egyptian statue, calmly observing without making any sudden movements or noises. When the day came that Flame actually grabbed the treat between her teeth before scampering off with her prize, Elora looked at Blackie, grinned, and gave him a treat as well. Stockson had begun to relax into ambivalence. He pretended not to care about their presence, Blackie's and hers, but all the while Elora could tell he was vigilant about watching. He knew where they were and what they were doing. This treat-stealing development seemed to renew interest in the spectator section of the rise. When Flame decided to return for seconds, Stockson rose up as if he could get a better view of the proceedings. If it is possible for wolves to be amazed, that would describe the funny look on Stockson's face when the day came that Luna trotted straight to Elora like a house pet, gingerly took the treat from her outstretched fingertips, and trotted away as if it was no big deal. In response, Flame's neck stretched so far upward that it was comical. She didn't make a hostile move on Luna, but she was clearly miffed nonetheless. Elora brought out another treat and held it out for Flame, who decided she no longer needed to be asked twice. She hurried toward Elora, snagged the treat and retreated, but she did so without fear. Point Wolf was interested, but not as much of a daredevil as the girls. When Flame went by him, he stopped her and sniffed her muzzle to find out what sort of treat she'd gotten. The next day, when Elora and Blackie arrived to sit down on the rise, both Flame and Luna came forward for treats. The day after that, Elora and Blackie took up their position on the same rise where the dolmen was located, 20 feet closer than before. While the wolves exhibited a high level of interest in the change of location, they didn't seem to be threatened and exhibited no threatening behaviors. After a couple of days sitting close by, almost every wolf in the pack had tasted chicken treat and was beginning to associate their presence with something wonderful. Stockson was holding out. Blackie hated having the wolves come close to Elora. He growled low and deep in his throat on every single approach. When Point Wolf came forward, the hair between his shoulder blades roughed up, but he held it together and didn't make any overtly hostile move. "Hey," she told him as she stroked his head between his ears. "You signed on to be the Black Swan mascot. What did you expect? It's not a purse dog position." He was settling into the routine and starting to be halfway okay with it all, when one day, Elora stood up and told him to stay. He looked at her with ears straight up, mouth closed, a worried expression that said, "Oh, hell no." But he did as he was told, at least for the time being. She spent a full hour on her approach of the dolmen, a distance of only 10 feet. She reached out painfully slowly and put a chicken treat on the end of the stone slab that Stockson used for a perch or maybe a throne. He lifted his head and stared into her face, but unlike the real Stockson, she didn't aggravate him by challenging his gaze. Depositing the treat with fingers intact felt like a real victory. She began backing away almost as slowly as she had come. Luna leapt onto Stockson's flat-top stone and headed for the treat. He snarled at her and snapped so suddenly she lost her balance and fell off the side, landing on the ground with a yelp. He sneezed and looked like he was a little embarrassed about shoving the female off the slab, but he decided he would deign to accept the offering before some other wolf beat him to it. He looked at Allura, then sniffed the chicken bit, looked at Allura, then licked at the chicken bit, gobbled it with one swallow, looked at Allura, then turned his back to her and lay down facing the other way. She smiled. The nonchalance was a show of trust. Since wolves don't use word symbols, actions are everything. A few days later, Blackie broke away from Allura and ran toward the Dahlman pack once they got within 100 yards. She jogged after him, concerned that something might be wrong. As she was running through the forest, she thought she caught sight of something off to her right in her peripheral vision that was moving through the brush and was far too large to be a wolf. She didn't stop to investigate. Not that it would have been a great idea even if she hadn't been in a hurry, but she made a mental note to ask Ram to catalog the new forest creatures for her. When she got closer to the lair clearing, she heard the unmistakable sounds of fighting and kicked up her pace so that she was there in seconds. Clearing the top of the rise, she found the source of the disturbance. Blackie was fighting two of the mid-level males. Allura looked for Stockson, but he was nowhere to be seen. When one of the two wolves circled around to take out Blackie's hindquarters while he was occupied with the other, Allura rushed in and tried to estimate just how much pressure to apply to a kick in the ribs to send a clear message without breaking bones. She gave the brown wolf a modified version of a roundhouse kick. He yelped like he'd been shocked with an electric prod and slunk away. The mottled wolf Blackie was fighting threw himself on the ground and presented his belly. Blackie stood over him in a pose of victory with his tail raised for a few minutes, then huffed and let the other wolf crawl away with his body close to the ground. He stared after his opponent for a couple of seconds before trotting over to initiate mating behavior with Luna, who had been quietly watching, waiting to present herself to whomever might emerge victorious. Well, that explains that. Brown Wolf gave Allura a nasty look over his shoulder. Grudge holder, Sorry, boy, but I need those puppies more than you do. So Allura sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited with the other mammalian voyeurs. Of the possible scenario she had run in her head of how she might introduce wolf DNA into the dog breed she was going to develop, this wasn't one she'd anticipated. Not one to turn down a turn of good fortune, she smiled to herself and mused about a large litter of pups from the coupling. They could negotiate a joint custody agreement. Stockson wouldn't mind if the father and she took responsibility for one or two. After a while, Flame edged up next to Allura to lie down where Blackie would normally be situated on her left side. Allura reached out and let Flame smell the back of her hand. The wolf took her time sniffing, as if the human's hand was the most fascinating thing in the universe, then settled down with her head on her paws. The wolves had grown comfortable with her presence. That didn't mean that she and Blackie were accepted as pack, more like kitchen door visitors, the kind of company who were so familiar they're welcome to come to the side door and knock, but not given a key. Chapter 8. As Baka sat alone in the darkness, he used every trick he could think of to keep the ghosts and memories at bay, but they were relentless and just kept coming. Monk had theorized that the conscience returns after centuries of existence as a vampire, because eventually the levels of active virus recede enough to allow the brain to partially resume natural function and chemistry. He wished his memory had been inhibited as well as his conscience. The torture of being alone in the still of the night, forced to confront his own thoughts with no way to escape reliving the horror of who he had been, was surely tantamount to any punishment sentenced by hell to souls on their way to the forever nothingness of the abyss. At that moment, he would have liked nothing more than to experience that nothingness. Baka had awakened, one day, to torment the likes of which Dante could not have conceived. He recalled every abominable thing he saw, felt, said, and did as a vampire. Each evil act was stamped on his memory with perfect clarity, as real and detailed as if it was happening in the present. There was no escape. There was no reprieve. Ever since he regained his moral bearings, he had sought distractions and diversions to ward off the pain of reliving any part of that history. He wrote fiction, he played musical instruments, he painted, he studied science, mythology, and its stepchild called theology by some. Of all the parade of excruciatingly painful scenes that played across the landscape of his mind, the one horror that never failed to break his heart all over again was the murder of his third wife, Helena, who had given him pleasure and sweetness he hadn't known existed. She had apparently been looking for him on the mountain, and he had repaid her by taking her life in a gruesome way and making sure no one knew what became of her, so that there would not even be a burial. He wondered what became of the 2 children she was helping him raise. He hoped they lived happily to enjoy the sight of great-grandchildren, but he would never know. When Baka emerged from his mountain hiding place, he discovered the sun was too bright. His new vampiric eyes allowed him to see in darkness that rendered uninfected humans blind, but conversely, were not well suited for the light of day. Traveling at night, hiding on sunny days, he made his way to Bucharest. In an alley near the inn where he had met Helena, he encountered a gentleman out walking after midnight. Thinking him an easy meal, Baka attempted to seize the man and feed. He was summarily slammed against a stone wall for his trouble. The intended victim had his forearm shoved against Baka's throat. "Hold, young one. You would find I'm not the tasty treat I appear at first view. What is your name?" Baka hesitated, looking perplexed. "I don't know." "Well, you are young then." He released Baka and smiled as he pulled on his sleeves to readjust them, then brushed off the arms of his coat. "Do not concern yourself. Memories of such things will come back to you, and one day soon you will be able to tell me what to call you. Meanwhile, you look more like an overgrown street urchin than a proper vampire. We must do something about that." "That's what I am? A vampire? We are vampires?" Lefric laughed. "No, indeed. We are not vampires. The plural of vampire is vampire." Lefric snagged a real meal for Baka to restore his strength, and bought him an expensive suit of clothes the next evening when a tailor was persuaded to stay open late. Money means little to a vampire who can just as easily pick a rich woman to relieve of life and a heavy purse. The suit was uncomfortable and made Baka feel silly, particularly the ruffed collar and sleeves that Lefric claimed were fashionable. The next evening they visited the studio and Smith of the swordmaker who outfitted Lefric's new project with a rapier. Baka pulled Lefric aside. "Why would I want that? I have speed and strength and fangs." "Because, newling, it is the rapier that identifies you on sight as a gentleman. And as such, no one will run from you," he said pointedly. "They will know by your clothes and weapon that you are not the sort to murder for a meager coin or steal for half a meat pie." Baka began to grasp the wisdom of this and slowly nodded his acquiescence. "No, I murder to eat." Lefric laughed. "Just so." Later that night, when Lefric suggested Baka began training on how to actually use the rapier, the would-be student, who had demonstrated no aptitude or interest in weapons as a human, renewed his protests. "I understand why I am impersonating a gentleman, but why do I need to learn to use this?" "First, you will not be impersonating for long. One day you will be a gentleman. Second, you need to learn to use the rapier, simply because it can be entertaining as sport, and you must fill the time spent between hunting and bleeding your prey." Baka had become a newly minted vampire at the beginning of the second rise of Western civilization. Copernicus began circulating manuscripts proposing his theory of heliocentrism, that the Earth and planets form a solar system that revolves around the sun. Naturally, those who didn't laugh at him scorned and ridiculed him. Baka believed it was good fortune to have been taken under wing by an old vampire like Lefric. The facts of Lefric's origins were confused and murky, but apparently, by the time he became friends with Baka, he was already well over 100 years old. Gradually, Baka took on the affectations common to European aristocrats of the time. Eventually, his manners would be indistinguishable from those of a man raised as a high-born courtier. Baka and Lefric began to hear rumors from brief encounters with others of their kind that vampires were being hunted by a collective known as the Order of the Black Swan. The organization was reputed to have been founded for the specific purpose of persecuting vampire. They employed slayers who were superhuman, men who were faster, stronger, and more lethal than their average counterparts, and they were succeeding in thinning the numbers of vampire. That being the case, Baka and Lefric decided that the only sensible course of action would be to keep moving, never staying in one place long enough for these black swans to suspect they were there. So they marauded across Europe, leaving behind a trail of stories that could be used to scare children into submission for generations. Eventually, Baka learned to speak German, Italian, French, English, Spanish, and Russian, and because he had a musician's ear, he learned to speak languages with very little trace of his native Romanian. As a carefree vampire, Baka was witness to history in the making But as a vampire, current events couldn't have been less important. He spent time in Florence the year that Leonardo da Vinci began a commissioned portrait of the wife of a wealthy silk merchant that would someday be known as the Mona Lisa. That same year, Michelangelo unveiled his masterpiece statue of David. The statue was placed in the public square and lit at night by torches. Because of some slight residue of the artist Bacca had been, he might have felt a glimmer of admiration, but his priority was the bags of blood who came at night to view the masterpiece. He would merge with the shadows of the buildings that framed the square, choose his victim, wait until she departed, and waylay her in one of the dark, labyrinth alleys of the Florentine night. Since the lady was sure to be accompanied by a man, Bacca learned to make short work of nuisance escorts so that he could enjoy the woman of his choice at leisure. In 1517, Bacca would have been a very old man for his time, but he was a very young vampire. On the last day of October, he and Leofric were in Germany, passing through the town of Wittenberg, after having been in Bavaria for the throngs attracted to Oktoberfest. Vampire loved nothing more than festivals for two reasons. They promoted drunkenness late into the night, which made life very easy for vampire. They loved university towns for the exact same reason, but not everyone at Wittenberg was there to drink and carouse. Bacca passed by Martin Luther just as he was coming from having posted his 95 Theses to the door of the castle church. That was the customary invitation for discourse and debate. Luther protested various clerical abuses, especially the sale of indulgences, which were the equivalent of a ticket out of purgatory for a deceased loved one, and the building of St. Peter's Basilica with money from the poor, while the coffers of the church overflowed with treasure. Bacca had passed by the birth of the Protestant Reformation, but wouldn't know or care for another 5 centuries when he viewed the events through the eyes of a man. It was an eventful century, even if Bacca had no appreciation for the interesting aspects of it. He couldn't understand why anyone not on board the Victoria would care if Magellan had circumnavigated the globe. By the year 1616, Bacca and Leofric were visiting Britain, as they were accustomed to doing every 10 to 20 years. Though Bacca did not know who he was at the time, he encountered Shakespeare in London. To the vampire, he was just another disposable escort to a passing fair younger female companion. When Bacca attempted to take the girl, Shakespeare objected. Bacca snarled at him with long white fangs and ice-pale eyes. Shakespeare, who thought he was encountering a monster from hell, died on the spot from a heart attack. He was still clutching a folio of plays not yet published when he drew his last breath. As the girl's life drained away, Bacca stared at the folio clasped in the dying man's hands, and almost couldn't wait to be sated so that he could drop the corpse on the cobblestone street and see what the dead man held so precious. He pried fingers away from the leather, pulled at the ribbon that tied it closed, then took the cash to the nearest lampstand so that he could better see what it contained. He himself had been to dramatic performances, but had never paid attention because he was not there to see the plays. He was there for the food. He read the words, "A Season in Hell" by William Shakespeare. He retied the folio and carried it away to his rented room above the Knightsbridge Inn. He ignored the innkeeper's good night and went straight away to his accommodation, which was adjoining Leofric's. There he lit a candle and withdrew the document. For the rest of the night, he sat transfixed by the words on the page. A corner of his tainted soul was touched by the darkness of the tale that unfolded. He finished by the time light showed around the heavy blanket he had draped over the window. Afterward, he sat for a while doing nothing, considering perhaps, to the extent that a vampire was capable of considering. Even through his virus-induced haze, some part of him marveled that words on parchment had the power to arrest the reader and hold him spellbound. He could not remember the last time he had focused on one thing for many hours. His attention span was usually short and erratic. Bacca slept through the day, although fitfully, as his dreams were filled with disturbing images conjured by the strange little man and his folio of words. The next night, he went on his way, leaving the scattered pages behind. When the innkeeper arrived to ready the room for another guest, he did as any illiterate man would do. He kept the leather folder to trade or sell, and burned the pages as their only value was in the warmth they provided, however fleeting. As Bacca sat on the cold sandstone floor of the Edinburgh Underground, he cursed himself 1,000 times for leaving Shakespeare's work behind. The fact that it had never surfaced was a shame. After all, how many playwrights had the power to give a vampire nightmares? Leofric tired of Britain once again and was ready to set out for Paris. In perfect ambivalence, Bacca agreed. They hired a boat for a nighttime channel crossing and returned to the continent. After outfitting themselves in the latest fashion finery for men of means, Bacca and Leofric spent several months availing themselves of a variety of succulent forms of entertainment. They found Paris much changed architecturally. The city center had been renovated, with grand buildings during the age of absolutism, and a renaissance was occurring in other ways as well. The Marquise de Rambouillet, Catherine de Vivonne, had set out to create an outlet for an exchange of ideas between educated commoners and the French nobility, who were encouraged to refine their manners and patronize the arts. Everyone in Paris was talking about the Marquis's salon. Not to be left out, Bacca and Leofric decided they would visit the salon that everyone found so popular and either be entertained or fed, whichever seemed more appealing at the time. They were on their way to the French woman's townhouse on a most pleasant night when not one thing was out of sorts, by way of a side street intended as a shortcut. There, on a block not lit by street lamps, 4 men fell upon them in an attack so vicious they could only conclude 2 things: that the attackers were utterly intent on the demise of 2 vampires, causing trouble for no one at the moment. He was sure they must have mistaken Bacca and Leofric for someone else. Bacca had no idea that humans could move so fast. Leofric showed them his fangs and hissed at them, but instead of being terrified and running away, as they should have, the attackers calmly replied, "Yes, devil, we know what you are. You have no right to live among us, nor shall you after this night. The Order of the Black Swan demands your execution on behalf of humanity." Without the need to consult with one another, Bacca and Leofric ran in opposite directions, causing the knights to split into 2 pairs of pursuers. Bacca heard Leofric call his name as he fled, but he did not pause because there were murderers in determined pursuit. As he ran away, he heard his longtime companion cry out, and he remembered thinking, "Poor Leofric has been staked through the heart," as Bacca undoubtedly would have been, had he not managed to escape, barely. It seemed to him that he alternately ran and hid through half the night. These men who were relentless in their quest could not be human. He, a vampire far superior to humans in so many ways, was flagging, and still they followed. Who were they? More to the point, what were they, these Knights of Black Swan? And why couldn't they just mind their own business as the Creator intended humans to do? Just before dawn, he believed he had finally lost them. He hid in the corner of a cafe wine cellar and had never felt so wretched. His purple velvet coat was a mess, the lace at his wrists smudged and threatening to tatter. He sat on the ground with his back to a corner, but dared not sleep in case the monsters of Black Swan were still out there. When he did doze, he had nightmares about them. The worst part of it was that there was no way to distinguish them from anyone else. They simply looked human. There was no uniform, no insignia, nothing to indicate they were not like anyone else. What was a poor vampire to do? The only logical thing was to escape Paris, quickly, while he could. Later in the day, the proprietor and various employees made repeated trips to the wine cellar so that there was an almost constant traffic pattern, but no one noticed him crouching in a dark corner. When evening came, he cautiously emerged and stole a horse capable of getting him far away from the city. Heaven sat on the carpeted floor of the Chronicle section of the Order's library, reading a large, bound and catalogued volume of copies. The original documents, known as primary source, were kept in fireproof vaults, where light and humidity could be controlled for maximum preservation. The first time the name Istvan Bacca appeared in the Order's records was in the year 1618. A team of knights reported encountering a pair of vampire who fled in different directions, causing the hunters to divide into 2 pairs in the interest of pursuit. One of the vampires was stabbed with a wooden stake, while his companion led chase through the streets of Paris for hours before finally being lost to the night. The knights were reported to have clearly heard one of the demons call out to the other, using the name Istvan Bacca. That was logically assumed to be the name of the one who escaped unscathed. It was also assumed that the pair was probably responsible for the epidemic of missing young women that occurred that year, and for 2 bloody massacres that took place at the orgies regularly held in the Greco-Roman section of the museum. Together, the knights recalled enough about his features for the artist in the Order's employ to create a likeness. Heaven turned the page to stare at a drawing that was quite good in the sense that it was unmistakably Istvan Bacca. His hair was shoulder length, with more wave than she would have guessed, and she didn't care for the goatee at all. That aside, it captured the face of a man whose looks had not changed in 400 years. Except for one thing. The Istvan Baka that heaven knew had eyes that were alive, eyes that danced with humor and light, and indeed formed windows into a soul. Baka's eyes sparked a merry twinkle when he interacted with members of B-Team. They also conveyed hurt feelings, something incongruent with the idea of being vampire. The look in his eyes the night before, when he'd asked why she hated him, had pricked at her, left her unsettled, and even interfered with a sound night's sleep. That was the Istvan Baka she knew. The face on the page of the book in her lap had eyes that were as dead as a shark's. She looked hard but could not see him there. It was as if a ghoul had stolen his body and worn the features of his face like a mask but could not make it come alive. Evan sucked in a breath when she realized the full implication of her mistake. She'd been told that the vampire Baka was cured, but she hadn't believed or accepted it. He was a victim of a virus, the nastiest virus that had ever evolved from muck and mire, and she had punished him every day, as if he'd deliberately chosen to be a vampire. Sweet anemone. She owed him more than hurriedly arranged bouquets of daisies. She owed him apologies and amends. Baka recognized the scene playing out on the screen of his mind. He had drifted aimlessly through France and Italy, feeding half-heartedly and only when necessary. The joie de vivre had gone out of being a vampire until he arrived in Venice. Life there was colorful and full of contradiction. The juxtaposition between revering the pagan and observing the Christian was obscene enough to amuse even the most calloused vampire. He took full advantage of the reputation of Venice's courtesans, who were highly educated in sexual depravity. He enjoyed what they offered and allowed them to teach him new tricks before indulging in the ultimate intimacy, taking the blood of another into your body while bearing witness to extinguishing their life. The power and rush of that simply never got old. It ended all too soon. The plague reached Venice in 1630, and the carnival city became depressing, even to a vampire not easily given to depression. He wasn't in danger of contracting the disease, of course, but it was impossible to spot in its earliest stages without biting. It wasn't detectable by sight or smell. So far as the biting test went, infected blood had such a disgusting metallic taint that he was forced to spit it out. After weeks without enjoying a satisfying meal, he knew it was time to go, so he headed in a northerly direction. As he traveled, he continued to seek new ways to be entertained. His preferences ran toward more blood than was needed to sate him, and screaming on the part of victims was usually a plus, unless it was a very high-pitched soprano, in which case she would meet her end without the opportunity to extend his pleasure. Sometimes he would pair up with another vampire for short periods of time. He liked to watch torture while feeding, and of course, that required a partner. He wasn't interested in forming a bond like the one he'd had with Lefric, but he always parted friends with vampire who'd shown him a good time. More importantly, he became skilled at evading the Knights of the Black Swan. Now and then on his travels he would spot a group of 4 gentlemen who had a certain look about them, arrogance and competence, and occasionally he would hear things from other vampire that reinforced his belief that he did not want to tangle with Swan. Little did he know that captured vampire were eager to talk about Baka and his habits in exchange for blood. All such reports were recorded and classified in the annals of the Order, even if they might technically be hearsay from a questionable source. One such report placed Baka in Germany in the mid-18th century. Baka had risen to the top of Black Swan's most wanted list. While there were many reports of sightings of him, most were not factual. That particular report of seeing him in Germany in 1748 was true. There were no mass murders to log. In fact, the occasion was an event of importance only to Baka. No one else would ever know what had transpired. He was passing through Leipzig, walking past the Thomaskirche after the dinner hour had passed, when he heard sounds that were unlike anything else on the earth. Inside the church, a 25-year-old genius was practicing a new composition by candlelight. Slipping into the back of the church unnoticed, he blended into the shadows of an alcove where he could watch and listen without being seen. The music was enthralling. The complexity and precision of the organ masterpiece could never be forgotten. It was methodical. It was mathematical. It was not of the earth. As the memory replayed in his mind, Baka laughed softly at the irony of that encounter. The composition Bach was playing would eventually, in the 1940s and 1950s, become a musical signal associated with horror movies, usually vampire movies. He had been a vampire for 2 centuries at the time, and gained enough control to know that he didn't want to approach the musician. He didn't want harm to come to someone so singularly gifted, nor did he want to see fear in the composer's eyes, which was unusual in itself. Normally the vampire enjoyed inspiring fear. It was tantamount to foreplay. But even in the haze of his muddled thoughts, he knew he wanted the man to live, so he remained hidden in the shadows until Bach had pulled the velvet cover over the organ and marched purposely down the church aisle on the way home to his wife and daughters. After he'd gone, Bach moved slowly through the alcoves toward the front of the church. When he reached the organ, he looked around to be doubly sure he was alone, although it was uncertain what dread would cause a vampire to hesitate. He pulled the velvet covering away to expose the keys, the light color of which seemed to glow against the dark surroundings. The musician had left the sheet music behind, toccata and fugue in D minor. He reached out and touched the keyboard reverently with his fingertips. The keys were cool, hard, and smooth. He liked the sensation and was, on some level, in love with the idea that this thing, this instrument, could make sounds that mimicked transcendence. He stored that information away in some compartment of his mind for safekeeping, and left the way he came. More and more of his pre-infection memories were coming back to him in tiny pieces. They were objective facts, distant events that might as well have happened to someone else. All he knew was that he was bored and had seen what there was to see. So, looking for something to break up the monotony, he set out to follow the ancient spice and silk trade route, which took him southeast through the remains of the Ottoman Empire, through Persia and the Mughal Empire, then south to India by way of the Khyber Pass. There was no shortage of new and exotic sights, sounds, and smells. Being a vampire, he was on a highly restrictive diet, but he had a vague appreciation for the change in scenery and culture that included strange foods, even if he could not digest them. The conflict between France and England over who would colonize India ended in 1772. England won and India was settling into a passive, if uneasy, occupation. Baka liked India as much as he was capable of liking anything. There were plenty of bare necks, and there was little to fear outside the jungles. He would probably have been content to stay for some time, were it not for the untimely occurrence of a famine that was killing more people than the plague and affecting everyone. A single, non-anemic body could not be found in the whole of the country, except for the Raj, who were always well-fed but also well-guarded, more trouble than they were worth. So it seemed the time was right to venture toward the new world that everyone in Europe was so excited about. He booked first-class passage on a modern clipper owned by the Britain East India Company that was both fast and well-armed with luxurious accommodation for passengers. It took 4.5 months to get to London, and even feeding once a week, he had cleared the passenger manifest of the 20 women on board. They had simply and mysteriously disappeared from the ship. When they docked, Baka blithely disembarked, leaving behind a collective of surviving passengers in a state of shock and grief, confident in the knowledge that they had booked passage on a cursed vessel occupied by evil and invisible forces. One of the passengers who did not live to see England was the niece of the sitting prime minister. Among a superstitious population, it was not difficult to raise an outcry and backlash to the fateful voyage of the Star of India that resulted in the burning of the ship. The total loss of such a ship forced the Britain East India Company into bankruptcy a few months later. Because so many of the gentry were invested, the dissolvent created a domino effect, which meant that Baka's ocean-going carnage had long-lasting consequences for the entire Britain economy. While awaiting suitable passage to the Americas, Baka saw an opportunity in this. He approached one of the partners of the Britain East India Company and suggested they form a new partnership. Since money was of little meaning to Baka, and since he had more than he could spend, he bought out the financial interest of one of the men and agreed to finance the venture in exchange for the other fellow's practical acumen on the subject and his time spent managing. The former BEIC partners were both delighted. The first order of business was to buy a merchant ship for the purpose of transporting both trade goods and the hordes of Irish hoping to immigrate. With the help of a broker, they located a suitable schooner, 1,200 tons with sufficient guns to protect them from piracy. The cargo area was reconfigured to carry minimum fare passengers in a single large compartment with closely confined bunk-style beds. To Baka, everything on the lower decks was cargo, and that included the passengers. He stipulated that he would personally approve passengers from the wait list who were hoping for a space on the final manifest. Naturally, his agenda was to assure himself that there would be a sufficient feminine food supply to sustain the sailing comfortably. In 1773, the ship Dame Wind set sail for Boston, The trip took 2 months. Baca had not even been ashore long enough to get his land legs before the damn colonists started a revolt by dumping shiploads of tea into the Bay Harbor. Tea owned by, of all things, the Britain East India Company, the proceeds of which were needed to restore the investment. It seemed the BEIC was going out of business for the second time in half a year. Baca had an innate aversion to war, as does any sensible organism with a healthy survival instinct. In light of impending, inevitable conflict, he set his sights on Philadelphia and hoped it would be a better representation of what the New World had to offer. He hired an enclosed wagon suitable for sleeping during the day and bought 2 nice Percherons to pull it. He was informed that the roads between Boston and Philadelphia were well traveled, safe from attack by natives, probably, but the possibility of highwaymen was ever present. He left armed with several loaded muskets and a set of very impressive but usually concealed fangs. He passed through the settlement of New York, which had grown to 2,500 people, stopping long enough for refreshment and to hear the locals' favorite story about the Dutch and their wall. He arrived in Philadelphia in the fall of 1774, but stayed only long enough to find out that, again, political unrest was in the air. He continued southward. So long as he hugged the coastline, there was enough to eat and little danger from Black Swan, who were much more likely to be encountered in cities, or from aboriginals, who were much more likely to be encountered away from cities. Of course, it was easier to be a vampire in a city, but easy doesn't mean much to a dead vampire. 700 miles later, he reached Charleston. He'd eaten along the way, of course, but often thought that vampire can't live by blood alone. He wasn't starving, but he was irritable because of a deprivation of amusements. Near the slave market, he found a building, much like a stable with padlocked doors. He pulled the lock off one and grinned broadly at what he found inside. 18 slaves, all female, all unclothed, all bound. If anyone heard their screams in the middle of the night, they wouldn't have thought much of it. And wasn't that unusual for slave traders to whip or otherwise abuse the merchandise? It was, in fact, the main reason why many were attracted to that line of work. When the owner of the women arrived the next day to prepare them for the auction block, he found the lock torn from its hinge. The room was a grisly scene indeed, covered in blood, body parts, and entrails. Baca had fed on 2 or 3, then killed the others just to keep them from spreading rumors about vampire. That would be the fastest way to garner Black Swan's attention. That night in Charleston was one of the memories Baca worked so hard at keeping away by staying busy. Words could not describe how much he hated the hands and teeth that had killed those women. His hands and teeth. After Baca's personality fully re-emerged, he had become insistent about atheism. Of course there was not a god in the sense of a compassionate, caring being with enough power to influence the suffering of the world. If there was, the vampire virus would never have been allowed to mutate, grow, and spread. It delivered atrocities to its victims and desolation to its hosts, creating hell on earth. He was fond of saying, "There may be a supreme dark one, but certainly there is no counterpart. If you don't believe it, look around you." Baca liked Charleston and spent as much time there as he felt was prudent before moving on. He had heard a lot about New Orleans and wanted to go there, but he didn't want to go overland if he could help it. So he arranged guest passage on a small clipper to take him down the coast, around the Keys into New Orleans by way of the Gulf of Mexico. New Orleans had more vampire than he'd ever seen in any one place. That was especially odd, since there were no underground accommodations anywhere in the city, not even for graves. But many made good use of crypts, sometimes renovating to the extent of clearing out remains and making themselves as comfortable as possible. It was a good place for vampire because it met several of the extant criteria: concentrated population, nighttime pedestrians, and plenty of women. After a few months, Baca had seen what there was to see in New Orleans. He became restless and was ready for a change of scenery and pastimes. He missed Europe and was curious to see what they had been up to in his absence. In 1819, he returned to England by steamship. The SS Savannah left the port of Savannah for Liverpool. The entire trip took less than a month. The journey was so fast and the ship held so many people that he was actually able to make the crossing without eating every woman on board. Times were indeed changing. Chapter 9. Stag Snare Dimension, Present Day. Archer turned to Rothsay. "Are they sure this is necessary?" Rothsay gave Archer the stony, blue-eyed scowl that never failed to make his underlings hope he didn't notice them. It was his gift. "You're questioning the leadership that got us this far?" "No, it's just that the price could be the lives of the Raleng clan. And we started this thing, believing in the proposition that every life of a clan member is precious." "I think you overstate the risk. The last 3 batches of prisoners sent through the device were returned unharmed." They'd been using the prisoners of war as test subjects for the reconstruction of the interdimensional transport. The first few attempts had been disastrous, but they'd finally reached the point where they could send people on a round trip and bring them back alive. "I'm not just talking about the risk of transport to another dimension. There's no way to guarantee that nothing will go wrong with a mission to assassinate a Laiwan royal, if she's even alive, and we don't have any reason to think that's true." "No reason. You know they have a way of being both resourceful and resilient, and we can't afford to take the chance that any of them lived. It's one girl. How frightening can she really be?" Rothsay laughed softly, but without humor. "It seems it doesn't take long to forget what life under the Laiwan is like, does it?" Archer turned away. "It's moot anyway, isn't it? My opinion isn't going to be taken into consideration. I'm just the mechanic, right?" Rothsay thought about feeding his ego some Gorny shit about being an invaluable scientist, but decided that would be a waste of time, and there were more important things to do. "Right." Rothsay opened the door, and 12 soldiers filed in. Archer recognized one of them and smiled. "Did your wife get her flute back?" Rystrom grinned. "Yes, sir. Well, she got a flute and says it's as good as the one she had before. I like the way it sounds. What do I know?" "Didn't you mention having children?" Rystrom looked suddenly uncomfortable. "I did, yes." Archer turned to Rothsay with a questioning look. Rothsay just shrugged. "It's a volunteer mission. Pays really well." Archer stood in front of Rystrom. "You do know there's some risk." Rystrom nodded. "What could be so important that you'd be willing to risk leaving your wife widowed and your children fatherless?" Rystrom blinked but looked Archer full in the face. "I want my children to go to school." Archer stared at him for a few minutes, thinking that a new society that could travel between dimensions should be able to come up with a way to provide an education for all its children. He sighed, nodded, and turned toward the controls, wanting to ask Rystrom if he had thought to make that provision in his contract unconditional on outcomes. He had calibrated the machine to look for a life signature match with Thelonious M. Monk. Thankfully, they'd had the foresight to save some of his DNA. From the remnants he'd retrieved from equipment mangled and mostly wiped, he gathered that Monk planned to hide the princess in a dimension with a counterpart of his own, counting on the belief that a similarly astute and nimble mind would believe her, accept her, and protect her. Although he had no way of proving it at this stage in the research of interdimensional travel, he theorized that a placeholder was required for each life signature in a particular dimension. If the princess survived the trip, she would have gone to a dimension where there was a life signature that matched Monk's and a placeholder for her. In other words, someone who matched her life signature but was deceased. Archer also conjectured that if his theory was correct and he sent someone to a dimension where the matching life signature was occupied, they would simply cease to exist, as in vanish or disappear. The thought of that was so chilling to him that he would rather step in front of a lumber train than transport into a dimension with calibration set for other factors. He was forbidden to share his suspicion with the volunteers since it was only theory. His stringent petition to abort this mission had also been denied because he had no proof. Sometimes he wondered if the new authority was really any better than the old authority. All he could do was operate the controls and hope that the only fatality was the last surviving member of the Laiwan royal house. That is, if she survived. To Archer, it seemed like way too big an if to risk 12 good Rawling clan men. Each of the dozen men was carrying a backpack with weapons, communications devices, and all-weather gear, along with a few gold bars. Archer reasoned that any similar dimension would value gold regardless of how their currency was formed. Most importantly, they had each been issued a new yacht timer chronograph watch and given a week to test it for accuracy. They set times according to Archer's instructions and were reminded that they had to return to the exact point of entry at the exact time Archer would reverse the transport, or they would miss their ride home and become permanent resident aliens. Archer looked at the faces, all between 20 and 35, all certain they were serving a noble cause. He sighed and started the cylinder's rotation. Good luck. Chapter 10. Black Swan Field Training Manual, Section 7, Chapter 3, Number 7. Vampire shall be dispatched upon contact. Take no prisoners. Baca wondered what Heaven was doing at that moment. She might be sleeping. He had no reference to keep track of time. He sometimes wondered if he'd been there for hours or days. One thing was certain. He had no idea whether it was day or night. Had she even noticed that he hadn't come into work? Would she care if he lived or died? Stupid, he said to himself. Of course she would care. She'd be glad if he died, but would be too ladylike to show it outwardly. It would be just his luck if his very last thought was about her and how much she hated him. He pulled on his chains for the 1,000th time while chanting the adage that the definition of insanity is repeating the same action again and again, expecting a different result. He knew his wrists were raw and bleeding. He could feel the sting where the skin was broken, and he didn't have to be a vampire to smell the blood. If only it was painful enough to be a sufficient distraction for his mind. He had tried every trick he knew, everything from singing until his voice was raw, reciting everything he could remember from the Lady of the Lake to the multiplication tables. He tried to focus on each person he knew well and recall their features so that he could draw them in his mind. But his mind was doggedly persistent about wanting to show him his past, and the memories kept returning, relentlessly. The thin soleil jacket was better than nothing, but it wasn't nearly enough to keep the cold out when sitting or standing in one place. He tried concentrating on being cold and miserable. He tried concentrating on the dank smell of the underground and the unmistakable feeling that the place was alive, with the ghosts of souls who were angry about the way they had died. Each new tactic did work for a few minutes, but nothing could withstand the onslaught of the horrific presentation. Some force wanted him to see it all. Again. He saw himself leaning on an alley wall on a warm night, eavesdropping on cafe conversations, and remembered that he'd done that nightly. It was the Montmartre section of Paris in 1922. The usual vampire amusements had become tiresome, and he'd found that he enjoyed listening to people talk about books and politics, and especially art. For a time he had been following a young Spaniard who had been in Paris for a few years, enough to learn the language and be understood. He lived in an attic flat with a French girlfriend, and their relationship worked on several levels. She sat for him when he wasn't busy with the commissioned portraits that provided money to live. She fed his gargantuan ego and expanded his natural inclination to be sexually adventurous. It was a good time for the young artist. He was in Paris at a time when the world prized and celebrated art. He was in love. He had friends who were exciting and fascinating, like Gertrude Stein and Ernest Hemingway. The very air around the romantic district where he lived and worked seemed to shimmer with the vibration of creativity. One night he left his lover, sated and sleeping. He slipped away, gently closing the door latch, and quietly descended the stairs to join his friends at a nearby cafe for late-night banter. Gertrude liked to hold court at her salon, but a couple of times a week she would venture into the arms of the people and patronize ordinary neighborhood cafes. He'd grown aroused while painting his lover, who was becoming mistress of his heart. She had deliberately set out to experiment with her charms and learn if she held enough sexual currency to draw him away from his art when they were supposed to be working. She did. He had dropped his brushes into the thinner jar and practically leapt upon her as she welcomed him in triumph, laughing, legs falling open wide. Baca was across the narrow alley where the painter rented a north-facing attic room. He would never have stood a chance at getting a glimpse of the vampire, because after several centuries of practice, Baca was masterful at melting into shadows and becoming one with the darkness. After the young painter left, Baca slipped upstairs to the attic room, curious to see what was on the canvases within. He closed the door behind him and went straight for the large painting propped on an easel, illuminated by the soft light of an oil lamp turned down low. It was almost finished, a nude reclining portrait of a young woman with a loose bouquet of colorful flowers strewn across her torso. Baca found it captivating, stunning in the starkness of its frank and accurate realism. It was then that he heard a woman's sleepy moan coming from the bed in the corner. He jerked his head toward the corner where a 3/4 bed was shoved against the wall to leave maximum space for the studio. He'd been so intent on the art that he hadn't been aware of her presence. When he heard the seductive sounds of a young, live female food source, his fangs descended instantly, involuntarily. He had lost so much interest in living, he hadn't even realized he hadn't eaten. Knowing that the sound came from the figure in the painting revived his interest. He grew hard as he began to salivate. The blood called to him. Her pulse grew louder, beating a rhythm that was compelling and annoying at the same time. When the naked Genevieve felt the bed move beside her, she turned, smiling without opening her eyes, and murmured a welcoming purr. Baca was amused. The winsome smile that had captivated the hearts of girls when he was a young man had been made hideous by yellowed fangs and an unmistakable glint of cruelty in his eyes. "Ah, you welcome my kiss, chérie." The artist model came fully awake, but the scream that originated in her mind froze in her throat as the vampire sank his fangs into her neck, severing her vocal cords, one of the first tricks he had learned from Lefric. The act reminded him of his late partner and made him reminisce. Good old Lefric. He hadn't thought of him in ages. "You should be more discriminating, beauty. My kiss is sweet, but it comes with a bite." His hands tore at the scant, filmy sheath she slept in, as his fangs ruthlessly tore at her jugular. There was no satisfaction in the rape, certainly no pleasure. It was a natural drive, prompted by the body, cousin to pissing, nothing more. The pleasure he had once gotten from causing or witnessing pain, the way he had sometimes found it comical and sometimes stimulating, had faded away to nothingness and left him feeling simply hollow. However horrible Genevieve's initial shock and pain must have been, she had left her body long before Baca was finished with it. When she died from blood loss, it simply felt like she drifted to sleep. Baca was not careful with the wounds. Why should he be? No one had ever hurt a woman surviving a vampire's attentions. He struck at the body repeatedly until he was full. As he refastened his pants and licked his lips, he glanced dispassionately at the mess he had made of a young woman. His eyes then wandered again to the portrait. In comparison, he noticed how different it seemed now that the subject was his victim. Stopping in front of the canvas, he had a strange urge to pick up a brush. It felt familiar in his hand. He knew he'd been an artist at one time because he'd seen flashes of those memories, but that was long ago, and may as well have been someone else. Looking from canvas to corpse and back again, he decided the painting might be enhanced by aspects of the body's new look, the blank stare of her eyes, and perhaps by addition of the subject's blood. He smiled at his own wit, as he thought it would be a variation on bleeding for art's sake. Taking palette in hand, he attempted to dab blood onto the brush, but found that it had coagulated and become thick and useless. He looked around for something to use to get blood flowing again. Surely there was enough left to refine a painting. Baca looked around the room for a sharp object and found nothing of that description except for a palette knife, which really should never have been called a knife at all, since it was not designed to cut. Still, he suspected he could persuade flesh to part under the pressure of the palette knife, whether designed for that purpose or not. So he cut Genevieve to create the grisliest sort of medium and applied it liberally to the painting. After a couple of hours, he was satisfied with his work. The artist's lover was a gruesome patchwork of cuts. He left her glassy eyes open and staring, thinking they were too pretty to close. When Picasso returned to the flat, it took several minutes for his brain to make sense of what he was seeing. When his mind was able to grasp the scene, he sank to his knees as his mouth worked silently, unable to produce any sound for the longest time. Just when it seemed he would never breathe again, his body jerked as his lungs filled involuntarily. He sat on the floor the rest of the night, staring at the canvas and the body of his lover. When light began to come through the windows, he went to the police and told them what had happened. When the police were convinced that he was not a suspect, he spent a couple of days walking or sitting by the river. On the third day, he went to his friend, Max Jacob, who took him in. He never went back to the attic room. When he began painting again, his art was drastically and permanently changed. People began to say he was sullen and withdrawn, easily irritated by people who would question him about the change in his work and irrationally temperamental. Baca left Paris shortly thereafter. He realized that changes in scenery were keeping him occupied for shorter and shorter periods. He was afraid that if the trend continued, he would reach the point where he would be bored with the place before he even arrived. He decided to give the colonies another try, see what they were up to. Supposedly they were in the middle of a cultural revolution, and it sounded worthy of personal investigation. He wouldn't use the word interesting because he was afraid that he couldn't remember what interesting was. Ocean sailing had continued to progress. He could scarcely believe how it had changed in just a few hundred years. He booked passage on the Mauretania, one of Cunard's fabulous steam turbine vessels that could accomplish the transatlantic crossing in just 5 days. He could manage that without a single feeding if he wanted to. The 18th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution banned alcohol and named the era Prohibition. Naturally, those who could participate in the business of providing illegal booze either experienced greatly increased prosperity or death at the hands of rivals. Women were behaving outrageously. They were wearing dresses without corsets and bustles. Hemlines revealed ankles and sometimes legs all the way to the knee. Some began smoking, wearing makeup, staying out late at night, and dancing in lewd, suggestive ways. It was a vampire's paradise. New York was hardly the outpost Baca had visited 150 years before. Wall Street had become crowded with Model Ts. Baca decided it was time to learn to drive. Since money was no object, he bought a magnificent yellow Stutz Bearcat, a warehouse to keep it in, and a guard to sleep on a cot and watch over it. He hired a woman to teach him how to drive it, and thanked her for it by taking her blood and dumping her body in the Hudson River. The subway system had been in operation for 18 years. He was fascinated by it, partly because of the marvel of moving people around underground, and partly because of the idea of a place with no light to hurt pale vampire eyes, and little, if any, chance of being hunted down by Black Swan nights. After 500 years of running, the prospect of staying in one place for a while was very appealing. He had concluded that boredom was more tolerable than constant running. The subways didn't run at night, so he took the opportunity to take a full lantern and explore. In the process, he discovered that there was a maze of tunnels that had been excavated and then abandoned because of a new or different plan for the system. For the first time since he'd become a vampire, Baca became interested in something besides a mindless pursuit of a pleasure that would always elude him. After a few months of study and exploration, he came up with a plan to create a suitable home for vampire. Perhaps not as comfortable as the Warwick, but what is comfort without a feeling of security? He mapped out which tunnels would be part of the system and where to place entrance and exit points. He outfitted a chamber for his own use, then to be certain that no one would divulge any information related to the project, he killed the construction workers he had hired and left the bodies on the subway trains to be found the next morning. After a few instances of early morning corpse discoveries, rumors began to spread that going into the tunnels at night might cost you your life. A few anonymous and well-placed protection payments to city officials ensured the abandoned tunnels would remain permanently abandoned. Baca had never gotten over his very healthy respect for the Black Swan nights. He also learned the lesson that there is safety in numbers. After all, he was able to get away that night in Paris because 2 of the knights were busy with poor Lefric. He reasoned that surrounding himself with vampire would create a line of defense, more or less. That was his intention. The result, however, was that he became king of New York vampire, at least to those admitted to his tunnel system in New York City. He never had to hunt again unless he wanted to. He just ordered a meal in and someone brought her to him, then took care of cleanup as well. Certainly he didn't need any more money, but he thought it did the other vampire good to contribute, so he assessed a reasonable charge for using his underground territory, and soon he was as rich as a railroad baron. One morning he was just finishing a meal when the chemical that had acted as conscience inhibitor and served the vampires so well for 500 years receded, dipping to a level that allowed Baca's own personality to come raging forward and take control. He looked down to see that he was holding a woman covered with blood, wheezing with blood gurgling in her throat and making a shallow font that flowed from her mouth with each heartbeat. She was attempting to drag in one last breath. His first instinctive act was to place his fingers over the holes in her neck that were spurting blood in a feeble attempt to save her life. It was far too late for that. Her life was forfeit the minute she was nabbed by one of Baca's flunkies. Within seconds, the victim had gone perfectly still and quiet. He shoved her away from him and sprang back in horror. He had never seen a murdered person, certainly had never seen so much blood, and was so disoriented. One of the vampires who served his personal needs walked past the chamber and took in the scene. "Is there a problem, sir?" Baca's gaze jerked toward the speaker. The man was speaking English. Did he know English? Yes, he did. How was that possible? He looked around the room that had been lavishly designed in the elaborate styling of Art Deco. It could not have been more alien or disturbing to Istvan Baca. "Where am I?" He ran his hand through his hair before realizing that his hand was covered in blood. As he looked at his hand, every single abominable deed slammed into his consciousness at once, knocking the breath out of him. All his memories of life as a human had slowly been restored, but they had been viewed through the amoral filter of the vampire. Now he was forced to confront the loss of his human life. At the same time, he saw the images of thousands of gruesome murders, committed with the most callous cruelty, by his own hand. He saw the face of Lefric, shirt untucked, covered with blood, and laughing. He was confronted by the unspeakable atrocities that gave the vampire the closest thing it would know to real pleasure, even though it was a pale shadow of the true, vivid, sense-engaged pleasure known by humans. The other vampire barely moved out of the way before he was run over. Baga fled from his luxurious underground den without a lamp. He didn't need it. His humanity had returned, but he still had the eyes of a vampire along with other extras. He found one of the exits, climbed the black and white tiled steps, and emerged at street level at midday. It was cloudy, but the brightness of daylight, even filtered daylight, still made him squint and caused his pale eyes to water. He held his hand up to his face to shield his eyes, wishing with all his might that the sun would burn him to ash right there on the spot. The street was crowded with pedestrians who were horrified by his appearance. Most simply gave him a wide berth, then forgot about him as soon as they'd passed by. One man, thinking Baga was injured, a logical conclusion given the sight of all that blood, tried to insist he go to a hospital and offered to accompany him. Baga finally shoved the Good Samaritan away, forcefully enough to punctuate his refusal. In Baga's mind, he had just blown out a candle at the monastery, satisfied with his day's work, and pulled his heavy wool cloak around his body before starting down the path to his cottage. His body was tired, but his heart was light, knowing what awaited him: laughing children and a chestnut-haired beauty who would welcome him with a hot meal, open arms, and a place beside her in a warm bed. As he walked, he smiled to himself, thinking about how she would ask about his day out in the world. What sort of thing was he working on? He became a little aroused when his mind anticipated being with her later that night. Her soft, pliable curves would conform to his body, like a mold, when she greeted him under the covers and eagerly pressed against him. He heard a sound and stopped still on the path. The next thing he knew, he was holding the ruined body of a bloody woman seconds before her death. Confused and disoriented, he ran from that gruesome scene to find himself standing on a city street in the bright light of noonday, with more people than he imagined were in the entire world, with monstrous things on wheels whizzing by at speeds up to 20 miles per hour, and the memories of centuries of life on Earth, while his body was possessed by a demon. The noise was deafening. The machines were terrifying. The numbers of people were overwhelming. His first reaction was an assumption that he had died suddenly and been sent to hell, which made sense because he was certain that's where he belonged. He wanted to bury his face in Helena's bosom and cry. He wanted to feel the comfort of her body and hear the comfort of her voice and be reassured that this was a very bad dream from which he would awake safe in their bed. But he didn't wake. He was alone. Everything he loved was gone. Everyone he loved was gone. He was a simple man, a good man, a family man, who woke one day to find himself with centuries of memories of the misdeeds of a fiend. It was so much more than a mind can process. He threw his hand up to protect his eyes from the harsh light, then began to bang his head against the stone wall behind him, hoping to stop the rush of nightmarish pictures. As people rushed by, he leaned his back against a building on 7th Avenue, digging the heels of his hands into his eyes, crying like a baby, tortured by the parade of horrific images that continually passed across the screen of his mind. Someone stopped in front of him, and in a voice that was at once deep, gravelly, and angelic said, "Vampire, what are you doing?" Baga stopped beating his head and opened his left eye sliver, just enough to see who asked. He then realized he was not in hell, but about to be dispatched there. His reaction was to thank the God he had denied for so long that he was about to be delivered from his torment. "Black Swan?" He grabbed the stranger's coat lapels in his hands. "Thank you. Thank God. Take my life. I will not resist." The stranger's gaze was intelligent and piercing. "Walk into the shadows of that alley, out of the view of the public." He indicated a direction with a tilt of his chin. "I will follow you." Baga did as he was told. A few yards into the alley, he stopped and turned toward the angel that God had sent to deliver him from the evil he'd done. "Here?" The stranger stared at him without emotion, appraising. Baka went to his knees and folded his hands in prayerful supplication. With tears streaming down his face, he waited. But the night did not strike. Perhaps the man needed absolution. "Please," Baka pleaded with his eyes as well as his words, and impressed upon the heart of the man that he was bearing witness to an extraordinary, perhaps miraculous event. After a few seconds, the stranger seemed to make up his mind. "Bite me, and I shall." Gradually, a look of horror replaced Baka's tears. "No." He shook his head to punctuate the resolve behind the word. "Why not?" asked the stranger. "I cannot. A vampire who cannot bite?" "Vampire." Baka said it so quietly it was almost a whisper. "Make me a corpse, angel. Lend me your mercy, and you will be commended by the god. Let me join those I have sent to their deaths." As it happened, Baka was lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to encounter a Black Swan knight named Rudyard Hollows, who was running a jewelry errand to assist him in the pursuit of a lovely but somewhat aloof flapper. He thought an emerald bracelet might relax her ladylike determination to keep her knees locked together at all times. The vampire was a riddle worthy of being sidetracked. The more it begged for death, the more Rudy's resolve that the poor devil should not be killed solidified. No, the vampire would be taken in tow and transported to the new facility at Fort Dixon for a verdict by someone wiser than himself. Needless to say, the Knights of Black Swan were surprised when Sir Hollows arrived at Jefferson Unit with the most infamous vampire in the annals of the Order. In a taxi. Rudy paid the driver, then grabbed the coat sleeve of the miserable vampire, who had never ceased talking to himself for an instant, and pulled him from the car. There was no holding cell. Who could have guessed they might need one? By the start of the 18th century, the Order had gained all information possible as the result of holding vampire captive. At that time, they wisely amended the policy to take no prisoners. Of course, Rudy was familiar with the policy, but Black Swan Knights are not automatons. As second sons, they are born rebels who know there is a time to follow rules and a time to think for oneself. This proved to be one of those times when the Order was pleased that their knights recognized that the rules were put into place as guidelines to serve them, and not the other way around. They finally decided the best solution would be to temporarily house the freak vampire in an infirmary room, with teams of 4 knights guarding him on 8-hour rotation until they could decide what to do with him. The vampire was in such a state of misery and confusion that even the most calloused of the battle-hardened knights felt twinges of pity after spending several minutes in his pitiful presence. To each other, the knights said that listening to his tears and talking to himself about his sins was by far the worst duty they had ever pulled, and they dreaded reporting for guard change. She had sat on the carpet in a quiet corner of the Chronicle stacks until she had lost partial feeling in her rump. It was a room that didn't get much traffic, which was why Heaven knew it was a good place to go when she wanted to spend some time alone. As usual, she hadn't seen or heard another soul during the entire time she'd been there reading. Most of the room was sub-level basement, but 2 feet at the apex of the high ceiling were above street level, so that there was some natural light that came through the shallow wrought iron windows. As she rose to get a cup of coffee, she looked up toward the windows and saw that the day had turned gray. Pulling her telephone out of the pocket of her knee-length cable-knit cardigan, she looked to see if she might have missed a call or a message. Nothing. She replaced the phone, fixed her coffee with extra sugar since she was skipping lunch, and walked around until the feeling was fully restored to the derriere she believed was far too ample. Setting the coffee down carefully, in such a way that she could be certain it wouldn't spill, she reclaimed her space on the floor. People were assigned to scanning copies of the documents and making them available on computer, but considering the age of the organization and its commitment to record-keeping, it would be years before that project was completed. It wasn't like they could pick up the phone and get temps from a staffing agency. Even a liberal estimate for completion depended on nothing more pressing taking priority, which, let's face it, happened often at the Order. Settling back into the nest she had made with 3 large books open on the floor, she began to learn about Istvan Baka's first days in captivity. Tears formed in her eyes when she read the interview account given by Sir Hollows concerning his capture of the vampire, caught in broad daylight on a busy street, who had not only refused an invitation to attack, but called him Angel and pleaded for a mercifully swift end. Subsequently, she began to read the journal notes logged by the team assigned to study him, along with the random comments by the knights assigned to guard him. The research team apparently consisted of several Order associates brought over from Edinburgh, for the specific purpose of uncovering the mystery behind the uncharacteristic behavior. The vampire, whose name is Istvan Baka, is a most curious case. His moods range from spells of mute melancholy to fits of screaming while begging to die. We have been managing the latter with sedatives, but have no remedy or treatment for the former. During brief periods when he is relatively lucid, he says he was possessed by a demon for many centuries, but that one day the demon was simply gone, leaving him with the memories of everything it had done while controlling his body. He states that he cannot continue to live with visions of the demon's sins in his head, that the depravity of the deeds performed using his body without his knowledge or consent is more than he can stand. The cycle then begins anew, the vampire alternating between pleading with us to execute him and praying to his god to crush him and cast whatever remnants remain into the oblivion of the abyss. He prevails upon us to end his suffering, and even the most experienced vampire hunters seem to be affected by his condition. So far, he has refused all offer of sustenance. If he doesn't ingest something life-sustaining within the next few hours, we shall have no choice but to force him to drink the animal blood we've procured for this purpose. As Heaven read the eyewitness accounts of Baka's torment, she was filled with compassion, and the shame she felt for her behavior toward him was redoubled. It was one thing to be presented with an idea intellectually, and something else to internalize it emotionally. She began to realize that he truly had no more control over the vampire virus than a person who contracts pneumonia, that holding him accountable, as she had been doing, was a textbook case of blaming the victim, and may have even been cruel, something she never would have thought might be said about her. She wondered why she hadn't read these sections when she had studied his biography as an intern. When Baka realized that the Black Swan knights who had chased him throughout the whole of Western civilization were not going to kill him, he also realized that there was more than one way to end a vampire. He would not take any of the blood they brought him. He allowed it to become cold and congeal without ever being touched. Since they didn't know how long a vampire could survive without eating, they decided to force blood down his throat if he hadn't eaten by the third day. It took all 4 guards to force him to swallow a meager amount of blood. If there had been any doubt that the vampire was determined to die beforehand, it was quashed after all 5 of them ended up looking like a massacre. The effort to force-feed ended up with far more blood on the knights and the floors and walls of the makeshift cell than was ingested by the vampire. After a few more such attempts, the knights devised a method that was more successful. Baka would have been humiliated by the process of their solution if he wasn't past caring about anything other than his own desired demise. The powers that be at the top of the order held a series of hearings regarding what to do with the vampire who was defying everything they knew to be true about vampire behavior. In the end, in their wisdom, they decided that he could be useful to them on that very account. Information. What could be better for the organization than learning about vampire from the perspective of a vampire that thought and behaved like a man? Observation was good. A first-hand account would be even better. It was to be a pioneer study that would, no doubt, render invaluable data. The first order of business was to build a state-of-the-art facility to house and contain Istvan Baka. Someone suggested a newly acquired former fortress in Transylvania that sat on the edge of a cliff in rugged, inhospitable terrain. It was remote. It was secure. The vampire would remain guarded at Jefferson Unit while the Romanian installation was renovated to specifications, and then he would be transferred there for permanent incarceration. At the same time, they put the science department to work on developing a blood substitute that would keep their new prize healthy and predisposed to answer questions without intravenous feeding. After 3 months, Baka was transferred to a permanent home in Transylvania. As he saw the countryside of the Danube Valley pass by from the window of a train car that held no one but himself and his guards, he remembered the journey he had taken on foot with the monks to Wallachia, where he had met and wooed his beautiful bride. How it had changed since then. The irony of a Romanian homecoming was not lost on him, and he knew in his heart there was one universal truth. Life is bitterness. Bitterness, ugliness, and sorrow. The order's scientists had quickly and efficiently come up with a food source that was nutritionally adequate. That was the best that could be said about it. He had resigned himself to his new situation. It was apparent that death was to be later rather than sooner. They would not kill him, nor would they allow him to die. It was, in fact, a perfectly exquisite punishment. He would have to live with his memories every waking second of every day. The mythical fires of hell could never aspire to such torture. So he accepted his fate as fitting and settled into a new role. To the order, he was Baka the consultant. To himself, he was Baka the tormented. He climbed the stairs to the tower without prodding and walked into a room with walls of stone. He sat as directed and was sedated so that the guards could safely remove the chains that crisscrossed his body before withdrawing behind the seal of the vault doors. When the sedative wore off, he rose and walked around the perimeter of his new world. One room, shaped like a half-moon, with stone walls and a glass window with iron bars, so that he could be observed at all times. There was one rectangular-shaped window, too narrow to fit through, although it wouldn't have made a difference, because that side of the fortress was built on the side of a cliff, and the drop was hundreds of feet down. The view of the Danube Valley was breathtaking from that height. Baca didn't want to take any comfort or pleasure in anything, but he was still slave to an artist's eye, and couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of the scene. The space was furnished with a chair, a bed, and a wash basin, served by a hinged compartment. They filled the basin with fresh water every day, and instructed him to empty the bowl out the window. There was another compartment through which they passed artificial blood, clean clothing, and other necessities, and a third through which he would be passed logs for the fire, one at a time. Sometimes his guards would leave the compartment open long enough to converse with him. It was a kindness for which he was grateful, a distraction, and it was a pleasant way for them to pass the time. He learned their names, their histories, their stories, their problems, and their hopes for the future. They never asked Baca about himself. They already knew his history and his problems and the fact that he considered himself beyond hope of any kind. The guards liked the notorious vampire in spite of themselves. When finally his thoughts turned to what he might do to pass the time that loomed before him and could very likely prove to be endless, he reasoned that he might be able to suppress the visions by busying himself with some sort of activity. Anything would be better than a constant stream of the sights of hundreds of people he didn't remember, but whose last moments had been spent in terror, the knowledge that the last thing they saw was his face. To Baca, the fact that the monster was not he, but a disease wearing his face, was an irrelevant matter of semantics, a silly argument like theologians debating angels dancing on the heads of pins. His last hope for any semblance of sanity was that if he could train himself to be fully concentrated on something other than the sights and sounds of the demon's carnage, he could perhaps escape into moments of peace. Now and then, it seemed hope doesn't die until brain function ceases. What would that blessed something be? The answer floated down and settled around him like a drug formulated to ease pain. Beauty. Perhaps the ugliness of the waking nightmares could be combated with beauty. And where is beauty found? In music, in art, in poetry, in romance. There was a time when he had known where to look for beauty, in the monk's conception of God, in a young wife's adoring face, in the laughter of a child happy to see him home for the day, in the springtime wildflowers strewn over the mountain that had been his home. He vaguely remembered being fascinated by the organ he heard Bach play. He asked for an organ and got a piano. An organ could not be disassembled and hoisted up the ancient stone steps that wound to the tower. Nor did they want to provide him with electricity because they feared he would use it to commit suicide. But when legs and top were removed from a piano, it could be stood on end and was narrow enough to be carried, at great expense, to the vampire's prison. Since funding was not an issue for the order, they procured a Steinway Model M from some factory at Hamburg, Germany. A finer piano had simply never been made. There was some logistics problems getting a 575-pound piano up the tower's old curving stairs, but if you're prepared to throw enough money at obstacles, they tend to disappear. When all was said and done, after 2 sedatives were administered, Baca had a gorgeous ebony studio grand, freshly tuned and sitting in his half-moon world, and he had nothing to do but teach himself to play it. Without a teacher, he had no way to learn to read sheet music, but he taught himself to mimic the sounds he heard from the crank Victrola his guards had given him as a Yule gift. They had taken up a collection and generously provided him with a handsome collection of long-playing recordings that featured classical piano and a few jazz records as well. The Negro influence on American music had created an art form that was so dramatically different, he wondered that it was still called music and hadn't been given another, separate name. The tones of dusky voices, the way they made musical instruments weep. They called it the blues, and he loved it. How he wished he could hear that music played in person. How surprising it was that he heard himself make a wish that involved living. His effort to learn how to play was assisted physically by long, agile fingers and by the discipline of a mind that had been trained to concentrate. For that very reason, his favorite music to play was Bach, Because of the technical precision, it required a complete focus and did not tolerate the wandering of the mind. When the piano no longer held Bacca's attention with rapt intensity, he requested a new challenge in the form of a mandolin, which was considerably easier to deliver. He remembered when he was a boy, there was a man in his village who made haunting, beautiful sounds with a mandolin. Eventually he learned to mimic those sounds and then moved on to other stringed instruments, played by strumming rather than bow. After a couple of decades of music and musical instruments, his attention returned to art. As time had passed, he began to dream a little less often about the abominations the virus possession had been responsible for, and more about his life before he became vampire. Those dreams centered on his family life, but he also relived the feel of painting, the creation of a work of art from conception to completion, his sense of satisfaction and accomplishment, and the recognition he enjoyed from the monks and occasional visitors to the mountaintop monastery. When he was not painting or playing, he devoted himself to learning such disciplines as literature, philosophy, math, science, and history. He discovered a brainy and innovative network of colleagues whose entire 4-year curriculum was based on the great books of Western tradition. It was an ideal template for someone in his situation, the most logical approach to self-education. He asked for a few less than 200 books. The Order had come to value their vampire informant very highly. They wanted more than just to keep him alive. They wanted him to be as happy as was possible under the circumstances. So as an additional gift, they put him to sleep for long enough to have custom shelves made to hold his books and albums. While they were at it, they had hangers installed for his collection of stringed instruments. After 3 days of being sedated, Bacca was revived to find half his wall space lined with beautifully fitted shelves, installed by a master craftsman cabineteur. The other half had been transformed into a display of his fine array of instruments secured by sturdy hangers. There was plenty of shelf space yet to be filled, but quite a bit was now occupied by the entire list of books he'd requested in leather-bound copies with gold leaf-edged pages. In addition to the books he'd requested, there was also a brand-new 14th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, all 32 volumes, and a library edition of Webster's Dictionary, almost 6 inches thick, sitting open on its own dedicated waist-high stand. They had also taken advantage of the opportunity to bring in several dozen large canvases, which they leaned against the wall next to a new mahogany easel with a crossbar that slid up and down at will to adjust the height of the painting. Last but not least, a rare, massive French Rococo antique desk in ebony to match the Steinway now sat near the window, where he could face the room with his back to the light and spread reference materials in front of him. The guards who had come to know and like Bacca were all gathered on the other side of the glass to see his reaction. It was apparent that they were hoping for enthusiasm, which made him feel suddenly very self-conscious about wanting to give them something in return. He did his best to manage a smile and an affirmative nod of the head.
"Thank you. This is quite unexpected and very humane of you."
Bacca wasn't just putting on a show. He was, in fact, overwhelmed with the generosity they had shown him. He was all too aware of the fact that they could have put him in a windowless dirt cell and thrown away the key, and that would have been better than he thought he deserved. His second thought was that he had found himself in a gilded cage. In spite of being impressed by the compassion and humanity that had been shown to him by the Order, and being grateful for the terms and circumstances of his captivity, he never forgot for an instant that what he really wanted, all he really wanted, was the ultimate escape: death. So he set about studying. He learned geometry from Euclid and chemistry from Lavoisier. He studied philosophy under Plato, Descartes, Kierkegaard, and Heidegger. He studied metaphysics with Aristotle and Kant, physics with Newton, psychology with Freud, Jung, and William James, and natural science under Galileo, Darwin, Pascal, and Einstein. He delved into theology with Augustine, Aquinas, Nietzsche, and Hume, then looked at politics through the writings of Machiavelli, Tocqueville, Hamilton, and Marx. Though the value of all the various disciplines expanded his mind, the biggest impression was made by the literature of Homer, Chaucer, Cervantes, Tolstoy, Shakespeare, and Faulkner. He was always eager to converse with others on a wide range of subjects, especially questions of philosophy and theology. He also loved discussing the complexities of the great literary works and the entanglements of the human emotional condition that inspired them. Other personnel stationed at the Romanian unit who were familiar with a particular discipline would make the time to sit on the other side of the two-way cubby and visit with the prisoner. Occasionally, the unit would host a visitor who was particularly conversant on a topic either because it was an area of professional specialty or because it was a hobby. Baca didn't care if their motivation was to say they had expected a dialogue with the equivalent of a circus exhibit. He found the exchanges a nice break in routine and, more important, a potent distraction from the memories that were always pressing against the walls of his consciousness for his full attention. As time passed, Istvan Baca's appearance didn't change, but the man inside the body was vastly changed by education and the experience he gained by reading the perspectives of thoughtful people. The knights who guarded him came and went. When they left, he never saw them or heard from them again. In the 1950s, he began writing poetry. He sent query letters to various publishers, but always got a variation on the same rejection letter. Too dark, and nobody's interested in poetry. At the same time, he asked for a radio. They said okay, sedated him, and wired the room for electricity. It seemed that no one who understood why he shouldn't have access to electricity was still around. They were not just comfortable with his docile behavior, they were complacent about it as well. Truthfully, the whole issue of electricity had never been well thought out, because Baca could have set fire to his room and burned to death had that been his choice. So he got a radio, and with it the long-awaited opportunity to end his life. But though he still desired death, the passion required to follow through with suicide had waned, enough to allow the natural instinct of self-preservation to override the impulse. The radio opened up a metaphorical window into how culture was changing on the other side of his circular stone wall. The changes were delectable, but nothing matched the change in music. Rock and roll. Upbeat, optimistic, and sexy as hell. The first time he felt his hips involuntarily rocking back and forth with the music, he made the connection and laughed out loud. The laughter was startling. It was a jolt his body hadn't felt since he had asked Sir Ruddy Hollows to end his wretched life, which was what Black Swan knights were supposed to do. Instead, the double-crossing bastard had taken him into custody and left him to rot or flourish or whatever you would call what he did with a seemingly infinite allotment of time. The picture formed by the narrative on the radio told him the post-World War II years were full of prosperity and an overhaul of culture driven by baby-boom youth. At the same time, one of the Order's singularly talented scientists had proposed a theory that the conversion of a human to vampire was the result of viral infection. A few personnel assigned to work on proving or disproving that theory temporarily moved into the Romanian installation so that they could work with fresh samples of blood, drawn from Baca, of course. Naturally, he cooperated, never voicing either objection or complaint. He didn't have any personal investment in whether the cause was virus or act of God. What happened to him had happened and couldn't be undone. However, if the theory should become a discovery, that fact might lead to someone else being saved from his fate. In the 1960s, he asked for a Fender Stratocaster and a Silvertone tube amp. He had written to some musicians and told them he couldn't shop as he was incarcerated, then asked for advice about what sort of equipment to get. The guards weren't necessarily thrilled with the sounds he made while experimenting, but they learned that gun-range-grade ear protection worn over cotton and wool earmuffs helped a lot. The next decade, he added a bass guitar to his lineup and updated the Stratocaster to one identical to the model Jimi Hendrix played. He was good, but knew he'd never play for anyone besides his guards, who were already too old to appreciate the style and would prefer that he didn't play at all. In the 80s, he tried his hand at writing mystery thrillers. He carefully prepared query letters and manuscripts according to the industry standard specifications presented in how-to manuals, and sent them to agents and editors. He rarely got the chance to mail off a manuscript. If he sent 20 letters, he would get 10 rejections, and simply never hear back from the others. After more than a decade characterized by one round of rejections after another, he finally sent off 20 letters to publishing houses, asking what they were looking for. 5 sent replies, and they all said the same thing: romance with something paranormal thrown in. Baca knocked on his cubby door. When the guard opened the latch, he asked, "What's paranormal?" "Paranormal, supernatural." Then the guard started to laugh. "Like vampire and werewolves, for instance." "Werewolves?" Baca looked confused. "What's romantic about werewolves?" The guard grew serious. "Yeah, you could also ask anybody in Unit Drac the same thing about vampire." "Unit Drac?" "Yeah, that's what they call this place. Didn't you know?" Baca's brows were drawn together. "No, I did not know that." "Oh, hey, no offense, man. It's kind of a joke." "Is it?" "Well, yeah." "So vampire are not romantic, but we are funny?" "When you put it like that." "Never mind. I have a request." "Okay."
I want some books, no, some novels that are romance with something paranormal thrown in. The guard shrugged. Make a list. Your wish is my command. Baca turned away, muttering to himself. Sure it is. He wrote to a couple of bookstores and a couple of librarians and asked for recommendations. He asked for a list of bestsellers within the genre. Because readers are always eager to share books they like with others, all four wrote back, fulfilling his request and adding some of their favorites that didn't qualify as bestsellers. Baca compiled a list of 50 books and handed it over to the guard on duty. He read through the list quickly, sometimes laughing at the various antics some authors imagined a vampire in love might do. Vampire in love. Would it be possible for anything to be more ridiculous? Of course, both writers and readers believed vampire to be creations of fiction. If they only knew. That's when it hit him. But they don't know. He could recreate vampire from his imagination as easily as the next person, maybe better. And so he set to work on a story about a young Transylvanian alpine widow, the two stepchildren she was bringing up alone, and the vampire who loved her. He sent the manuscript to the publisher of his favorite of the books he had read under the nom de plume, Valerie de Stygian, and within a few months, had a contract. By that time, a second book was finished and ready for editing. The publisher was delighted. He was self-aware enough to know he was using the vampire romances as a vehicle to redeem the reality of his experience. If he could just transform the horror of the killings into fantasies of romantic seductions, full of pleasure and passion, then, if nothing else, he would provide a few hours of pleasure to lovers of romance. The only constant in Baca's life was time. Existence was bearable so long as his attention was carefully managed. The synthetic blood had been refined from time to time, so that it had become slightly more tolerable. Still, the prospect of immortality alone in a fishbowl was depressing. He had begun to think that, if feelings counted, his goal was accomplished. He was dead. There was a part of his brain that was just too slow to realize it yet. Having reached that conclusion, he had renewed his commitment to formulate a plan for suicide when he was informed that he was being transported to the New Jersey Annexed Unit, under guard of course, to act as consultant on a vampire-related problem in New York. Outside, after being kept in a tower cell for nearly 100 years, he was to see the world beyond the view of his narrow window and in person, not on TV. He had no particular emotional reaction to the news. He suspected that he had grown incapable of any feelings other than ambivalence. Shouldn't he feel something? Excitement, perhaps. Jefferson Unit hadn't changed that much. When he arrived, he was shown to monks' offices and briefed on everything they knew about the vampire epidemic. The situation had grown intolerable and was apparently getting worse by the day. Baca suspected the source of the problem was that the very underground system he had built had probably been rediscovered and was acting as a magnet to draw more vampire into the area. He promptly told them everything he knew about it. Hours later, Monk and Saul secluded themselves for a private meeting. They agreed that they would offer the vampire a temporary get-out-of-jail contract in exchange for his help. Desperate times, desperate measures. They decided the prudent thing would be to take him back to his maximum security prison until the terms of the agreement were established and preparations made according to his instructions. So Baca was once again bound for Unit Drac. On the way across the hub, with 60 pounds of chains draping his body, Baca was struck by an event that achieved the impossible. Something sparked his interest in living. It was the first time he had felt excitement since the night he heard Bach play his newly composed toccata and fugue. What he saw was a lady knight, a wonder in itself, whom he judged to be extraordinarily strong by the way she controlled a ferocious beast who made no bones of the fact he would like to help Baca along with his death wish. While Baca was wondering how long it would take to die at the jaws of such a fine animal, he looked up into the face of the woman who had tamed a nightmare. For the first time in centuries, he felt the pleasure of genuine interest in something for its own sake. Not interest as a forced distraction to keep from reliving sins, but interest in the sense of wanting to get closer and hear her speak. In the midst of hauling on the black dog's tether, her eyes met his and lingered just long enough to tempt him to break free. He smiled at her and saw in her response that she didn't know who he was and wondered why someone in chains was being escorted across the hub. After all this time and dedication to the proposition of terminating the pain of consciousness for all eternity, there was something Baca wanted: to talk to the woman with the turquoise eyes and the strange but enticing hair color.
She was creation personified. He suspected that you wouldn't need vampire eyes to see that there was a field of rainbow color around her that moved and crackled with warmth and exuberance. Life. If he could get close to all that energy for even a few moments, he might remember what it felt like to be truly alive. She reminded him of something buried so deep he couldn't quite identify it. But whatever that thing was, he wanted it. In spite of the discomfort, he smiled in the darkness, remembering the first time he saw Laura Lycan. He had wanted to gather her up like a bouquet of freshly picked flowers, press his face into the light of her aura and smell her fragrance, then hold on to her like a tether to the living. All that vivacity and spiritual power housed in such a bright and voluptuous body. At that moment, it wouldn't have surprised him to learn that she routinely made the lame walk in the blind see. If she could cause Baccha's monotony-numbed mind and ice-packed blood to stir, those other miracles must be child's play for her. Chapter 11. The book that contained Baccha's self-report of his human life struck an emotional chord with Heaven. Her imagination formed images in her mind of the mountain cabin he described and the children he left behind. She could almost see them. Reading between the lines, she felt she could sense the pain Baccha felt at the loss of a wife and offspring he treasured. He talked openly about the gratitude he felt toward the monks who gave him a chance at a life that very few people in those times could enjoy. He talked openly to the keepers of the record about his feelings for his family and how it haunted him constantly, the not knowing how his children had fared without him to provide for them and protect them. Following a reference made to his work at the monastery at Cozio, she opened a large coffee table-size art book. There were several photos of paintings owned by the Romanian Cultural Heritage Museum in Bucharest, along with a couple of photos of murals from the old monastery at Cozio. The latter were faded and in need of cleaning or restoration, but the images were plain enough to imagine what they must have looked like 600 years ago. She turned the page. Of its own accord, her hand reached out to touch the photocopy of the image there. A stab of emotion caused tears to form inexplicably, then rush to fall from her eyes. She moved quickly to keep them from landing on the glossy color paper. What she saw before her was the same image that had flashed in her mind earlier when she had imagined Baccha painting in his former life as a human. A chestnut-haired Madonna, seated, but watching over children. Déjà vu. Strange. She wasn't the type to get overly emotional about art. It was something she could take or leave. Her own apartment had exactly 2 wall hangings. They were framed posters that she knew would qualify as funky or quirky, but didn't think anyone was in danger of mistaking them for art. But these paintings were different. It wasn't just that they were beautiful, which they were. It was that she could see the beauty of the painter's soul recorded for posterity, for as long as books such as this survived. The enormity of the injustice that had been done to East von Baccha of all people was beginning to seep into her spirit and settle around her like a pall of mourning. This is the man you've been punishing. She felt like she could almost see East von Baccha coming through the door of the mountain cabin with a heart-stopping smile and a generous embrace intended for a very lucky woman who melted into him and sighed his name. She wished she was that woman. When the light from the window above began to fade and indicate the day was slipping away, Heaven turned on the overhead lights and began to read about what happened to East von Baccha after he was taken into custody by Black Swan. There were many entries regarding Baccha's interaction with his guards after he was transferred to his permanent home at the converted Romanian fortress. As the decades went by, she followed his metamorphoses to accomplished musician and well-educated man. Observers were always impressed by the intensity of discipline he exhibited when approaching any task. The reports were in general agreement. They spoke of him as being mild-tempered and interested in them personally. He was always sad. He never smiled. He rarely slept and was always busy painting, playing music, writing books. Writing books. Oddly enough, she was aware of the popular vampire romance series by Valerie de Stygian, but had no idea that the reclusive author and Baccha were one and the same. Heaven was more than surprised. She immediately pulled her telephone from her sweater pocket, purchased the entire series in cyberspace, and had the books transferred to the e-tablet presently sitting on the kitchen bar in her apartment. She gathered up the books on the floor, taking one last long look at the art photos, carefully put them away, turned off the lights, and left the way she'd come. Chapter 12. Elora pulled on the scarlet sweater that was made big enough to fit over her stomach and reached for the gray scarf. It didn't exactly match, but who was going to care? Not Ram or Blackie, or the wolves or the trees. Ram was wearing a blue knit shirt that made his eyes sparkle and pop. For a second she felt resentful that he got to look so good while she was so huge and felt like she was lumbering about. I have to go check on the house if we're going to have any chance of moving in before the baby comes. But I don't like leaving you here. Doesn't it feel right? Why do you not just come with me? I'm thinking 2 weeks is close enough to time that we should be moving near the clinic. I could have us packed up in an hour. The baby was to be delivered at the Order's clinic at headquarters. If Elora showed up for treatment at any non-Order medical facility, a lot of questions would be raised about her unusual constitution. Since the Order wasn't prepared to publicly reveal the presence of a visitor from another dimension, and all that implies, that left few options for delivery sites. Simon had given her a deadline. She could live her life away from Edinburgh up to a date pinpointed by the Order doctor, who was ecstatic to be acting as obstetrician, since those services were so rarely needed. If she failed to report to Edinburgh before the deadline, she and Ram would have to pay for an emergency Worcester flight should that become necessary. Truthfully, Elora tried to suppress every thought surrounding the whole clinic thing. She'd spent enough months in a hospital room to last several lifetimes, and wished her baby could be born anywhere else. Still, after nearly 10 months, the state of being pregnant was getting old, tiresome, downright uncomfortable, and she was ready to turn the page. Ram's mind wandered back to their venture into delivery planning. Dr. Nance had suggested that, as first-time parents, they attend a one-evening workshop on what to expect when the time came. He had arranged to get them into such an event at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, not far from headquarters, by taxi. Ram and Elora sat in folding chairs near the back of a gathering of about 20 couples, ranging in age from teens to late 40s. There were a couple of times during the presentation when Elora wished she hadn't eaten dinner beforehand. One of those was during the part when they discussed emergency procedures. They said the chances of a first baby arriving sooner than the mother could get to the hospital were very slim, but in the interest of precaution, they mentioned a few tips, including an admonition that the baby's cord should not be cut by amateurs. The doctor giving the lecture said to keep the placenta together, being careful not to puncture it, wrap it up, and bring it to the hospital still attached to the baby, where medical experts would safely detach the cord and tie it off. The idea of carrying placenta around on the outside of her body almost caused Elora to lose the crab cakes she had eaten for dinner, the ones she now wished she had never seen. The lecture part of the evening gave way to movie time. They began with a video of a typical, normal vaginal delivery, explaining each step in very clinical terms, as if they wanted to be sure no one confused the images with porn. No chance of that. Elora was riveted, no doubt putting herself in the place of the poor woman experiencing the very worst sort of privacy invasion, when she realized the air was growing warmer on her left side, where Ram was sitting. About the same time, she also realized that he was taking deeper breaths. She jerked her head toward her mate. Even in the darkened room, she could see that he had lost color from his face. She grabbed his elbow and brought him to his feet in one motion as she stood up. He was going to have to walk on his own, because carrying him might get their photo splashed in the front cover of the National Enquirer. The tagline would read, "Alien effortlessly carries her 220-pound husband to the safety of fresh air." "Come on." They stepped over people to get out of the room, then Elora rushed him along to get him outside, where it was cooler and less crowded. "Rammel," she said, as they hurried toward the door, "do not hyperventilate. Try to slow your breathing." He made a peculiar sound like a strangled snarl. When she reached an exit, she slammed through the double doors to a courtyard, and then stopped. Ram bent over and put his hands on his knees while he worked at steadying his breathing. Elora stood next to him, rubbing his back in a soothing circular motion. After a couple of minutes, his breathing grew regular, and he stood up, looking just a little dazed. When he felt good enough to walk, they made their way to the street, where Elora hailed a cab. She'd gotten pretty good at it since he'd first taught her on a date in New York last Yuletide. As they were climbing in, she said, "Let's go to the pub and get a ginger ale. It'll settle our stomachs and be good for what ails us." Funny. Oh, I haven't even gotten started. A few minutes later, they were sitting at the bar of the Hung Goose pub, waiting for 2 pints of ginger ale. When she turned to him with a gleam in her eye, he knew what was coming and braced himself. "You know," she began, wearing a smile that could only be described as provocation personified, "you've got to admit that it's hysterical that the most heroic vampire slayer of this century, Faints at the sight of childbirth? Ram's brows furrowed in a way that said he didn't want to be teased about it, which naturally made Elora want to tease him all the more. He glanced around like he was making sure no one overheard her say that. "I didn't faint," she just said, and smiled in a way that would cause him to throttle her on the spot, were it not for the fact that she was his own hard walking. He looked away, sighed, took a big swig of ginger ale in defiance of the fact that she had told him 3 times to just sip it, and turned back to her, looking more serious than she had ever seen him. "Great Paddy, Elora. Is that—" "What?" He shook his head and looked away. "Is that what?" "Is that what it's going to be like for you? For us?" She laughed out loud. "You've been watching those movies where childbirth is all antiseptic and pristine. Women with perfect hair and makeup are handed a new baby that's clean as rainwater." "I suppose I never thought much about the actual, mechanics." "Well, judging from what I just saw, I'd say it's a good thing you're not the one who's been tapped for baby duty." He looked at her with an intensity she hadn't ever seen directed at her before. "Truthfully, I would rather walk into a nest of vampire without a stick, and believe it or no, the fact that there's you and no me is making me feel that much better." Sitting so snug together at the bar, she only had to lean a couple of inches forward to press a kiss into his lips. "Dunno worry, husband." Mimicking his Irish accent was the surest way to get him to worry more, because he knew it was her intent to hide concern with humor. He suspected she was being brave for his benefit, which made him feel ashamed about his reaction to the baby-popping film. He'd resolved to try to live up to her sort of bravery and was doing his best, but he thought she set a standard so high it was almost unattainable. His thoughts returned to the morning at hand as she was saying, "It was just 3 days ago that Doc Nance said Helm is really happy where he is. He hasn't even started looking around for the exit." There was a part of her that winced when she said that. "We have another week before we have to report to Edinburgh, and I want to stay here a little longer." He nodded, like that was what he thought she would say. Then he went to his bureau, opened a drawer, and withdrew a sat phone. Elora gasped in response as he walked over and put it in her hand. "Ram, that really is contraband." He snickered. "Aye, and your porta-pewter that you hide in the cupboard behind the peanut butter is no?" Elora's mouth fell open. She'd been sure he didn't know about it. "Anyway," he continued, "I don't know what would qualify as special circumstances, if no being big as a—" The rest of that sentence trailed off and got muffled in the Irish cable-knit sweater he was pulling over his head. When his eyes cleared the fabric, he saw that she had moved directly in front of him, standing with her hip cocked and one hand poised where her waist used to be. Great Paddy, she's fast, even when she's carrying a babe. "A what?" She narrowed her eyes to slits. "As big as a what?" He just blinked innocently. "Dunno know what you mean. Always trying to stir something up, aren't you?" He smiled mischievously. "I'm a-doing." "That depends." "On what?" He laughed. "Very funny." He started to pull her toward him, but she ducked out of his reach and walked the other way. "Depends on whether your goal is to end up compromised romantically." "Romantically?" He perked up and looked as interested as a puppy called to lick cold bacon grease. Elora was sure that if his hair was pulled back, she'd be able to see his ears prick. It was her turn to smile mischievously. "I was thinking of a way to position myself so that—" "Stop right there. I know what you're doing, and I think 'tis cruel to expect me to ride to the village with my pleasure giver straining to go on a rampage." "A rampage?" Now she was the one to look interested. "Great Paddy, will you stop?" "Not if you're going to talk about your pleasure giver and use words like straining and rampage in the same sentence," she laughed. "And I might add, stop is the one word I never thought I would hear from you." He walked toward her smiling, put one arm around her back, and lovingly stroked her tummy with his other hand. "Right. Let me finish getting your fucking house ready. Then I'll be seeing to it that you're the one begging me to stop." She slanted her eyes up at him. "Holding you to it?" "I'm yours to hold any way you want, but I'm no going unless you promise to keep that phone with you." She glanced down at the phone in her hand. "Okay. You really think the house is going to be ready?" "I believe I've given each subcontractor sufficient reason to prioritize your project." Elora took his meaning and gaped. "Rammel, you've been threatening the workmen. That's out of bounds even for you." "Threaten is a harsh word.
Out of bounds.
Darling girl. He leaned in closer for just a sample whiff of wild jasmine. Out of bounds is against my religion.
What religion?
Exactly.
Great Paddy.
He does not count.
What did you do? Say you would break legs?
Ram looked offended.
Give me a little credit. Do I seem like a cliché to you?
She just shook her head. Her mate didn't always fit perfectly into a modern world, or even a civilized world. That had its downside, but it definitely had advantages as well. There was a bad boy vibe creating spikes in his aura, and that would probably never change. Being totally honest with herself, she didn't want it to. He grinned at her. You look good in red. She looked doubtful.
You say that about every color I wear.
I'm thinking 'tis true then.
Or it might be just a bit of charm spoken by a silver-tongued elf who's way sexier than a person ought to be.
Smiling suggestively, he licked his bottom lip. Tongue is sweet and pink. Come taste. Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed her and gave her a taste surrounded by a kiss that made her whole body vibrate. Ram growled and pulled back, muttering curses in Irish. Blackie saw him to the door. Ram looked down at the dog. She's all yours, and you better be taking good care of her. If no for that woman, some creepy bugger would be hosing you down and tasing you regular. Blackie studied Ram's face and whined. One more glance at Allura. Their eyes met and communicated 1,000 things words couldn't manage. Back before dark, and I'll bring something for dinner. She nodded.
I'll be here.
Counting on it. Chapter 13. Part of the good news for the team from Stagsnare Dimension was that they came through on the corner of 60th and 5th Avenue in New York, just before 5 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. The intersection was crowded at that time of day, so no one noticed 3 men appear out of thin air, or if they did, they didn't flinch. Living or working on Manhattan requires nerves of steel and a mind-your-own-business attitude. The other part of the good news was that Monk happened to be away from Jefferson Unit on a rare visit to the city, to have tea at the Pierre with his niece who was visiting. Archer had calibrated the transport to search for a near-identical dimension with a life signature matching Thelonious M. Monk's. Since Monk was rarely away from Fort Dixon, the odds were high in favor of the team appearing smack dab in the middle of Jefferson Unit, surrounded by Black Swan Knights, although they could not have known that when planning and programming the mission. And the bad news for the Stagsnare team was that only 3 placeholders were matches for the volunteers who had embarked on a mission to assassinate the royal who'd escaped the clan's justice. The other 9 were simply gone, vanished, with nothing to be done about it. They stepped next to a building and went into a huddle. They didn't know what it meant that only 3 of the 12 had arrived. No one had briefed them on that possibility because the only one outside of command was Archer, and he had been forbidden to mention it. Their first thought was that the others were somehow delayed in transport and would arrive any second. That being the case, there was nothing to do for the time being but wait. Especially since the team leader was not among the 3, who now stood on a busy street corner, looking at each other with uncertainty. As the crowds began to thin, more and more people gave them second looks. In identical quasi-military clothing, with identical backpacks, identical haircuts, and wearing identical expressions of confusion on their faces, they did stand out, even in a city known for exceptional occupants. After 3 hours it was dark, and they had to admit it was unlikely others would be joining them. They decided one of them would go into the hotel and ask where they could exchange gold for currency. The desk clerk at the Pierre blinked at the man with the accent that was hard to place.
Gold, sir?
Yes.
Are you a guest of the hotel?
Not unless you take gold.
No, we do not, although we probably should.
The clerk hesitated.
Are you saying that you would like to exchange gold for currency and then check into this hotel?
Rystrom looked around at the lobby and the rotunda beyond, then back at the clerk.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The clerk picked up the phone and made a call.
In what form is your gold, sir?
Bars. Again, the clerk blinked as if he was having trouble processing that.
Bars.
Yes, a rectangular prism approximately this size. He indicated the size of a bar of gold. The clerk looked away and spoke quietly into the phone.
How much does your gold bar weigh?
Standard, just a little more than 2 pounds. The clerk resumed his conversation and put down the phone.
We will not be able to assist you with that exchange tonight. However, if you would like to leave a bar of gold in the safe as a guarantee, we will check you in and facilitate the transaction in the morning.
All right. There are 3 of us.
Very good, sir.
Would you like a 2-bedroom suite?
Yes.
May I see your ID?
ID?
Yes.
What is ID?
Identification.
I can tell you who I am.
Certainly, sir, but I must also ask for a passport or a valid driver's license.
Rystrom looked perplexed. Let me go get my friends. I'll be back.
Rystrom went out onto the sidewalk and reported the entire conversation.
You mean we can't use the gold to buy food or a place to sleep without this ID? I guess, said Rystrom. Let's ask somebody else. Who?
Blackwell looked around, then stopped the next person who came by.
Excuse me?
The man kept on walking. He tried again. And again. The third time he stopped a guy who was walking a bit slower, wearing baggy pants, a puffy plaid shirt and a knit cap.
Can you tell me where to trade gold for currency? Yeah, man, the pawn shop. Where is this pawn shop? Can you direct me there? Not many pawn shops open this time of night.
Blackwell waited for him to continue.
I could maybe take you to one for a fee.
Fee? The native nodded.
How much?
The native appraised the 3 team members and factored in the fact that they were asking strangers on the street about trading gold after hours.
10% of what you get for it?
Blackwell's expression didn't change in the slightest, except for a light narrowing of the eyes, which, for the first time, made the native a little nervous.
2%. Okay, let's go.
They followed the native a few steps to the subway entrance. The team took one look at the steps going down and balked.
What is this?
Rystrom asked.
Subway?
The native looked surprised.
You never seen a subway?
The 3 didn't confirm or deny. They just looked at him.
Is there another way to go?
Yeah, but it costs money.
And the subway does not cost money?
The native looked at them suspiciously.
You got no money? We do not have money. That is why we need to change gold for money.
Uh-huh. The native looked around for a few seconds, then said, I might be able to get someone to come give us a ride, but I need to see me some gold. I mean, you know, folks standing around on the street with no money, asking about what to do with gold, don't sound quite right. You know what I'm saying? Blackwell, Rystrom, and Dustin looked at each other. Blackwell let his pack drop. He unzipped the top and brought a gold bar into view, enough for verification. It wasn't any accident that he opened the pack enough for the native to also get a peek at a gun. He wanted to make the point that a double cross would be a very bad idea.
And there you have it, said the native.
He reached down to his lower thigh to pull his phone out of his pants pocket and made a call.
He'll be here in 20.
They rode to the Bronx in the back of a beater while the native rode in the front seat with the driver. He took them to a pawn shop where they were offered half what the gold was worth, but they couldn't know what gold was worth in low-tide dimension. Also, since they needed currency to get food, beds for the night and clothes that would help them blend in, they would have had no choice even if they'd known what a terrible deal they were making. As they left the pawn shop, Blackwell gave the native his 2%. Rystrom stopped him from leaving.
Before you go, do you know somebody who can get us ID?
The native looked at each of the 3 of them.
I might. You got more gold?
Rystrom didn't answer that question, but asked one of his own.
What's your price?
The native and driver dropped them off at a hotel that was a far cry from the Pierre, but they didn't really care as long as it didn't have bugs and didn't ask for ID and took cash. 3 days later, they had clothes like everybody else and backpacks like everybody else. They were flush with cash and had brand new ID in the form of passports to show the charter jet operator. They had spent part of their 3 days in the internet cafe. It didn't take long to figure out how to operate the computers because they were similar enough, if a bit outdated. They found a reference to a young Brit royal named Alora Lycan, who had died at age 12. Then they hit the jackpot when they found a bevy of society section references to an Alora Lycan who had married the Irish king's brother just a few months before. Blackwell laughed softly and darkly.
Damn Lywin. They always manage to land on their feet.
He clicked through the online articles.
It's her, no doubt about it. She didn't waste any time getting herself a prince. An elf prince.
Blackwell looked at the other 2 who were huddled behind him, watching the images on the screen go by.
Elf?
He looked at the other 2 who shrugged. Elves or not, they could already taste victory. She was found, and it was all over, but for the celebrating. It hadn't taken them long to realize the dimension slip meant an increase in strength and speed for them. After a few times of breaking things they shouldn't break, they figured it out. They traced her to Edinburgh and got a bio read on her while she sat in a pub drinking ale and laughing with her long-haired Irish husband, who, by the way, did not look like an elf to them. Once the handheld reader had her in its databanks, it would be able to locate her anywhere on the planet at any given moment and point the way by map or coordinates. Back in the hotel, Blackwell said, "All right, that's it. What exactly is your problem, Rystrom?" "You saw the same thing I saw. My problem is that she's pregnant. It was hard enough getting past the idea of executing a woman, not because of anything she's done, but because of what we're afraid she might do. Now we're supposed to add killing an unborn baby? So what? You don't have the slightest qualm about taking out a pregnant woman?" He emphasized the word pregnant, just to be perfectly clear that they were talking about the same thing. "A pregnant Lywin, and a lichen at that? Are you kidding? It's either kill it now or deal with the bloody aftermath later. You want to let that fungus live to raise an army against your children?" Rystrom's shoulders slumped. "No." "Well, that's what we're talking about. You know that old saying, history will teach us nothing. For once, let's be smart and learn from the past. No good can come from showing mercy to a Lywin. Ever." Rystrom wasn't sure he agreed. Completely. But he didn't disagree strongly enough to stop the wheels in motion. Chapter 14. For a minute after Ram left, she had stood still, listening to the quiet he left behind, noting how he filled the space with life and energy, then took it with him when he left. The cottage suddenly felt empty. Shaking off that depressing thought, she headed to the kitchen, where she made quick work of the dishes. She dried her hands, pulled on her puffy plaid coat, and wound a red scarf around her neck. When she asked Blackie if he was ready to go, he turned in a circle, ran to the door, and pawed at it as if it would make it open faster. On the way toward the door, Ram's bow caught her eye. It was leaning against a corner near the door. She remembered the large form she had almost seen in the forest and decided it couldn't hurt to take the bow along. The first day she had seen the new forest, Ram had returned to the cottage from across the stream with bow in hand. When she'd asked about it, he had said, "There are creatures in the forest that have no got the memo that this is a civilized sanctuary." That thing out there could be one of those. After running her hand over the smooth curve of the wood, for no reason other than its tactile appeal and the fact that it had belonged to Ram since he was pubescent, she picked it up, pulled the strap of the quiver over her head, and situated it comfortably across her swollen body. There were about 8 arrows inside, and from the look of them, she suspected they were not new forest legal. The feathers felt like silk. The shafts appeared to be titanium, strong, lightweight, practically indestructible. Carrying a bow may have felt a little silly, but her intuition had helped her out more than once, and she thought maybe there was a reason why the bow grabbed her attention on this particular morning when it had been inconspicuous every other day. That day it practically sang out to her, "Take me, take me." Of course she was out of practice, but a lifetime of training in archaic weaponry would have to be good for something. She hoped that, in a pinch, if she really needed it, muscle memory would take over and it would all come back. No doubt Ram's bow was weighted differently from any she had ever used, but she discounted the difference as minor. After all, she could drive a vehicle she'd never been in before. Stepping out and closing the door behind her, she took a deep breath. There was an extra chill in the October air that hadn't been there before, and the sky was overcast. She thought about going back in for something warmer than the soft corduroy puffy, but she decided that the pace of a brisk walk would make her warmer than vodka, and she liked the plaid. It reminded her of her home dimension, as it was so similar to the Lywin hunting plaid, it could almost be mistaken for the same. The walk was pleasant and uneventful. Alora had come to love the forest in all its guises, cool and gray as much as warm and clear. There was no noise except for an occasional blackbird or the crunch of leaves under Alora's feet. Even though Blackie weighed as much as most people, he always seemed to navigate terrain soundlessly. They were about 50 yards away from the dolmen when Alora saw Point Wolf coming straight toward them, but so slowly that he froze into a pose between each step. His head was down, neck elongated, eyes locked in concentration, like he was stalking prey. At about the same time, Blackie wheeled around to face behind her, the way they'd come, and growled low in his throat. There was no way to guess what was back there, but judging by the way Blackie and Point Wolf were behaving, it was bad. In a heartbeat, she made her choice, deciding that the prudent thing to do would be to put some distance between her and it before taking the time to turn around to see for herself. She sprang into a sprint and headed straight for the dolmen, where there would be cover, and yelled for Blackie as she propelled herself forward. When she came alongside Point Wolf, she was about 25 yards away from the den. She stopped and started to turn and look, but didn't make the full 180 before she heard automatic gunfire. It was a sound that brought back a flood of hellish memories from the day her clan was massacred right in front of her eyes. Her brain processed the truth of it lightning fast. There was nothing generic about what she was hearing. It was the exact same sound. She leaped for a tree trunk to her left that would be large enough to shield her body, but in the process, she felt fire tear through the soft part of her right shoulder above the armpit. A yell ripped out of her throat involuntarily, but it was partially drowned by Blackie's snarls. She couldn't do a conclusive assessment on herself, but she thought the bullet had torn through without lodging. If she was right about that, it meant it would be painful and bloody and take a while to heal, but not deadly unless infected and not treated. So, okay, it could be worse, I guess. Point Wolf began a series of sounds that almost sounded like a code. She'd learned a lot about wolf communication through vocalization during the time that she and Blackie had sat nearby, quietly observing various expressions of barking, whimpering, whining, growling, howling, and snarling. She'd even picked up nuances such as the bark howl and growl bark. This was different. It was a message that she would describe as a quick, staccato growl bark howl. So far as Allura could tell, each set of 3 sounds was identical in its repetition, although to be fair, she was in too much pain to be purely analytical. "Blackie, stay!" She didn't want to take any chance on Blackie running into the line of fire. How in Paddy's name did these shooters get into the New Forest? Who were they? What do they want? Good questions best left for pondering at leisure another time. Whoever it was, and however they came to be there, they were advancing toward her position. She knew it. Allura lifted her hand to reach behind her for an arrow and had to bite down on her own tongue to keep from yelling out the pain. She knew 2 things, that she had to use the bow, and that it was going to hurt. A lot. So she readied herself with a mental lecture. Stiff upper lip, as they used to say in her own world. No time for a full-blown meditation. Catching the bow midway up in her left hand, she nocked an arrow and took a deep breath, one that she could hold for a minute. In one motion, she stepped out from behind the tree, pulled the bowstring taut, and located her target. In the blink of an eye, she counted 3, and noted that one of them was wearing Rawling clan plaid. She aimed for the one closest to her. All she could think about was the danger to the baby, so vulnerable on the front of her body. The bow was shaking badly because of the strain on her shoulder, since only half her muscles were reporting for duty, and the pain wasn't helping. Knowing that she couldn't afford to miss, she begged her body to steady the weapon, and in a moment that was magical, she watched the bow pull into perfectly controlled aim, almost as if she was watching the event occur in slow motion from outside her body. Her mind was racing. She couldn't wait to confirm the hit. She had to get closer to the cover of the dolmen. The second the arrow was released, she was running, again yelling at Blackie to come with her. Under her breath, she said, "They must have found that damn machine and figured out how to use it. Better than we did." Normally, the dog and his mistress were evenly matched for speed, topping out at about 26 miles per hour, but she wasn't usually running with a bullet wound. She knew she had 2 things on her side. First, she'd had the distinct advantage of over a year to adjust to the physics of the dimension and learn how her body responded to that environment. Second, she wasn't trying to run and shoot at the same time. She gritted her teeth and chanted to herself, "Fast arms make fast legs. Fast arms make fast legs." When she was within 15 yards of the wolf den, she found herself facing an entire pack of wolves barreling toward her with their ears flattened and blood in their eyes. She turned her back to them, and still holding the bow, threw her arms over her midsection to protect the baby. But they parted around her and ran past without slowing and without touching her. She ducked behind the tree to her right. Her heart was beating faster than she could ever remember, and she was breathing hard. That level of terror was a new experience for her. Helm. Even when her family was being murdered, even when she was dying in a giant tumbling meat grinder, she had never been so afraid before. She peeked out, trying to keep as much of herself behind cover as possible so that she could assess the situation. It looked like she'd hit her target in the chest. Practice makes perfect. Point Wolf had been trying to bring the wounded man down, but had been thrown away again and again. Maybe the guy knew that if you ever went down in a fight with a wolf, it was over. One of Point Wolf's legs had taken some damage from the repeated slamming to the ground, and he was limping, but still coming for the guy with the wholehearted commitment of an uninjured wolf. Flame and one of the lower-level males had run straight toward him to assist and started circling. When the alien brought the gun up, Point Wolf didn't hesitate. He sprang for it. Canines instinctively react to a human with stick-like objects in hand and usually run away. But he was a wolf in full-blown fight response who was absolutely prepared to attack a man raising an extension to his arm. The wolf knocked the gun away, but took 3 close-range bullets in the process. Flame and the other male took the man down and clamped down in his neck. Alora heard the screaming, but couldn't bring herself to feel sorry for a guy who was trying to murder her and the baby she was carrying. When the man went silent and still, Flame sniffed and nudged Point Wolf a few times. But Point Wolf didn't move. She whimpered, then lifted her nose high in the air and howled long, low, and mournful. The male with her joined in immediately. Alora knocked another arrow, again stepped away from the shelter of a fat tree trunk, and let fly a lethal projectile that would end the life of the second alien. She saw it drive through his neck. While he reached to feel and see what was happening with his neck, 3 of the other wolves rushed him and took him down. He got off a series of rapid-fire shots, maybe involuntarily, and one of the wolves screamed out. Wanting to try for a dash to the dolmen, she peeked out and didn't see the third man, so she darted another 5 yards before pulling up to check on the whereabouts of the last attacker. With a short burst of speed, she made it to within 10 yards of the safety of the ancient stacks. Her shoulder was killing her, but she couldn't stop to think about that at the moment. Looking around the tree, she saw the bodies of wolves and men strewn about haphazardly, but no third man. The forest had gone very quiet. After the combined sounds of battle, gunfire, screaming, snarling, growling, howling, it was eerie. She heard Blackie's growl at the same time she heard a slight rustle behind her. "Looking for me?" She wheeled around to see the third and last alien and knew by the look in his eyes she wasn't going to find any pity there. "If you still pray to gods, do it. You have less than 2 seconds left in this world, or any other." Suddenly the quiet was filled with a snarling so loud it was almost deafening. Stockson seemed to have come out of nowhere and was now threatening the intruder with a ferocity that would give a nightmare pause. Stockson's aggression was so extreme and startling, it caused the man holding her at gunpoint to look away. Just long enough to give Alora the opening she needed. She grabbed for the gun at the same time Blackie went for the human's hamstrings. Blackie may have been a domesticated breed of dog, but there was enough instinct left in him to know what to do. While Alora worked to wrestle the gun away, the alien's finger found the trigger and squeezed off 3 rounds. 1 went between Alora's legs and missed altogether. 1 grazed a fleshy part of her thigh. The last caught Blackie in the hindquarter, chipped his hip bone, and lodged. When Alora heard him yell, she yanked the gun away. Stockson saw his opening and leapt for the guy's throat, puncturing the carotid. The man caught Stockson in his arms and threw him away before falling to his knees and grabbing at the intermittent stream spouting from his neck. The wolf scrambled up and would have been right back on him, but Alora intervened. She put the Rawling clan on the ground, then going to her knees, went into a protective huddle over him. She knew he was going to die, but needed to get some answers first. She looked back over her shoulder at Stockson, who let her know he didn't like it one bit. "No," she said, looking him in the eye and letting him know in no uncertain terms that, of the 2 of them, she was alpha. He licked his muzzle and looked mad as hell, but he didn't advance. She turned back to the man on the ground, who was bleeding out quickly, and asked a simple question. "Why?" Blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. "The only way to be certain there will never be another age of Lywin." Alora's brows drew together. "You're willing to die to make sure my clan never has power again?" "Anyone not Lywin is willing to die to ensure that." It was that bad. He looked at her like he couldn't believe she was asking that question. "You don't know? Are you taunting me, or telling me that you really are naive?" He read the expression on her face and tried to laugh, but coughed up more blood. "A sequestered princess, living in a bright bubble of illusion." His smile looked ghoulish with a mouthful of blood. "Your clan is a scourge that takes everything, even people, wives, little ones. Our children don't even know what dignity is." He tried to spit out blood, She shook her head. No. Elora didn't know if she was wincing more from the pain of the wounds or from the knowledge that dying men don't lie. One thing was certain. The man who came to kill her believed he was telling the truth. He slanted his eyes in her direction and pinned her with a look of hatred that she could see originated in the very depths of his core. Never again. His last breath exhaled on those words. Elora turned to Blackie. He looked at her, but didn't make any attempt to move. While she was trying to figure out what to do next, she started to feel little bits of biting sting in her hands. She looked up at the sky as tiny icicles continued to fall, pricking her face. Sleeting. Really? Thanks a hell of a lot. She yelled up at the sky, knowing that no one was going to hear but the wolves, the ones that were still alive. They had been marvels, their single-minded focus trained on protecting the pack. They never spent 1 second's worth of energy worrying about harm to themselves individually. Wonderful, noble creatures. We need help. Looking at Blackie, it was easy to see he concurred. Blackie had small arcs of lighter hair over his eyes that mimicked eyebrows. Right now, they were arched. That was when she remembered the sat phone and reached for it, but it wasn't in her pocket. She would have loved to say it fell out in the heat of battle, but the truth was that she'd forgotten to pick it up, after she'd promised to take it. Ram was going to be fit to be tied. She could almost hear him cursing in Irish. She knew he'd find her, even if she'd been carried to hell and dropped in a sea of fire. She just couldn't say when. I know you're going to be mad that I forgot the God's cursed phone, but you couldn't possibly be any angrier about it than I am, right now. Pulling away from the construction site for the night, Ram touched a button on the steering wheel that turned on the car radio. Sleet expected, possible snow. He looked up at the clouds and, as if prompted by his inquisitiveness, bits of ice began hitting the windshield. He was 10 minutes away from a B-road. That was a 2-lane narrow highway that usually comes with curves, lots of them, the kind they love to feature in commercials for cars with fine German engineering. B-roads were romantic and old school in a land forgotten by time sort of way. But all it took was one timid driver, and you could be stuck going very slow for a very long time. The temperature was dropping fast. He didn't know if the front was unexpected, but he did know it was unexpected by him. They didn't exactly keep a TV or radio on at the cottage. They didn't even have a TV or radio at the cottage. He passed a pretty farm and flicked his attention back and forth for a few seconds, between the road and a farmer who was trying to herd sheep toward a large shed. Ram pitied him, and every other poor devil who was caught out in such ugly weather by necessity. Even as he thought it, he knew that in half an hour or so, he would be one of those poor devils. There was no getting around the necessity of leaving his car at the new forest gate to ride the rest of the way on horseback. He pictured Elora at the cottage he'd called his real home as a boy. In his mind, she was sitting on the leather couch in front of the hearth, the light from a roaring fire reflecting in her turquoise eyes, the faux sable throw pulled up to her neck and tucked in all around. He smiled, just a little, thinking that she might have a mug of hot cocoa pressed to her pretty lips. He would brave a lot worse than a little sleet and snow to get home to that picture and a kiss from those cocoa-warmed lips. When he got to the New Forest, he would stop at the pub and buy a roasted chicken and some new potatoes, peeled and brown roasted. They would sew them into a burlap sack that he could tie in his saddle, then he'd hurry home before it got too dark to see it all. The cloud cover would mean no moonlight, and it would be slow going with a smuggled flashlight. He'd ridden to the cottage at night before on a fool's errand, but he wouldn't do it again voluntarily. There was no way to even count all the things that could go wrong with that. He had ridden the gelding and left him in Liam's stable. Elora preferred Ram's horse. Who wouldn't? She was fast and sure-footed, with a smooth gait that didn't rattle a rider's bones. Ram couldn't stand the idea of leaving his mate without the best means of transportation available, and in the New Forest, the best means of transportation was unquestionably his own gray mare. Watching the sleet hit the windshield, he wished to grate Patty. He thought to keep gloves in the car. There was no way to tell which hurt worse, the fire in her shoulder or the sting in her thigh. Elora told herself it was irrelevant because either way she was going to have to get up. The temperature was dropping fast and she couldn't just sit there and freeze to death. The sleet had started coming down as hard as rain. By the time Elora made it to her feet, the ground had iced over. When she took a first step, her feet slipped out from under her, and she came down as hard as you would expect of an alien with her weight differential. At the stage of her pregnancy, that was 266 pounds. When she felt herself falling, she twisted at the last second before she hit the ground, so that she landed on her back and not on the baby. That was the good news. The bad news was that the jolt to her damaged shoulder and thigh sent waves of pain through her that were temporarily paralyzing. The fact that the impact had also robbed her of breath for a full minute of panic seemed so minor in comparison that it was hardly worth mentioning. She lay on the icy ground, waiting for the pain to subside, thinking that the fall was going to leave one of those bruises that would start out black, then go from that to dark blue, to purple, to green, to yellow. It was going to be around a while. She knew all about bruises like that. Doing a quick checklist assessment with self, she went over the list. She had 2 bullet wounds, an injured dog, no sat phone, record-breaking sleet, and the temperature was plummeting. At least she had a baseline to work with. Can't get any worse. She sat up. That was when she felt a sudden gush of liquid, followed by the shocking feel of warm fluids running, spreading down her pants leg. Her first reaction was to suppose she'd involuntarily wet herself, as a sort of post-stress release. Her second reaction was to wonder if it was her water breaking. She asked herself how she would know the difference. She'd never had a baby before. Still, on some level, she did know the difference, and knew that she had better get her thoughts together because the checklist had just been revised. Now she had 2 bullet wounds, an injured dog, no sat phone, wet pants in freezing rain, temperature plummeting, oh yes, and a baby coming. Ram's quiver, the one he'd had since he was a boy, was crushed in the fall and would probably leave a fine outline of its own in the form of a bruise imprinted on her back. She hated to leave his bow behind, but sentimentality over inanimate objects was a luxury she just couldn't afford at the moment. She pulled herself over to Blackie and put her hand on his shoulder. Hey, my friend, here's the deal. We've both had better days. I can't carry you, and you can't stay out here. We're going to have to drag ourselves the rest of the way to the wolf den, and we're going to do it together. While she was explaining the situation to her dog, she conjured an oddball image of herself in a comic strip about one of those crazy old women who talks to dogs or cats like they can understand language. Alora knew that Blackie didn't understand words, but she'd heard experts say that mammals high up on the phylogenetic scale may receive telepathic images. So she tried to form pictures of what she meant in her mind as she talked to him. She got to her knees and started forward, stifling a curse when she put weight on the knee that was attached to the damaged thigh. The same thing happened when she put the slightest weight on her hand that was attached to the wounded shoulder. If she wasn't pregnant, she would just crawl on her belly. But why think about that when it was, obviously, out of the question? For Blackie's sake, she did her best to sound encouraging. It's only 30 feet. Piece of cake. Let's race. Blackie stared at her for a few seconds with amber-brown eyes that seemed to say, Please don't make me. It broke her heart to see him like that. Those eyes usually communicated a bright energy that said, I'm up for anything, name it. Come on, she repeated, putting a little more firmness into her tone and a little more urgency into her eyes. He heaved a big sigh, then valiantly pulled himself up on 3 legs with a groan. They started forward together, him hobbling with one back paw up off the ground, her wincing every time she put down a right hand or a left knee. She kept her mind off of it by concentrating on getting the dog out of the weather, talking to him the whole way. In that position, their heads were about the same height. She stayed shoulder to shoulder with him. Even though the weather had grown unbearably cold, he was panting. She knew the first time she laid eyes on him that he was special, not your garden variety dog. Aren't we a pair? Remember the soccer field at Jefferson Unit? Remember how glad you were to be out of that cage? And we played frisbee and ran, and it was so good. Wasn't it? We're going to do that again. When we get out of this, we'll get you all fixed up as good as new. It's just 20 more feet now. 20 more feet. Look how much closer we are. Have I ever told you how glad I am that you're my dog? At that, Blackie reached over and gave her a lick on the cheek. When she realized that he was, in his own way, also trying to encourage her, a tear escaped without permission. It fell on the icy ground in between her hands. She reached up and swiped her cheek with the back of her right hand, chastising herself. Wuss. Blackie glanced at her. No, not you. Me. You're my hero. Remember the time you saved me from the bad vampire? I'm absolutely positive you're the most magnificent dog who ever lived. Look here, we've only got 10 feet to go. Nothing for a Black Swan mascot, right? Made in the shade. She coaxed the dog the rest of the way to the lair, hoping with all her might that the wolves would let them in when they got there. When they were just 6 feet from the entrance, snow started to fall and laid a blanket of solemn quiet on the forest. Ram's primeval forest went supernaturally silent. There was no wind in the giant trees, no sound of song, skitter, or peck, just quiet. Elora had the stray thought that the juxtaposition of beauty and death was surreal. Flakes had dusted and started to cover the beautiful coats of fallen wolves. The trail of Elora's blood made a sharp and grisly contrast to the pristine white of new snow. They reached the mouth of the dolmen lair. There were no sounds and no sign of wolves. She hoped they wouldn't be turned away, because the shelter of the den was their only chance of survival. She'd never heard of a wolf pack accepting overnight guests, but since working for the Order, she'd heard of much stranger things. Blackie had to go in first. Elora reasoned that it would be easier to push him down a hole to the cavern beneath than it would be to pull him in. Once he understood what she expected, he put himself on his belly with a series of whimpers and groans and wiggled himself down the dirt ramp. She didn't hear any protest coming from inside, which was a very good sign. She was just barely able to fit through the entrance with her tummy so distended. It was torture to pull herself down on her side, but that was the only option given the pregnancy and the placement of her wounds. She was still losing blood, but she didn't really have time to give that much thought. The lair was surprisingly clean, just hard-packed earth. It was also considerably warmer than outside. Not exactly balmy, but there was a 10-degree difference. She smelled water. Apparently there was a hot spring underground that leaked warmth through some holes in the rock at the rear of the cavern. Clean, warm water at the top of the world. "Nice digs," she said to the wolves. "Thanks for having us." She pulled herself away from the entrance toward the back, hoping that the combined body heat of the pack and the warmer air coming from the spring would help to keep the one of them who didn't have a fur coat, that would be her, from freezing. There was enough light coming in from the mouth of the den for Elora to count 7 wolves. That meant they had lost 6. Because of her. Flame and Luna survived, and Stockson, but not Point Wolf, the greeter. She started to feel teary about that, but forced her thoughts in another direction. She could feel guilty about the wolves and grieve for Point Wolf later. Elora found a place near the back of the cavern to sit against a wall. Blackie hobbled over on 3 feet and lay down beside her. Out of habit as much as anything, she reached out and ran a hand down his back. It would be impossible to say which one of them was more comforted by that contact. First thing was getting out of the wet pants. No matter how cold she would be without them, she would be even colder if she kept them on. Trying to maneuver against the wall, she rearranged herself into a semi-sitting position and reached for the boots that had to come off before the pants. That's when the first contraction stole her breath. Smelling the amniotic fluid, the wolves were curious. That mess on the cavern floor had been surrounding Elora's baby half an hour before. Flame and Luna came toward Elora, sniffing the air. Blackie, who was lying on his side, exhausted, was aware of the wolves advancing. He leapt to 3 of his feet in one fluid motion with his ruff standing up and growled low in his throat until Flame and Luna tucked their chins and backed away. When the contraction ended, Elora took in a long, deep breath and put her head back against the rock behind her. "Okay, so we're in for it, Helm. When we get out of this, we're going to have to work on your timing." It seemed like it took forever to get the boots and then the pants and underwear off. The pants hadn't gotten wet above the crotch, so thankfully she had a butt-sized dry square to put between her bare behind and the cold dirt. Her socks were wet, so she couldn't put them back on, but she thought her toes stood a better chance inside the boots than outside. By the time she had finished the pants-off project, her body began to register exhaustion, or maybe blood loss, or both. The fact that she hadn't actually peed herself didn't mean that it hadn't been a stressful day. She would have loved to drift off to sleep. The only thing that was stopping her was the relentless pain in her shoulder that tag-teamed with the relentless pain in her thigh. But of course a contraction could get them both to sit down for a break. Hadn't she had read somewhere that the brain can only process one pain at a time? What else did she have to do but test scientific theories? Not much going on at the moment that was more important than rating pain, and after the trip she'd made to the current dimension, she was an expert on pain. So she tried it out. If she was thinking about the pain in her shoulder, she didn't experience the sensation of pain in her leg. If she was thinking about the leg wound, the hole in her shoulder was nothing more than an intellectual idea. If she truly focused on how cold it was getting, she didn't feel either one. Well, what do you know? All such internal discussion came to an abrupt end each and every time a contraction hit. The only thing that could distract a woman in mid-contraction was loss of consciousness. For no real reason, except something to do, she decided to start keeping track of how far apart the contractions were. Thanking goodness for small favors, Elora was grateful she hadn't forgotten her watch. Fortunately, it was a sports model with a light. For the time being, there was just enough light in the lair for Elora to see shapes. She suspected that the wolves could see a lot better than she could. When the sun set, it would be black as pitch in there. She pushed the little button to light the face. 4:15. It would be getting dark about 6:30, and the sun wouldn't come up until 8. If Ram didn't find her before 6:30, there would be 13.5 hours of darkness, and there was no way he could find her in the dark. Blackie might be able to do it, if he wasn't with her and if he wasn't injured. Maybe she should have told Ram where she was going. She wished to the dead and fickle gods she had told him where she was going. She wished she'd remembered the sat phone even more. Of course Ram couldn't find her before 6:30. That's when she would be expecting him to arrive at the cottage, just before dark. Elora pulled a plaid puffy down as far as it would stretch over her bare legs, and wrapped her arms around herself, tucking her hands under her arms to get her fingers warm. Blackie was snuggled up to her left side, which helped a lot. The wolves curled their bodies into circles, noses under tails, and nestled together for warmth. Every now and then, Stockson would leave the den for a while, then return to growl and nip at another wolf to get them to surrender their spot. Position was arbitrary. It seemed that Stockson thought that displacing another wolf was always preferable to looking for an unoccupied space. Maybe he was saying, "Thanks for keeping that warm for me." As she sat there in the low light of the cavern, trying not to think about how much she hurt, she replayed in her mind everything that had happened to her since she'd arrived in this dimension. The Rawling clan's words echoed in her mind. Even if she had been living an illusion that was constructed around her like an elaborate fiction, even if there was another story of which she was completely unaware, it had nothing to do with her or her life in this dimension. She was not a Lywin princess. She was a Black Swan knight who was about to be somebody's mother. When the next contraction started, she looked at her watch. 10 minutes after 5. Nearly an hour. She woke to a contraction. It was dark, and she was disoriented for a few seconds. She pushed the little watch light button. She must have been so tired she'd gone to sleep in spite of the constant throbbing of the wounds. In the pale green light of the watch, Elora saw that Luna had curled up on her right side, and Flame was draped over her legs. Being surrounded on 3 sides by the warm bodies and soft fur of Canis lupus probably went a long way toward relaxing her enough so that she dozed off. Apparently, Blackie had decided to trust the females to come closer. It was 6:45. Ram would be home by now. She pictured him coming home to a cold, dark cottage, and knew he'd be crazy with worry. Baka heard rustling and was able to make out several heat profiles in the dark. There were 3 shapes drawing near. Istvan Baka. Baka knew that voice. "Who's there?" Dark, mirthless laughter. "You know who I am." He paused while trying to sort through the probability that it could actually be. "Lefrig? It can't be you, can it? I was sure that Black Swan took out your miserable life centuries ago." "They tried. I was stabbed with a crude wooden weapon. I won't say it didn't hurt, but it didn't kill me either. Missed my heart." "Ah, sure you have one, are you?" Lefrig chuckled. "Well, old friend, you've gained a sense of humor since we've been apart." "Not really. It was more like I lost it to the virus." "Whatever. Right now I need to know how you came to lose your elite calling." "Elite calling? You are no longer a vampire. Your blood is human. I sense it. I smell it." "Oh, that elite calling." Baka pulled on the chains. "Why am I bound, Lefrig?" "You haven't answered my question. Why are you human, and what were you doing down here?" "I was cured of the virus, and I wanted to offer the cure to others." "I see. How were you cured?" "Vaccine." "And you were simply going to administer this vaccine without asking permission?" Baka laughed out loud.
Permission? Lefric, you've changed. As have you. The thing is, I'm quite sure I liked the old Baka better. Sorry. Just let me out of these chains and I'll get out of your hair. I will let you out of the chains just as soon as your former glory has been restored. Former glory? You mean vampire? Lefric, did you not experience a transformation? Get back your memories from your life before. Lefric sat back on his heels and was silent for a minute. When did you become so reticent? Why don't you just ask what you want to know? Very well. Was your sense of right and wrong not returned to you? Lefric smiled. You mean, did I grow a conscience? The answer to your first question is yes. The answer to your second question is no. I didn't have a conscience restored to me because, fortunately for me, I didn't have much of a conscience to restore. As those words began to sink in, a cold fright settled over Baka. It was a fear like he had never known before. Lefric, I'm asking you, for all the years we spent together as a friend, do not do this. I want to be human. Lefric seemed to be considering that silently. At least he didn't respond right away. When he did speak, he simply said, Humans die. I know. Would you want to be human if you knew you were going to die tonight? Right now? Baka didn't hesitate. Yes. Lefric, if that's the choice, kill me. Please. Baka, my good friend, you disappoint me. That was the wrong answer. Lefric's fangs struck Baka's neck before he knew it was coming, but it wouldn't have made a difference if he could see. He was helpless to stop it. Lefric didn't take much blood, but that wasn't his purpose. His purpose was reinfection, not feeding. Lefric and his companions stole away without making another sound, and Baka was alone again. He shivered as the cold of night descended into the depths of the tunnels that had never felt the warmth of the sun. After having been forced to relive his life as a vampire, Baka felt as wretched as any soul who ever faced the tribulations of spirit encased in flesh. He began talking to himself just to hear sound penetrate the cold stillness. God, if there is a God, can't you tell me why I haven't endured enough? How many times have I asked to be cast into the great nothingness? Is it that it's not possible? Are you a creator who can't unmake his creation? Just another dark god running a con? If that's it, then it's a good one. Behold the panorama of your handiwork. Do you sit laughing while nations, kingdoms, armies, treasuries, and races rise and fall, all manipulated and maimed in your name? What a very good joke on us. Do you remember when Brother Kuphalin would say to me, Istvan, if you tread in such deep waters, you will drown your faith? Baka coughed. How can a place so cold also smell so damp and musty? Faith? What a concept. Give me one spoonful of proof that I'm wrong. A demitas spoon will do. He pulled on the chains for the 1,000th time, even though it cut a little deeper into the gashes that circled his wrists. By Spiritus Sancti, Merzi dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy divey, a kittle divey too. Wouldn't you? He stopped long enough to laugh at his own joke, and it sounded dark even to him. Even a tiny salt spoon will suffice. Can you not spare as much as that? As he sat in the blackness railing at a god who did not answer, wet streaks of grief ran down his face. He mourned every life he had taken as a vampire, suffered every minute of pain he had caused, begged for grace for every drop of blood he had spilled, pleaded for mercy for every tear shed by those who had loved his victims. Last, he grieved for the human future he had reached for and touched for mere moments before it was lost to him again. Over and over he cursed and castigated himself for the lack of good judgment he had displayed when he made the choice to embark on a vampire hunt alone. He imagined that Sir Storm would call him an imbecile, and told himself that Storm would be right. He had no way of knowing what would happen if the virus was reintroduced. No one did, since it had never been done before. It seemed that he was going to get to be a test case yet again.
The last words he heard in his mind before his consciousness and his humanity seeped away was an exchange with Alora Lycan just before he stole kisses from her. "If you bite me, I will stake you." Didn't she know that there was nothing he wouldn't sacrifice to keep her safe? She was his life raft. She was the dim light at the end of a tunnel that had been without light for centuries, for so long that he had come to believe it was endless, his own private hell designed just for him and no other. "If I bite you, I will stake myself," he responded without thinking, but it never meant anything more in his life. He might be too much of a coward to end his own life, but if he hurt her, an expression of life so exquisite she had reached in and single-handedly pulled him out of the darkness, he would have found a way. He hoped that if he woke as a vampire, it would be Storm who killed him and ended this once and for all. It would in fact be a great honor. He didn't want to be the sort of creature who would kill the Lady Lycan to save its miserable life, and he knew as sure as the manacles bit into his wrists that she would come for him. She would feel somehow responsible and wouldn't be able to stop herself. He had no doubt that she had the strength and skills to kill him. He just didn't want it to be her. Chapter 15. Black Swan Training Manual, Standard Procedures, Section 2, Chapter 1, Number 9. Personnel employed by the Order or associates of the Order may not abuse working relationships by requesting a reading from the Psychic Division for personal reasons. Violation of this guideline is grounds for dismissal. Heaven stood at her living room window and watched the last rays of the sunset, thinking it was beautiful and resenting that. It shouldn't be. She glanced at her watch. It was dinner time, but she wasn't hungry. She was not a nervous eater. She was a happiness and contentment eater. In fact, she hadn't had anything but coffee since the morning bagel she had eaten hurriedly. She'd been so relieved to reach the office and see that Baca was running late too, so she ate quickly, thinking that he would never know that she had been late, which would give her an opportunity to look superior and give him grief. Heavenly days. That's what her father used to call her when he was exasperated with her. He would say, "Heavenly days, was badly done." It was hard to believe that bagel had been part of the same 24-hour day. It felt like weeks had passed since she had torn into the office expecting a reproving look from Baca and finding no one there. Standing there, watching the sun set on a day with Istvan Baca out of pocket and no one else seeming to care about it, she'd made up her mind that after the dinner hour, when things began to get quiet at the headquarters building, she would pay a private off-the-record visit to Ailsong Hawking. If she was fired over what she planned to do, well, there were plenty of jobs out there for paranormal investigatory clerks with a specialty in demonology. Right? At 6:45, Ram rode up to the cottage. It had snowed on him most of the way. Since he didn't have gloves, his fingers were numb. He hadn't brought a hat either, but there was a hoodie on the back seat of the car, so he had put it on under his jacket and pulled the hood over his head. It had helped, but by the time he reached the cottage, it was starting to feel wet against his head where the snow melted from his body heat. The ride was cold and miserable, and all he could think about was how nice it was going to be to reach the cottage and have Alora fuss over him. She would kiss his frozen cheeks and tell him how heroic he was for bringing roast chicken and potatoes through the snow without gloves. She would sit him on the hearth in front of the fire, pull the sable throw over his lap, and blow on his fingers until they were toasty warm. Then she would put the dinner in the kitchen warmer and feed it to him with kale and cheese. She might even have baked apples with sugar and cinnamon, his favorite. Those were the thoughts running through his head when the cottage came into view. He knew the instant he saw it that something was wrong. No lamplight in the window said, "Welcome home." No smoke rose from the chimney. A feeling of dread and foreboding made him go as cold inside as the freezing temperature outside. He swung down from the saddle and went straight through the door. Fumbling for the oil lamp on the butcher block, he found a match and lit it. No note, no sign. The main fireplace was completely cold. The kitchen warmer was completely cold. There had been no fire going all day. Still, though he was alarmed, he didn't feel real full-blown worry until he went to the armoire to get a hat and gloves and saw the sat phone. He ran to the little stable in back to see if the mare was stalled. She was there, looking up hopefully thinking that Ram was coming with a quart of oats and some fresh hay. He ran back for the gelding and pulled him into the vacant stall, quickly divested him of saddle and bridle, and threw some hay in with him. He turned back to the mare.
I know you were expecting some tasty provisions instead of a cold, hard ride on a dark night. But look at it this way, you're no going alone. The mare eyed him suspiciously when he started toward her with the saddle. She whinnied softly in protest and threatened to go temperamental on him. No in the mood. I strongly recommend cooperation. Accurately reading the tone of his voice, she seemed to think better of acting out and stood quietly while he adjusted the cinch. He had retrieved a battery-operated lantern from one of his hidey-hole spaces for new forest contraband. He mounted the mare, pulled the wool scarf around his face in front of his nose, turned on the lantern, and rode into the forest, not having any idea where to start. If he was thinking clearly, he would have used the sat phone to get help for himself. If he was being objective and thinking clearly, he would have laughed about the odds against finding Elora and Blackie in 600 square miles of new forest night. But he wasn't thinking clearly or being objective. He was reacting to a scary situation, like a person too scared to think. At 8 o'clock, Heaven made her way to Elsong's door. Since the day they collaborated with Litha on Katrina Kalian's disappearance, Elsong had not spoken to Heaven other than a passing hello in the common area. That's why she was surprised to answer a knock on her apartment door and find Heaven standing on the other side. As Providence would have it, Song was alone because Gaia had gone out to a pub with Glenn for the evening, and based on Glenn's reputation, she would probably be gone for the night as well. He had apparently become something of a phenom among the young ladies. No one could deny that he was cute with an extra special something. A few months ago, Song would have been interested herself. Song invited her guest in and gestured for her to sit on the other twin bed. When she saw that Heaven hesitated, she added, "Oh, go on with you. She'll no mind." So they sat on beds that were identical, except for wildly mismatched covers, each occupant having chosen according to her own taste. Song waited patiently while they faced each other, looking a little curious, but unwilling to press Heaven for the reason behind the visit, as that might seem inhospitable. "I dunno of a kitchen, or I would offer you something. I have some limeade in bottles, but 'tis room temperature." Heaven shook her head. "Thank you, Song, but I'm fine." The silence resumed, so Song tried again. "How have you been, then?" "Generally well, but I've come with a problem." "Oh?" "It concerns East von Baka." "Baka?" The level of concern in Elsong's expression revealed that she cared more about Baka's well-being than Heaven had expected. "Have you—" Heaven hesitated. "Never mind. I don't want to know that." Song inferred what question may have been on her guest's mind, and was glad she hadn't followed through on asking it. "What I'm going to ask you could get me fired." "Oh? And if you agree to help me, I guess it could get you fired as well." "Oh? And then I should be forced to surrender the high pay and palatial living to which I've become accustomed?" She waved a delicate feminine hand in a semicircle to indicate a dorm-style room. Heaven smiled a little. She liked Song and supposed that everybody did. "Is Baka in trouble?" Song asked the question quietly, but she had assumed an air of authority that revealed an underlying aptitude for leadership, not the kind taught in scout organizations, the kind people are born with. Heaven privately wondered how a woman with two older brothers, both demonstrating remarkably dominant personalities, could find a way to reserve such a palatable measure of self-possession of her own. Heaven hadn't met Elsblood personally, but she assumed he would have to come with a dominant personality, or he wouldn't be king of all the lands of elfdom. She had, of course, met Rammel, but even if she hadn't, the same logic would apply. One doesn't become a Black Swan knight by shrinking from challenges, and Ram wasn't just any Black Swan knight. "I don't know. That's why I'm here. All I know is that he's been missing all day. Simon thinks there's no cause for concern, that it's too soon to worry. He thinks Barker might have taken some personal time for a bender or a romp or some such thing, but I know something's wrong." "How?" "I just do." "Oh, aye, the old I just do. Familiar with that song myself, I am." "He didn't come to work today. I got Simon to open his apartment under protest. Everything is there. Toothbrush, razor, passport, everything." Song stared at her for a few beats with big, intense blue eyes, and then heaved a quick, shallow sigh. "You want me to have a look?" Heaven nodded, feeling like there was pressure forming behind her eyes, the kind of pressure that usually ends in a burst of tears. "'Tis no an assistance concern you show me." Elsong continued to regard Heaven in her quiet way, her gaze shifting downward to take in her guest's twitchy fingers, then back up to the pleading behind her eyes. "You love him?" Heaven stood up too quickly, as if those 3 words were an accusation of wrongdoing. "What? No, that's not why I'm here. Can you... will you help? Sit. Song nodded toward the bed. Heaven sat down and composed herself. A little. I will help, if for nothing else than my sister-in-law. She's very fond of the rascal, and I'm certain she thinks him worth more than this very fine career opportunity. Heaven smiled at Song's sarcasm and closed her eyes with relief. I'm going into trance. Can you remain quiet and still? Heaven bobbed her head with utter conviction. With great care, Song built a nest of pillows on the bed. Heaven waited as patiently as possible because she had no choice. When Song was finally satisfied that her pillow structure would be just right, she painstakingly eased into place. Song began to take deep breaths and let her eyes go closed. Halfway through the third breath, her eyelids began to flutter like she was watching a movie in fast forward, and her brows drew together so that lines threatened to form between them. He's in darkness. Heaven sat up straight and leaned forward. Utter darkness. Real or metaphorical? Real. He's also in distress and can no get free. Where is he, Song? Who has him? Heaven had gushed out 3 questions before remembering her promise to be both still and quiet. She bit into her tongue and thought about slapping herself, but Song didn't seem perturbed. Underground. Vampire. Heaven wasn't exactly sure what that meant, but she was sure it was not good, and she was glad she hadn't waited any longer to push forward with finding him. She would get her answers when Song climbed out of trance. She just had to force herself to be patient a little longer. Something else. Heaven stared at Song and waited for her to continue. Song opened her eyes, looking fully lucid, and stared right through Heaven. She whispered, Song, are you out of trance? Song shook her head and ran a hand over her face. Aye. Heaven stood when Song started to rise. Stay where you are. Song pointed for her to sit back down. This is no over. What do you mean? I thought you were out of trance. Aye, I am. 'Tis you who's going under. What? Song picked up her phone, scrolled down to a contact and dialed a number. Heaven could hear that someone answered. You want to work a case that could get you fired? Mumbled answer. Aye, okay, sure. My room, right now. Song hung up and looked at Heaven, but offered no further explanation. In less than 2 minutes, there was a soft knock at the door. Song opened it, grabbed a young woman by the sleeve of the robe she wore over silk pajamas, and pulled her in as she protested with a, Hey! Before I say anything, you should know that we could get in a spot of trouble for this. Yo, comprendo the word fired, Song. The recent arrival looked at Song for a couple of breaths before her gaze slid toward Heaven, who got a once-over that bordered on rude. Returning her attention to Song, the new arrival's mouth spread into a smile of delight. She cocked her hip and put one hand on her waist. What's the gig? Heaven recognized the accent. American. Missing person, in trouble, off the record. Okay, so why would you need me? I was looking into it, and something weird made me think of you. I'm touched. Song turned to Heaven. This is Rue. She's only been here a few days. Rue looked at Heaven, who waved and said, Hi, lost here. Really? No, her name is Heaven. Yee, Rue grimaced. Lost was better. Rue looked at her with sympathy. Well, at least I won't be mistaken for a character from Winnie the Pooh, Heaven shot back. Rue laughed openly and good-naturedly, clearly appreciating the joke, and letting Heaven know that she enjoyed the art of teasing his dialogue. Heaven, I want you to let Rue hypnotize you. You've got some information locked up tight that is pertinent to the situation. I don't have any information. None that you know about consciously. 'Tis why we need her. She can get it out of you. Heaven looked at Rue like she was master torturer of London Tower. It's a nickname. Real name's February. Pisces? Rue shook her head. Aquarius with moon in Gemini. Heaven nodded noncommittally. Beautiful name. She decided that tact was a better choice when interacting with a person who was about to take charge of her mind. Song smiled. 'Twill no be the least painful. She may look dumb, but she's very good at what she does. Rue looked at Song like she couldn't believe that had just been said. Thanks. The gratitude was dripping with sarcasm, but Song was unfazed. Welcome. Let's get to it. Where do you want her? Rue looked at Heaven and took on a professional air, as professional as is possible for someone in red silk pajamas and a psychedelic paisley robe. Don't worry, Heaven. There's nothing to this. You can sit or lie down.
What would be most comfortable for you? I don't know. What do you recommend? Let's get all these pillows off the bed so she can lie down. While Song was pulling pillows off the bed, Rue said, And we need to dim these lights. Do you have a night lady? Both of the other women looked at her. What? I can turn on the closet light and leave the door open a sliver. Okay, that'll work. Heaven, lie down and get comfortable. Song, we need to put some covers on her so she doesn't get cold. If she's a little too warm at first, that's ideal. Heaven took off her shoes and tried to find a position that didn't feel awkward, while Song pulled a comforter over her and adjusted the lighting according to instructions. What exactly is your specialty, Rue? Past lives. Heaven sat straight up. What? She looked at Song. Song, what is this? Something is interfering with my connection. If I'm wrong, no harm done. If I'm right, then we will know something we didn't know before. Either way, it will no cost you a thing but your time. She glanced at Rue. She may be a Yank and rude at that, but you know, the Order doesn't just grab people off the street and assign jobs. Heaven looked dubious, but lay back on the bed. Right. Let's get on with it then. Song sat on Gaia's bed. Rue sat in the desk chair by the head of the bed. She really was the very best. Any hypnotist can evoke a state of relaxation that mimics alpha brainwaves. Those who are exceptionally good can help a subject reach the level of alpha theta, but only a handful of people in the world could regularly take a subject all the way to theta, and in some cases, all the way to theta delta. It is in that state when the most repressed memories, those from past lives, may be accessed and reported. Rue began speaking to Heaven quietly, guiding her through some deep breathing and relaxation exercises, followed by a visualization of descent, which sublimated before directing her consciousness to sleep, so that the subconscious mind might come forward and be addressed. When Rue was certain her subject was in trance state, she began a series of questions. Song had paper and marker ready, in case she had something to add to the questioning. Heaven McBride. Yes? Do you know someone named Istvan Baka? Yes. What is your relationship to him? He's my husband. Rue and Song looked at one another with startled expressions. How long have you been married? Heaven appeared to become agitated. Does that question bother you? A year. I see. Do you know what year it is? Yes. What year is it? 1486. Song and Rue gave each other a meaningful look. Were you in the same body you occupy now? No. What is your name? Helena. All right, Helena. Can you tell me something about your life together with Istvan Baka in 1486? I am his third wife. I take care of Stvana and Nikos. I'm pregnant, and I'm going to tell him tonight when the children are asleep. Who are Stvana and Nikos? Children. These are children from the first two marriages? Yes. Did the other two wives pass away? Yes. Do you love Istvan Baka? Yes. Does he return your love? Late. Rue looked at Song and shook her head. You're late? No, he's late. Where are you right now? Standing at the window watching the path. Heaven appeared anxious. It's almost dark. He's never late. Something is wrong. Heaven was indicating more agitation. Let's take a moment and breathe deeply. All is well in the present. You are no longer Helena. You are Heaven McBride. Here, viewing your life with Istvan Baka as Helena. But you are not reliving that life. You are safe and comfortable. Nothing will harm you. Rue paused. Heaven's breathing slowed, and she appeared to grow calm. Excellent. You will remain relaxed, knowing that nothing can harm you. Not if you understand. Heaven nodded, but did not open her eyes. Where did Helena live? Romania, in the mountains. We lived in a nice cottage near the monastery where he worked. The hearth had a good draught. The walls had a good seal. Were you happy in your life as Helena? Yes. I was glad to not have to work for my father any longer, and I liked being there with my husband and his children. I see. What did you do for your father? I served food and drink at the inn, and also prepared rooms for travellers. How did you meet Istvan Baka? He came to Bucharest with the Kotzio monks and stayed at the inn. I wanted him to be interested in me, but he was shy and didn't believe I liked him in that way. He was sure he was too old for me, and thought I would find life on his mountain dull.
I was able to persuade him that he was the one I wanted, so the monks bought me for him.
Rue and Song exchanged a shocked look.
Bought you? Yes.
Were you a slave? Heaven was silent. Rue rephrased the question.
What do you mean when you say the monks bought you? My father didn't want to give me up without a dowry, because he would have to pay my replacement when I left. So the monks offered a sum of money to let me go.
All right. Let's move forward in time a little now. How did Helena's lifetime with Istvan Baka end? Heaven's eyes flew open for a split second, and her mouth formed a silent scream of terror.
Be at ease. You are safe and comfortable here with me. Nothing can harm you. You see images of the past, but you will not feel them or relive them. Just report what you see. Set the feelings aside.
That seemed to calm her enough to continue.
He did not come home, but Istvan was not the sort of man who didn't come home. He was a good man in every way. I didn't sleep that night. The next day when the sun came up, I left Stavana watching Nikos and went to search for him. I didn't find him. The next day, I went to search for him again. I was attacked, and I died.
How did you die?
Monster.
Rue looked at Song while asking the next question. What sort of monster?
The sort that old women whisper about with aprons covering their mouths. One of the children of Vlad.
Vampire?
Yes.
Thank you, Heaven. You will remain calm and detached as you answer my questions. Did you know the vampire who attacked you?
Yes.
Heaven seemed passive, but not at peace. Tears were running down her cheeks. You will report the events, but you will not experience any distress or any pain. You see a picture of what happened, but do not feel unpleasant feelings. Rue paused for a minute. Was your husband infected with the vampire virus? She nodded. Rue and Elsong looked at each other meaningfully. Song scribbled something fast on a piece of paper and held it up for Rue to read.
Heaven, are you angry with Istvan Baka? Yes.
Was he your attacker?
Yes.
Song hurriedly penned a follow-up question. Do you still love Istvan Baka?
Yes.
I would like to ask your higher self if there is something about this information that could be useful in finding Baka. Heaven's face relaxed, and her features seemed to be slightly altered because of holding the muscles differently. When she spoke, she sounded like someone else, a different personality.
Not finding. Freeing.
Freeing? Rue looked at Song and shook her head to indicate cluelessness. Song wrote hurriedly and held up a paper. Has Baka been captured?
Yes.
And you can help with this?
Heaven will help.
What does she need to do? There was a long pause. Heaven sat up and faced them, but her eyes remained closed.
Does Heaven need to tell us something? She can free the vampire. Her special gift will help set his body free. Her forgiveness will free his soul.
Why did you call him vampire?
He's been cured of the virus.
Heaven shook her head back and forth slowly.
Vampire. Again.
Elsong's hand flew to her mouth, and she teared up instantly. Poor Baka. He was a beautiful man and a generous, capable lover. She liked him immensely, and couldn't imagine him as one of those sadistic things. Being cured, only to be reinfected, it would be hard to imagine something worse. Heaven gasped, opened her eyes wide, and looked around like she was disoriented. Her first reaction, after remembering where she was and what she'd been doing, was concern about the way Song and Rue were watching her. Rue turned to Song. Did you get it? Song nodded and tried to hide the swell of emotion.
Got it right here.
She held up her telephone, indicating the recording that had just been made. Heaven looked troubled.
Was it something bad?
No at all, Song said. It was very helpful. Take a minute to clear your head, and we'll share with you.
If it wasn't bad, then why do you look like you're about to cry? Something in my eye, mascara most likely. Would you like a tea?
Doing a quick systems assessment, Heaven realized she had the dull feeling of being emotionally drained.
I would love a tea.
Song looked at Rue.
I owe you, Boston. I'll take it from here.
Rue narrowed her eyes. Not in your life, Irish. I'm staying tuned for the next episode of this soap opera. Not very professional. Rue arched her eyebrows and barked out a laugh. Oh yeah? And who's gonna tell? Song screwed up her face. Okay, you can stay if you go get her a tea. On second thought, make it 2. Coming right up. But do not say anything while I'm gone. Song rolled her eyes. What do you want in your tea? 3 brown sugars and honey, Heaven answered. Rue looked her up and down. Whoa, going for the curvy look, are we? Song said. Shut it, or find your Yankee ass locked on t'other side of that door. Okay, just kidding. Honey, no sugar, said Song. Rue cut her eyes at Song with a hint of mischief. Sure, sugar, but don't call me honey. Out! Song was emphatic enough to get February moving toward the door, saying, Geez, grumpy pants. When Rue left, Song turned toward Heaven. Feeling okay? Yes. She glanced around. You're not really going to make me wait until she gets back, are you? I've got to know if you got something useful. Aye. Why were you crying? Was no. Why were you about to cry? Heaven, in a few minutes, February will be back with nice, inconceivably sweet tea, and we will all 3 go over what we learned. Together. Is it going to be okay? At least tell me that. I believe so. You're tight-lipped for Irish, aren't you? Song just smiled, thinking that was something she had never expected to be said about her. We recorded the session. I would like to play it for you and hear your reaction. Heaven started to ask something, but there was a thump, thump, thump on the door. It was Rue, using her foot to kick the door since both hands were occupied carrying a cardboard tray of hot, spillable beverages. They settled in and got comfortable to listen to the playback. To the 2 witnessing the event, it was evident from watching Heaven's face that she was shocked to hear her own voice recall a lifetime during which she had loved Baka and been murdered by the disease that took over his body. From Heaven's point of view, it was a lot to take in. She had the passing thought that she should have gone to work for skeptics to destroy superstition instead of the Order of the Black Swan. She could hardly deny that such things were possible, considering the nature of the work she had chosen. When the recording was finished, Song turned off her telephone and waited. When no one spoke for a time, finally she said, Heaven, what is the special gift? Heaven looked at her for a long time with a blank expression. There's nothing unique about me, is there? I mean, there might be something unique, but believe me, no one would ever call it a gift. More like a curse. Rue took on a professional manner and tone of voice. Heaven, sometimes guides or life forms from other realities see things differently. Their perspective comes from a big picture view that we don't have access to. For us, it complicates their messages and makes them seem like puzzles or even riddles. If you have a unique ability, tell us about it. We don't have to label it good or bad for now, and you can consider this strictly confidential. It doesn't leave the room unless you say so. Heaven studied her. It's not a lot of fun to talk about. In fact, it's embarrassing in a way. Go on. I grew up in Newcastle upon Tyne. Not that far from here, really. When I was in primary school, the state curriculum took on music education because neuroscientists had discovered that children who play musical instruments can think better or some such thing. The implementation took a couple of years, but by the time I was 12, when I started secondary school, they were encouraging pupils to take up an instrument. The first day of music class, we were to be evaluated by an expert who was supposedly there to tell us what instruments would fit us. All the instruments had been set out at the head of the classroom. On my way in, I passed by them and sort of looked them over. I thought they were all very attractive in their own way. But the silver flute, it was on top of a blood-red velvet cloth, and it sort of, I don't know, called to me. The expert said the perfect instrument for me was French horn, but I didn't want to play the French horn. I wanted to play the flute. He smirked in that way that adults do when they think children are very stupid and said, all little girls want to play the flute, but that doesn't mean the flute wants to be played by you. The French horn is a much better choice. I insisted on playing flute, and being insistent in that way was uncharacteristic for me. There was an argument of sorts, and my mother was called to the office of the headmaster. I explained that I was supposed to play the flute. My mother asked about my use of the phrase supposed to. I had no explanation for why I had said that, but I was convicted that it was the truth nonetheless. Since I was not known for making trouble, my mother decided to advocate for me. She asked the music teacher what harm could come from letting me try the flute. The teacher responded that I would never be eligible to play with the London Symphony if I chose an instrument that was ill-suited for me. My mother seemed amused by that, but was diplomatic enough to not laugh outright. She said that rather than leaping ahead to a possible but highly unlikely career with the London Symphony, perhaps it would be more practical to allow me to play an instrument that caught my fancy. That way I would still get some benefit from the subject matter. She argued that I would be more likely to dedicate myself to learning an instrument I loved than one that was simply foisted upon me against my will. Because of my mother's persistence, and for that reason alone, the music teacher finally agreed to let me try with the stipulation that my family would have to purchase the instrument. My mother agreed, and I never loved her more. That afternoon we went to a pawnbroker who was known to sell used musical instruments. He looked at me, smiled, asked us to wait, and disappeared into the rear of the store behind a heavy curtain. He returned with a case which he set on the counter. He looked at me, smiled again, and opened it. There inside, in 3 pieces, was, I thought, the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. He asked if I liked it, but he already knew the answer. He told my mother it was a very nice Gemeinhardt flute, top of the line, practically new and needing no work or repair. It had been turned in by someone needing cash quickly, and they had not been back to claim it. My mother asked the price. He looked at me again and said £50. My mother turned to me and said that I had that much in my savings bank, and that she would allow me to use it for the purchase if I was certain that is what I truly wanted. I said yes, that I wanted that flute more than anything else in the world. She opened her purse, counted out the pound notes, handed them to the gentleman, and he handed me the case. I remember when we left I was cradling it in my arms like a baby. The next day I took my treasure to school. When I opened the case, I thought the music teacher got a mean look on his face. He wanted to know what I was doing with an instrument like that. I remember asking, like what? He said the flute that I had brought to school as a first-time learner's instrument was a £2,000 masterpiece intended to be played by a virtuoso. That meant nothing to me at the time. I was a child and not overly concerned with the price of things. He showed me how to put the 3 pieces together, how to hold it, and how to form my lips into the proper armature. Then he moved on to help the next pupil with a new instrument. So I held the flute the way he said and made a little hole with my lips the way he said. Then I blew across the mouth hole and experimented with the keys. At some point I realized that everyone had stopped and was staring at me. It seemed I could play the flute. I didn't know any particular tune to play, but the sounds I made were pure and sweet. I shall never forget the look on the music teacher's face. Later that day I told my mother what had been said about the Gemeinhardt flute being £2,000. She said she was sure he was mistaken. He wasn't. I still have it, although I can never play it again. It's worth even more today. Heaven looked down at her cup and out the window. Sorry to be presumptuous, but do you think I might trouble you for another cup of tea? Song and Rue looked at each other. Rue said, Your turn. Song said, Same deal, no talking. Done. Aye, then who wants what? The room got very quiet when Song left. The Hawkings have a way of filling up space, like they have more life force than other people. After they left, the change was always noticed. So, February, how did you come to this line of work? Rue sighed. When I was about 13, I guess the clinical way of describing that would be post-pubescent, I started seeing people's past lives all around them. Heaven was intrigued. I've never heard of that before. You mean you saw who they had been? Yeah, women, men, children, the works. Maybe not every life they had ever lived, but the ones that had made an impact for better or worse. It just looked like other people standing around them, except they weren't solid, sort of filmy, hazy. Seems like it would be hard to have a normal conversation if you were seeing a person as a kind of mismatched group. Rue laughed in that open, all-out American sort of way. Yes, you get it. That's a pretty good description of what it was like. It tanked my social life. People would always be saying things to me like, Are you listening? Or, What are you looking at? I'd be trying to concentrate on what somebody was saying, but one of their damn past lives would be trying to get my attention and give them a message. If I said sit down and shut up, well, you can imagine what sort of reaction that would get. Heaven was intrigued and sympathetic at the same time. Do you still see that? Rue shook her head. No, not for years. It just went away? Gods, no. Getting rid of it took a lot of work and help from a non-corporeal guide. I eventually learned to just see the person alone as they present themselves in their current lifetime. But by the time I didn't see the past lives anymore, I was hooked on the subject. Who knows? Maybe that was the point of throwing that particular challenge my way. When I started using the traditional methods, I found I had some talent for getting people to open up the deep about who, what, where. You'd be surprised how much baggage we already have the day we're born. I never thought about it. So, tell me about some of the juicy ones. Everybody wants the juice. Rue smiled like she had been asked that before. Sex juice or crime juice? Wow. You choose. Rue's stories were fascinating and entertaining. Song's foot thumped the door before Heaven was ready to relinquish the storyteller. A round of fresh caffeine was distributed to all. Now, where were we? Oh, I was about to ask why you didn't know, or you said can know, play your flute. That's the crux of the gift. She air-quoted gift with one hand. That night at home, I took the flute out and found that I could play any melody I recalled. My mum and dad had this look about them that said it was more scary than good. I admit even I knew it was unusual, but I loved playing and thought, what could be wrong in that? We had music instruction for one class period every day. I didn't reveal my ability because something told me that everyone would look at me the way my parents had. So I pretended to struggle with learning a note or two. As the year progressed, the others began to learn the basics, and sometimes the result almost sounded like music instead of... Well, I don't want to be mean, but it wasn't good. After Yule holiday, we were given some music and told that we were going to perform a spring program at Beltane for our parents and friends with the other music classes. By that time, we had learned to read simple sheet music, at least as it applied to our respective instruments. I took the music home and played it perfectly the first time, albeit quietly. I had learned to more or less pretend to play. I called it flute whispering. Heaven smiled faintly, like she was experiencing a good sense memory. The long and short of it is this. We were supposed to play Rite of Spring by Stravinsky with a string student. There were some who had been taking private lessons and learning to play all through our primary school years. We were also going to do The Long and Winding Road by the Beatles. There was a flute solo in that arrangement. In the combined orchestra there were 7 flutes including myself. The director, who was normally a music teacher for higher levels, said first chair would be determined by competition. He would have each flute play the solo and then assign chairs according to his opinion. 3 girls played before me. The time had come for me to stop flute whispering and play in earnest. I was nervous. It was the first time I'd really played since that first night when my parents looked at me as if they weren't sure who I was. So I began the solo, let my breath flow freely. It felt like, I don't know, like spreading my wings out and letting the wind lift me. It was the most marvelous feeling you can imagine. The melody played itself. It was almost like I could see abstracts of the notes hanging in the air. It was marvelous, right up until everybody started running away and screaming. I looked up and saw the cause of the alarm. Hundreds of insects and mice had found their way out of cracks and crannies and were now sitting in front of my chair, like they were waiting for something. That alone should have been impossible. Just the fact that there are no insects out about in winter. The other curious thing was that I wasn't a bit afraid. I knew fear was the appropriate response because everyone else had run away, screaming. I heard someone down the hall shout about a disturbance on the grounds outside the building. I stood up and looked out the window. Cats and dogs and even goats were converging on the school. As happy as I had been when I was playing, I was just that sad when I realized it was the flute and knew I couldn't play it anymore. I held it to my chest for a moment and let myself cry. Then I took it apart, put it in its case, and that's where it's been ever since. A couple of tears ran down her cheek. She quickly wiped them away with the backs of her fingers and admonished herself to buck up. The school told my parents that I had shown a noteworthy aptitude for library work, and that I was needed as an assistant during the same period when music class was scheduled. Watching Heaven grow sadder as she retold the strange series of events brought out Elsong's natural empathy. She wanted to cross the room and give her a comforting hug, but the angels were funny about such things, so she settled for a sympathetic look. Heaven! You're a summoner! Rue sounded more excited than anything else. What? Song and Heaven said in unison. Yes, I read about it. Somewhere. It doesn't happen often, maybe one a century or some such, but there have been cases recorded in the Order's annals. You remember orientation class from first year? She looked from one to the other for confirmation. Song said, I have only been here a few months, but no one has said a thing about it. Heaven said, Yes, I took it, but I don't have photo recall. Okay, well, the Order is so proud of the history they want every poor slob with half a talent to learn all about it. I don't remember everything, but for some reason, I remembered this one. Yeah, summoners, they're real, and you are one apparently. It was quiet in Song's bedroom for a few minutes while that was absorbed. Heaven cleared her throat. Rue, even if that's true, how does giving it a name help anything? It's still anything but a gift. Whatever that voice at the end of the recording was referring to, it couldn't be this. Song jumped in at that. I know 'tis how it seems, but Rue is right about the fact that the non-corporeal have a different way of looking at things. This is how it was explained to me. Think about the universe as being a giant tapestry. When you're in a body, on this side of life, 'tis like looking at the back. It appears a jumbled tangle of threads and colours, and makes no sense at all. But when viewed from the other side, 'tis a beautiful picture that makes perfect sense. On the surface, I don't see how this affects back a situation, but I will ask my own sources for anything that may shed a little clarity on the subject. Perhaps tonight, I will learn something in dreams. Heaven pulled a pair of flannel pajamas out of the bureau drawer, but was too chilled to get in bed right away. That in her mind was spinning with everything that had happened. She'd lived in Britain her entire life, so a little cold, damp weather shouldn't make a big enough impression to draw her attention. But the fact remained that she couldn't get warm. Her grandmother's remedy for a chill was a hot bath. She claimed it never failed. Indulging in something as decadent as a leisurely bath, well, it wasn't something Heaven would normally do. Allowing herself to relax completely, taking the extra time to draw the water, then sinking down slowly as her body adjusted to a warmer temperature. That sort of indulgence just didn't make her to-do list, ever. But that particular day had been an exception to every rule. It was definitely one of those days that would stand out in contrast to other days. Slowly the hot water eased some of the tension from her muscles and calmed the muddle that had become her typically laser-sharp mind. When the water grew tepid, she decided it was time to test those theories about the subconscious mind, sorting things out for us in sleep, so that everything is clearer in the morning. After a quick towel dry, she pulled on soft flannel pajamas that she'd left close enough to the bathroom heater to warm without danger of catching fire. Pre-warmed pajamas were a pleasure she refused to acknowledge. She had determined to refuse joy until things were put right with East Van Baka. She climbed onto the bed, turned off the light, slid down between cold sheets, feeling muscles tense in response, and pulled the covers up to her nose, hoping to warm the bed into a cocoon before the restorative effects of the hot bath were lost altogether. After an hour of staring into the darkness, feeling even less sleepy than she had all day, she decided to give reading a try. Not the occult texts of antiquity that would normally be her after-hours reading. Turning on the light long enough to run to the kitchen bar, she unplugged her fully charged electronic reader and glanced at the clock on the way by. Straight up midnight. She pulled the tablet under the covers with her and brought up Valerie de Stygian's first novel, Blood and Bellflowers. Blood and Bellflowers, Chapter 1. He followed the woman for half a block. It wasn't stalking, because there was no need to hide. Not that he had anything against stalking. It was, after all, a vampire's standard pastime. She was on a mission, and not paying attention to anything behind her, which, by the way, is something that could be said about most of the humans most of the time. It was early for dinner by sophisticated standards, but it had already been dark for over an hour, even with daylight savings time. Hours of sunshine ended early in the mountains. It was a nice June night. The temperature had been paradise at noon, but it cooled instantly when the sun went down. She strolled by the shop windows and looked in each one, but nothing caused her casual stride to hesitate or even slow. Shopping wasn't on the agenda for the evening. She was wearing some sort of shawl wrap thing that looked chic and expensive, so it stood to reason that she did shop sometimes. A friend had maneuvered her into going along to a Saturday workshop on self-esteem. Juliara's self-confidence might need improving, but there was nothing wrong with her ability to manipulate. Helene had no choice but to take the self-test at the beginning of the workshop, like everyone else, and discovered that there were a couple of cracks in her bravado-fueled self-image. So she listened for the rest of the day, picked up a couple of tips, and decided she would do some of the homework assignments for self-esteem certification on the honor system. One of those assignments was something that most women would choose last on a menu of 10 awful, humiliating things to do. Go to a very nice restaurant for dinner. Alone. Helene had made a reservation at a Relais and Chateau restaurant that would have been at home on Les Champs-Élysées, but was actually located in the village at Aspen. No one had said or done anything to make her feel uncomfortable when she said she would be one. Still, she looked forward to getting this over with. The door swung open like magic when she reached for the handle, and she was welcomed in by a doorman dress-alike with a smile that looked so genuine you wouldn't guess he was being paid to wear it. There were several people waiting to be seated when she stepped up to the maitre d's lectern and gave her name. "For one, could you have asked a little louder?" She heard herself quip that out loud with as much sarcasm as a bad sitcom. She was a legend of impudence in her own mind. In reality, however, her actual reply was a simple but genteel, "Yes." To her great relief, she was ushered in right away. On the way to the table, she appreciated that the lighting was too low for anyone dining alone to make a spectacle of herself. She was shown to a quiet table for two on the side of the restaurant, farthest away from the bar. Of all the possible scenarios for the experiment, it was the best she could expect. So far as she could tell, there was not a single unoccupied table in the establishment, and that worked to her benefit. Lots of places for people to look, lots of other people to wonder about. The maitre d' attempted to stop Stefan on his way past the lectern, but Stefan just smiled and said he was meeting someone who had probably made a reservation for just one. The man accepted the explanation and allowed him to pass. Luckily for Stefan, his dress passed muster. Restaurants like Pinion Panache would require a coat elsewhere, if not coat and tie, but that was because they were usually located in urbane capitals of sophistication, and not in a place like Aspen. Helene was looking down, concentrating on the wine menu, when a velvety male voice spoke to her within inches of her ear. "Excuse me." She jumped a little, not expecting anyone to be that close. When she turned her startled gaze up to his face, he was close enough to see that her eyes were such a light shade of brown they would be called honey, except that there were orange flecks that gave them fire and sparkle and made them look more like amber. It was a good thing that humans couldn't hear the pace of a beating heart, or she would already know the power she held over him by the way he sped up. "Please forgive me. I didn't mean to startle you." "That's all right." Her eyes quickly ran from his face down his body, taking in that it was obvious he didn't work for the restaurant and obvious that he did work out. Stefan gestured at the crowded room. "I know this is an unusual request these days, but the restaurant is full, I'm hungry and from out of town, and I was hoping you would share your table with me." Helene was stunned by that request. Restaurants like Pinion Panache didn't get written up in all the luxury living magazines by asking people to double up. Still, the truth was that she didn't want to eat alone, and out of nowhere, here was an intriguing stranger who was charming and, well, hot. She lowered the menu and stared into his blue eyes for a minute. They twinkled just enough in the candle's reflection to make her wonder if it was a trick of the light. "I don't mean to impose. Perhaps I could make it up to you by offering to buy you dinner." She realized she couldn't keep him standing there all night while she ran every possible scenario out to the farthest reaches of ramification, and the workshop woman had said that indecision is the enemy of self-confidence. "Sure, why not?" He took in such a big breath that it made her think he might have been holding it while he waited for her answer. But again, that had to be her imagination running away with her. The smile that spread across his face was disarming and instantly took down every defense she had spent a lifetime carefully constructing. "Excellent. I will instruct the man to bring me the check." He sat down across from her. "I'm Stefan Balkan." "Stefan?" she repeated cordially. "I meant to say that you're welcome to sit in the unoccupied chair across from me, not that I would have you buy dinner for both of us. Separate checks works for me. I'm Helene Romescu." "As you wish. The offer is open-ended, and it would be my pleasure." The waiter appeared, shook out a napkin, and laid it across Stefan's lap while someone else poured water. "Joining the lady for dinner, sir?" "Indeed." "Very good. Would you care for an aperitif?" "Devil's blood." The waiter nodded and turned to Helene. "Madam, let me have a couple of minutes with the wine menu. Would you like me to send the sommelier over?" She shook her head and smiled politely. When he left, Helene arched an eyebrow at Stefan. "Devil's blood? Surprising. I wouldn't have taken you for a vodka man." He smiled. "You know your drinks." "My father liked to give parties." Stefan nodded. "I like cherries." Helene could think of several inappropriate replies, all of which caused her to blush. He noticed and said nothing, but allowed just a little of the smile he was suppressing to leak into his eyes. She was beguiling. A beautiful name, recognizable. Is it tiresome having the same name as the famous hotelier? Yes, it certainly is. It wouldn't be bad to have their money, though. I wouldn't know if it wouldn't be bad because I've got both. Balkan stared for a moment, as if trying to sort out what had just been said. It was, after all, a convoluted sentence. You're one of the Romiscues. No, I'm the Romiscue. As in, last one standing, or sitting in this case. I'm sorry. She thought that by the tone of his voice and the expression on his face, he was either sincere or he was a very good actor. You know, the funny thing is that it feels like it's always been that way. My mother died when I was very young. I'm an only child and my father was consumed with expanding the hotel chain. I miss my caretakers more, she laughed. Or as my father would say, my handlers. She honestly didn't know why she was telling him all this. She was normally an exceptionally private person, yet here she was, within seconds of meeting, telling not only her life story, but her most personal thoughts about that story to a perfect stranger. Stefan Balkan, there's something very unique about you. You opened me up like a master locksmith, and I haven't even ordered wine yet. Well then, shall we correct that? The part about me spilling like a torn sack of sand, or the part about ordering wine? He chuckled. I was thinking wine, unless you would like to volunteer something else. Combination to the safe, perhaps. He could see that he'd shocked her with that. Just kidding. I'm interested in whatever you want to tell me. Revelations, confessions. Which brings me to a question of interest. Husband, boyfriend, lover? She relaxed a little. Don't ask. Can I take that as a no to all three? She laughed softly, shut the wine menu with a slap, and handed it to him. You know, I'm living dangerously tonight. I let a strange man sit down at my dinner table. I may as well go for it and let you order wine. And yes, that's a no to all three. He smiled, took the menu, opened it, and looked at her over the top so that only his eyes were visible. I'm not a strange man. She chuckled in response. If she knew that he was, in fact, not a man, but something else entirely, she wouldn't find it funny. He was a vampire who was playing with his food, which did qualify as strange. Even he didn't know why he was sitting in a restaurant held captive by every nuance of a woman's expression, every subtle change in her breathing, every minute difference in the rate of her heartbeat. Yes, his eyes were drawn to the pulse in her neck again and again, but not more often than to her lips that were youthful and plump for a woman in her late 20s. He had an impulse to reach across the table and run his thumb over her bottom lip, to see if it was as soft as he imagined from where he was sitting. Stefan? He blinked. Did I lose you? She looked more amused than irritated. Sorry, I was arrested by your beauty and couldn't think. It was her turn to blink. Please tell me that approach never works, or I'll be forced to give up on being a card-carrying female. He cocked his head. People hear what they want to hear, believe what they want to believe. Okay, you're scaring me because now you sound more like a con man than an inept cruiser. Ouch. I'd be hard-pressed to decide which description is least flattering. Hey, it's not flattering to be BS'd about arresting beauty either. From your point of view, I can see why you might think that. My point of view, she said dryly. What's made you so cynical, Helene? Lots of people interested in lots of money? You didn't have to tell me about it, but you did. She scooted her chair back, grabbed her napkin, and dropped it on the table. You know, this was a mistake. I'm going. Enjoy the table. It's all yours. Stop. He took hold of her wrist with just enough pressure to get her attention. Please don't go. We'll talk about something else. I'm not interested in your portfolio. I have money of my own. She looked at his hand on her wrist and then pulled away. You do? Yes. I don't know why I told you who I am. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw the cynical Helene recede to reveal a lost girl, hoping there was still some innocence to protect and some undiscovered romance in the world. Let's talk about something else. He smiled and raised the wine menu. White or red? She appreciated his smooth change of subject. As she was sitting down, she returned his smile. The two of them lingered over dinner and wine, then sampled each other's desserts like lovers. After almost 3 hours of talking about everything from road construction in Denver to Broadway shows, he walked her to her car and said goodnight, not knowing himself why he didn't press for an after-dinner drink, so to speak. When Helene Romasque had inherited family money and a famous worldwide hotel chain, she had relocated the offices to Denver for no other reason than that she loved the mountains and wanted to be close enough to spend recreational time there. The company took over the 17th floor of an office building on 16th Street, and she snagged a corner office with a panoramic view of the Rockies from Cheyenne in the north to Colorado Springs in the south. She knew she spent more time looking at the mountains and longing to be there than she should when she was supposed to be working. But truthfully, the company would probably run fine if she didn't do more than attend quarterly board meetings. She ended up buying a smallish, rustic one-room cabin-style house outside Aspen. She could have afforded anything, but fell in love with the little place and felt that it was a clear case of less is more. It would be remiss to fail to add that, while the cabin was a picture of rusticity, she created an interior that had graced the pages of Architectural Digest Mountain Retreats issue. The pioneer rusticity of wood log walls were offset with the antiquity of old museum-quality Persian Hurwitz rugs. The blood-hued leather furniture was softened with pillows covered by cuts from priceless Persians and tribals that blended with the overall theme of luxury as modern mountain chic. The resulting red-brown theme was a paradox, comforting, soothing, and exciting all at the same time. Whenever she could get away, she chartered a small plane to fly her up. She kept a Range Rover at the airport by special arrangement with the hangar owner. There was no shortage of beautiful ski towns within driving distance of Denver, but she thought Aspen was worth the extra trouble and expense was a non-issue. The town was a good fit for someone in her situation because it was a magnet for people with money, some of whom would think the Romasque bank account inconsequential. Hell, she might as well have been Aspen's vacation home version of middle class, and that made it a perfect place to fade into the surroundings and be the closest thing to invisible. When she wanted good food, it was there. When she wanted spa treatment, it was there. When she wanted world-class shopping, it was there. When she didn't want any of those things, she could sink down into the stress-free environment of her mountain getaway and relax. At 6 o'clock the next night, there was a knock on the cabin door. Helene never had surprise visitors. In fact, she never had any visitors, surprise or otherwise. Her eyes slid to the loaded shotgun standing in the corner. "Just a minute," she called. She brought the shotgun with her to the door. "Who is it?" "Flower delivery." A quick look through the peephole that had been installed when she moved in confirmed that the caller did indeed have flowers. A mountain of them obscured the body of the delivery man. She opened the door to the biggest arrangement she had ever seen. Even the one on the round center lobby table of the Waldorf Astoria wasn't bigger than this. It was wide, dense, and over the top. "Good grief," she said. "Are you sure that's for me?" "Helene Romasque?" "Yes." "Would you like to take these, or would you like to show me where they should go?" It looked heavy. The vase was almost as big as a half rain barrel. "Okay, come in and put it over there." Behind the flowers, the vampire smiled as he stepped across the threshold. He had just been issued an invitation to enter. "Where is over there?" She led the way to the sturdy library table she used for everything. Eating, jigsaw puzzles, online activities, everything that required a good solid surface plane. The vase was transferred to the table, and the delivery man stood up straight. Stefan Balkan, in jeans and a black sweater. "Surprise," he said. "It certainly is." She was a little miffed about being taken in, but she was a lot delighted. Her body was unused to surges of excitement, and her brain wasn't quite sure how to process the feelings that were dancing throughout her nervous system. Of course, the vampire noticed that her nipples beaded beneath the red silk blouse. His eyes drifted downward, but didn't linger. He didn't want to alarm her or make her feel uncomfortable in any way. "Don't worry, I'm not staying. I'm just thanking you for the company last evening and inviting you to have dinner with me again. Pizza, maybe? Did I mention that you look really good in red?" She laughed. A few leaves had broken away to cling to his sweater and his hair. She reached out to pick them off, not realizing beforehand that such familiarity implies affection as well. "Here, let me get these." She pulled the strays from his sweater and then his hair while he stood statue still. He hadn't intended to touch her. His plan was to take her to dinner, spend time with her, get to know her better, let her get to feel comfortable with him. But pulling fern frond pieces from his sweater and hair was intimate in a way that suddenly felt like foreplay. Helene realized the same thing when she looked up into Stefan's face and saw his eyes darken. Her heart rate and breathing sped up, which is a powerful aphrodisiac to a vampire, particularly one who has become enamored with his prey. Pulling her into a kiss seemed so natural, as if he'd done it many times before. She never considered resisting. Those darkened eyes of his were hypnotic. Kissing Stefan was exactly what she wanted to do. Within minutes, she found herself stretched on top of the down comforter that covered her bed. Her body clothed only in ecstasy, as Stefan created the most delicious friction sliding his naked body against hers. She didn't remember the details of getting out of their clothes, and she would have liked to have savored that. When had they built such a big fire and stoked it into a blazing roar? The bed was close enough to the large hearth to feel the warmth. As Stefan rose over her, his eyes were bright, and his face was flushed. She hoped that flush was from a desire to possess her body, and not just from the heat of the apple and pinion flames. She hoped he was feeling everything she felt, desperation to be loved. No, wait. Her brain clicked into gear. She didn't mean desperation to be loved. She meant she was desperate to be fucked. She was a big girl who knew better than to expect an emotional connection. This was just sex. Good, hot, juicy, mouth-watering, breathless sex that made her insides quiver and Jones to be filled with something she couldn't even name. When her eyelids drifted open, the first thing she remembered seeing was one of the thick and elaborately carved bedposts. The bed was an antique from the Black Forest in Germany. It had been lovingly handcrafted during a time when families would spend an entire winter carving a piece of furniture as a project because the weather prohibited being outside. The wooden murals told an intricate story, as people and animals, both real and mythological, wound round the post, across the headboard, down to the footboard and back again. She had thought for a moment that she had seen some of the figures move, but blinked rapidly and decided it must have been a trick of the light or too much red wine. Wait, was there wine? There must have been. Stefan was watching her reaction while laving one taut, dusky nipple. Their bodies behaved as if they knew each other. The intimacy didn't have the feel of a first act of lovemaking. It was more like the heady culmination of a long and mutually desired reunion. He inched his way down her body so slowly and with such titillating thoroughness that it was painful in the most delicious way. Nuzzling, licking, nipping. Just a single well-placed touch near the little swollen pearl that was trying to get his attention would send her into oblivion. When he reached the patch of honey-colored curls, he brushed his lips in random light nibbles, and she bucked hard in response. Grabbing her hips to hold her steady, he looked up and smiled. For a minute she thought his teeth looked long and sharp, at least two of them. What was wrong with her? She was losing chunks of time, seeing bed carvings come to life, and now her lover was a vampire? The opportunity to follow that thought through all its ramifications was lost to the moment as he found that well-placed touch with his very talented tongue and sent her into a scream that may have lasted a full minute. The orgasm occupied her body, mind, and soul. It was so powerfully potent that she didn't even register the moment Stefan slid his fangs into the plumped and welcoming lips of Helene's core. He drank sweet blood with his mouth while smelling the nectar of her essence. It was as close to heaven as a vampire can get. Helene was experiencing such an altered state of euphoria that she would never think to mention protection. He was grateful that she was so susceptible to suggestion. He didn't have to wear a condom or explain why vampires don't need them. He fucked her with leisure and frenzy. He fucked her playfully and with an intensity that made her heart ache. He fucked her longer than would be humanly possible, and no matter how many times she forced herself to use the word fuck as a reminder not to take it seriously, that it was just casual sex, her heart refused to listen. Stefan wouldn't have been happy to know she was struggling to repress feelings that were welling up. He wasn't kidding himself that this was a seduction, a vampire seduction, and that he had used every supernatural tool at his disposal. There should, after all, be some advantages to being a vampire because the fates know the gig comes with enough disadvantages. So yes, it was a seduction and a fine one at that, but it was not casual to him either. After he left Helene at her car the night before, he hadn't been able to think about anything else. He pictured bringing her flowers, being invited in, laying her across a cool silk coverlet, and having his way with every inch of her. What he didn't picture was that somewhere between the disrobing and the climax, she ceased to be the combo special, food and a sex toy, and started feeling like life, something he didn't anticipate ever feeling again. As he lay staring at her, head in hand, leaning on his elbow, she asked about the pizza. He was feeling so perfectly sated and at peace, he couldn't imagine needing anything more. But she needed food. "Delivery?" he said. She laughed. "They don't deliver pizza up here, or anything else for that matter." He looked like he didn't believe her. "One of us is going to make the call. Who do you want it to be? You or me?" "You. No, me." He got up and walked across the room to retrieve her phone without the slightest self-consciousness about his body. As he walked back toward the bed, she said, "Maybe you could do that again, as an after-dinner show?" "Walk across the room?" She shook her head. "Walk across the room in your magnificent buffness." "Magnificent is a heady word, and that's what you'll do. Turn my head." She caught the pun when she saw the teasing in his eyes and licked her lips. "I'm pleased you like what you see." She tore her gaze away to look up a number online, then called and asked if they would deliver where she was. The guy who answered the phone at Grimaldi's Pizza laughed. Stefan heard it and took the phone away from her. "Let me speak to the driver." The delivery boy came to the phone. "Do you use your own vehicle to deliver?" "Yeah." That sounded like a question. "Are you uncertain?" "No, it's my car." "Good. I'm going to give the phone to someone else who is going to give you an order for pizza and directions on how to get here. When you arrive, there will be a nice, crisp $100 bill with your name on it. If you can get here within half an hour, there will be 2. Helene followed directions, closed the telephone, and looked at Stefan as if she was seeing him for the first time. "What is it?" he asked. "That's the sort of thing my father might have done." Unsure whether she meant that in a good way or a bad way, he decided to stay neutral. "Negotiating is a recreational pastime for men. It doesn't mean I have anything other than masculinity in common with your father." "Good." "I would have given the kid who's running your pizza up the mountain 10 times that much so that I could stay in with you tonight. Just like this. No clothes, no going out, no other people." "Antisocial much?" She gave him a smile he hadn't seen before, one that looked like genuine affection, and it warmed him all the way to his ice-filled soul. Can a vampire be loved? "Not exactly, just super selective." While they waited for pizza, he in jeans and she in a plaid robe, they sat at the table, and he told her about the flowers he'd brought. He explained that the entire arrangement was made up of Rocky Mountain greenery and wildflowers. He told her how much he had loved the wildflowers of Romania when he was younger, and that while the blooms couldn't be matched exactly, there were many local plants that were similar to the ones he grew up with. Blue columbine could be substituted for alpine columbine, fringed gentian for violet, foxglove for primrose, and sky pilot for bellflowers. As he pointed out the blooms and talked about the differences without the slightest fear of homophobia, she watched him and realized there might be more to Stefan Balkan than great sex and creative pizza manipulation. "Romascu is Romanian. Did you know that?" "I did, yes." Chapter 16. For several hours, the contractions had seemed to be all over the place. 2 that were an hour apart would be followed by another in 20 minutes. Finally, the birthing process settled into a regular rhythm of 30-minute intervals. For the 100th time, she replayed the conversation with Ram about packing up and moving to be near the clinic, just to be on the safe side of things. "Great Paddy, Ram," she said softly. "If I live through this, I swear I'm going to be more careful. I bet you're worried out of your mind." "I'm so sorry." Blackie raised his head to see if she was talking to him, sighed, and went back to dozing. By midnight, Ram knew he had pushed his mare as far as she could go. She was lathered, even with a cold temperature, a thing he would never have done if it wasn't an emergency, if he wasn't out of his mind with fear and worry. He and the horse were both cold to the bone, tired to the bone, with muscles stiffening up like rigor mortis. It was time, past time, to ask for help. He left his horse in her stall with the saddle still on her, threw some oats in the shallow trough and some hay at her feet, telling himself he'd be back to remove the tack and rub her down, just as soon as he made a call. He hurried back into the cottage. Nothing had changed. He didn't know why he thought or hoped it might have. He relit the lamp, grabbed the sat phone, and called Storm. His fingers were so numb he had trouble dialing. Storm was just coming out of the shower. It was his night to do dinner, and instead of cooking, he was going to go pick up pasta primavera. That was their deal. When it was your night to provide dinner, you didn't have to cook. You just had to have something hot and yummy on the table on time. Litha usually cooked. He usually got takeout. When his phone rang, he didn't recognize the number, and no name came up. He put the phone down, thinking whoever it was could leave a message. Probably an opinion poll, or somebody wanting to sell carpet cleaning. 2 minutes later, the phone rang again. Same number. He picked it up, ready to express extreme displeasure. Then he heard a voice he would recognize even if it was a whisper in a hurricane. "Stormy?" Litha came into the bedroom and started to smile appreciatively at Storm standing there in just a towel fastened at his waist, stray droplets of water wandering aimlessly down his torso toward man candy. Then she saw his face. "Ramel, what's wrong? This is not your phone."
"Sad phone."
Ram's voice was shaking.
"Can no find her. She and Blackie. You know they can travel so fast. They could be anywhere."
"You're not making sense, Ram. Are you telling me that Alora is missing?"
"Aye. I went to the new place to meet the electrician. When I got back it was dark and—"
Storm could hear that Ram was wheezing like an asthmatic.
"I've been riding in the dark for hours. I could no find her on my own."
"You're in New Forest?"
"Aye. I need your wife to find mine. Please."
"You want Litha to track her?" Storm looked directly at Litha as he said it. She looked both curious and concerned. "We'll be right there."
"Right here? You're 24 hours away, at least."
"Trust me, Ram. Give me coordinates where you are."
"Just a minute."
Ram lowered the phone, pressed the icon for compass, then repeated the results. "Stay where you are. We'll be there in less than an hour. Have you called Simon?"
"No."
"I'll take care of it, right after I call Kay."
"Aye. Bring a sat phone. Cells do no work here. And dress warm.
Ram made a sound Storm couldn't place.
Snowed tonight."
It was plain enough that Ram was barely holding it together. Storm wished Kay was on the phone. He was the one of them who was good at nurture. Storm lowered his voice. "Ram, this is going to be okay. Your mate is resourceful and resilient. Get warm, have a tea. Litha and I will be there before the kettle cools."
"Aye."
Ram couldn't think of anything else to say. Storm would be insulted if he thanked him, so he pressed the rocker switch off and set the phone down. As soon as Storm hung up, he was speed-dialing Kay. He looked at Litha. "Alora's missing. We need to throw some stuff in backpacks for overnight and go to New Forest. Ram says dress warm because it's really cold. It snowed." Kay saw Storm's number and answered. "Partner, where are you?" It only took 3 words for Kay to know something was wrong.
"We just got into Heathrow 10 minutes ago, and we're changing planes. What's happened?"
"Alora's missing. Can you send Katrina on to headquarters and get a charter to take you close to, what's the name of that village? He's at that place in the preserve."
"Black Ontario?"
"Yeah, that's it." Kay looked at his watch. 3 hours. "Okay. Dress warm." Kay glanced down at what he had with him. He was wearing square toe boots, jeans, and a sweater, but he did have his Ralph Lauren cashmere dress coat that came to his knees and leather gloves that Katrina had stuffed into one of the deep pockets.
"Can't do much about that. The airlines have my stuff, and I can't go shopping in the middle of the night. Grab an extra knit hat for me and tell Ram I'm coming, hell or high water."
"You got it. Both counts." Kay brought Katrina up to speed in less than a minute, kissed her goodbye, and said he'd meet her in Edinburgh. He made sure she had Simon's phone and told her to call for a ride to headquarters. He waylaid the first Aer Lingus rep he saw, asked the fastest way to get to charters, and took off in that direction. Crowds parted like waves when they saw a man his size running through the airport. His sense of urgency grew with every step that struck the aggregate floor. One of his teammates was missing. Another would die if she wasn't found. He didn't know how it felt to be missing, but he knew exactly what Ram was going through. His own memory of Katrina as missing was too raw to be disturbed without an emotional struggle. As the berserker started to rise, he talked to himself under his breath, soothing, urging calm, control, restraint. "Down, boy. I can't help that way. We gotta believe she's okay. Nobody's stronger or more resourceful. She survived the assassination of her entire clan, a transport mishap that should have killed her, and a vamp attack. Hell, she even overcame the virus. We'll find her, and she'll be okay when we do." He was out of breath when he got to the row of hangars with air travel for hire, and was lucky enough to find a lightweight jet with a pilot available for a last-minute bargain price of just under $9,000. He slid them a black credit card without blinking. If they had told him it would cost everything he had, he would have handed it over without a second's hesitation. The charter service agreed to arrange for a car to meet him at Derry and take him onto the gates at New Forest at Black Ontario. He'd figure the rest out from there. As Laura was always saying, one step at a time. The pilot came out to introduce himself as Kay was getting on board. Kay gave him a no-nonsense handshake and told him he needed to fly like there was a legion of harpies on his tail feathers. The pilot wasn't sure he grasped the reference specifically, but he got the gist. Go fast. Ram didn't know how the hell Storm was going to arrange to be there in less than an hour, but Storm wasn't much of a kidder under any circumstances, and he knew his teammate wouldn't joke at a time like this. As soon as he'd hung up the phone, he'd regretted it. The silence and emptiness of the cottage slammed into his solar plexus as hard as if they were tangible things. He'd never felt that way when he was there alone as a boy. He'd always loved being there by himself, far away from his father's disdain and his brother's snooty righteousness. That was before Allura. She arrived at Jefferson Unit with a big splat and nothing was ever the same after that. Not for a lot of people. Since the day he'd come in from the forest to find her waiting in the cottage, he'd never once thought about being without her. He couldn't live without her. He wouldn't live without her. For a full minute he couldn't breathe. He wasn't breathing too fast. He wasn't breathing at all. He sat down on the wooden chest by the hearth and waited for his lungs to re-engage, staring out the window, listening to the silence. Too tired to move and too scared to stay still. He could almost hear Allura saying, "Do not hyperventilate." His mind kept replaying their last exchange. "Back before dark, and I'll bring something for dinner. I'll be here, counting on it." He knew he was a hair's breadth away from a breakdown and knew just as well that he couldn't afford that. Somewhere out there in a sometimes hostile environment was an alien female who was his whole world, a dog who answered to him, and an unborn elf with outrageously red hair, turquoise eyes, and laughter that could make an auntie's eyes tear up from the beauty and joy. Ram never thought he would face anything in his life that was harder than vampire hunting. He was wrong. He decided to build a fire and get the cottage warm for Storm and Litha. When he turned his head to look at the wood supply, he noticed that his bow was missing, quiver and arrows too. "Bloody hell, Allura, what are you up to? And why are you no here?" The fire was built to roaring before Ram remembered his horse. He took the phone with him to the stable to unsaddle the mare. She tossed her head, eyed him reprovingly, and stamped a front hoof twice. "You can be as temperamental as you like. You're entitled. I could no be more pleased with you." He'd brought a large terry bath sheet to rub her down. He massaged her back and shoulders and hips as he dried her wet coat. Her sore muscles started to relax, and she gave him a deep, soft whinny, the horse version of a moan. When he was satisfied that his horse was settled and would not get sick from lack of care, he returned to find everything exactly as he'd left it. He didn't know why that surprised him every time. Maybe a part of him was hoping this was a bad dream and that he would wake up to find all as it should be. As Storm was dressing, Litha was quickly throwing necessary items into 2 backpacks they could carry easily. He called Simon, woke him up, and explained the situation, saying he would like to have a Wister in New Forest at first light. He said to have somebody call him on Ram's SAT number, which he recited, in 2 hours for a list of what to bring. Storm was watching Litha while he was on the phone with Simon. He realized she hadn't said a single word since Ram had called. He also noticed that she was giving him a look whenever she glanced up from packing. "Okay, spill. What is it?" "What is what?" "Nice try, but I know that game. What is with the look I'm getting and the fact that you're being strangely quiet?" "Look?" It was Storm's turn to give her a look. She straightened, put her hands on her hips, and made a gesture of surrender with her head. "Okay, there might be something, but I'm not sure this is the best time for that conversation. Correction. What I mean to say is that I am positive this is not the best time for that conversation, and I shouldn't let you goad me into it." She glanced away at the open packs. When she looked back again, she saw that Storm was continuing to dress, but making it clear he was waiting for it to finish. He wasn't going to accept a postponement. He was a straight-ahead kind of guy. Blowing out of breath, she gathered her thoughts and plowed ahead. "Doesn't it strike you in the least strange that, Here we go again. Alora's life is in danger. She let that trail away, as if it held a world of meaning. Storm looked confused and shook his head with a subtle WTF expression. What exactly are you saying? Make it plain, because we don't have time for anything else. Litha turned away and resumed packing. It's like you and Alora are trapped in some sort of karmic loop. Circumstances keep aligning that require you to rescue her, again and again. He looked blank, like he didn't know what to say. She spread her hands in front of her, palms up, and glanced at the open, half-filled backpacks. And again. When he didn't say anything in response, she made a sound of exasperation and went back to packing. It's okay, Storm, I know she's worth it. Litha looked down and tugged at a side zipper, trying to close one of the bulging packs. I get it. Storm walked around the end of the bed, stopped her, and made her look up at him. You don't, Litha. Not if you're thinking what I think you're thinking. You're the one I'm married to, and I'm not the least confused about that. You're the only one I feel this way about. I love you. I know that, and I'm not questioning it. But I know you love her too, in a one-for-all sort of way that none of the rest of us mortals will ever understand. Anybody who's ever seen the four of you together would have to know that it would be a big mistake to try and come between you. I'm not trying to interfere with the arcane camaraderie, honestly, and I'm not just being irrationally jealous. Storm smiled. You're being rationally jealous? Okay, laugh all you want. You're the one stuck in the weird cosmic paradigm. But if I don't point it out, you may always be stuck there saving her ass over and over. We'll be on walkers, and you'll be getting a call that Alora has fallen and can't get up. Storm pulled her into his arms, and she put her face in his chest. And don't think it hasn't occurred to me that if something awful happens, I'm going to have to kill myself for what I just said. He shushed her softly. Nobody is killing herself, and nothing awful is going to happen. She looked up, searching his face. And why is that? Because you're the all-powerful Black Swan of B-Team? Yes. He said that with such sincerity and sobriety that she thought he might be serious. Because thinking otherwise isn't an option. Storm gave her a long, lingering kiss. You know, the funny thing about this conversation is that Ram didn't say, Alora is missing and only you can save her. He said, I need your wife to find mine. Please. He fingered the pendulum she wore around her neck. Have pendulum? Will travel? She smiled. Come on and finish getting ready. I guess I have to go save your ex-girlfriend. After the call from Storm, Simon sat up and switched on the bedside lamp. midnight. He scrolled down through contacts, stopping at Glendenning Catch. Glenn was often still going strong at this time of night. He was 19, a quarter werewolf, and so multi-talented he could have his pick of jobs with the Order. Since he'd come along to Edinburgh as Blackie's official dog walker, under the ruse of an internship with investigations, he'd really blossomed as a prospect and a heartbreaker. The various departments were all fighting over who was going to get him, which was kind of fun for him, but not as much fun as his original motivation for making the trip. Fae girls. Glenn had shaved his head for scalp tattoos of angelic glyphs, then let the hair come back in as a buzz cut. It made him look older, and apparently it was also a hit with the little ladies, because Glenn was getting a reputation for being a busy boy, always in demand. As fate would have it, on that particular night, he had decided to stay in for a change. After all, he wasn't 14 and only had so much pleasure to give. He was reading a book on paleo magic in Vedic Sanskrit when the phone rang. He answered without looking to see who it was. When he heard Simon's voice, he scrambled to sit up on the side of the bed, as if the face camera was on. Simon recapped the situation, ending with, I know you're close to the family. Yes, I am. I need someone to go along with the Worcester tomorrow morning and make sure everything they might need makes it onto that machine. I understand that you have tracking potential, so you're a logical choice on several levels. Yes, sir. Do you want the job? Yes, sir. Okay, you're in charge. Thank you, sir. Who's on the ground? Sir Storm and his wife will be joining Sir Hawking within the hour. You should call Storm at 0200 for a list of what's needed. Simon read off the call numbers for Ram's sat phone. Who's flying? Hang on, let me get my schedule. Simon took out his portaputer and pulled up a file. Crick Smithy. I'm forwarding his number to your phone right now. Who do I talk to about supplies I need on the Worcester? Same fellow. Anything you need. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Is Blackie with her? The dog? Yes. I believe so. Thank you, sir. Report to me after you've arrived and assess the situation, logistics and personnel. Yes, sir. Anything else? Yes, sir. Out with it then. This is not the time to be shy. I think we should take Lady Lycan's doctor with us. There was a pause. Good thinking, I agree. The man's name is Nance. I'll call him and tell him to expect a call from you with instructions about when and where to report. Thank you, sir. No thanks needed. Very well. Good night. Good night, sir. When Simon clicked off, Glenn dialed Smithy's number. Fuck, kid. You know what time it is? 12:45. How long is the flight to New Forest? New Forest? Hell if I know. How about Derry? How long is the flight to Derry? Just over an hour. Then I want us ready to leave at 06:15. I'll be calling back at 02:30 with a list of stuff I'm going to need on that Wister. And Smithy, no matter what the conditions are, at 06:15 we're going. If you don't think you're up for that, tell me now and I'll find somebody else. You worry too much. The Order doesn't employ pilots unless they can fly a feather through a cyclone when necessary. I'll take that as a personal pledge then. Glenn didn't wait for an answer. He punched off and shoved over to his computer, where he could do some research on the New Forest Preserve, the village, and the weather. Chapter 17. Ram never had visitors at the cottage, unless you counted Liam, and certainly not in the middle of the night. So he wasn't expecting a knock on the door, even though intellectually he'd told himself that Storm would have an explanation. He absent-mindedly looked at his watch. It was close to 1 o'clock. In 2 long strides, he was opening the door to see Storm and Litha standing there. How did you... Litha stepped forward and gave Ram a hug. She's alive, Ram, and in the vicinity. When his brain was able to digest that, he hugged Litha back like she was a lifeline. Thank you. I don't need thanks, Ram. You're family to my husband. You're also squishing me. He released her immediately and looked embarrassed. Sorry. He glanced at Storm. I guess I'm so used to Alora being indestructible. The main thing is this. In a few hours, when it gets light, you're going to find her. Ram stared at her with red-rimmed eyes, like he was indulging her patronizing, but wasn't 100% convinced. Ram nodded, then gestured toward the fire. It wasn't logical, but inwardly he felt a surge of relief for no other reason than because Storm was there. He was the bulwark. They'd never given him enough credit for it. He's the one whose picture ought to be hanging on the fucking HOH. I've got a kettle on for tea. There's some chicken and potatoes we were supposed to be having for supper. I put it in the kitchen warmer in case you're hungry. And there's some cheese and some apples. Have you eaten? Storm asked. Ram shook his head. Storm looked at Litha, who nodded and moved toward the kitchen. Neither have we. Let's eat chicken and talk about how we got from California to Ireland in less than a minute. It's a long story and it will help pass the time until sunrise. But first, somebody's going to call on your sat phone at 2 and get a list of supplies that we want on board a Wister tomorrow morning. Let's sort that out. The jet charter company had made good on their promise to have a car and driver waiting for him. Kay was thinking that for $9,000, it should be Bono waiting in a Bentley to sing to him on the way. No such luck. The driver wasn't especially talkative, but liked to listen to a radio station that specialized in Irish traditional punk fusion. After 20 minutes, Kay was ready to jump from the car. If it was anybody but Alora, he would have. Since it was his dime, he could have told Mick Irish to quash the tunes. But Kay figured driving people around in the middle of the night wasn't a great job, so he tried to not let all the angry yelling get on his nerves. Or his berserker's nerves, which was a dangerous possibility. Kay's berserker didn't like lots of angry yelling. There wasn't much to see. No streetlights or street signs or other traffic that far away from the beaten path that late at night. In 40 minutes, they arrived at the New Forest gate, which looked kind of ominous when illuminated by the blue-tint car's headlights. Kay guessed that he was supposed to ring the large, rusty bell, so he pulled the rope. It rang loud enough to get somebody up, maybe even everybody. After a few minutes with no response, he pulled again. He had his hand on the rope to pull a third time when a small panel door slid open. Kay supposed it would be at eye level for a lot of people. He leaned down. Shush it! You're going to wake the whole of the town. Let me in then. No. Yes. No. Look, I don't know you and I can't see you hiding behind that tiny little door, but I can tell you that, formidable as it is, this gate here is no match for a car.
Either let me in, or that very fine English automobile over there is going to plow through the entry to ass on backward and scatter your chickens and ducks or whatever to kingdom come. It'll leave a big mess and make an even bigger noise. Chickens and ducks are no up at this time of the night. Really? Kay put a little more challenge into his tone. Why don't you run get me somebody who speaks English? Wait here. The panel slid closed. After 5 minutes, which seemed like 20, waiting in the cold with nothing to do but wait, Kay was about to pull the rope a second time when the panel door slid open again. What do you want? It was a different elf. I have to get inside this wall. Why? Because I have a friend who's gone missing and I'm going to find her. You're mistaken. No one is missing. And New Forest females don't have friends the likes of you. It's you who's mistaken, and it's I who'm out of patience and about to start a countdown to gate demolition. Who are you? My name is Kalian. Kay? Liam asked. Yes, Kay. The panel slid closed and the hinges on the gate creaked an announcement that it was opening. Kay waved to the driver and walked inside. What brings you to Black Ontario, sir? I need to get to Rammel's getaway. Who are you thinking has gone missing? Alora Lycan. The princess? Liam looked at the other elf with a mixture of dread and disbelief. Her with Babe lost in the forest on a night like this? Sweet Bridget. How do I get there? The only way is by horse, but you can no go through the woods at night. I can and I will. Give me a horse. Great Paddy, I may as well be talking to Rammel. Are all of you just alike? No, we're not. Where's that horse? You can no go. First off, 'tis night. Next, 'twould be very likely you'd be getting lost going by yourself e'en in the daylight. You'll be welcome to stay with us, my wife and me, the rest of the night. At first break of morn, everyone in the village will be out searching alongside you. All here would grieve if the Lady Lycan came to harm. While Liam was talking, Kay was walking beside him in the direction of the O'Torval household. Liam O'Torval, by the way. He held out his hand. Kay shook hands, then said, Give me a horse and point the way. I'm going tonight. Liam opened the door and waved Kay inside. Kay ducked to get under the rough sawn doorframe. He had to admit, it was warm and pleasant inside Liam's house, and a lesser man, or a less loyal man, or a less determined man, might have been tempted to hear the wisdom of waiting until sunrise to continue his journey. Wife? Liam raised his voice so that he could be heard in the next room. Come meet this friend of the young prince. Also headstrong and stubborn and certain there's nothing he can no do. Kay smiled. Yes, Ram is like that. Now where's that horse? I can pay you for the rental. Now look here. Liam sounded perturbed. 'Tis no about money. 'Tis about your safety. If some ill befell you out there on the first true night of winter, the young prince would no be forgiven me for it any time soon. I have a duty to him, to see that his friend does not follow a foolish impulse to his own undoing. Kay did not appreciate being called a fool, directly or indirectly, nor did he like being misdirected and put off when he was on a mission. Now you look here, Friar Tuck. I've never stolen a thing in my life, not so much as a penny from my mother's purse, but I'm taking a horse and going to find Rammel Hawking tonight, with or without your help. While Liam stared at Kay, a flush of anger rose in his cheeks. Before he could say or do anything more, a middle-aged female shuffled into the room, yawning and pushing a tousled hair. Liam O'Torval, what in Bridget's name is the shouting about? You and the giant are about to wake the dead. Both men looked at Liam's wife. Mora, this is Kay, the friend Rammel speaks of. Mora regarded Kay for a few seconds. Good evening, friend. Why can you no wait till the morn for your errand? Alora is missing, Liam told his wife. And Ram needs me, Kay added. Indeed. She nodded at both men, now fully awake. Well, 'tis only one thing to do. Again both men stared at her, curious to hear what she would say. She began pushing Liam toward the door. Go wake Abel Hanniran and bring him here. The boy can guide Mr. Kay to the cottage in the night. Liam allowed his wife to push him through the door, thinking that women are prone to be too smart for their own good. Be sure he's dressed warm. She shut the door behind her husband and turned to Kay. Are you peckish? No, ma'am. Just anxious. She nodded. Here then, let's have a look. She walked around Kay. 'Tis too cold to be riding with no covering for your head. I have gloves. He pulled his thin, soft Italian leather dress gloves from his coat pockets. She nodded again, but looked unimpressed. Let's get some warm ale in you afore you start away.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like that very much. Irish whiskey would be even better.
Aye, 'twould, but I've none for you tonight.
She put a couple of logs on the fire, poked them until a blaze started, then disappeared to the back of the house. When she returned, she put a tankard of ale on the hearth next to the fire, then pressed a quilted cloth into Kay's hand.
Watch that close or 'tis likely to get too hot.
She was gone again. After a few minutes, Kay used the towel to pull the tankard away from the fire. Since no one was watching, he dipped a finger into the liquid to test the temperature. Satisfied, he tipped the pewter pitcher up and let the thick, rich red ale slide down his throat. He had entered the O'Torval residence believing that nothing on earth could be better than old Irish malt whiskey, but he would be leaving with a certainty that no beverage in the known world could touch Mrs. O'Torval's ale. Between the alcohol and the warm liquid, he was feeling more than ready to take on a cold winter's night ride. When he was nearing the bottom of the container, the door opened, and 7 people crowded into the small space. Moira came from the back room, with both brows raised at Liam. By way of explanation, he said,
The entire Hanniran family has come to welcome Mr. Kay, my love, and they were no to be persuaded otherwise.
A little 5-year-old redhead with freckles and pointed ears too big for her head stared at Kay with impossibly large eyes.
I ne'er seen a giant afore.
Kay laughed out loud, which made the little girl jump and take a step back.
This is Abel.
Liam put his hands on the shoulders of a boy who appeared to be 14 or so.
You just follow him and he'll get you safe to where you're going. He has young eyes for finding the path in the dark and a gift for understanding the horses.
Liam looked at the boy.
Abel, say hello to Mr. Kay.
Abel nodded.
Good evening, Mr. Kay.
Kay didn't bother to correct the misimpression regarding his name. He had more important things to worry about than hobbits calling him Mr. K. Abel? He offered to shake the boy's hand. Thank you for getting up in the middle of the night to help me. Can you stay awake?
If she'll help find the lady.
Kay nodded. Moira toddled into the room, swaying from side to side, penguin fashion. Like her knees were too stiff to bend properly.
Here we are. 'Tis the best that can be done in so short a time.
She motioned for Kay to sit on the bench.
Sit.
When he was seated, she pulled a knit cap from where it was held, next to her body by her elbow. It had 2 long braids hanging down on the sides, plaited with yellow yarn to look like blonde hair. Of course, it was made for a much smaller head, but the wool fibers in the knit were forgiving and stretched so that they accommodated. She tied the ends under his chin in a bow. One of the Hanniran boys giggled and quickly put a hand to his mouth, trying to stifle it. His father slapped the back of his head as a reminder to be polite, but not hard enough to hurt. Moira then produced a long knit scarf and wrapped it around Kay's neck.
There. 'Twill have to do.
She looked at Kay suspiciously.
Do you know how to ride a horse?
Kay's eyes twinkled as his face slowly spread into a big smile. Don't let the cashmere coat fool you, ma'am. Liam motioned for the boy.
Abel and I will go get the horses ready. You stay here and be warm.
I'll help, Kay said as he started to rise. Liam patted the air.
No. Stay inside by the hearth while you can.
Kay had time for one more ale before his young guide returned to say they were ready. Kay, Moira, and all the rest of the Hannirans followed Abel, carrying oil lamps to light the way and talking to each other in hushed tones. Kay realized that a middle-of-the-night visit by a comparatively large stranger might be the most exciting thing to happen there in a generation. At 0200, the sat phone rang. Ram's head jerked in that direction.
I'll get it,
Storm said. He answered, exchanged greetings with Glenn, and read the list.
Oh, and one more thing.
Kay will be arriving without winter gear. See what you can scrounge up in his size. Ram and Litha could hear that there was silence on the other end. It was a challenge that seemed to have stumped even Glenn. Just do the best you can. Abel stood next to a white Percheron gelding.
You're lucky this horse is white, sir. It'll be easier to follow in the dark, and you'll be no having any trouble keeping up with him.
Kay turned around to see Abel's father leading a monster out of a stall. What the hell is that? Kay asked, with no less awe in his tone than if they had produced a dragon for him to ride. Liam chuckled softly at Kay's reaction, which was a weird mix between horror, admiration, and love. At 18 hands high, the black horse was enormous with compact, well-defined muscle that rippled with every movement. He was looking at Kay with an expression that was disconcertingly intelligent for a horse. He shook his head and whinnied from his chest in an unmistakable show of defiance.
Ramel's grandfather wanted to be sure these fine horses didn't die out altogether. Cuchulainn here is descended from 16th century Norman battle chargers. There's no much demand for war horses anymore, and 'tis a good thing. But still, he's a magnificent creature, as you know. He is. Not a very French name, though. Well, fortunately for him, he finds himself here in Ireland, where people do not eat horses, nor care for those who do. Kay stepped in front of the beast. We're not going to have a problem, right? The horse looked like he wasn't ready to render a decision on the question yet. Kay looked over the saddle. They may have produced a horse big enough for him, but the saddle was another story. I think I'll just ride bareback. It'll be more comfortable, and his body heat will help keep me warm. Liam nodded and started forward, but Kay went about pulling off the saddle and blanket and seemed to know what he was doing well enough. He grabbed the horse's mane and was about to swing up when Moira yelled, "Wait!" Moira said it with enough authority to cause Kay to hesitate. He stood still for her while she rushed behind him, took the back hem of his coat in 2 hands, and ripped the back seam all the way up to Kay's buttocks. There. She sounded so proud of herself. He wouldn't tell her she had just destroyed a $3,000 coat from Neiman Marcus for anything in the world. She'd turned the coat into a duster suitable for riding, and at the moment, that was what was needed. "Thank you, ma'am," he said. "That will ride much better." She nodded and handed him a blanket. "If you would hold this around your shoulders." He shook his head. "You've done enough. Between the ale, the hat, the scarf, and the reconceived coat, I'll be toasty warm once we get going. Thank you for your hospitality and all your help." He swung up and looked like he was born to sit there. As soon as the horse felt him take his seat, he recognized Kay as a horseman who wasn't going to be putting up with any equine shenanigans. So he settled right down to the business of being ready for whatever came next, just as a proud warhorse should. He even pranced a little with eagerness that made Kay chuckle. Texas quarter horses don't prance. Liam asked everyone to leave so that he could say a word to the night riders in private. Moira and the Hannurin family turned away without questioning the request and didn't look back, except for one tiny little elf who turned around and gave Kay a goodbye wave to go with her big smile. He grinned back at her and mimicked her wave. "Rhiannon," her father said, "leave the berserker to his business." When Liam was alone with the horsemen, he produced 2 battery-operated lanterns from under his cloak and gave one to each rider. As he was showing Abel how it worked, he said, "I've never seen these afore and will prosecute to the fullest extent of the law anyone caught bringing modernity into the New Forest. Understand?" Kay just looked at him. "No, but thank you. We will leave them with Rammel. Stay quiet until you're past the village. No point in waking the few who are already up." Abel turned around and gave Kay an expectant grin that could only be described as giddy. Good Grendel. He thinks this is an adventure. Was I ever that young? As the stable doors opened, Kay contemplated the fact that he had lost that exuberance of youth many vampire hunts ago. Kay's horse pranced along behind Abel, whose mount plodded quietly past the edge of the village. Abel stopped his horse until Kay came alongside. "Are you ready then, sir?" "Yup." "Should we turn on the lamps?" "With the snow on the ground, I think it will be light enough for me to see. You turn yours on if you like." "If you want me to stop, just holler. I'll be listening for you. Just keep your eyes on this rump." He patted the Percheron above the tail. He heard Abel make a sound like, "Whift, whift," and the Percheron ran ahead. Bad Black Coo was practically jumping up and down with the indignity of being left behind. Kay was thrilled. His job just got easier. All he had to do was hang on. The horse was going to do the rest for him. Kay turned the big boy loose and let him charge after the other horse with a confidence that belied riding through a forest at night. In spite of himself, Kay felt an unexpected exhilaration, a thrill of the chase. They rode at breakneck speed through the snow with no visible path. It was bitter cold, but Kay was too focused on a wild winter night's ride on the biggest horse he'd ever seen to spend much time thinking about that. Heaven read on into the night, not being able to tear herself away from the unlikely but captivating love story between Stefan and Helene. Occasionally she would doze and dream about wildflowers, a one-room mountain cabin, firelight, and making love to a vampire who looked just like Istvan Baka. By 0300 the contractions were coming at regular 20-minute intervals. Allura was thirsty and her voice was raspy. As a distraction, she tried to concentrate on the math problem of figuring out exactly how long it had been since she'd taken a drink of water. The answer was too long. There in the still of the longest night of her life, Allura struggled with 2 kinds of pain.
As she rode the primeval nightmare of childbirth, her contractions waxed and waned. And between the birthing pains, sometimes she concentrated on the soft, rhythmic snoring of one of the wolves. But sometimes her thoughts turned to what the Rawling clansman said to her. Last words. Men who know they're dying don't lie. Was it possible that her life had been monitored so tightly and thoroughly that she had been presented a stylized version of the truth of her society and had never seen cracks in the illusion? Was it possible that the decision-makers in her clan had acted in ways that generated enough hatred to make Rawling clan want to kill all of hers? Everyone, including children, even unborn children. Her good hand automatically went to rest protectively over her stomach at the thought of that. It seemed impossible, but it would also seem completely illogical that Rawling clan would risk a dangerous dimension slip for no other reason than to assassinate her. They would have to be very afraid of something to feel she was that important. The fact that they knew she was pregnant and pursued the mission anyway was chilling. What kind of people did that? And the answer rang out in the black stillness. Frightened people. What had Lywin done to them? That question took her to the next logical step. If the powerful people in her clan hadn't known that they were doing something wrong, why would they go to such extreme measures to hide it from her and her siblings, her parents? Had they known? Was her entire life before coming to this dimension a lie? Was nothing what it seemed? And if that was the case, was she under some obligation to try to get the truth and make amends? She forced those deeply troubling thoughts to the back of her mind for examination at another time, and began talking to Helm instead. Maybe it was to help pass the time between contractions, or maybe it was because she felt the need to communicate reassurance to her baby, just in case he was feeling some of her worry and stress, or, faith forbid, fear. Sometimes when she talked out loud, one or two of the wolves would heave a big sigh or groan. She tried to entertain herself by imagining different scenarios of what Irish wolves would say if they could talk. Something like, "Hey, we do not do that, alright?" Or, "Why do you not shut the hell up? Trying to sleep here." Of course, there was nothing entertaining about labor. At that stage of labor, her abdomen felt as hard as granite when the contraction peaked. When the contractions began to ease away, she would be left breathing heavy. Alora clung desperately to the picture Song's vision had created, and she was so grateful for it. "Helm," she said quietly, "I know it's nice and warm in there, and I know it's cold and scary out here, but there are wonderful things in the world. There's music, for one thing. You already love music. I can tell by the way you kick your little feet to a good tune and try to dance a jig. Your father has a voice like an angel, and you'll find that his singing is even sweeter than you think. There's a big black dog right here next to me, who's been dreaming of a little elf like you to play with. You're going to have such fun. Your Auntie Elsong told us so. You're going to have such fun, and you're going to be such fun, just like your dad." The coals and the fires had been going long enough to warm the cottage so that it was comfortable. Ram, Storm, and Litha sat quietly, not saying much. Ram turned his head. "Did you no hear that?" Storm listened intently. "I didn't hear anything." Ram got up and went to the door. "There, that." Storm listened again. "No, I still don't." They heard voices outside. Ram opened the door to find Kay and Abel trotting up. They both dismounted. "You got room for these horses in your little barn?" Storm hadn't told Ram that Kay was coming. He was so surprised and so touched that it took him a minute to find his voice. "You rode here in the snow? At night?" Kay looked at Ram funny. "You sound like that surprises you." Ram gathered his composure. "The little barn was no designed for 4 horses, but they can double up for a night like this. 'Twill keep 'em warmer if anything." Ram took the reins of the black charger from Kay. "Go on in and get warm. Abel and I will take care of the horses." Kay's legs were feeling cold and stiff as he opened the door and walked into the cottage. "Any news?" "Litha says she's alive and in New Forest. Glenn Catch is bringing a Worcester from Edinburgh with supplies. He'll be here before it gets light. I asked him to bring some cold weather gear in your size, but that might be too large a request." "You're hysterical. So are you, in that hat." Kay had forgotten about the blonde braids tied under his chin. He pulled the hat off and ran a hand over his head. "There's a little chicken left, some apples, cheese, bread." "Yeah, I'm hungry.
Got a kid with me who might be hungry too. He led the way out here, so all I had to do was keep up. Kay looked around while he was taking off his gloves, scarf, and coat. So this is the famous retreat for feral boys. Ram came in with Abel, whose face was red from riding hard into an icy wind. Litha got up and led him over to the fire. I'm Litha. Are you hungry? Abel nodded. We have some chicken. Awesome! Everyone in the room stopped and looked at the boy who was being raised in an isolated culture, and wondered if it was possible that dudeness had reached an archetypal level of universal consciousness. The whole village will be out searching at sunrise. Ram looked at Abel. They will no know which way to go. He removed the boots he was wearing after he stomped the snow off them. I rode my horse into the ground and covered a lot of territory without finding one single sign of her. Rammel. Ram's focus went toward the sound of Storm's voice like a homing beacon. Why don't you try to get a little rest? Go crawl up into your big bed. We'll stay quiet. He just stared at Storm like he was too tired to process a thought and too worried to make a decision. You won't do her any good if you're too tired to think. Ram let that sink in for a few beats before throwing himself down in his bed, stomach first, without another word. Litha sat near the fire and taught Abel a card game to pass away the dark hours. Storm and Kay sat on the sofa and talked quietly. There was no way Storm could miss that Abel was appreciating spending time with his beautiful wife, but he couldn't begrudge the kid that. While the others were preoccupied, Ram surreptitiously pulled the coverlet down so that he could put his face deep in Alora's pillow. Her scent, lingering there, was more comforting than all the words his friends could say. He wished he was a telepath. He hoped she knew that he was coming. I don't know what's wrong, but I know you're alive. Just hang on. When Glenn pulled up to the part of the private airfield that was owned by the Order at 0500, the Wister was sitting next to a hangar with football stadium spotlights trained on it. Smithy was giving directions to the guys who were loading on the stuff Glenn had requested, or rather demanded. The pilot was holding a clipboard and checking off the inventory. Everything was there except for Dr. Nance. Glenn had insisted Alora's doctor be there. Simon had agreed. Glenn told the driver to wait a minute while he talked to the pilot. You Smithy? That would be me. He was an American. You heard from Nance? The doc? No. Glenn turned away and speed-dialed Nance, whose number had been programmed a few hours earlier. This is Dr. Nance. Where are you? That you, Ketch? Where are you? Christ, on the way. Do you need help with the grouchies? I might have something. Perhaps you don't fully understand the situation. This woman has a lot of friends. I understand. 10 minutes away. Shall I let my driver go? I'm already halfway there, yes. Let him go. Glenn ended the call without saying anything further. If any of the members of B-Team had seen that exchange, they would have said that they had just witnessed what the young Saul and Amaya must have been like. Hearing Smithy direct the placement of various items on the Wister, Glenn strode over to look for himself and supervise if needs be. He held out his hand for the clipboard and out of courtesy, rather than necessity, asked, Would you mind? Either the pilot wasn't good at hiding his emotions or didn't care to try. He clearly did mind, but slapped the clipboard into Glenn's hand anyway. Skimming down the list, he was glad to see check marks next to each item, indicating that everything had been rounded up, requisitioned, begged, stolen, borrowed, bought. Made no difference to him how the stuff found its way into the van that delivered it. The only thing that mattered was that it was on that Wister when they lifted off at 0615. He handed the clipboard back to Smithy and climbed in to have a look around. The usual configuration had been altered. The seats had been taken out to open up cargo space. On one side of the fuselage, a retracting bench had been lowered to accommodate up to 2 seated passengers with minimal space and minimal comfort. 2 stretchers were secured to the other side, fairly standard equipment for Black Swan Wisters. This one had also been equipped with a winch and pulley rescue harness that hadn't been standard equipment an hour before. 2 large bins designed to carry cargo had been added and hooked into the D-rings in the floor. Glenn took a look inside. One of the containers held the 5 backpacks. Along with standard-issue items like water and granola bars, each included a sat phone and 10 sets each of hot hands and hot feet heat-on-demand packets. 4 of them also held an old-school compass in case a sat phone failed, a small medkit, and a tranq pistol that held 6 rounds, revolver style. The tranqs were included at Ram's insistence partly for the safety of the search party and partly for the safety of creatures they might encounter.
Even in a search and rescue application, the new forest was foremost a preserve and the animals were to be protected. In addition to the tranks, each pack included a very special, little something for encounters of the two-legged kind, the new XM7 pistol that Monk and his team had designed. It could hit an enemy whether he was behind a tree, a rock, or inside a building. In the hands of a marksman like Storm, there was nothing scarier when it came to weapons, except possibly drones. Last, each backpack was outfitted with a lightweight warm-to-zero blanket. They were operating under the assumption that even in the best-case scenario, when Allura was found, she was going to be cold. Glenn could just hear her saying, "You have a gift for understatement, rookie." The other bin held medical items filled from a list Doc Nance had supplied. Smithy looked over Glenn's shoulder into the bin, and then moved away. "A lot of meds for one person." Without glancing back, Glenn said, "One person and a dog." The pilot turned to gape at Glenn's back. "A dog? Did you clear that with Simon?" Glenn stopped what he was doing, turned to face the middle-aged pilot, and gave him a look that indicated Glenn was trying to be both patient and indulgent, but also communicated that both were wearing thin. "Simon put me in charge of this mission, Mr. Smithy. Are you questioning his judgment?" "No, it's your judgment I'm questioning. You seem to have an awful big attitude for a kid." Some people don't read signs well. Apparently Smithy was one of them. Glenn gave no warning before releasing the werewolf part of himself. In the blink of an eye, he was in Smithy's face with a snarl so loud the pilot couldn't believe it originated in a human throat. Everyone who had ever heard a werewolf snarl for the first time had that same reaction. With wide eyes, the pilot scrambled back so fast he caught the back of his knee on the edge of the lowered bench and ended up sprawled on his butt, looking supremely undignified. Glenn stood over him and let the snarl resolve into a low-level growl that was every bit as menacing and, in some ways, even more frightening. The vibrating rumble ebbed and flowed with Glenn's breath, louder when he exhaled, quieter when he inhaled. Every hair on the pilot's body was standing straight up. The sound stopped abruptly and was replaced by Glenn's normally cheerful personality. "I can see you don't like me, Smithy. Problem is, I don't have time to try and change your mind, and I don't have time to have my decisions questioned or second-guessed. Please, reassure me we're not going to have a problem with my leadership." The humiliated pilot looked up at Glenn from where he sat on the rubber mat of the cargo floor and shook his head from side to side with genuine sincerity. "Good. I'm sure you still have things to do before we leave at—" Glenn stopped and glanced at his watch. 06:15. Glenn turned his back on Smithy, pulled out his phone and dialed Nance again. This time he didn't sound quite as friendly. "Where the hell are you?" "Pulling up right now, I can see you." Glenn shut the phone without another word. He opened the gym bag he'd brought on board. He'd managed to round up some thin-solate socks that he thought would stretch to accommodate Kay. He'd also scrounged several knit items that, while not exactly Kay's size, could probably be stretched to accommodate a somewhat snug fit. A black cap and a thick Army-issue sweater. He zipped the bag up, stowed it in the compartment that carried the backpacks, and secured the bin for flight. When Nance pulled himself into the Worcester, Glenn didn't waste any time telling him to go over the med supplies quickly and make sure everything he needed for a worst-case outcome was there. At 06:05, Nance confirmed that everything was there. Glenn turned to the pilot. "You good to go?" Smithy just nodded. "How long do you need to get the engine warmed up?" 30 seconds. "Okay, Doc, you can sit up in front next to the pilot. I'll take the bench." Glenn looked at the pilot. "We have to assume the trees will prohibit setting down. Your job is to get us as close as you can. We'll lower the packs first, then me. Once I'm on the ground, the two of you need to go find a place to set down and wait for one of us to call you. These phones have already been linked to each other, so you might get the call from anybody. If someone else finds her, you follow their instructions just like it came from me. Understand?" Smithy nodded with unquestionable sincerity. "Good, let's go. It's 06:13. All the better." The contractions were 5 minutes apart. Some of them were excruciating enough to bring back memories of the journey that delivered her to the dimension where she now found herself in the dark, birthing her baby alone. Well, alone except for 7 wolves and a dog. Sometimes she had shouted obscenities aimed at her husband and only wished she could grab him by the hair and mock him in person, saying, "So, there's no danger of pregnancy, my girl. Humans can't get pregnant by elves, Allura. Too manly to wear a hot pink condom, are you? From now on you'll wear condoms with hot pink lace if I say so." When the labor pain would begin to subside, she would regret her tirades. Helm, I'm ashamed for filling your little ears with such things. Please don't tell your father I said those things, and especially don't tell him the bad names I called him. He doesn't act like it, but he has tender feelings. One time I called him a dickhead and thought he was going to cry. He also hyperventilates if he gets scared that something's going to happen to me. He's probably having trouble breathing right now.
She thought it must be getting even colder outside, because she had reached the point when she couldn't make her teeth stop chattering. Either it was getting colder, or she had lost so much blood her body temperature was diving.
Let it be the cold. Let me live to see this little boy. Don't worry, Helm. Your daddy will come for us. Have I told you he's a hero? The very best kind? He goes about quietly saving the world while acting like he's no big deal. One time, I saw him put his body between a knife and a woman he didn't even know. She probably wasn't worth one of his nail clippings, but he doesn't think like that. He doesn't stop to evaluate who most deserves a place on the planet. He just does the epic thing instinctively. And you've got some of that in you.
She was so exhausted, she drifted into unconsciousness. There in her half-dream sleep state, she heard someone moaning from pain. Having a lot of experience with physical ordeal, her empathy kicked in. She was thinking,
who is that? Why doesn't someone help them? Someone should help them. I should help them.
She struggled to wake so that she could go to the aid of the person in distress. She was climbing, fighting the desire to cocoon and sleep forever, almost reaching the surface of consciousness, and then she was awake, to find she was the one moaning.
Oh gods, it's me. I'm the one who needs help. Ram, where are you?
The pressure built until she couldn't suppress a scream. It wasn't a choice. It tore from her voice in a primal fury that exposed the illusion of control. Civilization, thumbs, and language, just a light coating of veneer over the truth of our bestial natures. The wolves lying next to her moved away. There wasn't light for her to see what they were doing, but every time Alora screamed, they stood together in a tight pack, facing the entrance to the lair, and howled in harmonies that were both discordant and beautiful. When the contraction ended and her scream trailed off, the howls ceased. It was as if they were disguising the sound of her scream to keep from alerting other predators that someone was in distress. She didn't have the energy to think about the fact that this was odd wolf behavior. At least it was behavior that had never been recorded. When it grew quiet, she resumed her conversation with Helm. Though she was so tired, she couldn't be sure what she was saying.
He's going to be mad when he finds out that you're not 2 weeks away after all. He's going to say we scared him. A lot. But then he's going to wrap us up in his arms and give us big hugs.
She could picture it in her mind and thought she could almost feel it.
And lots of kisses.
When it got quiet again, she thought she heard a whistle of air, like wind trying to make its way down the ramp into the lair. That was followed by a larger whoosh that could easily have been the sound of many trees surrendering fall leaves to a gust. The wind was blowing hard. Chapter 18. Black Swan Field Training Manual, Section 3, Chapter 4, Number 2. Only active-duty field-trained personnel may accompany knights on assignments that fall into the category of hazardous duty. The presence of other personnel places everyone at greater risk. The sat phone rang. Ram had finally dozed off, but he was on his feet lightning fast and looking around the room dazed and disoriented and wanting to know if there was something to be done. Storm looked at him with that famous, enviable calm, the phone in his hand, and said quietly, "I got this." It was Glenn, calling to say they were only a minute away. The Wister's searchlights hit the cottage as they hovered above. Glenn had told Storm the plan, that they would lower the supplies first and he would follow. When the men went outside, Litha got up and put more logs on both fires, then drew water and filled 2 kettles for tea. It only took 6 minutes to lower the packs and retract the wide weave nylon harness. The wind had come up and caused some considerable sway on the way down. As Glenn stepped into the cables, he was glad he wasn't one of those guys with heights issues. He wouldn't like to humiliate himself with 3/4 of B-team watching. In fact, he did make an impression. On the way down, he began to resemble a human pendulum. As he neared the ground, he was swinging faster, the outer points of the arc growing farther and farther apart. Storm noted the kid's cool demeanor. Glenn was in a situation that would cause most people to piss themselves, but he wore the experience like it was nothing extraordinary. Without discussing what needed to be done,
Storm and Kay positioned themselves so that they could catch him simultaneously on the next pass, which would be close to the ground. Just 6 more inches and they'd be able to reach him. As he came toward them, Storm counted it down just for fun. 3, 2, 1. Glenn slammed into the 2 big men, and all 3 of them silently absorbed the shock of using bodies to stop a 200-pound object in flight and the aftermath of unpleasant vibrating. Biological payback, like the body registering a formal protest. They got Glenn out of the harness quickly and sent the Wister on its way to Wade. Kay was grateful for the knits Glenn brought, especially the plain black cap with no braids hanging down. Each of the 4 searchers checked over the items in his pack while intermittently sipping the hot tea Litha had made. During the hours before the Wister arrived, Kay and Storm had decided together, talking in low tones while Ram slept, that one of them needed to stay with him, just in case. They would divide up into 2 teams. There were 4 horses, and they could move faster than men on foot. Storm would take Glenn with him. Kay and Ram would go together. Abel would have to stay with Litha because they needed his horse, and Storm suspected the boy wouldn't object to pulling that duty. Both teams would stay in touch with Litha in case her pendulum picked up anything. The kid would see her working, but that couldn't be helped. And Black Ontari elves weren't as ignorant about magic. Only fools who cloak themselves in the fashionable skepticism of modernity reject magics altogether. The view out the windows had gone from black to charcoal gray. They were ready. They were eager. Storm stood up. "Let's get the horses." He kissed his wife and she held on to him just a second longer. "Good luck. Be safe." He smiled and nodded, but she could see his mind was already out the door. "Call me if you get anything." When they stepped outside the cottage, Ram froze in place. "Did you hear that?" He quickly pulled off his hat and pushed his hair behind his ears. "Nothing." "What did you think you heard?" Kay asked. "Can no say for sure, but it sounded like wolves, howling." Ram turned into the wind. "'Tis possible. Sound can go a long way if carried on the wind, but 'tis a strange time of day for such a thing, and it feels odd." He put his hat back on and walked to the stable to help saddle the horses. He handed the Percheron's reins to Storm because the horse could carry someone his size all day without a strain. Glenn drew the gelding because he was gentle and an easy ride, and also because Ram didn't want to ask about Glenn's experience with horses. Ram's mare could use more rest, but the same thing could be said about all of them. She was needed, so she was going. Naturally, Kay was riding the noble descendant of the horses of kings. Anyone could see he was infatuated with that horse and thinking about taking him home. By the time they were mounted, it was light enough to see. Ram pointed toward the forest. "I rode that direction all the way to the edge of the preserve. She's no that way, so I suppose we should split up and—" Litha interrupted as she jogged toward them. She finished his sentence. "Split up, but go that way." She pointed. They all looked in the direction she pointed, as if they'd be able to see something besides trees. "Stay within 100 yards of each other. She's somewhere in that strip." Litha clutched at the pendulum around her neck as they rode away. She went back inside, pulled the chain over her head, took the housing off, then looked at Abel. "I need you to be really quiet. Can you do that?" He nodded slowly and sat down by the hearth with a look that said, "I will wait quietly and watch closely." Just before the 2 teams came to an invisible fork, Ram said, "Call out to Blackie. He'll hear you before she does." The contractions were so close together, they were just letting up long enough to give Helm a chance to breathe. When her body began pushing involuntarily, she was amazed, but let instinct take over. She had the passing thought that she wouldn't know if something was wrong, not that she'd be able to do anything about it. When her uterus pushed, trying to expel the baby, Alora worked with it. When the muscles relaxed slightly, she stopped pushing and sat panting, waiting for the next wave. One of the strangest phenomena of reproduction is the surprise of a first baby. For many long months, the intellect pretends to understand that a baby is coming. Preparations are made, names are chosen, and yet when a tiny human being arrives, it's a shock. The chasm between knowing there's a fetus in gestation and greeting the miraculous result of that for the first time is an experience so transformative that no one is ever the same afterward. That is how Alora felt when she realized Helm was emerging from her womb. She reached down and felt the top of his head. When the next wave came, she waited for it to crest and then pushed as hard as she could. The baby's head slipped out, and she held it in her hands. The next push was almost immediate. With that contraction, she slowly pulled him from her body and then held him in her hands. Elora could tell by the movement on her left side that Blackie had come to his feet and was growling at the wolves. He had perceived some threat from them. It was then she realized just how completely vulnerable she was, blinded by darkness, reeking of blood and other fluids, wounded, and holding a newborn infant in her hands. When Blackie grew quiet, she took that to mean that she and Helm weren't in immediate danger. Her uterus continued to contract while it expelled the placenta, but it no longer hurt. She remembered something from the hospital movie that she had seen before she had to remove Ram from the room. Something about clearing the newborn's air passage of mucus. She put her finger in his mouth and swished it around the baby's gums to make sure there was no blockage. She took his slippery ankles, making sure she had a good hold, and held him upside down. The action made her wince because she disturbed the torn shoulder and caused it to start bleeding again. When she heard his little cry, so angry, so indignant for the first time since the ordeal began, she gave herself permission to cry along with him. A stream of gray light was filtering into the den, and she could make out shapes, if not the features of the wolves. Since it was still too dark to see Helm clearly, she used her hands for eyes and felt all over his body. Everything was there, 10 fingers and toes. Last, she gently ran her fingers over his face. When she touched the tiny, beautifully shaped point of his ear, a sob bubbled up from nowhere. In a few more minutes, it was light enough to see around her. The legs part of the pants she had been sitting on had dried overnight in the winter air. She pulled the pants out from beneath her and arranged the dry parts next to her so she could lay Helm down. The wolves were clearly curious and wanted to come close enough to investigate. At one point, Flame got close enough to lick the placenta, and Blackie almost took her face off. She yelped/whined as she scurried back and then licked her muzzle, a sign of submission. Elora removed the puffy coat, her red knit sweater, and the knit cami she had worn underneath that. If she could crawl to the underground stream, she could wash him properly, but she had to have one arm to support her weight and one arm to hold the baby, and her shoulder was beyond being able to do either one. So she used the soft cotton cami and the 2 wipes she had in her coat pocket to clean Helm up as best she could. She didn't know what to do about the umbilical cord, but instinct told her she needed to do something. So she took a shoelace out of one of her boots and tied off the cord a few inches from the baby's beautiful and brand new to the world little body. Then she chewed the cord in 2 on the other side of the knot she'd made. She tossed the ruined cami away, wrapped him in the sweater, and put her puffy back on. Leaning back against the rock that had been her birthing bed, she placed the baby on her chest and pulled the puffy closed over both of them. "Don't worry, Helm. Daddy's coming. I can feel it." Exhausted in the truest sense of the word, she fell asleep again. Storm and Glenn were trotting along, both keeping a keen eye for anything at all that seemed out of place. Every couple of minutes, one or the other called for Blackie. Blackie knew them both, and like Ram said, he would come if he could. They'd been gone for nearly an hour when Glenn said, "Hold on." "What?" "This way." Glenn veered off just a few feet and swung down from Ram's gelding next to a tree trunk. "Look at this." He fingered a scar made by a bullet hole, then pulled a utility knife out of his breast pocket. It took less than a minute of digging into the wood to retrieve evidence that someone had been shooting. Storm looked at the bullet, then scanned the area around them nervously, almost like he was expecting an ambush. "Ram told us hunting is forbidden, and guns are illegal on several counts. We can't know if it's related to Elora being missing." He let that thought trail. Glenn started forward on foot, leading his horse. He'd picked up the trail, and Storm thought for a minute that he actually saw the kid sniff the air. Within another 20 yards, they came across the first bodies, partially covered by snow. The dead wolves were a mystery that had no context in the scene they were trying to reconstruct. Glenn swiped at tears when he knelt down beside one of the wolves. Storm pretended not to notice, which wasn't hard, because he was focused on the dead men. They looked to him to be mercenaries, not hunters. The fact that they had military-style weaponry supported that analysis. They'd both been struck by arrows, which these mercs couldn't have targeted her. It was unthinkable. A sense of foreboding started to form in Storm's stomach. Felt like he'd swallowed a battery-operated vibrating brick whole. He remembered that Elora said she had trained in archaic weaponry, something about her king's first line of defense. He'd never seen her use a bow and arrow, but when they were trying to teach her how to shoot a gun, She'd mentioned proficiency. If she said she could use a bow and arrow, it probably meant there was a room full of trophies and blue ribbons that existed in another dimension. Glenn came up behind him. Should we call? No. In spite of his strong desire to repel negative thoughts, he got an image of what would happen to Ram if the news was bad. Let's wait. Glenn nodded in solemn understanding. Before they moved on, Storm decided to confirm the kills. He told Glenn to backtrack and make sure there was only the one other guy they had passed a few yards back, and that he was dead. Then he knelt down next to the one closest to him. Brushing snow off the corpse's collar, Storm placed 2 fingers on the neck to check for pulse. The man had frostbite on his face and it wasn't pretty. He thought he might be feeling a faint pulse, but was about to decide it was his imagination when the guy's eyes opened. He looked at Storm. "Who are you?" Storm demanded. "Who are you?" he countered in a voice so faint, hoarse and wheezy, he was barely understandable. "You have any idea how easy it would be for me to just break off your nose? It's brittle and dead. Now let's try this again. Who are you, and why are you here?" The guy tried to smile without much success. "If you're protecting her, you're on the wrong side of this, brother." "Protecting who?" "Elora Lycan. She's Lywin." Glenn came up and moved on the other side of the body. Storm glanced up at Glenn, who simply shook his head, meaning, yes, the guy was dead, and no, there weren't any more of them. Storm resumed the questioning. "I don't know what you mean. Spell it out for me." "Clan. All of them. Evil in the genes." "Evil?" The incredulity was evident in Storm's tone. Evil and Elora in the same sentence just didn't compute from his point of view. "You came to this dimension to kill her, and you did that because you think she's evil?" Rystrom narrowed his eyes and looked at Storm, like it was decided he was beyond conversion. "If you don't go back, will there be more coming?" Rystrom smiled, as much as was possible with a face beyond movement. "By all that's holy, I swear to you, we won't stop till it's done. If your people get in the way, they're dead too. If you don't want a war, kill her." Storm's nostrils flared at that. For some reason his memory flashed to an exchange with Kay, when Elora was new to their dimension and in critical condition. Kay had said, "You know that Confucius say about being responsible for someone if you save their life?" Storm had replied, "Yeah." Then Kay had said, "Well, it's not true," and laughed right before he and Ram went on leave for weeks, leaving Storm at Jefferson Unit and left Elora in Storm's care. Well, hadn't he just mused himself right into a mini epiphany? It was true. He had kept her alive and then felt responsible to make sure she stayed that way. While he was confronting Ram, there was a part of him that wanted to rip the hero a new one for letting this happen. He turned Elora's care and feeding over to the biggest teenager who ever lived. What did he expect but disaster? No, that wasn't right. He couldn't blame Ram for the fact that Elora was headstrong, independent, and prone to life-or-death crises. She was a survival klutz. People around her needed to watch her and keep her from stumbling onto the sharp stick poking out of the ground. Storm stared at the man on the ground, feeling nostalgic about the days when all he had to worry about were vampire. "Glenn," Storm talked quietly, not taking his eyes away from the assassin. "You go on ahead a few yards and see what there is to see." Glenn didn't hesitate. "Yes, sir." He could hear Glenn's footsteps receding by the combined sounds of snow crunch and dead leaves. Storm wasn't sure why he was trying to prolong the kid's innocence. He was almost ready to graduate, which meant that he was on the verge of choosing. In a very short time, if he came to work for the Hunter Division, he would be learning that somebody has to do the hard stuff. When Glenn's movement had faded away from earshot altogether, Storm broke the assassin's neck with a quick, practiced twist. He did it without either hesitation or remorse, although he wouldn't call it fun, and wouldn't like to stop and think about the fact that he was proficient because of practice. He'd never gotten used to that, and suspected that the day he became calloused about such things would be the day he had become the darkness he was pledged to hunt. Storm took the Percheron's reins and followed Glenn. He'd almost reached the spot where the trainee waited for him when the absolute quiet of the forest was transformed into instant chaos. The Percheron reared and jerked her reins out of Storm's hand so fast the leather straps dug welts across his palm, It all happened in the space of a second, and then the horse was running back the direction they had come. And not by himself. He was joined by rams gelding, the two of them hightailing with no thought of anything but away. Thankfully, Storm and Glenn had worn the backpacks instead of strapping them to the saddles. It only took a second to see what had panicked the horses. Just ahead, there was a Flintstones-type structure, and wolves were coming out of it. They were crouching and fanning out to herd the pair of intruders in the style of true pack teamwork. The wolves weren't growling or expressing obvious displays of menace. They didn't need to. Everything about their body language and expressions was frightening. They were threatened and acting accordingly. Based on what Storm and Glenn had just seen, this pack had very good reason to be extra sensitive about trespassing. Glenn said to Storm quietly, "Ease your pack off with as little movement as you can. The tranks are loaded if we can get to them." "Why don't we just back away instead?" "Because there's a trail of blood leading from that tree over there to the inside of their den, and I think it might be Elora's. I count 7 wolves. There are 6 cartridges loaded in each pistol. Try to hit them in the hindquarters if you can." Storm swallowed hard and began shrugging out of the pack. The wolves were advancing slowly. Step, pose, step, pose. But the intensity of their stares told a story as old as instinct. The men were being regarded as one level of alert up from prey. They were regarded as hostile prey, and the slowness of the wolves' movement could change in the blink of an eye. Storm could hear the zipper of Glenn's pack and knew the kid practically had his hand on his pistol. Storm hoped, for the trainee's sake, that he was a good shot. As for his own defense, he found the main pocket zip and started to pull. But nothing happened. He tried again and again. After 3 tries, the wolves were 3 steps closer, and he was running out of time. There was no option but brute force. He jerked hard and freed the zipper, but also alarmed the wolves. As if they were a unit with one brain, they sprang into action and ran at the men who were invading their forest home. Glenn proved to be just as good at shooting as everything else he tried. Storm observed again that the kid was cool and composed as a field duty veteran. That undoubtedly aided him in the impressive feat of tranking 6 wolves with 6 rounds in a matter of seconds, all in the hindquarters. That left Glenn needing to reload and one very pissed, very large wolf still standing. Stockson was beyond infuriated and determined that he would tear Zipper Man limb from limb and gloat while he dined on the liver. Storm pulled his trank pistol free just as Stockson Gray leaped at him and took him down to the ground. Storm was lucky the tranquilizer dart ended up in Stockson's thigh and not his own. The sedative acted so fast that Stockson never broke his intended victim's skin. While lying on the ground with a heavily sedated wolf on top of him, Storm was thinking how he had always expected to die at the hands of a vampire. Life was strange. Glenn gently pulled the gray wolf off Storm. Storm got to his feet. "Thanks. Come on. Let's go see what we've got." Glenn saw fear in Storm's eyes and suspected it wasn't fear for himself. "Are you scared?" Storm didn't want to dash off an answer to that question. He had the sense that this was an impressionable moment that could make a permanent difference in the kid's perspective and how he faced life and death. Given the trajectory of his career path, life and death situations were very likely a part of his future. Storm nodded and started walking toward the dolmen. "More scared than I've ever been. That woman is special to me. And her husband? Well, I've known him since we were teenagers. I've been part of his team for what feels like 100 years. There's nothing I wouldn't do to save either one of them pain." He stopped and watched the younger man regard him thoughtfully. Both of them were perhaps stalling, not wanting to go to the next step. Glenn opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by a big, rumbling bark. Glenn's face flushed with excitement as he grinned. "Blackie?" he yelled, and was answered with another bark. They both ran for the dolmen. Elora jerked awake when she heard Blackie barking. She had her arms around something. She had her arms around her sweet baby. "Thank you for letting me live to hold him." Was that voices? Someone calling Blackie? She put her free hand out and touched the dog's back. "Shh, let me listen." Blackie instantly quieted. Storm stood next to the entrance to the lair and called inside. "Elora, are you in there?" "Yes." Her voice was weak, rough, raspy. It was also the sweetest sound he'd ever heard. She was alive. Storm was glad his wife didn't see him sink to his knees, sagging with relief. He was glad she didn't see him wipe the forearm of his sleeve at wetness threatening to form in his eyes. She would not understand. "I'm coming in." His first reaction was the human one, to break down, but he shut that off just as soon as it threatened to take over. Somebody had to keep it together and reject the impulse to be emotional, and that somebody was always him. Storm's sat phone rang. Glenn pulled it out of the pack and answered. It was Litha. "Yeah, Glenn. He's here." He looked at Storm. "She says we're right on top of Allura." Glenn's eyes twinkled with amusement while he waited for Storm's answer. Storm pressed his lips together and gave Glenn a wry look. "Tell her I said thanks a lot." Glenn chuckled into the phone. "Actually, we found her. Don't know yet. He'll call you. Okay." Glenn punched off and smiled. Storm just shook his head, as if to say that sort of thing was typical field duty irony. "Get me a flashlight." Glenn pulled a light out of his pack and handed it over. "Now call Ram and tell him to come pick up his wife." Storm took a look at the hole that formed a kind of ramp leading downward at an angle. He knew it was going to be a tight fit for his shoulders. Yes, he knew that Glenn would have no problem going through with his teenage frame not yet filled out, but that just wasn't an option, even if they had to break a Stone Age monument apart later to get him out. As he wedged himself in, he could hear Glenn reciting coordinates. Ram and Kay weren't far, and it wouldn't take them more than 5 minutes to get there. If the sides of the ramp had been stone, they would have been a problem, but he was surrounded by dirt soft enough to give a little. He continued to push with his feet until the ramp opened to the low ceiling cavern below. He shined the light and found Allura sitting with her back to the stone wall. It looked like a massacre had taken place, blood everywhere. Blackie got up, limped over, and licked him in the face. Storm shoved him away with a couple of rough pats. Okay, good boy." "God's almighty, Allura. What happened in—" She opened her puffy coat to reveal the bundle now swaddled in her red sweater. Storm's lips parted as he looked at her in amazement. His characteristic in-charge demeanor had left him altogether. "Shit. No, it's my baby." I know, I mean—" Storm looked as lost as a person can be. "Are you— I don't know what to do." "All this blood isn't from the delivery. One bullet went through my shoulder, and another one tore up my leg on the way by. This glob of stuff here is afterbirth. I hate to ask you to do it, but we need to move it out of the way. You got anything I can tie around my waist? And maybe an extra pair of socks?" "You're cold, and I'm the fuck-up who's sitting here staring instead of taking care of you." He scrambled back to the ramp and yelled up. "Hand me those blankets, then take off your socks and give them to me." Glenn ripped open the packs, grabbed the blankets, and came halfway down the ramp to hand them off. "Who's that with you?" "Glenn." "Where's Ram?" "On his way, out of his mind with worry for you, and you know I don't mean that euphemistically." Storm grabbed the socks from Glenn, who hadn't hesitated to follow the order. He pulled himself back into the cavern and crawled over. "Okay, if you can hold the baby and the flashlight, I'll move this out of the way." Helm was resting on her stomach, and it didn't take much pressure to secure him there. She used her uninjured arm to reach for the flashlight. "I think you can kind of roll it onto those pants there, and then drag it away. Be careful, if it breaks it's going to be a mess." Storm was thinking it couldn't be much more of a mess in there, but he wasn't going to argue with Allura. Ever again. She'd been through enough. He successfully rolled the placenta onto the rags that used to be a pair of fine sea leather pants. Then he pulled it far enough toward the back of the cavern to give them a clear path out. He took the socks and put them on her feet while she shined the light on what he was doing. Her feet were cold as ice to his touch, but not as cold as they would have been if she hadn't been lucky enough to find this shelter. "Why did the wolves let you come in here?" Long story." When he got both socks on, she sighed like it was heavenly bliss. "Feels good." He took one of the blankets and laid it out. "Give me the baby. It's cold out there. I'm going to wrap him up and hand him up to Glenn." "Get Blackie out. He's been shot too." "Blackie can wait." "You'll have to come get the baby. It hurts to hold him up." Storm crawled closer and reached out to put his fingers between Allura's bare skin and the soft bundle. "Keep his head supported. His neck doesn't work yet." Storm put one of his big hands under the baby's head and lifted him away, almost dropping him, because he wasn't expecting Helm to weigh so much. Storm didn't have any experience in wrapping babies in blankets, but told himself it couldn't be hard. When he was finished, he knew the bundling didn't look neat and pretty the way women could do it, but he was also sure Helm would be warm enough when he was exposed to the cold weather above. He turned and started crawling toward the ramp with the baby held in the crook of one arm. Before Ram's mare sat down into a complete stop, he had swung down and was running toward the dolmen where he saw Glenn waiting. His voice was still panic-stricken, and he was calling as he ran. "Alora!" Glenn pointed to the opening at his feet. Ram dropped to the ground and started to crawl toward the opening when he heard Storm's voice. "I've got her. Stay right there a minute." The last thing Ram was prepared to do was wait. He scrambled closer to the entrance to the den, prepared to ignore Storm's instruction, and was just about to dive into the narrow ramp when Storm handed up a bundle in an Army-issue blanket. "Here you go. Congratulations, Dad. Get a good grip. He's a lot heavier than he looks." Ram's eyes locked on Storm's. Through all the missions and all the dicey situations, it was the first time Storm had ever seen shock on Ram's face. Ram pulled off his gloves and wiped his hands off on his jacket before reaching for his son. He took the baby in his hands and looked at him like the miracle he was. Eyes shining with pupils looking like little stars in a midnight blue sky, Ram pulled Helm against his chest and yelled again. "Alora, are you all right?" Ram's raised voice startled the baby and made Helm jerk, so Ram pulled him closer to reassure him that Dad had him and would keep him safe. "No, come get me." Storm took the hint and crawled up out of the den. The intense look that Ram pinned him with brought Storm up short. "She named him Elshelm Storm Lycan Hawking, and I'm making you responsible for him if anything ever happens to me." Storm took the baby and nodded. There was no question in Ram's mind about that simple response. It was as good as any oath, more binding than any contract ever signed. He had just ensured Helm's future. Always the quick learner, Storm turned the baby so that Helm's front was against Storm's chest, with his head near Storm's neck. Kay had caught up with them just in time to witness the transfer of the baby and overhear the pledge Ram asked Storm to give. "Life is strange, isn't it? Ram's the last one of us I would have picked to be the first dad." Storm smiled and turned his face toward Helm. He felt the sleeping baby's breath on his neck and made a silent vow. "Nothing will ever hurt you, so long as I can stop it." No time for reveries. He snapped his attention to Glenn. "This child's mother is freezing cold. Get the other 2 blankets out of those packs and take them to Ram. Then figure out how to get the dog out of that hole. He's been shot too." Glenn turned away, but Storm stopped him. "Rookie, how long do we have before those wolves wake up?" Glenn looked at his watch. "At that dose, I'm going to say another 70 minutes, give or take. Probably take, because they're big beasties." Storm swiveled his whole body toward Kay. "Can you call the Wister and give them these coordinates? We need the dock and stretchers on the ground right now. We've got 2 gunshot victims, a woman and a dog. She sustained 2 wounds and she delivered her baby all by herself. There are issues of exposure, blood loss, and it's a sure bet she needs a transfusion ASAP." Storm rocked back and forth with the baby like he was a pro. "And call my wife. Tell her everything's okay, and have her tell that kid, I think his name is Abel, that 2 of the horses got away from us. On second thought, when you get her on the phone, let me talk to her." Chapter 19. Black Swan Field Training Manual, Section 3, Chapter 4, Number 2. Only active duty personnel trained in Hunter Division procedures may apply for clearance to accompany knights on extermination assignments. As the presence of non-essential personnel adds an extra burden of protection to the duties of hunters, such clearance may be granted rarely and only under extreme mitigating circumstances at the discretion of the local unit's supervisory officer. Something about hearing Litha's voice on the other end of the phone was calming. "Can you find me? Come directly here." He had learned that being in tune with someone else's life signature amplified her ability to track. "Of course, be right there. Wait, put on your warmest stuff. It's cold out here." 3 minutes later, she appeared a few feet away, and the picture that greeted her stole what little of her heart she'd been holding back. The incongruity of Storm cuddling that tiny newborn bundle close to his neck was a sight that melted her in ways she would never get over. "Eventful morning?" she asked as she walked toward him. Storm's eyes lit up with a smile when he saw her. He angled his body so she could look at the baby. "This is Elshelm Storm, Lycan Hawking. I'm his insurance plan, the backup dad." He emphasized the storm when reciting the baby's name, just to be sure she didn't miss it, and sounded as proud as if he was the father. "Just as long as you're not the backup husband. Ha ha." Litha wasn't sure what it meant to be a backup dad, but her husband seemed ecstatic about it, and there'd be plenty of time to hear the details later. "He looks pretty comfortable there." Storm smiled and turned his face toward the baby, like he was checking to see if she was telling the truth. "And you look pretty comfortable with him. I had no idea you're so good with babies." He chuckled softly. "Neither did I." Perhaps the hardest part of the rescue should have been over by then, but should is a word that resides in fantasy more often than not. The rescue team learned firsthand that persons other than Allura can have great difficulty trying to convince Blackie to do something he didn't want to do. He might just be a dog, but he was smart enough to understand that he was hurt, and that leaving the den was going to hurt more. So he basically just opted out. "No thanks, staying right here until I'm better." When he wouldn't come out for Ram, Glenn said, "Move over, and let me show you how it's done." Blackie shocked Glenn by refusing to come for him either. He looked at Ram, who gave him a self-righteous smirk. "So that's how it is done, is it?" Allura wasn't in any shape to coax him to ground level, so that wasn't a choice. Finally, Ram took off his belt and looped it through Blackie's collar, so he could pull while Glenn pushed from below. Glenn knew he was getting the worst of that arrangement, partly because he was the one who would be lifting, and partly because the part of the dog he would be shoving upward was the injured part. It seemed to Glenn that was a good way to lose a hand to a big, male German shepherd who still had his balls. But Ram outranked him by more levels than he could begin to imagine, so he was hardly in a position to object. Blackie, on the other hand, protested with menace and an implied promise of retaliation. He got so angry about Glenn pushing his wound from behind, while Ram kept him from turning around, that he finally lunged upward and nearly knocked Rammel over in his hurry to get out and be near his mistress, who he was certain would never subject him to such undignified treatment. He limped to where Allura was waiting, looked over his shoulder at Ram and Glenn, and sneezed in dismissal. It would take a lot of treats to get back on his good side. For a dog, he had a long memory. The next hiccup came when Glenn, who had ridden back up to the Worcester to facilitate operations, called the sat phone in Kay's hand to say that Dr. Nance was refusing to be lowered to the ground by harness. Kay reminded him of the Hippocratic Oath, while the Worcester hovered above. It seemed Doc Nance thought the Hippocratic Oath was to be viewed as a guideline, not a rule. Storm finally grabbed the phone and threatened to remove some choice body parts without the benefit of anesthesia or modern surgical equipment if the good doctor did not put his ass in the sling. That was punctuated with a very commanding, "Now." Since B-Team's reputation for keeping their word was legendary, Doc Nance wisely chose to take his chances with the harness. While Nance was working his courage up, Glenn lowered both stretchers and the straps that made them secure and kept them balanced in flight. Glenn rigged it so that Doc could ride down sitting on top of the bin holding medical supplies. Once on the ground, he began to act more like a real doctor. Ram helped Allura to one of the stretchers. He gritted his teeth whenever she winced and cursed whenever she moaned. "Young lady?" Litha looked around. The doctor seemed to have been the most likely candidate for addressing her in that manner. She turned back to Storm and mouthed, "Young lady?" "Yes, I'm talking to you. Can you give me a hand here, please?" Dr. Nance was requesting that she assist with a cursory examination of Allura. Litha glanced at Storm and then strode toward the stretcher. She knelt on the ground next to the patient. "Allura, the baby is beautiful." The new mom managed a smile. "Litha, thank you. Where is he?" Allura sounded so tired and so sleepy. Then her eyes popped open. "How did you get here?" Litha opened her mouth to answer, but she was interrupted by an imperious doctor who had taken over management of the scene. "Sir Hawking, for the sake of modesty, perhaps you might encourage the other gentlemen to turn their backs." Ram looked over at his teammates. "You heard him. Avert your fucking eyes if you want to keep him." Litha assisted with supplies while Ram held Allura's hand. When it looked like the examination was going to be outlandishly thorough, Ram stepped in. "Do you have any field experience?" "Not per se, no." "Per se," Ram repeated. "Great party." A random observer who didn't know him might have thought he was silently praying for patience. Before the doc even saw him move, Ram had him by the collar.
This is what we're going to do. You make sure she can tolerate the ride up to the Worcester without bleeding out. You can clean her up and bandage her once she's on board where it's warm." Ram oversaw the attachment of the stretcher to the pulley ropes and triple-checked them. Still, when the stretcher lifted off the ground and into the air, his stomach took a dive that felt like a high-speed elevator coming to a stop too fast. He held his breath until he saw Glenn pull the stretcher inside and give him a thumbs up. Ram turned to the dog. "Now you." While Blackie was looking at Ram defiantly with a "just try it" expression on his face, Storm shot him in the uninjured hip with his tranq pistol while holding Helm to his chest with the other hand. When Ram looked at Storm, he just shrugged. "Nothing to lose. That dog never liked me that much anyway." Ram grinned at him. "Good cause, Stormy." With Blackie sedated, the doc-turned-vet had a chance to confirm that they needed to remove the bullet surgically. "We can have him transferred to a veterinary when we reach Edinburgh." Ram, Storm, and Kay exchanged glances, and all three burst out laughing. Storm said, "Doc, if you think my threat was disturbing, you really wouldn't want to hear what Allura would do to you if you sent that dog to a veterinarian. She's going to expect him to be treated at headquarters and kept in the clinic like any other patient." "You're joking, of course." "No, a bit," Ram said. "The dog is a former Black Swan mascot who has saved her life once for certain, and maybe twice. 'Tis the life of a knight we're talking about. He stays in the clinic with her for as long as she and the baby are there." "Well, we'll see what Simon has to say about that." "And while we're at it, when you're performing surgery on him, you'd better be very sure he ends up good as new." Ram let that sentiment linger in the cold air, while he gave the doctor a look that left his meaning free of misinterpretation. After testing and retesting the straps hooked to Blackie's stretcher, Ram gave Glenn the signal to take him up. While that was going on, Storm and Kay decided between them that the best plan would be for Kay to return the horses to the cottage and ride to the village with Abel. If the horses were there, they would lead them to the village livery. If not, Liam could deal with the problem of recovering the two that had bolted. Then they would send the Worcester back for Kay, but not before he'd had a chance to sample some more of Mrs. O'Torval's warm, red ale. Storm suggested Ram open his jacket, then showed him how to hold the baby next to his chest. They rezipped the jacket, with Helm curled warm against his dad's body inside, his angelic little face peeking out of the top. They helped Ram into the harness and secured it around him. When he safely reached the Worcester, everybody on the ground cheered. The whole family was on board. A little worse for wear, but everybody was alive. B-Team had seen harder times. Storm looked at his watch. "According to Glenn, we've only got about 15 minutes before these wolves wake up. I'd say we're about to overstay our welcome." Storm gave Kay a leg up on the black charger and then handed him the reins to lead Ram's mare back to the cottage. "See you there." Kay smiled. "Hell or high water." Storm was feeling lighthearted, so he improvised new lyrics for a well-known melody and sang, "You take the horses, and I'll take the demon, and I'll be in Scotia for ye." Kay rode off laughing. Storm watched him go for a few seconds, then turned to Litha. Her nose and cheeks were rosy from the cold, and her eyes were bright. He thought she'd never looked so delectable. "Hello," he said softly, as he pulled her into an embrace that suggested intimacy. "Hi." She laughed at the unexpected development, thinking that Black Swan knights certainly take field operations in stride. She gave him a teasing kiss about the same time they heard a disgruntled growl from a wolf, waking up with a sting in the rump where a dart had been. "That's our cue to go." She turned around. "Take hold of these coattails and don't let go." In less than a minute, they materialized in the director's office. Simon had been in the process of sitting down at his desk, but the start he got made the normally simple action go awry. He ended up on the floor, unhurt, but in a comical tangle of executive chair legs with wheels. "What the—" "Surprise," Storm and Litha both said in unison, like it was a party, and then laughed, like it was the best joke ever. After dozing on and off throughout the night and dreaming about the love story between Stefan and Helene, Heaven was feeling drowsy and lazy. She pulled the covers up and snuggled in for a snooze. She was thinking about the messages planted in Baka's first vampire romance. He had left a trail of breadcrumbs that took her back to the life they'd briefly lived together in a one-room mountain cabin, where he brought her wildflowers and taught her their names. She didn't miss the similarities between names, Helena and Helene, Istvan Baka and Stefan Balkan. Though not an heiress, Helena was an innkeeper's daughter.
Heaven reconstructed the pattern and realized that Baca had taken their experience and rewritten it as a fantasy, transforming vampirism into a sacrament of love and adoration. She could see that he had tried to redeem the horror and tragedy of what happened to them by recreating the events in a story that was wildly romantic and satisfying on a soul level. The phone rang. She turned over and looked at the clock. 10:30. 10:30? Great heavenly days, what have you done? She scrambled out of bed and answered on the way to the bathroom. It's Rue. I went back through the orientation stuff to try and find the reference on summoners. Did you do the same? Heaven stopped in her tracks. No, I didn't think about it. Well, I found it, and here's the thing. It says the summoner concentrates on what he or she wants to call and then plays the flute. That was the piece you were missing. Since you didn't call something in particular, you called everything by default. Oh, and it doesn't work on other humans. Something about brains wired too similar. I don't know. Anyhow, now you know how to do it, and when you try it out, don't forget to call me so I can watch. Thank you. That's really something. You're very kind to do that. Okay, welcome. Bye. And she was gone. Heaven ran for the shower, her mind going faster than she could keep up. If the vampire virus altered chemistry in just the right way, it might make them susceptible to summoning. If Rue was right about how the thing worked, she'd be able to call them right out of their hole. What she needed now was another opinion. Her father liked to say that 2 heads are better than 1, and she wanted to know what Elsong thought of the idea. Whoever or whatever it was that said she could use her gift to free Istvan Baca could have meant the summoning. She gave herself just enough groom time to look presentable, a wash and a brush. That meant clean, mostly unwrinkled clothes, hair brushed and pulled into a ponytail, but makeup was not included in the English version of either presentable or good grooming. She dialed Song's number as she was walking toward the stairs. When she didn't get her, she left an urgent message and followed it up with a text. She grabbed a coffee on the way to the Department of Psychic Phenomena and Clairvoyance. She asked the department secretary where Elsong Hawking might be found, and was told she was in testing. Song had mentioned that her days consisted of being tested, and retested. Every day. Endlessly. I need to see her. It's an emergency. The secretary looked Heaven up and down imperiously. What sort of emergency? Heaven was thinking the woman had missed her calling, that she belonged in the outer office of a school dean or principal. It's personal. The woman actually smirked. A personal emergency, she said with a big dollop of sarcasm. Heaven had reached the end of her willingness to play games, and she pinned the other woman with a look that said exactly that. I would rather not have to bother Director Tvelga with such a simple request, but I will if I must. The bluff worked. Ms. Self-Righteous looked instantly nervous and unsure of herself. She lifted the phone. We need Elsong Hawking and the office right away. Thank you. Heaven retreated to the hallway to wait. 5 minutes later, she could see Song emerge from the elevator at the other end of the corridor, so she started walking that way. When they were close enough to speak, Song said, What? Wait, I know a place where we can talk. Heaven took Song to the Chronicles section where no one else ever went. Elsong looked around. What is this place? Copies of primary source material. I assure you we are alone. Heaven explained her theory, ending with, What do you think? As a person or a psychic? Either. Both. As a person, it seems logical. As a psychic, give me a minute. Song sat down cross-legged on the floor and closed her eyes. 3 minutes later, her big blue eyes popped open, and she gave Heaven a big grin. Jackpot! Kay, Ram, and Storm stood in the hallway outside Alora's hospital room at the headquarters clinic in Edinburgh, exchanging information. She'd been given multiple transfusions and was stable. It turned out that her blood type matched a strain of Fey blood on hand at the clinic. In hushed tones, Storm related the last words of the frostbitten alien. Ram stood with his arms crossed. Though he listened intently to what Storm had to say, he never took his eyes off the door to Alora's room. He looked as much puzzled by Storm's recall of the conversation as worried. Ram passed on to them the little Alora had felt like sharing so far. That she and Blackie had been visiting the Dolmen for some time. The intruders had assumed she was alone, far from help, an easy target, which she would have been had the wolves not come to her defense at great peril to themselves, resulting in the loss of almost half the pack. Also, not only had they shared their den with Alora and Blackie while she had the baby, They had helped keep her warm through the night. It was almost as strange as one of her fairy tales. Storm looked up the hall to see a familiar face approaching. Findmore was coming toward them, swaying with his characteristic powerful loping stride. "Hey," he grinned as he held out his hand to Storm. Storm grasped his hand and shook, smiling, genuinely glad to see him. "Escape from New York?" "Temporarily." He looked from Storm to Ram to Kay. "Passing off a human baton who's been working the Brazil site. I picked him up at Fort Dixon to deliver here. In person. Temp named Cal Magnus. I'm just here overnight." Kay said, "Hey, we know that guy. Rode with us on a run from Edinburgh to Jefferson last October. Then he stayed over and had dinner with the four of us." Storm and Ram both nodded. Findmore looked toward Laura's door, and then at Ram. "I heard. How is she?" "No bad for someone who gave birth alone during a night in the freezing wilderness while bleeding out from 2 bullet wounds?" Fortunately for Findmore, 2 nurses emerged from Laura's room and saved him from the paralysis of not knowing how to respond to that. One of the nurses smiled knowingly at the impatient husband. "You can go in now." Ram didn't even glance at the other men before leaving them standing in the hall. Storm turned to the others. "I could go for a coffee." "I'll have Bailey's in mine," Kay said. Heaven and Elsong burst into Simon's outer office and stood at the glass partition, pantomiming an urgent need to talk. He motioned them to the door, and they rushed in looking like the sky would fall if they didn't get their news out quickly. In a tag-team performance, the 2 young women excitedly relayed every bit of the clandestine operation to uncover Baccha's whereabouts, up to and including their theory that Heaven could summon vampire, including Baccha, out of the underground to the surface, where qualified personnel would administer the cure upon emergence by shooting them with the new equipment designed for that purpose. When they were finally quiet, they were almost panting. Simon quietly looked at Heaven and said, "You do know that requesting a reading from psychic personnel for personal reasons is grounds for dismissal." He turned to Elsong. "Likewise, the same applies to those who agree to give a reading to a colleague for personal reasons." Both said, "Yes, sir," and then took big breaths as a prelude to launching their defense. He held up his hand. "Fortunately for both of you, the rescue of Order personnel does not fall under the heading of personal reasons." The women's surprise kept them quiet for all of 10 seconds, after which Heaven said, "We just need 3 things. The cure canisters out of refrigerated lockup in the clinic, the delivery systems, which I have access to, and—" Heaven chewed her bottom lip. "Yes?" Simon asked. "A few knights from the Hunter Division with vampire experience, to shoot the vamps, and be there." Heaven glanced at Song. "In case anything goes wrong." Heaven and Elsong both tensed, waiting for the director to begin a list of all the reasons why that last request was outrageous and impossible. Simon stared at Heaven with an unreadable expression for a couple of beats, before his phone rang. In a plush seating conversational area of the lounge, 3 Black Swan knights had ordered a complete coffee service, including Bailey's, to be brought chairside. There was something to be said for civilization and warmth. While they were waiting, Storm turned to Findmore. "You know, you were on our short list of possible replacements for Lan. If Alora hadn't sort of fallen out of the sky and—" Storm stopped and chuckled softly. "Come to think of it, Alora didn't sort of fall out of the sky. She literally fell from the sky." He glanced at Kay. "Right at our feet. How's that for a sign?" Findmore nodded. "Thank you for telling me I made the shortlist. As one of her hand-to-hand trainees, I know who's the better, person. Job should have been hers. She deserved it. The only one who didn't think so was Ghost, and he's no longer part of any equation. Disappeared around the same time we sealed the subway." Kay's phone rang. He smiled, seeing that it was Katrina, and answered. He talked low into the phone for a minute, and then put it back in his pocket. "My wife is going to walk over to the museum and kill the afternoon. I'm thinking naps. My toes are probably never going to be warm again." "Second that. The last part, not the museum. Don't worry about warming your toes. In a minute, Mr. Bailey is going to have your toes feeling just fine." Storm pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Simon. "Excuse me, I need to check in with Simon, give him an update." Simon glanced down at the call name and answered. He listened to Storm's brief report on Alora's condition, then said, "Hold on a minute." He looked up at the two young women standing in front of his desk. A few knights from the Hunter Division with vampire experience? He smiled. I think that can be arranged. Storm, Kay, and Finemore sat in Simon's recently redecorated outer office and listened to the entire story, as delivered by Heaven and Song. Occasionally they glanced at each other to silently assess reaction to something said. When the briefing was complete, the knights were quiet for a couple of moments. Storm was first to speak. Turning to Kay, he asked, "What do you guess he was thinking, going in there alone?" Kay just shook his head. "I guess we owe him for, Kay nodded in agreement. "And it could be fun," said Finemore, who was grinning about the prospect of making vampire history right up until the moment he realized he wasn't necessarily included in the mission. He turned to Simon. "I'd like to request a delayed return to Jefferson Unit so that I could assist. I believe I'm needed more here." "I have to clear it with your sovereign." Finemore grimaced. "Yeah, hope he's in a good mood. Or since no one's ever seen him in a good mood, maybe I should say, I hope he's in a mood less bad than usual." "Let's find out." Simon dialed Saul and caught him at breakfast. While he was clearing a postponement in Finemore's return, Storm and Kay started planning strategy. While the phone was still ringing, Finemore added, "On the off chance you should catch him in a less bad humor, could you get me an additional day so I can swing down to Saltburn and see my mother?" Storm knocked on Alora's door lightly before opening it. She was sleeping soundly, while Ram sat next to the bed staring at Helm, who was sleeping just as soundly in the crook of his dad's elbow. Ram looked up and put a finger to his lips. "Hey," Storm whispered, "want to have some fun?" "That's what I thought I was doing," Ram whispered back. "Yeah, well, old school fun." Ram regarded his teammate with a little more interest. The principals to be involved in the mission were gathered in Simon's outer office. The director had, in fact, persuaded Sovereign Saul to let him keep Finemore on loan to finish the project at hand. Rammel had joined the group, which then made 4 Black Swan knights with vampire hunting experience, a team made to order by coincidence or synchronicity. Heaven was the linchpin, since success depended on her highly unusual musical ability. They had no reason to believe that the plan would work except for Elsong's precognition. She had basically vouched by vision, and Simon had enough respect for her talent to decide that was enough justification to proceed. As to the planning meeting, Song's part in the mission was over. But since she had been instrumental in uncovering both the whereabouts of Istvan Baka and the means by which to free him, the option to attend was extended as a courtesy. Glenn was present in the function of trainee. They didn't yet know whether he would be apprenticing as knight or something else, but the experience would be good for him in any case. Last, since the operation required cooperation with the city, specifically blocking a large section of the Royal Mile, Prince Duff Torquil had been invited to the meeting to be briefed and consulted. Everyone agreed that it would be ideal to cause as little disruption and be as inconspicuous as possible. That line of thinking led to the logical conclusion that the best time would be right before dawn. The vampire would have returned to the underground and tourism would be just waking up. Fortunately for all involved, October was the beginning of quiet season for tourism in Scotia, and midweek was even quieter. However few they might be, there would be tourists out for breakfast at 8, just after sunrise, hoping to be first to see the castle when it opened at 9. There was no way to tag the vamps and avoid tourists, and those who served them all together. They decided that the best they could do was make it quick and simple as possible. Duff said he would close off both ends of Warriston's Close, the side street between Craig's Close and High Street, the site of the main entrance to the underground city, and advised the Mary King's Close tour operator that they should plan to cancel tours of the underground before noon. This seemed to be the best solution possible. There were unknowns, of course. What kind of an assignment would it be without unknowns? But there was one particularly tricky factor, and that was the need for surprise. They couldn't converge on the area with martial law and barricades before the vampire had retired for the day, or the entire exercise would be pointless. So that meant they would need to wait until it was getting light and set up fast. Simon had ordered all available hands on deck, meaning he intended to use order personnel to man the barricades instead of police. He was so impressed with the way Glenn had handled Alora's rescue, he put him in charge of briefing the rest of the participants in the dining hall and called the meeting over. They would reconvene at 0600. Kay slapped Ram on the shoulder and smiled. "Like shooting ducks in a barrel." Ram's mind was too preoccupied with the furtive looks he had seen exchanged between the Fey prince and his sister. When he gave Song a warning look, her responding flush was curious and troubling. He made a mental note to ask what that was about later. At the moment, he had more pressing matters. A wife who could use a lot of tender loving care, a new elflin, some vampire in need of a cure, and a wayward Baka who had apparently gone and gotten himself captured and turned into a vampire. Again. Ram returned to Alora's room while the other 3 knights followed Heaven to the stash of pistols that had been redesigned to deliver cure canisters. They discovered that 2 of the rapid-fire dart guns were missing. No surprise. Storm and Kay had surmised that Baka had gone off half-cocked on a rogue solo mission. A stupid-ass rogue solo mission. Just to be on the safe side, Simon recalled a team of 4 knights who were currently on duty in London as backup. The operation, now codenamed Closed Dawn, was an all-or-nothing proposition. As Storm had said, they couldn't take a chance on playing their hand with the vampire without a complete extermination. Simon had been quick to remind Storm that the new politically correct terms were cure or reversal, not extermination. Where planning was concerned, the only real gamble was that they didn't know how many vamps might be using the underground vaults as their current address. There were enough pistols for each of the knights to have 2, plus another 2 for Glenn if they decided to include him. There were also about 200 vials of cure ready to snap into the canisters right before they headed out, and they were pretty sure there wouldn't be more than 200 vampire. The safety team was scheduled to arrive sometime during the night and be briefed at meeting the following morning. That would be plenty of prep for experienced hunters. After all, if this worked, it would be like Kay said, shooting ducks in a barrel. Storm hadn't realized how sore he was until he eased under the covers with Litha. Fresh from a hot, muscle-soothing shower, he let her warm her feet on his warm, naked body, which instantly stole every bit of relaxing benefit from the shower. He wasn't used to riding a horse for hours or being so damned cold, and he was getting too old to lose an entire sleep cycle. Still, his thoughts turned to lovemaking, and as tired as he was glad his wife was safe and alive, and there, where he could see and touch her. He sent her a signal with a naked body and a lusty kiss as he unbuttoned her flannel nightshirt and pulled her on top of him. She laughed deep in her throat in that sexy way that always made him harder. It must be a sex demon thing. You're not tired, or sleepy, or sore? Hey, you know a lot of women wouldn't question having a guy in their bed with a big need aimed straight at them. How big? She smiled and wiggled around a little. He chuckled. You remind me of one of Alora's stories. Not too big, not too small, but just right. Litha's eyes turned dark. Or was that green? Alora tells you stories about penis sizes? Storm laughed. No, about bears. I'm the one trying to get you interested in a story about penises. Oh, I'm interested. At least in the one. As in singular. That's the way I like it. Uh-huh. You've been spending too much time with Katrina and her disco music. Litha laughed. Uh-huh. It was too cold in the room to sit up and ride him with abandon. Giving up the covers was too big a price to pay, even for sex with Storm. So she spread her legs a little farther and eased down, letting him fill her slowly. Storm groaned at the incomparable pleasure of having his cock so sweetly and effortlessly embedded in hot, tight witch. Delicious, delectable, perfect. She moved up and back, leaving enough space between their bodies so that her breasts dragged against Storm's bare torso, creating their own delightful kind of silken friction. He couldn't decide which he loved more, the raw animalism of the push that covered him to the hilt, or the retreat that created the kind of suction that made his eyes threaten to turn back into his head. As Litha settled into a rhythmic pace, his big hands moved from her thighs to her waist, over her back, and finally between them, to coax her pleasure zone into a frenzy. The leisurely ride went frantic fast as Storm teased the swollen bud. He watched her lips part, her eyes go closed. When he knew her climax was close and inevitable, he covered her buttocks with two big hands and forced her to slide back and forth faster so they would come together. At the last second, she took his earlobe lightly between her teeth and growled. It made him shout something unintelligible about gods and almightiness and shoot deep into her in the most satisfying way. Litha let her full weight down on the hard body underneath her and rested her cheek on his chest where she could hear and feel his heartbeat. She was clearly happy to stay that way, as was he. Storm put his arms around her waist and let out a deep sigh of contentment. When he had climbed into bed, he hadn't thought he had the energy to say goodnight. He couldn't have guessed that he would end the past day's ordeal with a new sex position high up on his list of favorites. To be sure, Litha was one of a kind, and she was all his. "Are you worried about tomorrow?" she asked. "Not a bit. And you shouldn't be either. It's safer than a training exercise." There was silence between them for a few moments. "When I got to the rescue site..." "Yeah?" "You looked so comfortable with the baby." He smiled. "I know. Life is strange, right? I can't explain how that feels, holding somebody who's brand new and completely dependent on you. I don't know. It's just not like anything else." "In a good way?" Maybe we should rethink waiting for a few years." Litha raised up enough to see his face. "I'm so glad you feel that way." "Why? Were you thinking the same thing?" "Not exactly. I was more thinking... Guess what?" She brought her face up and rested her chin on her hand so she could see his face. Storm looked confused. "Guess what?" He barely got the question out before his trademark intense gaze bored straight into her. "We aren't." "Yeah, we are. I thought we were on birth control." "We were. I guess the little demon really wants to be born." Storm stared for a few more seconds, silently searching her face. Then, without warning, he laughed out loud, which caused his flaccid penis to slide out of Litha's body. I was hoping you would stay right where you were." "Sorry," he chuckled. She rolled off onto her side. He was brimming with rapid-fire questions and hardly paused for a breath between. "Are you sure? Is it a boy or a girl? Not that I care, I don't. It's just that I don't know anything about girls. Have you told anybody else? You haven't told your father, have you? Do you know when? Oh, and we need to make sure it's safe for you to ride the passes because... Storm." She put her forefinger across his lips lightly. "I can't remember all those questions. You're going to have to ask them one at a time. The main thing is, you're happy about this?" Litha was treated to one of his heart-stopping but rare grins. "I am so happy about this." He experienced a moment of visceral memory and thought he could still feel the weight of Helm's little trusting body sleeping on his shoulder. "So much more than I could have ever guessed. But if it's a boy, it has to be the only one." "Why?" Storm was wearing his "so shall it be" face. "No second sons." He moved his hand under the covers until he found her bare belly, put his palm flat against her, then smiled. "If it's a girl, we're not naming her Alora." "Damn, that's what I was going to say. Can we talk about it?" Litha pulled back far enough to see the teasing gleam in his eye. He was so relaxed and happy, he didn't notice her reaching for the corner of the pillow until it smacked him full in the face. Gods almighty. A Black Swan knight shouldn't have to be on guard in his own bed. After a very brief struggle, he pinned her underneath him and blew softly into her ear, a ploy that never failed to produce a special moan and an arch into his body. "Don't be jealous of her, mi esposa. You're the one that I love." Litha melted like chocolate over a flame when he talked to her like that. Storm shifted to the side quickly and looked concerned. "What is it?" "I just replayed what you said. Little demon. Were you using that phrase in the spirit of little rugrat, or are you saying we're parenting a demon?" Litha searched his eyes. "Don't tell me you never thought about the fact that our children will be more demon than human. You're half, I'm of indeterminate proportion, but we know it's something more than half. When I do that math, okay, point taken. It gives demon seed jokes a whole new perspective. I guess I hadn't thought about it. And I guess we should expect some parenting challenges." "Well, let's just say that he or she is probably not going to public high school, i.e., Carrie." His expression turned from playfulness to intense. "Uh-oh, here comes the storm cloud. What's the problem?" "You're scaring me now." "It was a joke. It wasn't funny." Litha laughed in his face. "It was hysterical. You're just a tough room. All right then, we'll take it as it comes. But we're still not naming her Alora." "You think it's a girl?" "Not saying. Shit. Good night." She rolled over. "And go to sleep. You've got a vampire reckoning early in the morning." It was quiet for a few seconds. What time will you have my breakfast ready? That time he caught the pillow well before it smashed into his nose. Heaven went to her room, took a warm bath, put on pajamas, got in bed, and began a ceiling-staring vigil. Now that the decision had been made that she was going to play, she was imagining that she could hear the flute singing to her from underneath the bed. She tossed and turned for a couple of hours, but finally gave up and got up. When Heaven had moved to Edinburgh headquarters, she'd brought her stuff in a set of nested luggage. After they were unpacked, she put each size back into the other, like one of those Russian doll sets. It was a marvelous trick of storage genius. On hands and knees, she reached behind the bed skirt and pulled the luggage out from under her bed. Sitting on the floor, she unzipped each bag in turn until she came to the smallest, which was inside 3 others. Buried under a cache of woolens that were out of style was a handcrafted wooden box with rounded carved corners and inlaid rosewood. She'd always felt that even the box itself was somehow magical. The inside was lined with plush black velvet, treated to keep the silver polished and free of buildup. Inside the lid, the master craftsman had placed a tiny brass plaque that said, Brendan O'Hare, Belfast. Opening the lid made her breathing stop. She'd forgotten how beautiful it was. As a child, she had thought so, but as an adult, she had a far greater capacity for appreciating its precious and unique qualities. All these years, she carried it around like it was part of her soul that had accidentally escaped her body and been trapped on the outside. She took it with her wherever she moved, but never gave herself permission to even look at it. Touching, of course, was out of the question. She knew that. If she touched it, she would want to play it in the worst way. When her fingertips first came in contact with the cool, smooth metal, her eyes slid closed in a rapture that was all her own. It was a communion that was unique to her in all the world, as if she'd been reunited with that piece of her wayward spirit that had been a vacuum inside her, always gnawing to be filled. Right then, she was thinking that the prudent thing would have been to test the soundness of February's research before involving the entire headquarters staff. Too late for that. As the gamblers say, it was go for broke. Carefully, lovingly, she put the pieces together and held the instrument up to her lips without blowing. It felt as familiar as one of her flesh and blood appendages. She hadn't played in well over a decade, and yet she knew without a doubt that she could and would when the time was right. What she didn't know was how to think about what she wanted to summon. She hoped it would come to her the way playing the flute had come to her. If not, a whole lot of people, including the fucking Prince of all bloody Scotia, were going to be standing there looking at her like they wished they'd slept in. Heavenly days, you've really made it up now. She glanced at the clock. It was 2:15. Tossing the portaputer on top of her bed, she fired it up and checked to see what the weather would be like at 0800. 6 Celsius, cloudy with a good chance of drizzle. She needed to keep the flute warm until it was time to play. The practical solution seemed to be putting it together, then carrying it next to her first layer, underneath a sweater and raincoat. She also needed her hands warm and dry. Pushing the device aside, she pulled together the clothes she would need and set them on the bed. After she zipped the thinsulate lining into her raincoat, she sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the clock. Her thoughts drifted to Baca. She wondered if he was cold. 0600. Everyone crowded into the director's outer office. Simon and Storm gave last-minute instructions about who would do what and when. Things such as there was no need for transportation, as it was only a 7-minute walk. That was followed by a simple either-or addendum. If you understand, go get breakfast and be in the foyer at 0730. If you have a question, stay after and ask Simon, Storm, or Glenn. When Finemore arrived for breakfast, Katrina gave Kay a pat and said she was going to sit with Litha, Elsong, and Heaven. When Storm arrived, he went straight to Litha, leaned down, kissed his wife, casually took from her hand a fork with a large strawberry caught on the tines, and popped it into his mouth, smiling. You're going to have to stay back from this operation, Storm. You're clearly too anxious to be of any use. He laughed while finishing off her strawberry. So what are you doing after breakfast? We're going to see Lady Lycan and the beautiful baby boy. Okay. This won't take long, but if all goes according to plan, we may be bringing company home for dinner, if you take my meaning. You mean you're not sure when I'll see you next? That's my bottom line, babe. Okay, I may take some plastic and go for a ride, if you take my meaning. He leaned down and said right next to her ear, Please don't ride the passes until you know for sure it's safe for the baby. She snorted quietly enough that only he heard her right before she stood and pulled him in a short distance from the others. You worry like an old woman, Sir Big Brave Knight. You do know the two of us already made several trips safely. Since she's more demon than either of us, she's probably very much at home in the passes. She, not saying, You're going to make me say please, aren't you? Her response was a smile so wicked that she looked like she could be the popular notion of what a sex demon might look like. He put his lips right next to her ear and nuzzled as he breathed warm air on her and whispered low in his throat. Okay, I'm begging you. Begging. Litha pushed him away, giggling, wondering if she could cast a spell to make herself less vulnerable to that breath in the ear thing. He was getting far, far too good at it. You do know you have a room upstairs, right? Elsong raised her voice, but wasn't serious, just amused. She hadn't even known Storm was capable of being playful, much less romantically playful. Life is full of surprises. Litha smiled at Song before turning back to Storm. 1, I'll discuss it with my dad before I go. 2, you sure are bossy. He looked around to make sure she could get away with a quick fondling of the derriere without anyone seeing, and made her squeal as a parting shot. The memory of that squeal would be 100 times more satisfying than Irish oatmeal. It would keep him going all day long and give him a smile whenever he thought about it. Glenn knocked lightly on Alora's door before opening it a crack. Blackie, who was lying on his side on a pallet by the wall, thumped his thick tail in welcome, but didn't move to get up. The clinic staff had been hot as Hades about having a nasty dog in their sterile premises. But if the Lycan and Hawkings were formidable as individuals, they were a force of nature when united in a cause. If they wanted the dog there, the dog would be there. By all the gods and Patty, too. They were not unreasonable elves. They simply knew what they wanted and insisted on it. Ram was just finishing breakfast in Alora's room. As he motioned Glenn inside, Alora looked over and smiled. Hey, Einstein. Glenn grinned at her. Heard Simon gave you a big boy job. He ducked his head like he was embarrassed. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're alive, and after what I saw out there, a little amazed too. When you're stronger, I'd like to talk to you about what happened with the wolves. Alora grew instantly sad and teary-eyed. It was wrong to just leave their bodies lying out there exposed like that. She grew more upset as she talked. They died because I was there, and then we just flew away without so much as a here's a bone and thanks a lot. Ram stood up and came to the side of her bed. We have something to sort out this morning, but when done, the lad and I will return to the forest and take care of it. He looked at Glenn. Will we know? Glenn's expression was somber as he searched Ram's face, trying to imagine how in the world they would do that. Yes, sir. He hoped Rammel had a plan. In any case, he couldn't think of anything else to say. Simon sent me. You're needed downstairs. Ram nodded. Back soon. He kissed Alora on the forehead and, smiling, kissed Helm on his incredibly soft and perfect little cheek. He didn't know if he would ever get used to the idea of being a dad. On the way downstairs, Glenn turned to Ram. Do you actually plan to go back for those wolves? Ram drew up and looked at Glenn. I don't know lie to my mate. Of course I will clean up the mess those buggers made, partly for Alora and partly for the forest. 'Twas sullied by this incident, violated. Understand? Glenn nodded. I think so. Ram motioned for them to talk while they were walking. I think the best thing will be to gather the bodies of the wolves and burn them. I have no thought of a way to do that without tranquilizing the creatures in the pack once again. I know 'tis no ideal, but no one thing about this is desirable. If you have a better idea, bring it forward. You'll find me receptive and grateful for suggestions. I hate doing that too, but I don't know of a better way. Ram glanced at him. You're a good lad, Catch. 0740. The personnel directly involved had reassembled at 0730 as directed. There were 9 shooters, 4 knights and a trainee from Jefferson Unit, and 4 knights recalled from London. All of them had vampire hunting experience except for Glenn. Storm planned to situate himself at a safe distance and use him as backup only. The only other essential personnel was Heaven. Simon and Prince Torquil were to be there as observers, more or less, because Storm was technically in charge of this phase of the mission. Additionally, there were 20-odd volunteer staff who were to function in the capacity of forming a barricade at either end of Worston Close. They were divided into two groups called the North Barricade and the South Barricade. Everyone knew what part they were to play and where to take up a position so the formation could be accomplished within minutes. Last, they were advised to terminate all conversation once they crossed the bridge. Low profile was the phrase of the day. In working with Simon, Storm had discovered the director was no slouch at planning. In fact, the speed and thoroughness he brought to this task earned him Storm's respect and admiration. He had even remembered to take the weather into account. Because of the heavy cloud cover and drizzle, the sky was going to be gray even at midday, which meant that sunrise would be dark as charcoal. At the last minute, he conscripted 4 very surprised clericals who never expected to ever see a day's worth of field duty and called them light bearers, because it would be their job to shine battery-operated lanterns on the entrance to Mary King's Close for the shooters. And though Simon might seem easygoing and affable at first appraisal, gods help them if they ran away, no matter what. By the time the Special Ops unit reached Warriston Close, everyone was so well prepared that it took only 3 minutes to be in place. The 8 knights formed a semicircle arc, blocking the entrance. Glenn stood behind that line with Simon and the prince. The light bearers stood in between and just behind the knights, spaced at quarter intervals. When everyone and everything was in place, Storm motioned for Heaven to come stand by him at the head of the arc directly across from the center of the entrance. She had to remove her gloves one at a time, because she was the only thing holding her flute up inside her clothing. Storm looked down and saw that her hands were shaking. On impulse, he put one arm around her shoulders. "You're safe here. Nothing will hurt you." She looked up at him with big, liquid eyes. "That's not what I fear," she whispered. "I'm afraid of letting all these people down. Mr. Barker, too." He nodded, understanding dawning. That particular fear was an up-close and personal acquaintance of his. "Barker's a friend of mine. Did you know that?" Heaven shook her head. "Not really. I'm mad as hell at him for putting us in this position, and I'm grateful to you for trying. Do you understand? Whatever happens, his friends will still be grateful that you tried." He released her and stepped back. As she reached to pull the flute from inside its warm cocoon, she closed her eyes and pictured everything she knew about vampire. Their chillingly macabre pale eyes, their long, sharp fangs, their soulless expressions. When she formed a clear impression in her mind, she could almost feel the flute vibrating in her hand, like a living thing. She just raised the flute toward her lips. When her eyes came open, she heard her own voice and felt her vocal cords vibrate as she involuntarily spoke in a clear, resonant, confident tone. "Come to me." Song opened the door as quietly as possible, while Litha and Katrina waited behind her in the hall. Her intent was to make sure Alora was awake before they barged in. It was only 7:30 in the morning. Alora had her legs drawn up so that she could hold Helm in front of her while she cooed at him. She looked up when she heard the soft drag of the door. "Song, come in. Helm's awake. He just ate, but didn't go back to sleep right away." She looked back at the baby. "Helm, look who's here. Auntie Song." "And Katrina and Litha," Katrina said. "Great Paddy, it's a party." Alora was clearly delighted and certainly didn't look like someone who had been the target of an emergency rescue from an epic ordeal just 24 hours before. "Hey, you two. How are you? Thank you for the flowers. Each one of the bouquets is beautiful." "Hey, yourself. We're the ones who are supposed to be asking how you are." Katrina leaned over and air-kissed. "I'm afraid to touch you, so that will have to do." Alora laughed. "I'm not easily broken, but thank you for being considerate." Katrina looked down and saw the baby for the first time. Her eyes widened and got so big, Alora had to glance back down at Helm to make sure he wasn't choking. "Trina, what's wrong?" Elsong answered for her. "She's looking at him that way because he's no a baby. He's a fucking masterpiece." "Can I hold him?" Katrina had lost every bit of her characteristic brash and buoyant manner. Her request was almost reverent. "Course, get ready. I'm told he's heavier than he looks." Song snorted. Everyone turned and looked at her. Alora said, "Please excuse my sister-in-law. She's old to be just now learning how farm animal sounds, but she's cute and fun and can see the future, so we forgive her." "No, you will not blame me for the disgusting snorting behaviour. I learned it from her." She pointed at Alora. "And I can no seem to stop." "Anyway," Alora turned back to Katrina, "be careful to support his head." Trina nodded vigorously. When she got one hand under his warm little body, Her eyes filled with tears. "Uh-oh," Song said. "Appears we have a breeder in the room." "What does that mean?" Litha asked. "Just look at her. She can no wait to be holding one of her own. You know she—" Song turned to look at Litha and stopped abruptly. Her eyes traveled downward to Litha's belly before giving Litha a knowing smile. Litha shook her head. Song got the message. "'Tis only a matter of time before Trina's telling others to be careful about heads and such." Song helped Katrina figure out how to hold the baby against her shoulder so that she could walk around and jiggle him. "How are you feeling?" Litha asked Elora seriously. "Not all that bad, believe it or not. I've been through worse." Right on cue, the door opened wide, and a cart was wheeled in by a nurse who appeared surprised to find a crowd, and a dog. "Time for vitals?" "Okay, we'll step outside," Katrina said. No reason. They're not going to do anything that would embarrass you or make you barf." Elora looked at the nurse. "Are you?" The nurse smiled and said, "Not in the next few minutes, but this is pushing the number of people you should have visiting at once." "Noted." The nurse finished her checklist, asked if Elora or the baby needed anything, and left without closing the door. "Would somebody close the door? You would think all medics were raised in a barn." Litha pushed the door closed. Elora looked at Song. "Along with my sister-in-law," she teased. "So what's everybody been up to?" "Well, as a matter of fact," Song said, "I just happen to have a really, really, really good story." "I'm not going anywhere," Elora said. "You sure you do not need to sleep?" "Dish, now." Song sat on the foot of Elora's bed. Litha jumped up to sit on the wide windowsill ledge and let her feet dangle. Katrina sat in the reclining chair with the baby and started rocking, looking for all the world like she'd found her life's purpose. "She looks like she's in heaven," Song said, "and that brings me to the subject of my story." While they sat in the overcast light of a misty Scotia morning, Elsong related the tale of Heaven's reincarnation and the discovery that her unique ability could be the thing needed to save Baka. Elora was alarmed when she learned that Baka was missing, but Song convinced her that it was temporary and that all was well in hand, that the rest of B-Team and Findmore were on the case, but that there was nothing dangerous about it. When Song finished describing Heaven's talent and the research Rue had dug up on it, Elora burst out laughing. "She's a Pied Piper." "A what?" Elora shook her head. "It's a thing in one of my stories." "Are there bears?" Litha asked. "Bears?" "No. What makes you ask that?" Storm mentioned something about bears in your stories." Elora looked delighted. "Storm told you the story of the 3 bears?" "Not exactly." Well, this is just nothing less than amazing. It also makes me realize that, in my world, people were fond of saying that every myth and fairy tale, that's what they call the stories, that every one of them is supposed to be based on a fact or factual event. The longer I work for the Order, the more I come to realize that could be true. There's a lot of magic in your world." "Our world," Song said. "This is your home now. Look at that elfling and tell me I'm wrong." "It's true. It also makes me wonder if all these things weren't part of my dimension as well. I mean, I could have been every bit as blissfully ignorant as all the people here who think vampire is someone's dark, twisted fantasy." "'Tis possible, but people here with Heaven's gift, they're no called Pied Pipers. They're called summoners. Well, let's hope it's a tale with a happy ending. Ram told me he had something to sort out this morning, but didn't hint that it was a vampire recovery. He probably thought I'd ask him not to go, and of course I didn't know about Baka, although I was surprised that he hadn't been in to visit." The women stayed a little longer. Litha got a turn at holding Storm's namesake, who opened his mesmerizing turquoise eyes a little and wrinkled his brows as if to say, "You're no me mum." It made Litha smile and feel a little giddy about the future. When everyone had left, Elora was alone with a sleeping baby and the sound of drizzle on the window. She certainly hoped their elaborate scheme worked because if not, she was going to have to hunt Baka, personally, and she really didn't want it to come to that. When Heaven blew across the whole of her flute, everyone was stunned into silence. The music was so pure it was otherworldly. Heaven didn't try to control the melody or the speed. She more or less let the flute play itself. She felt like it was working. After she had been playing for a minute, Storm told the shooters to look alert. After another minute, they began to emerge, looking stiff and controlled almost like B-movie zombies. They headed straight for Heaven, who, to her credit, never faltered for an instant. She trusted Storm and the other knights to protect her. The effect of the canister recipe was almost instantaneous. They fell where they were shot, so that others who came after stumbled over the fallen bodies and were shot after they were already on the ground. Kay ran out of rounds when the second wave started. One of them turned on Kay and snarled, as if he momentarily remembered what he was. Kay turned him, then grabbed and held him in place from behind while Ram shot the vamp in the chest, then handed Kay a pistol with fresh rounds. Employing quick thinking worthy of field agents on seeing how many vamps were pouring out of the entrance to countless hidey holes, some of the people who had originally been assigned to form the barricades had left their posts half-manned and come running to help reload the guns and move the bodies out of the way. After 5 more minutes without any activity, it seemed reasonable to think that the last vampire who was coming to the party had already surfaced. Heaven shoved the flute into Storm's body, and he took it out of reflex. She started toward the entrance to Mary King's Close, yelling the name of the one she'd come for. "Baka! Baka!" Storm grabbed her from behind. She tried to struggle free, which in itself spoke to her state of mind. If she was thinking clearly, she would have recognized the utter futility of trying to out-wrestle a Black Swan knight. She was scared, but heard Storm when he spoke next to her ear. "Just wait. We're not going to leave him. We're going with you. Use your head, and we'll end up with both of you out and safe." Heaven calmed enough to stop trying to free herself from Storm's grasp, but she was shaking all over. "I'm going to release you, and you're going to stand right where you are. Agreed?" She nodded. Storm turned to look for Ram and Kay, but they were already standing right beside him, as was Glenn. Storm handed the flute to Glenn. "Give this to Simon for safekeeping." As he said it, he glanced toward Simon, who was on the phone ordering vans to carry the inert vampire away from the side street before the city began to bustle and get really curious. "We're going after Baka." "I'll go with you." "Thank you for that offer, Mr. Catch. You're not ready. First, you haven't chosen Hunter Division, and second, you haven't had either the right kind of training or enough of it." "I'm not a trainee." Storm looked behind Glenn to see Finemore stepping forward to volunteer. Storm nodded at him. "We need every one of those 4 lanterns, one for each of us. Make sure you're all fully loaded, just in case." Ram smirked at Kay. "Shooting ducks in a barrel, eh?" He glanced at Storm. "We're going to have to make a pact agreeing not to tell our wives about this part of the outing, or we'll all be swimming in scalding duck soup." "Agreed. Agreed." "Aye, I'm in. We'll go fetch the bloody fucking troublemaking vampire, then he'll probably turn around and thank us for it by trying to score our wives." Out of the corner of his eye, Ram saw Heaven wince when he said that. Was that hurt he saw in her face? If it was, he'd just stepped in a smelly plop of it with his big Irish mouth. When Storm turned to say something to Finemore, Ram moved to stand next to Heaven. "I didn't know you had feelings for for Baka, or I would not have mentioned his penchant for feminine company. He did recently tell me he had put that part of his life aside, turned a corner, if you will." Heaven looked interested. "He did?" "Aye. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but perhaps he had some powerful motivation for changing his ways." Heaven gave Ram a tentative smile. He had distracted her from her worry and given her a little hope, both at the same time. Baka was sentient in the sense that his brain took direction from the sensory perception fed him by nerve endings, but he was not sentient in the sense of being self-aware. What his ice-colored eyes saw in the vacuous space around him was not the pitch black of human eyes, but the reddish, heat-seeking haze seen by vampire. Hunger. He felt a hunger that stabbed his solar plexus. Blood. Need blood. Baka's need held no anticipation of pleasure. There was no thought of taste or delight. There was only a void that had to be filled and could only be filled by blood. If he didn't feed, he would die. Survival instinct is pronounced in vampire. His brain told him 2 things: feed and survive. Survive and feed. He looked around the darkness. Nothing. He went statue still as only vampire can do, listening. Nothing. He pulled on the chains. They answered with a bite into his wrists. He howled. He had to get free. He had to feed. The need to hunt overrode every other instinct. It was overpowering. In spite of his added boost of strength fueled by adrenaline, the chains held firm. His poor mind was addled by the restricted brain function that comes as a side effect of the vampire virus. Still, He could think just enough to think things couldn't get any worse for him. Unfortunately for Baka, the powers that be like to have a bit of fun with such faulty conclusions, whether originated by human or vampire. If Baka was thinking with his generous portion of human intellect, he would have known not to tempt the lords of the cosmos with such a proclamation, even one uttered silently, because everyone knows the natural result. Things got worse. He heard something and stopped flailing against the chains. He listened hard. Did he hear it? There. He turned his head in every direction, straining to hear. There. What was it? He couldn't identify an audible sound, but knew he was being called, summoned, and he wanted to go to the beckoner. No, he had to go to the beckoner. A compulsion settled over him, as if he'd been doused in a thick, tangible substance that robbed him of everything except the desire to reach the summoner. That was his goal, his every priority. Even the blood hunger was inconsequential next to his need to respond to the call. Again he jerked on the chains. Again the edges of the rusty manacles bit into his raw and bloody flesh. The pain and frustration of that led to panic. He had to break free. He began to breathe heavily, panting in his panic. He howled, he roared, he screamed. He shed the tears of a desolate and desperate lost soul. Storm watched a resigned but unhappy young trainee walk toward Simon awkwardly, carrying a valuable and perhaps magical silver flute. He hated saying no to the kid, but would hate it a lot more if he said yes and Glenn got hurt. He already had one civilian to worry about. Hard decisions. He'd always known it couldn't be fun to sit in Saul's chair. Speaking of Saul, he wished he had time for a cigar. The tail end of that sigh brought him out of his reverie and back to the 4 people who were staring at him, 3 patiently, one about to jump out of her skin. He focused on Heaven, but motioned to the others to come in tight so they could hear. Heaven had never seen Storm train the force of his battle-ready persona on anyone before. It struck her that he might not even be aware of the raw power emanating from him. The sheer fierceness of his concentration was arresting. With him making direct eye contact, she couldn't have moved or looked away if she'd wanted to. Heaven, we will take you with us so long as you give your solemn vow that you will do exactly what I say when I say to do it. No deviation, no variation. Agreed? She nodded and didn't take her eyes away. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Kay and I are going first, then you, then Ram and Finn. You will stay sandwiched between us at all times, no matter what happens. Do you understand? She swallowed and nodded again. Storm looked each of his fellow knights in the eye. Dinosaurs. Every one, a vampire hunter about to become extinct. Like dinosaurs. Well, times change. He smiled at his comrades. One more for old time's sake? The other 3 laughed. Ram said, Let's go get the wanker. Storm hated that each of the knights was forced to use one hand to hold a lantern, so he decided to have Heaven carry one in each hand to light the way. That left Kay's and Ram's hands free. They started into the darkness of the old alleyways. They didn't know whether the close was actually haunted by the ghosts of plague victims, but they did know there was something about the place that made the tiny hairs on the backs of their necks stand up and prickle. They moved slowly, investigating right, left, in front, and behind. About 5 minutes in, Ram stopped them with a shh. He pulled his hair behind his ears. After a couple of beats, he said, You hear that? The consensus was that no one heard a thing except Ram. Storm shined a light in his direction. You're the one who knows where we're going. You take the lead. Storm and Kay traded places with Finn and Ram, and they started off at a much quicker pace. In another couple of minutes, Storm and the others confirmed that they heard something. When they got closer, Ram said, Singing. I know it is him, 'cause I heard him sing once on a werewolf sanction. He stopped to listen again, then repeated what he thought he was hearing. Maresy dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy divey. A kitty divey too. Wouldn't you? Sounds like the poor sod has gone stark bleeding mad. They found him in an out-of-the-way vault underneath the bridge, alternately trying to scream curses at God and sing bawdy limericks with what was left of his voice. Under other circumstances, Ram might have enjoyed the performance. When they shined a light on him, he yelled from the shock to his eyes and tried to lift his hands. Heaven started to rush toward him, but Kay caught her from behind and jerked her back so fast it made her jaw snap shut. Ram shot the vampire in the thigh. "I suppose to be wrong of me to take pleasure in that, so I'll no say if I did one way or t'other." Storm gave Ram the special look reserved just for him. It conveyed a practiced indulgence that had passed between them 1,000 times. "We need a tool to get these torture devices off him. Somebody needs to run back and get what we need." "I'll do it," Finn said. "While you're there, tell Simon we need an ambulance to take him back to the clinic. Bring back a stretcher and a couple of those blokes from London to help cart him out of here." They gave Finn 2 of the lanterns and listened to the cadence of his jog for as long as they could hear him. Baca had slumped into a coma within seconds of having the formula hit his bloodstream. Heaven sat on the ground crying softly, holding his body against hers, so that his weight didn't pull on the manacles and make the wounds worse. God's almighty, she's trying to rock him like a baby. Watching the young woman try to soothe the unconscious, legendary bogey vampire, Storm, Kay, and Ram stood silent and helpless, unable to do anything more until tools arrived. As the scene played out, each member of B-Team was privately thinking that life was very strange. "What do you think he was doing down here?" Kay finally asked. Storm just shook his head. "Trying to save the world." Chapter 20. Black Swan Field Training Manual, Section 3, Chapter 1, Number 7. Hunters will not leave behind physical evidence that might create suspicion in the general public or its military or law enforcement representatives. Success is defined partly by assurance that no trail shall lead back to the order. Ram was dangling 50 feet above the ground, suspended from a Worcester by a nylon weave harness, before he stopped to ask himself how much risk was involved. It's one thing to be a mate, but a whole other video game level of responsibility to be some tiny little elflin's dad. By the time he had completed that thought, he was safely on the ground. He unhooked the 2 stretchers and backpacks that were lowered next. Then, another 5 minutes after that, Glenn was on the ground beside him. As he unhooked and unbuckled, he said, "Okay, boss, so, what's the plan?" It was still early, but there was enough light to see. "If you put us down where we said we were needing to be, we're only half a mile away from the den. But we need to look alive because—" He gave Glenn a pointed look. "As you know, they can range a lot further than that on a hunt. There's a stone circle no far from the dolmen. 'Twas sacred to the old ones. I think Elora would like it if we burned the wolves' bodies there." "Old ones?" Glenn smirked. "You don't really believe in that stuff." Ram stopped and gave the kid a look that made him sorry he'd said that. "You're free to disbelieve as you please, of course, but as for myself, I've worked for this organization long enough and seen enough strange things to keep my judgment from being premature and keep my opinion to myself until it might be considered worthwhile." Glenn felt put in his place and knew he deserved it. There was no place for irrational skepticism in the order. "Get your pack on and grab one of these stretchers. I'll take the other. We should pick him up and put him down because this task may gobble up the daylight hours." With that, Ram took a stretcher and started jogging toward the den with Glenn right behind, keeping a sharp lookout for the surviving wolves. They had loaded tranq pistols in the long, unbuttoned thigh pockets of their cargo pants and enough supplies in their backpacks that they could survive a night out if the plan should jump track. They came to the bodies still strewn near the dolmen without ever encountering the wolves. The bodies of the men had been partially eaten, and that was fine with Ram. He had Glenn help him to remove their clothes. When Glenn looked at him with a giant question mark on his face, Ram gave him the straight-up, unvarnished truth. "I do not want clothing or accoutrement to litter the natural perfection of the forest. My grandfather wanted this place as pristine as a virgin pussy, and 'tis the way we're going to leave it today. The wolves can eat whatever else they be wanting from these unholy pig fuckers. It'll help them get through the winter. Whatever be left, the vultures will take, like nature's little feathered rubbish disposals." Ram could see the whole thing was distasteful to Glenn, but the kid was going to have to make a decision about a career path soon, and Ram reasoned that he may as well understand beforehand that everything about being a Black Swan knight isn't glamorous. "We'll build a little fire and burn these things outside the circle. We'll build a proper pyre for the 6 wolves within." "Yes, sir." Glenn did not want to appear immature or inadequate in front of Ram. Even if Ram wasn't the most celebrated knight of the century, he would have admired him immensely. But of course, he was the most celebrated knight of the century. The trainee was fortunate to have been put in a position to get to know Sir Hawking and Lady Lycan personally, and he knew it. The last thing he wanted to do was something that would make either of them think less of him. Ram couldn't know what had passed between Storm and Glenn on the way to the rescue. As luck would have it, Glenn was set to the task of stripping Blackwell. As soon as he moved the body to pull the clothing away, it was evident that the man's neck had been broken. It took Glenn less than a heartbeat to put together that Storm had done it, and that he had asked Glenn to go ahead so that he would be spared the witnessing of it. For a few seconds, the part of him that was destined to be a righteous and honorable man recoiled at the idea, but the part of him that was destined to be a Black Swan knight coolly set that aside on balance of protecting one of their own. Storm's agenda was not to be a beacon of ceremonial justice. His agenda was primitive, practical, and calculating. And sometimes, even when held up to the analysis of a highly evolved intellect, that was the best choice. Glenn came to the forest a boy who wasn't sure what he would do with the amazing cache of talent he'd been given by fate. He would leave the forest a young man, ready to pursue field active duty and a knighthood. Each one of his former teachers had taken personal pride in his achievements and had tried to influence him to choose their field of expertise. His supreme versatility was part of his genius. He was simply good at everything. If those mentors could know that the final decision was made upon the discovery of the broken neck of a terrorist, they would be dumbfounded. It was just something about the fact that Sir Storm had quietly gone about doing what needed doing, while trying to shield a young trainee from the harsh reality of the Order's mission and protect his innocence as long as possible. Glenn knew he had the ability to do anything he wanted, and what he wanted was to be that kind of man. Ram took off his backpack and withdrew a contraption made of nylon weave. "What's that?" Glenn asked. "Harness." "For what?" "For attaching to these stretchers that are going to make a funeral procession for brave wolves." "But we didn't bring horses." Ram started laughing. "Glenn, sweet lad, the harness is for ourselves. Let's get these wolves onto the stretchers, then I'll help you get into your traces." It took 2 trips for the 2 of them to pull the bodies of 6 wolves to the circle half a mile away, and another hour to gather enough dry branches to make an adequate fire. Using the cans of accelerant they had packed in, they sprayed the wood to make the fire catch fast and burn hot. When lit, the blaze made a little sound of explosion and the flames climbed high. Ram took out his telephone and began recording the blaze. He couldn't get service, but he could take a short video to show his mate. Glenn wondered why Ram was doing that but didn't ask. He didn't have to. "Picture's worth 1,000 words. Seeing this will dry her tears and ease her very tender heart, although she will probably be blaming herself for the loss of these very fine creatures. For myself, I'm more grateful for their sacrifice than I can express." Ram turned toward Glenn, and with the firelight reflected in his eyes, Glenn was able to imagine the fear Ram's enemies must have experienced right before they smacked into the danger zone of a bona fide Black Swan hero. "But 'twas no she who should be taken on the blame. 'Tis the fuckers who trespassed upon the quiet of my granddad's forest. When they filed this place, they pissed on my grandfather's memory. Then they tried to murder my family." Glenn stared at Ram for a few beats before acknowledging that he understood with a somber nod. Ram returned his attention to the fire. It had burned down to a level that was safe to leave at that time of year. "I'll come back later and scatter the ashes so that a new grass will grow here." He glanced at Glenn. "Call the whister. Let's go to the barn." Both men left relieved that they had not been forced to trank the wolves again. Ram knew his wife was going to be glad of that. In a hospital bed down the hall from Alora and Helm, Baka had lain sedated for 3 days. The first time he took the vampire cure into his bloodstream, it took 6 hours to eliminate the virus. This time, however, the virus was more resistant, as if it had spontaneously developed antibodies and was mutating to resist the vaccine. After 20 hours had passed with no change, a phone conference with Monk resulted in a decision to dose him again. When that also failed to produce significant results, Monk okayed a 3rd dose, saying something to the effect of, "Look, we can't very well just walk away and leave the man a vampire, can we?" Several hours after the 3rd dose had been administered by drip into his IV, his eyes clearly showed more of the sea blue that was the natural color of his irises. The assigned team checked on him hourly, and when his eyes had returned to normal, they gradually brought him out of the comatose state. Without moving his head, he allowed his eyes to travel around the room. Baka woke in a hospital bed to find his humanity had been revived for the 2nd time, but he wasn't convinced he hadn't died. Heaven was sitting in front of the window, head bowed over an electronic reader resting on her lap. She was a picture, framed by the window. The last of the tree's reddish leaves were moving in a breeze, barely hanging on to bare branches as if their purpose was to provide a background that matched the red highlights in her chestnut hair. The stream of sunlight coming through the panes lit her like a spotlight, making it look like her aura was as visible as a halo. Baca knew one of two things had happened. He'd either passed over to the other side with his soul intact, or he was hallucinating. That was the only plausible explanation. Certainly Heaven would not be sitting by his bedside looking like an angel waiting for him to revive. Nonetheless, he couldn't help thinking how appropriate her name seemed at that moment. She looked up and saw that his eyes were open and sucked in a little gasp. "Hi," she said, her voice and features both soft with kindness. "Hi," he said, with vocal cords still thickened and rough from screaming. She set the reader down and approached the bed. "What do you need?" He stared into her eyes while he repeated that question to himself. He couldn't think of a single thing he needed or wanted. He could be happy to simply stay in between clean white sheets in a body that was not tormenting him at the moment, and absorb the lovely, concerned look of the woman who stood above him. The edges of her pretty, bow-shaped lips softened even further into a tentative smile, a miracle in itself. "I brought you flowers." "You did?" Baca looked and sounded incredulous, wondering what all he had missed while he was out of it. She straightened and drew the rolling table a little closer to the bed. The arrangement was a riot of color in a vase that was short but wide enough to hold a large bouquet. "These are..." As he stared at the flowers, he saw a rapid series of images, spring and summer evenings when he had stopped on his way home to gather wildflowers for Helena. Romanian bellflower, alpine primrose, yellow foxglove, pink dobrogian, and Balkan peony. She had spent 2 months' pay to have them flown in after tracking down a source that cultivated out-of-season Romanian wildflowers in greenhouses. Baca looked at Helena with a question mark in his eyes. "My favorites." "I know." She almost whispered that while he searched her face for a clue as to how she knew. She opened her mouth to say something else, but the door opened and Storm walked in like he had owned the place. He acknowledged Heaven with a cursory nod, then looked at Baca. "You're awake. Astute. Good to know your biting sarcasm is still intact. Laughing on the inside, Sir Storm." "Yeah, well, I thought it was funny. Frivolity aside, though, want to tell me how you ended up a lonely vampire chained to a wall in the underground?" Baca said nothing. "Wakey but no talky?" Baca remained silent. Alora's in the room 2 doors down. Baca's eyes jerked up to meet Storm's. "Yeah, I thought that might get a reaction." "She's in the hospital? What's wrong?" Storm regarded him quietly for a minute. She was walking her dog in those wild Irish woods she loved so much when she was attacked by people from her own dimension, assassins who seemed to think they were freedom fighters. She and Blackie and her recently adopted wolf pack overcame them, with casualties. 6 wolves and 3 alien assholes. She was injured and then had the baby alone. They're both okay. You know Alora, she's a survivor. "I want to see her," Baca said as he pulled the covers back and swung his legs over without regard for modesty. When Heaven saw the level of concern, the instant tension that radiated from Baca, along with his determination to rush to the Lady Lycan's bedside, her heart fell. "He loves her." "Okay," Storm said, "but only if you agree to tell her what happened." Baca hesitated, looking as if he was thinking that over. Storm could tell the moment Baca acquiesced. He sighed, let his shoulders slump, and said simply, "Pants." Storm smiled slightly and turned toward Heaven. "Do you think you could get Simon to let you into Baca's quarters and grab some clothes?" Heaven nodded, glanced at Baca, and moved quickly toward the door. "You hungry?" Storm asked. Baca shook his head. "How was she injured?" "Bullet. Clean through the soft part of the shoulder. Grazed bone, but didn't take much on the way by. Lots of blood loss, but she got transfusions, and the rest of the day on IV should put the roses back in her cheeks." "Boy or girl?" Storm lifted his chin and smiled proudly. "Elshelm Storm Lycan Hawking. She calls him Helm. He'll never be a vampire slayer. He's a firstborn." Baca couldn't tell if that was said wistfully or with regret. "There won't be any more vampire to slay, Sir Storm." Baca seemed to be studying Storm for a clue to his inner thoughts, like a shrink, unnerving. Storm looked thoughtful. "I guess I keep forgetting that." A nurse came in and smiled at both of them. Her white opaque pantyhose made a swishing sound as her legs communed on their way past each other. Storm stepped out of the way while she took pulse and temperature. "Your lunch will be here in just a minute." She seemed far too cheerful to be a proper nurse.
"I'm not hungry," said Baca.
The doctor would like you to introduce some solid food into your system. You were dehydrated when admitted and have been on IV for 3 days. We can't release you until you pass some gas, and without food, there will be no gas to pass."
Behind the nurse, Storm bit back a smile, but Baca couldn't miss the sparkling levity in those all too often intense black eyes. She left the door open on her way out, barely missing a young man who was coming through the door carrying a tray. He set it on the arm of the rolling stand, wheeled it into place in front of Baca, and removed the stainless steel dish covers with a flourish of a French maitre d'. Since he got no visible reaction from either of them, he said, "Ring the buzzer if you want anything else," and left. Alone again, with Storm, Baca looked down at the food in front of him. It appeared to be some sort of turkey sandwich on white bread, with whipped potatoes on the side, and a Jell-O mold with a layer of cream cheese on top.
"Somebody likes white food," Storm quipped.
Baca inhaled. The faint aroma of warm turkey assaulted his olfactory sense without warning, and in an abrupt about-face, he realized he was ravenous. He grabbed a half sandwich and ate it in 2 bites, ripped open a milk carton and chugged from it, then wolfed down most of the potatoes in seconds. Storm leaned against the wall facing the side of the bed Baca was sitting on. "Remind me not to get close when you are hungry." Baca stopped chewing long enough to look both surprised and sheepish, which made Storm grin. "Welcome back to life, old son." Baca regarded Storm with what might have been a little affection, and then laughed out loud. "I'm a lucky son of a bitch. Did you know that?" Storm nodded just a little. "So say we all." Baca thanked heaven for the clothes. She said she would wait outside while he changed. He pulled the IV out, which alerted the nurse's station and brought them running. In short order, they enjoyed a quick but firm education on the futility of arguing with Istvan Baca when he had decided on a course of action. He ordered them from his room so that he could continue getting dressed, and they went. When he opened the door, Heaven was waiting, and she almost caught her breath. She was sorry she had brought him a blue shirt that made his eyes look so arresting. If she was naming that color, she thought she would have to call it beguiling blue. She berated herself for being so thoughtless as to outfit him that handsomely for another woman's pleasure. While she continued to chastise herself internally, Baca looked at her with curiosity. He motioned her to come back inside the hospital room, and she did. As he looked down at her, she suddenly felt uncomfortable standing close to him, her body reacting to the nearness of his warmth and breath. "Heaven, what were you doing here when I woke up?" In a couple of blinks, she had processed through several lies and decided to take her lumps with the truth. She looked at his chest and talked to his blue shirt without raising her eyes. "Waiting for you to wake up." Every letter of every word of that answer fell as pleasant on Baca's battered body and spirit as the sound of wind chimes. "Why?" She glanced up at his eyes and down again before he could see that she was struggling to hold back tears. In the past few days, she had undergone a catharsis that left her crumpled at Baca's feet, desperately hoping for another chance. He, on the other hand, well, the last thing he knew, she had left him sitting in the office without so much as saying goodnight. He had watched her stomp away in her usual surly huff. Of course, he would be confused by her change in behavior. Taking her chin in his hand, he gently lifted her face, forcing her to look up at him. The fact in evidence that she was trying not to cry was completely baffling. "Did something happen while I was away?" he asked so tenderly, with such compassion, that she almost released convulsive sobs. "I had a change of heart." He could see that she was working at maintaining some dignity. Nothing wrong with that. Who would want a woman with no pride? "A change of heart," he repeated. "Did you decide you like me?" With that, she lost the battle and gave a little ground as a single big tear slipped down her cheek. Her lips parted, and she started to say something, but closed her mouth and simply nodded instead. Baca smiled. "I really am a lucky son of a bitch." "I have something to do. I'm going to see how my friend is doing, and it seems, go to confession at the same time,"
If you're not busy, maybe you could wait for me? She looked as startled as if that was the last thing she had expected, but nodded enthusiastically. When Baka eased through the door, Blackie didn't move from his pallet, but cut his eyes at the unwelcome visitor while giving him a half-hearted growl deep in his throat. Still not receptive to the idea of being friends, I see. Alora had turned when she heard someone open the door. She looked from Baka to Blackie. Dogs are good judges of character. She motioned for Baka to come around to her good side. What were you thinking, dumbass? Do I have to watch you all the time? Is that a possibility? She laughed without thinking. Ow! So, no small talk then. Right to business? Glad you're okay. You too. Are you? Yes. She moved her chin to the side in a corrective gesture. Well, we'll be soon. Do I have to watch you all the time? She laughed again without thinking. Ow! Stop it! Didn't you hear me say ow? He smiled. Okay. Can you push that lever there and help me sit up a little? Ever at your service, Lady Lycan. Alora gave him a look. When the bed reached the angle that felt best, she said, Okay, that's good, thanks. She sighed. He waited. There's something I always wanted to know. Did you think twice about giving up immortality, once you were given the choice to take the cure? Baka stared down at her for a couple of beats and seemed to be mulling it over. I once heard the poet laureate say that the reason why we value real flowers is because we know they're dying. While she was absorbing that, Alora noticed that Baka's gaze kept lighting on Helm and lingering with something that looked a lot like longing. You want to hold him? Baka met her eyes for a second, like he was debating whether or not he should. He nodded. Well, go on then. She gestured toward the baby with her head. Oh, and he's heavier than he looks, so be careful. When Baka stepped around the end of the bed, headed for the crib, Blackie raised his head and added a bit more sincerity and volume to his growl. The dog was certain that Vampire had no business approaching the tiny person that smelled so much like Alora. He added a baring of his teeth to punctuate his opinion of Baka. At that point, most people would have left and not come back. Blackie, Alora soothed. It's okay. The dog deferred to his mistress and quieted, but looked at Alora like he wasn't at all sure she was the one who should be in charge. Baka ran his left hand underneath the sleeping Helm until the baby's head was safely cupped in his big palm, then scooped him up smoothly with his right hand, all without disturbing the tiny, sleeping elf in the least. Looks like you know what you're doing, Alora smiled. Baka swallowed hard and felt his eyes sting. The precious memories of holding every one of his children when they were new came flooding back to him, and he remembered why he had thought at the time that it was truly the only thing worth doing. When Monk told him he was free of the vampire virus, the first thing he did was ask if he was sterile. Monk had done a quick test and told him he was producing a lot more swimmers than he'd ever be able to provide for. Baka shifted Helm into the crook of his left arm. The baby slowly opened hauntingly familiar turquoise eyes and looked him over studiously. Baka laughed out loud, which made Helm draw his fiery red brows together in a baby frown. But he didn't cry. What a very fine boy you have here, my lady. He didn't spare Alora so much as a glance while he said it. Baka jiggled Helm a little to reassure him that he was safe, swaying back and forth in an age-old ritual dance designed to keep babies happy. Alora smiled in acknowledgement. Thank you. When Helm heard her voice, he turned his little head in her direction. He wants me. Baka laughed at her. Tell him to get in line. She took the baby from Baka in a smooth transfer. When he starts fussing, I'm going to have to ask you to leave because I'm going to feed this child, and I don't want to tease you with a sight you'll never be able to purge from your fantasies, so I'll talk fast. I'm thinking you must have been a very good boy to end up getting everything you ever wanted. Baka cocked his head to the side and looked genuinely puzzled. What do you mean? You remember when I asked you what you would have if you could have anything? You said you wanted what was taken from you. A wife, children, fulfilling work. That's not verbatim. There was something else about stew and dying of old age. I believe you just butchered my prose, but yes, I remember. Good. So? What do you mean, so? Are you being deliberately obtuse, or have you not been told anything about what happened while you were gone?
I haven't been awake for long. Heaven was there with flowers, smiles, and tears, which was more than a day's quota of weirdness in itself. Storm came in, told me what happened to you, and wanted me to debrief. I didn't want to talk about it to him or in front of her. He said I could come see you if I told you what happened, how I was turned again. It makes it sound like I'm an alcoholic who went out on a tear.
Okay, so what happened?
You first. Elora looked down at the baby, thinking it over.
All right.
In a masterful summary that relied on high points, she told the double X vampire how she sneaked away every day to observe the wolves and ended up wounded, in labor, on a snowy night, alone in the dark except for a pack of lupine who were kind enough to provide room in the den for mother and child, and dog. Baka reached over and patted her knee under the cotton blanket in a gesture of comfort. When Elora noted the thick bandage around his wrist, her eyes darted to the other arm to see if there was a matching accessory. There was. She raised her eyes to his and seemed to be searching, wondering which of them had endured the worst of it. She'd always felt a keen compassion for the man who was buried underneath a vampire possession, trapped in a nightmare that was not of his own making. If Baka could somehow find his way to a happily ever after the horrors and injustices he'd survived, Elora would be willing to venture an optimistic outlook toward a future. Whether the future would be governed by random chaos or the tangled operations of puppet masters was a debate for someone with more time on their hands. She ended with, "Your turn." Change my mind. Elora narrowed her eyes. Just kidding. When Baka finished relaying his story, Elora grinned at him.
So, we're just alike. We both exercised incredibly stupid judgment that resulted in being alone in the cold, in the dark, and in pain. Yay us.
You have a gift for summary.
Maybe, but it brings me to the conclusion that either our paths are on a trajectory that has intersected in strange coincidences, or else we have experienced a textbook example of synchronicity.
Baka smiled. Fan of Jung, are you? Elora shook her head just a little.
More of a student. I don't think Jung would want fans.
I agree.
That Jung wouldn't want fans? Well, we'll never know for sure. He's dead.
No, Elora. About all this being a hell of a coincidence.
Synchronicity.
Whatever. He glanced around the room. Anyway, something definitely came over my assistant. She's not acting like I'm a multi-headed monster. In fact,
she's acting like she loves you.
Baka's gaze jerked toward Elora.
Do you even know exactly how you came to be rescued?
B-Team found me. B-Team minus you, of course.
Yes, but there's a lot more to it than that. Sit down. Helm seems to be content for the time being, and this is going to take a little while.
Elora began with Heaven being worried that Baka hadn't come to work, and ended with the rescue. Elora hoped she hadn't left out too many pertinent details because it was a good story that deserved to be told in its entirety. Baka listened with rapt attention. He never asked a question and his facial expression didn't alter, but Elora thought she read fleeting emotions as they danced across his face and disappeared. When she was finished, she waited quietly for a response. Finally, he said, "I've never heard of a summoner before." Elora smiled.
It's a great story, isn't it? We should call it A Summoner's Tale.
Catchy.
I think so. You can steal it if you need an idea for a book.
Very gracious.
Well, you know me. But here's the thing, vampire.
Ex-vampire.
Oh yeah? For how long this time?
Side-splitting funny. Who's the comedian now?
Try and pay attention. I'm telling you that this is the sign you've been hoping for. Your maker forgives you, wants you to be happy, and wants you to get what you need from life. And as much as you may love to joke about it, we both know that's not me.
He mulled that over, testing it for possible validity. In the space of a minute, he waited, dissected it, pressed, pulled, and put it back together. Then he decided the Lady Lycan was 100% right. It was a miracle. His miracle. What would he do with such a blessing if it was true? He tried out a tentative, slightly sheepish smile. A second chance?
Mm-hmm. A real second chance. She's even been gift-wrapped for you in a beautiful package and named for what she is to you. Heaven McBride. Go enjoy your life and your good fortune. You deserve it. The tension smoothed from Baka's face as his heart opened to receive the absolution waiting for him. He felt it wash over him like a balm, soothing every fissure and frayed edge of his soul, bolstering his faith that his Creator had found him worthy of the simple pleasures he wanted to drown in. The good life. He looked up quickly and met Alora's eyes before he rushed for the door. Stay away from vampire fangs and saliva this time, okay? On the way out, he said, Congratulations. I love you. One thing he'd learned from having his humanity interrupted by several hundred years. Tell people you love that you love them while you can. Love you too. She waved at the air dismissively and returned to her new favorite pastime, admiring her baby. Chapter 21. As promised, Heaven was waiting in the hospital room where he'd awakened. She was looking out the window with her back to the door. Hearing the soft shush of the rubber seal against the floor, she turned to see Baka coming toward her with purpose in his stride. Her eyes opened wider when she realized he was on a mission and she was the target. Was that a thrill of delight that just slithered through her body, making her shudder visibly? Was that smolder in his eyes? For her? Had it been there before, while she had been so studiously avoiding looking at him? Looking everywhere except at him. As Baka continued to advance, she almost buckled into a puddle of conflict between excitement and anxiety. Fortunately, she was only steps from the door and didn't have enough time to think about it before he gathered her up and pulled her close. Heaven's body instantly responded with something like a deep sign of contentment and relaxed against him with a pliancy of complete trust and surrender. Home. Keeping his left arm wrapped tight around her waist, he ran his right hand over her hair, looking at her with an expression of wonder, like he was checking to make sure she was real. How about a second chance? The rasp of his vocal cords, still thickened and damaged from screaming, was the sexiest thing she had ever heard. She parted her lips to say something, but before she had the chance to utter a sound, he had decided he couldn't wait for an answer. He took advantage of the opening of her pretty mouth by pressing a sweet and lingering kiss that reminded her on some core level that his taste was so perfect that it defied description. His warmth was divine. His touch was divine. His scent of clean maleness was divine. The evidence of his fully engaged masculinity pressing against her with urgency was divine. He heard her breath hitch when she realized she was going to be kissed and felt a satisfaction all the way to the tip of his uncircumcised cock. His confidence that she was going to be his was growing to match the feelings of optimism that had sprung into full bloom just moments before. Baka hadn't felt the pleasures of optimism for over 600 years, not since the last time he held this woman in his arms. Her body was different, but by all that was holy, she tasted the same, felt the same, and moreover, made him feel like he was 600 years younger. The physical differences didn't matter. If anything, she was prettier and curvier than she had been as Helena, but it wouldn't have mattered to him if that wasn't true. She was completion in any form. Pulling back from the kiss was sweet torture. His eyes confirmed what his emotions proclaimed. Heaven's eyes were closed, and she was experiencing an ecstasy on the verge of swooning. When she opened her eyes, he barely had a chance to register the significance of liquid pooling there, before one large tear escaped and ran down her cheek. With a furrowed brow, he caught that tear on his forefinger. What's this? She shook her head as more tears wet her cheeks, leaving him feeling both helpless and dumbfounded. Happy tears? Happy tears. He repeated the phrase while examining it for some sign of sense. I don't like to see you cry. I don't like to see you cry either. How do you feel about children? He'd seen her smile before, at other people, from across a room, but this was the first time he'd been the recipient. The air around her seemed to shimmer with a bright light, making it feel like the gates of heaven had just opened and welcomed him in. And in his mind, he felt more than heard the most beautiful word in creation. Redeemed. Don't you think we should get to know each other a little first? Her tone of voice suggested that she was teasing. Get to know each other a little? There's very little about you that I don't know. Heaven's eyes went wide, and she pulled out of his grasp. "You had me investigated?" Baga's face transformed into a scowl. "Investigated? No." He sounded incredulous. "Heaven, the past half year, every day has been spent with you. Much of the time that I should have been working, I was lost in studying you. I know things about you that no investigation would ever reveal. I know you have a scholar's ability to concentrate on a task at hand. When you bring your focus to bear on a project, you can make everything else disappear and get lost in the work. You type very fast. You like to use pencils instead of pens, and you won't tolerate a tip that isn't sharp. I know you like cranberry apricot scones and coffee for breakfast. I know you take an extra helping on the days when they serve chicken crepes and cream sauce. You make a trip to the ladies' room in the morning between 10 and 10:30, and again in the afternoon between 3 and 4. Your eyes look gold when you wear green and amber when you wear red. By the way, you are a siren in red. On days when you wear red, the only thing I get accomplished is controlling my urge to leap at you." That caused her to pull back a little, but it also made her eyes twinkle with interest. "On sunny days, you wear bright colors and look out the window more often than you do on cloudy days. When your mother calls, you chew your bottom lip and tell her you just have a minute. When your little brother calls, you light up like a Yule tree and skip lunch to keep him on the phone as long as possible. You like to eat the cake that covers the fig filling in fig Newtons, but not the filling, which is kind of cute. You look around to make sure no one is looking, and then lick your fingers, which I don't even want to tell you what sort of torture that is. People like to tell you their troubles because they sense you care about them. You're a good listener, kind and generous. You never wear lipstick. You wear lip gloss, which means you always look like you've just been kissed, or want to be, which drives me insane. You like to wear scents that have a hint of citrus, usually orange. It arouses to the point of antagonizing. You bite your thumbnails when you're nervous or bored, and then try to hide your hands so people won't notice. Your mouth turns into a sexy little curl, and your eyes glitter when you believe you've delivered me an especially cruel taunt. When you're having an off day, you wear turtleneck sweaters. When you're feeling cheerful, you wear silk blouses and scarves that can be converted to shawls if you get cool enough to make your pretty little nipples stand up at attention. Her cheeks flushed red at that familiarity. I could go on, I assure you.
That's plenty, isn't it? Quite brilliant. Actually, more than I knew about myself.
He cocked his head. Are you sounding more Brit than usual? She adjusted her cardigan sweater over her breasts and looked like she was feeling awkward, but didn't answer. So? He put his hands around the small of her back and started to edge her closer again, but she didn't budge.
And what about Elora?
Elora? He wasn't expecting that, nor was he expecting the epiphany that slapped him with a bolt of enlightenment. Heaven watched his eyes go out of focus for just a second. Then he laughed. Not just a little. He threw his head back and laughed with his whole body, as he had not done since he had been human the first time. The laughter flowed through him like a healing balm. It was a purge. It was a gift. In the blink of an eye, all the puzzle pieces clicked into place for Baka. Instinctively, he had always known that Elora was the key to his redemption. He felt it in a deeply intuitive way the first time he laid eyes on her, crossing the Jefferson unit hub in chains. But she wasn't the destination, as he had originally thought. She was the guide, once again proving that the only thing consistent and predictable about the operations of the universe is mysterious ways. Looking down at Heaven's face, he could see she didn't see anything amusing. As she crossed her arms in front of her, he stopped laughing, but the light of life, hope, and laughter didn't leave his eyes. She thought it was such a good look for him. Surprisingly, she was thinking that she wanted to be in a position to see that look every day for the rest of her life, even if it meant coming to terms with being the other woman. It was never Elora. She was just the angel who fell to earth to point me in the right direction. You're the miracle. My miracle. Heaven's mouth formed an enchanting O. Grinning with a promise of naughty nights, Baka promptly used his own mouth to ply that O into a shape receptive to his tongue. He got her to agree to go pack an overnight bag, saying they should get away for a couple of days and get to know each other better. "You mean get to know each other carnally?" she'd responded. "Yes." She laughed that his answers were so simple and straightforward. "Well, under the general heading of getting to know each other, I've noticed that most people call you Baka. Is that what you want to be called?" "Laura started calling me that and it just stuck. I don't care. What would you like to call me?" "Baka doesn't feel right." "What does?" "Istvan." His heart leaped when she said it. Was it his imagination, or did he hear a Romanian accent? "I would love it if you would call me Istvan, especially if no one else does." She smiled and ducked her head, feeling suddenly shy. "In 2 hours, or make it 6 o'clock, a car will pick you up at the main door." "Do I need, anything special to wear?" The look he gave her made her temperature surge. "If you wish, I'll be even more pleased if you bring nothing at all." Heaven practically ran to her room. Once inside, she stood looking around, wondering what to do first. She didn't own anything that could really be called sexy. She'd never prepared for a what? Rendezvous? Resolving that a shower would be part of the process no matter, she decided to start there and see if the rest came to her. It didn't. The only thing the shower resolved was cleanliness, not to be underestimated, and hairlessness in all the right places. If she did end up frozen in such indecision that she took nothing but toiletries, she would at least be clean and smooth and wearing 3 drops of orange essential oil, guaranteed to drive a man to distraction. She stood in front of the steamy bathroom mirror with a towel wrapped around her hair. What now? Red. He said she was a siren in red, and that it made him want to leap at her. She wanted to stop the litany at that point and hear more about the leaping. She shouldn't have turned the shower so hot. What a great piece of intel. Did that mean she should wear something red? Or shouldn't wear something red? She decided to skip that question and come back to it. There wasn't one thing in her lingerie drawer that could really even qualify as lingerie in the French sense. The closest thing she had to seduction-worthy underthings was a pale pink bra and panty set that were very pretty in a lacy Victorian lady kind of way. Is that why the husbands of those Victorian ladies were spending their free time in brothels instead of at home? Am I overthinking this? Still, the pale pink looked good on her skin, and Baka had lived long enough to appreciate that lace as a place in the bedroom. Brilliant. It was cold outside, so she pulled out her knee-high black boots. She closed the bathroom door to see how she was doing so far. Pink lace, black boots, and a terry cloth turban. Pushing her hanging clothes back and forth was eating up too much time. Choices had to be made. She pulled out a knee-length crimson-colored jersey knit dress that clung to her curves suggestively and belted at the waist. It had a large shawl collar that was deceptively demure unless she happened to bend over, in which case the plunging neckline drooped in glorious revelation. At least, she hoped it was glorious. She pulled out her little train case and placed her essential toiletries inside, with some clean socks. Clean socks? Some temptress you are. She cringed when she realized she had nothing to sleep in. She couldn't take a flannel nightshirt with penguins on it, and her pajamas were even worse. Kangaroos. What would a real temptress do? She smiled, remembering that he said he'd be just as pleased if she brought nothing at all. Well, he should be prepared to be very pleased, at least during the night. For a change of clothes, she threw in a pair of jeans with a well-placed tear across her thigh that could be interpreted as risque by a certain someone. It was the most avant-garde thing she owned. If not now, then when? On top of that, she put in a dark, red V-necked sweater, decided that more red was overkill, and took it out, went through her other options, and in the end, put it back in on top of the jeans. Note to self, buy some black lingerie. At 5 minutes before 6, she said hello to James, the evening doorman, and told him a car was coming for her. They exchanged pleasantries while she waited. What kind of temptress arrives early? As she berated herself for behaving like someone grossly inexperienced, which she was, One of the order's sleek black Jaguars pulled up. The doorman stepped to the car's lowered window and nodded. "Ms. McBride, this is your ride." He took the train case from her and gestured toward the car. She smiled at the rhyme and was grateful that James had taken some of the edge off her anxiety. "Thank you." He admonished her to pull the hem of her coat in after her, then shut the door firmly. "Good evening, Ms. McBride." "Hello." She didn't know the driver. "Are we going far?" He snickered. "No, madam, not far." In less than 2 minutes, they pulled up in front of the witchery. The driver jumped out and ran around to open her door. When she got out, she turned to retrieve the case, but he said, "Please, allow me." She followed a few steps into the lobby of the famous establishment, wishing she was wearing more expensive clothes. He handed the case off to a gentleman who appeared to be waiting for her. "Ms. McBride, please, this way." They climbed a red-carpeted stairway framed by dark-stained carved wood banisters, then walked to the end of a short hall. When he reached the double doors, he knocked twice and then entered. He set the train case down on a chest near the door. "Should you require anything at all, please do not hesitate to let anyone of the staff know. We want you to enjoy your time here." She fumbled to open her purse and get a tip. Seeing what she was doing, the evening man said, "Please, madam, I assure you that everything has been anticipated and taken care of. Enjoy the suite. Dinner will be arriving shortly." At that, Heaven's gaze went to the table set for two in front of the fireplace, wherein a small, cheery fire had been laid and lit. The white linens were crisp and without blemish. No streak or spot would be found on the stemware, but the focal point of the supremely inviting scene was the vase of wildflowers that had been in Baca's room, the flowers she'd gone to great lengths to procure. The night man cleared his throat, which shook Heaven out of her trance. "May I take your coat?" She looked down at herself like she wasn't sure what she was wearing. "Yes, thank you." After she unbuttoned her coat, he eased it off her shoulders, opened a small closet by the double doors, and hung the coat with a flourish that was entertaining, but not intended to be. That done, he closed the closet door. "Will that be all, madam?" "Indeed, yes. Everything is lovely. Before you go, please tell me, did Mr. Baca leave any word for me?" A hint of a smile crossed the manager's mouth. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. "He is presently in the kitchen supervising the staff, assuring that nothing is overlooked. If you will allow me to say so, the gentleman seems determined to ensure that this is a memorable evening." He hesitated, then gestured toward the wine. "May I pour you a glass before I go?" She shook her head and offered a polite smile of dismissal. The talk about memorable evenings created innuendo hanging in the air, whether intended or not, that brought her anxiety back to center stage. The evening man gave a nod of the head and left quietly. Alone in the suite, there was nothing to do but explore. The bedroom was partially visible through another set of double doors. She walked toward it like it was magnetized, then stood at the threshold as if entering was a commitment she wasn't yet ready to make. The bedroom might as well have had a velvet cordon blocking entrance, like an historic homes exhibit. It was so sumptuous and gloriously, even ridiculously gothic, that it looked like an opera come to life. Seductions are us. Shades of red, purple, and plum all seemed to shout sex, sex, sex. When she finally pushed herself beyond the bedroom's doorway, she ran fingertips over the contrasting and complementary textures covering the bed. Pillows, comforter, coverlet, shams and velvet, satin and silk. The bathroom was every bit as wickedly inviting. A clawfoot tub for two was the focal point, sitting in the middle of a room that was black and scarlet with gold rococo accents, Art Deco taken to the extreme of opulence. A series of mirrored panels covered the walls on either side of the tub, each one separated by a gold rococo column. The ceiling was both vaulted and curved like flower petals, painted in a highly stylized abstract, embellishing the Art Deco theme. Incredibly thick, scarlet bath sheets were draped over the tub in a presentation designed to look casual and put guests at ease. It was just another indication that no detail had escaped the attention of the hotel staff. Heaven stood in the bathroom, wondering why Istvan Baca would go to so much trouble when he knew that she was a sure thing. The only possible answer to that question was that he wanted to please her and make their first time together special. Or as the manager had said, memorable. And that charmed her more than the most romantic setting in the world. She heard someone come into the other room, but no one called out. She remained standing in the bathroom next to the clawfoot tub as Baka came up behind her. She lifted her eyes to her reflection in the mirror and watched him put his arms around her. Never taking his eyes from her reflection, his lips brushed the side of her neck with a smile that spoke volumes about his intentions. "You look like heaven." She smiled in spite of herself. "Funny. Thank you, I think." Looking at them reflected, his figure a few inches taller, he leaned down and lightly kissed her neck. He heard her breath hitch. Have I told you that you're irresistible in red?" "No," she lied. "Well, you are. So, what do you think?" "About you kissing my neck, or about the uber-sexy sweet?" "Both." He smiled like a spider with an especially juicy fly caught in its web. "I like both a lot." One of his hands wrapped around her, moved slightly, so that he could tease the underside of a breast with a thumb, making tiny, lazy circles as he continued to kiss her nape and the sides of her neck. He stopped suddenly and looked at her in the mirror. "Hungry?" "No, nervous and eager. The table by the fire is lovely, inviting. Bringing the flowers over was a nice touch." "Waking up to you and those flowers was perhaps the best thing that has ever happened to me. Flowers like that don't deserve to be left behind." "Will there be food to go with the table?" "You are hungry." She shook herself a little. "You know, I don't think I've eaten since the whole muddle began. I was late for work, so I grabbed something to eat at my desk, a muffin maybe. When you never came in, I was worried and I don't remember eating again." He blinked. "You mean you haven't eaten since breakfast yesterday? And that was a muffin, maybe?" As if on cue, her stomach growled loudly. She blushed. He looked deadly serious. "You really were worried about me?" "Yes," she whispered. "I really was." "Let's eat." He let go suddenly, walked into the bedroom, picked up the phone and spoke quietly. She made her way back to the living room, trying not to look at the bed pointedly while he was standing beside it. He watched her cross the room like a predator watched prey. She sat on the blood-red divan in front of the fire and waited. Baka followed almost immediately. He went straight for the red wine, opened the bottle with an expertise that screamed suave, poured 2 glasses half full, sat down next to Heaven, and handed one of the stems to her. Something about that simple gesture, handing her a goblet of red wine, quickened her excitement, and she felt her nipples bead. She resisted the urge to look down, but knew the lightweight jersey knit was not going to disguise her body's reaction in the least. Sure enough, when Baka raised his glass to his lips, his eyes flickered down to her breasts and lingered for a second before coming back to lock her gaze with his. A pleasant-sounding chime at the door relieved what was about to become an even more awkward moment for the lady sitting on the crushed velvet crimson divan. Baka grinned. "Dinner," was all he said as he rose to answer the door. The evening manager was back overseeing the entrance of 3 stainless steel rolling carts pushed by perfectly groomed staff with polished smiles and nods for the lady. 3 carts of food. Good gods. Heaven took Baka's hand when offered and moved to a chair which was beautifully upholstered in a needlepoint design of ripe fruit and ivy. The carts had as many compartments as a stage magician's box. While one of the kitchen staff withdrew china bowls with dome coverings, another set a loaf of artisan bread and a cup of curled butterballs on the table, while the third poured water from quart-sized bottles of Perrier into the larger goblets. The 3 scurried out the door, leaving just the evening man, who lifted the covers away from the bowl, saying, "Fresh oyster soup with leeks and lentils." The aroma that had been a subtle undertone a moment before was set free to launch an assault on Heaven's senses. She hadn't realized just how hungry she was. "Just ring when you're ready for chef to prepare the Caesar, sir." Baka nodded, and in 2 seconds, they were alone again. "Bon appétit." His smile was so sexy and so suggestive, for a couple of seconds she forgot she was famished. She dipped her spoon in the soup, managed to get it into her mouth without slurping, and moaned her approval. "It's good?" She smiled. "Heavenly." She took another spoonful. "What else are we having?"
Caesar salad, if you want it. Or we could go straight to a heartier course. We have some interlocking Frenched pork chops in remoisier sauce, with some of those outrageously costly mushrooms, mash, and baby asparagus spears. Heaven looked at him curiously. When did you become a foodie? Baka laughed out loud. Okay, busted, as they say. I haven't been eating real food long enough to become a foodie. But I can tell you that I like it a lot, and that could easily happen. Meanwhile, I got help with the menu. Is it all right? Baka was warmed by the look in her eyes. Perfect. The oyster soup quickly took the edge off Heaven's hunger. By the time she got to the bottom of the bowl, she was growing less and less interested in the beautiful dinner, and more interested in the beautiful ex-vampire on the other side of the table. It would be a shame to waste such a meal. She had no experience with flirtation, but hoped she was giving him a look that suggested she would be agreeable to skipping the rest of Act 1 and intermission. That's the beauty of it. Nothing will go to waste if we eat it later. She smiled in agreement, all the encouragement that was needed. He pushed his chair back, stood and offered his hand. When he had pulled her to her feet, he scooped her up with the speed of residual vampire strength. He set her back on her feet next to the impossibly lavish bed, which was currently occupied by at least 10 pillows, of various shapes and sizes. He picked up one of the pillows and, while looking at Heaven with a twinkle of mischief in his eye, threw it to the other side of the room. After a couple of beats, she caught on to the game. She picked up another large pillow and threw it to the other side of the room. As they traded throwing pillows aside, the game got faster and faster, until, out of pillows, they collapsed on the bed laughing and bounced a little. They lay side by side, staring at each other for a few seconds before Baka's playful demeanor dissolved into desire. The heat coming off his body and his need to press her closer against him made Heaven want to divest him of his shirt as soon as possible. She unbuttoned enough to slip her hand inside next to his skin. Ah! He yelled, jerked away, and then started laughing. Your hands are freezing. Still chuckling, he brought her hands to his mouth and started to blow warm air on her fingers. How can a live person have hands this cold? Never mind. Let's get undressed and get under the covers. We'll be warm in no time, and it will be just like... He stopped mid-sentence. You know I'm not that person. I mean, I guess I am on some borderline disturbing eternal spirit level. But the memories you have, I don't have those memories. We won't ever share that. Baka cupped her cheek with a hand that was completely warm. I don't want you to be anything you're not. I'm an idiot for making you feel that way. Who you are, what you are, is just right for me. Right now, in this time, in this place. She wanted to believe him. What did you like best about her? Seriously? Heaven nodded. He seemed to be considering, as if he wanted to be sure before he dashed off an answer. She loved me. Heaven looked at him for a couple of heartbeats, then rewarded him with one of those grins of hers that made him want to give her anything. Everything. Then we're good to go. Because I love you too. That announcement seemed to have visibly stunned Baka. He froze in place. Had he even hoped on any level that he might someday hear those words? 600 years in the past, couples didn't say such things to each other. He wanted to respond, but his jaw was locked in place. Heaven's eyes were drawn downward to the movement of his throat when he swallowed hard. Devil take it, woman. You've made me cry and I'm trying to hide it. His eyes were a little pinkish, and that might be more moisture than usual forming behind his long, black eyelashes. She pulled herself up far enough so that she could reach his eyes with her lips and kissed him tenderly, working her way downward. When she reached his mouth, he rolled her over so that he was on top of her. There's more than one way to warm you up. She giggled into his mouth until she felt his erection pressing against her sex. After that, she lost the ability to form any thought other than getting him out of that shirt. Shirt, she said. I'll do it, he smiled. He climbed off the bed and finished unbuttoning his shirt, never taking his eyes away from hers.
He shrugged it off his shoulders and let it drop at his feet. Such smooth, flawless skin for a body that had survived over 6 centuries of wear and tear. He wasn't overly bulky, the result of artificial nutrition, physique-enhancing drugs, or endless monotonous hours with free weights. Nor was he too spare. If pressed, Heaven would have said he was just right, muscular, with all the right plains and valleys. A work of art. She had said she didn't have Helene's memories, and that was true. But seeing Baca with his chest bared standing next to the bed, she felt like she'd just been dunked in a vat of déjà vu. The feeling that she had been with this man in this way before was inescapable. She wasn't nearly finished admiring his upper body when she realized he wasn't going to stop there. He was unwrapping himself like a present. He kicked off his boots, unzipped his jeans, and slid them down, catching his silk boxers, so that they went together. All the clothes he'd been wearing a minute before were in a pile at his feet. He stood gloriously naked, completely unashamed, patiently allowing her to look her fill at the erection pointing directly at her. Taking in his length and thickness, she was wondering how in heaven's name the mechanics were going to work. "Where did you get that?" She replayed that question in her mind. "Where did you get that? That's what you wanted to say to him, really?" Baca looked down, following her gaze to his cock. He seemed amused by the question. It was a package deal. Heaven wet her lips unconsciously. "Funny. I mean, I don't remember you being so..." "So what?" "Big." Baca laughed, which caused his very large, very full penis to bob up and down hypnotically. "And I thought you didn't have any memories of us before." "I don't. I mean, this is confusing." "Truthfully, I don't think we had the pleasure of looking at each other. We weren't ever alone." Baca reached for her and started sliding her off the bed toward him. "Your turn." Wait. He stopped and waited while she chewed her bottom lip. Finally, he said, "What aren't you telling me?" She peeked up at him while brushing her fingers across the muscular planes of his chest, which did nothing to help him focus on what she was saying. "Was Helene a virgin?" His initial dumbfounded expression gradually dissolved into softened features. "At your age, in these times, I'm, well, surprised. There was never..." He couldn't really decide where to go with that question. Any image that came to mind scalded his blood with instantly raging jealousy. Any answer she might give would do the same. She shrugged. "I had opportunity." His eyes teased and twinkled. "I have no doubt of that. I just never, I don't know, wanted to." She wasn't just any ordinary miracle. She was a miracle who loved him, a gift from the universe like one of the aces in a tarot deck. Only better. Much, much better. His sharp-tongued, sophisticated, independent, 27-year-old demonologist was as innocent and shy as a schoolgirl. He slowly pulled her to her feet and into an embrace. When she put her arms around him and her hands came in contact with bare skin, he heard her heartbeat speed up. The residual side effects of the vampire virus were still enhancing his hearing. He put his forefinger under her chin and tipped her face up toward him. "Thank you for telling me. We'll go slow. And I love you too." While he was talking, her hands began moving of their own accord, exploring his shoulder blades, then slowly descending to the swell of his buttocks, which he didn't seem to mind. He untied her belt and pulled her dress up over her head, revealing the pink lace undies. He smiled when he saw them, hooked a finger under her bra strap and said, "Pretty," as he urged her back to sit on the bed. He unzipped her boots and took them away slowly, first one, then the other, like he was savoring the experience of revealing the woman under the clothes. When the second boot came free, he slowly peeled away a pink socklet with lace trim. When her foot was bare, he straightened, and bending her leg at the knee, brought her foot toward his package so that her toes came in contact with his balls. Of their own accord, those toes wiggled and flexed, like they'd found a home in the warmth and texture of generous scrotum. Baca was clearly enjoying the sensation. When he set her foot down to take off the other sock, Heaven's lips parted, and the toes on the other foot proved to be in direct contact with her clit as they eagerly awaited the same treatment. When control of her foot was returned to her, Heaven pushed herself back up onto the bed. He gave her a look that said, "You'll not get away from me so easily. We're doing this." That look made her heart beat even faster. When he began crawling toward her, moving like a graceful predator, she was struck with panic, conflicted between laughing, running, and begging him to wait. But she did none of those things. She was spellbound by the sight of the magnificent nude male stalking her through folds of velvets, silks, and satins. Like the proverbial deer caught in headlights, she stilled, waiting. Taking her hands, he pulled her up into a sitting position, then brushed his lips down her neck and over her décolletage. Her head fell back of its own accord, giving him more access as he pressed her into his body and the warmth of him. The exquisite sensation of skin on skin was so potent it was almost sensory overload. As Baka unclasped her bra effortlessly, she tried to not think about how deftly he performed that task. He pulled the straps down her arms slowly, as if he was savoring the moment, memorizing it. She studied his face for reaction to the sight of her breasts. Anxiety fled when he cupped her breast with a large, warm palm. He raised his eyes to hers just before he ran his thumb over the nipple. She breathed in deeply, closed her eyes, and felt her body arch toward his hand of its own volition as her fingers dug into his shoulders. Baka's eyes were shining like they were lit from within. He covered her mouth with kisses that supported his internal claim that she was beautiful and responsive. And his. Kisses continued to stoke the passion higher as her sex was getting wetter and needier in preparation. What he wanted was to lay her back against the white sheets and bury himself to the hilt, making love openly and unashamed with bare ass driving her so deep into the mattress she would never second-guess having waited for him to be the first. But he knew it couldn't be about what he wanted, so he vowed to himself that he would keep enough control to resist setting upon her in a ravage. With head on the pillow, she watched him lave his tongue lazily over a nipple while locking eyes with hers. She gasped at the sensuality of the cool air on her wet nipple. The excitement was heightened by the fact that she was also being watched by an ex-vampire who was the personification of sex. He was like a drug, a mesmerizing drug. One corner of her mind heard her own voice say, "More." She shook herself a little. "Now I know how Helene felt." Baka looked up at her curiously, but continued circling her nipple with his forefinger. "Helene?" "Blood and bellflowers." Baka stopped. "You read my first book?" "Yes, I did. Stefan seemed somewhat familiar to me." Baka smiled with a promise of wicked seduction. "And you're interested in the things they did?" "Maybe," she answered cautiously. "Sometime." "In time you will know everything you want to know, experience everything you want to experience. But right now, I'm just interested in right now." Without warning, he grabbed the pink lace panties with one hand and slid them down her legs in a smooth move that happened so fast she didn't have time to think or protest. She sucked in a breath when she realized she was exposed to view for the first time in her life, but again, had no time to register either pleasure or complaint before he was nuzzling pubic curls. The pleasure of those light, barely there touches, coupled with the knowledge that his lips were less than an inch away from her core, made her think her eyes were going to roll back in her head. "Baka." Her inexperience was making her self-conscious and uncertain. "Are you, He nudged her thighs apart with his face while depositing tiny kisses to the vaginal lips that were thrumming with need to be touched. When he offered a tentative lick to the top of her opening, it stopped brain function. Whatever she was going to say was lost to a pleasure so devastating, her entire body was vibrating with need. She heard herself say, "Wait." He smiled without moving his face. For what? What was it she wanted? Oh, yes. "I want to touch you." That brought a stop to his forward momentum, and he quickly got on board with the change of plan. He rose up above her and straddled her so that he was easy to reach. He held his weight just off her, with knees spread on either side of her hips, his balls resting light on her mons. She couldn't have imagined that a male could be so beautiful. She splayed her hands over his pecs, then pinched both nipples lightly between her fingers. She could see that he was breathing harder. His eyes had darkened, and his penis had grown bigger. Was that possible? She traced a path down his torso with her right hand, alternating between revving him up with the tips of her fingers and smoothing with the back of her hand. The dark line that led southward from his navel beckoned like a magnet. She followed it so slowly, he thought the anticipation would make him jump out of his skin. When she finally took his shaft in hand, she wasn't prepared for the feel or texture of him. Soft. She said it so quietly, he might not have heard if it wasn't for the extra human hearing, which might or might not be permanent. When he had gone about the afternoon, planning every detail of a perfect romantic fantasy, he had never imagined meeting a lover who would treat him like he was magical. Who knew an introduction to passion could be so fun? Rubbing her thumb over the bulbous crown, where a beaded pearl of moisture had formed, seemed to fascinate her. She gingerly smoothed it around, then flicked her gaze up to him as her tongue wet her bottom lip. She felt him jerk in her hand when she licked her lips. "I'm not sure what to do." He guided her hand back to encircle him. Covering her hand with his, he showed her how to simulate the movement of copulation and exactly how much pressure he liked. Her wide eyes were trained on the coupling of her hand and his cock, loving the way it made his balls slide up and back at the same time, grazing her sensitive area just enough to make her squeeze her thighs together and desperately want something. When she relaxed into a rhythm designed to drive him mad, he released her hand and moved his own hand down to caress her sex. She gasped when he found her swollen nub with his thumb and began drawing circles in time with the rhythm of her strokes. Yes, that was the something she wanted. He regulated his touch according to what he felt. If she went faster, he went faster. If she went slower, he went slower. With a shocking abruptness, he pulled back, reached toward the side of the bed, and produced a condom from thin air, it seemed. Holding it up between them, he said, "You never answered my question. Condom or children?" Heaven hesitated and worked at making herself think about something besides the eroticism of the moment. This was important. "Children, yes. Now? No. I want you to myself for a while." He bent down over her and gave her a kiss that took her breath away, then bit the corner of the condom off with a smile. "You do it." He handed it to her, knowing that women are notoriously fast learners when it comes to anything to do with sex. With hands that had warmed up nicely, she smoothed it down so expertly that no one would ever guess it was her first attempt at outfitting rainwear. Both immediately resumed their respective stroking. When he anticipated her climax was near, he pulled out of her hand and lowered himself over her body, cradling himself between her legs. Poised at her entrance, he was prepared for her to tense and shy away. But instead, she wrapped her legs around his waist. "Istvan, my Istvan, don't stop." He froze in place as the thrill of her words rushed through him. Though the language wasn't English and the voice was different, that was what Helena used to whisper in his ear when they had enjoyed delicious nights of clandestine pleasure so many centuries before. Heaven didn't realize how much of her personality stayed with her spirit as it moved in and out of lifetimes. What a wonder it was to have returned to him the love that he believed was lost forever. Allura was wrong. He didn't get what he had asked for. He got more than he could have ever hoped for. He still didn't believe he deserved such good fortune, but he wasn't going to turn away from it. Heaven's breathing stuttered and caught when she felt the initial breach to her entrance. Her handsome lover, the ex-vampire that she had punished for so many months, rained small kisses down on her face and neck as he slowly began to meld them together. She was so close to orgasm. After a gradual, shallow push, he waited for her body to tolerate more. Pulling back just a little, he pushed farther while continuing his ministrations to her most sensitive area. When she came, it lit her face so beautifully, his artist's eye took a mental photograph of her expression. While she was in the throes of a rapture so complete, he took full advantage of the opportunity and drove forward, taking her maidenhood in one powerful thrust. She registered the sting of the torn flesh, but the pain wasn't significant enough to diminish the pleasure of coming while staring into Baka's pale blue glittering eyes. Like the most generous of lovers, he stopped again to allow her body time to adjust to his size. He couldn't believe how perfectly she molded around him, like a sheath custom designed for his body to fill. An experimental movement was greeted by a moan that was both confirmation and agreement that she was ready for more. He began withdrawing slowly, but when Heaven fluttered her feminine fingertips over his butt cheeks and said, "More. Now." He hesitated. If he lifted all restraint, he would piston both of them into oblivion. Sensing that hesitation, she encouraged him with words and rippling movement of her body. "Let go." And he did. Epilogue 1. Simon sat at his desk, wondering if there had ever been another Black Swan administrator who was more worried or more overwhelmed. Prince Torquil had helped by locating a suitable and currently unused building that could house the nearly 60 very confused men who had, through no fault of their own, lost a part of their natural lives to the vampire virus. It had been a great relief to get them out of the dining hall, but the entire incident had just punctuated the enormity of the great vampire inversion to come. It seemed conceivable that this project might bankrupt the centuries of wealth building before it was over. But since the order had been founded for the purpose of eradicating vampire, that would be an acceptable outcome. That would be a big enough headache all on its own, but that wasn't the worst of it. He'd read between the lines of the report on what had happened to Allura. Nobody could be happier that it had turned out okay for her, for Ram, and for the baby. But somebody in another dimension, who had figured out the science of interdimensional transport first, was going to be expecting some assassins to return with news that the assignment, apparently to kill Allura Lycan, was successfully completed. What was going to happen when they never showed? Simon suspected it was inevitable that more would follow. He had read the reports about how Allura Lycan had arrived in the chamber room at Jefferson Unit. It meant that these travelers could show up any time, anywhere, just appear out of thin air. Certainly he'd had his own personal demonstration of that when Storm and Litha had simply popped in, nearly giving him apoplexy in the process. He slid out the deep bottom drawer of his desk, retrieved a half bottle of very old single malt, and picked up the phone to call Saul Nememiah. Epilogue 2. Black Swan Training Manual, Standard Procedures, Section 8, Chapter 3, Number 2. Personnel who work for the Order may not be personally involved with other Order personnel. Exceptions may be made for married couples. Baka lay on his side, watching Heaven sleep. Her hair was so deliciously mussed from a night of lovemaking. It lay in tumbles all over her pillow. He listened to her even breathing and thought it was a sound he would never get tired of hearing. So long as he lived, then blessedly died. Contentment was such a foreign emotion to him. He hadn't known it since he and Heaven were together centuries before. Neither of them had wanted to go to sleep. They stayed up talking about what they would do with their lives together. He had called it Baka and Heaven Redux and said, in reference to the future, "Whatever you want." She had laughed and said, "Not so simple. Whatever you want requires money, and I have the savings account you might expect for someone at my pay scale." "I have things I can convert to money. Money really isn't going to be an issue." She seemed intrigued. "What?" "My paintings. Over 2,000 of them. During the 90 years I was a guest at Unit Drac, I painted once or twice a month. Simon told me they stored all of them. They belong to me and I can claim them whenever I like. I also earn a little from the books, and I've never spent any of it." He looked around and smiled, then added, "Until today. Now I have it on good authority that your boss wants you to take the next 2 days off. Use tomorrow to get ready to be wed, because the next day we're going to be married at Rosslyn Chapel. They don't usually allow weddings for non-members, but I can pull a string or two." Her stomach leapfrogged over her heart, but she said, "What's the hurry?" "We both took a pledge to uphold Order policy, and there is a no-office romance policy. The only way around it is marriage. I don't want to cheat. I don't want to hide, and I do want to be married to you. Works for me all the way around." "I see. What do you plan to do if I say no?" His expression didn't change. I plan to untie those large corded tassels on the drapes and use them to secure you to the bed. She blinked. And then? She was treated to a wicked, sexy smile. And then I plan to tickle you until you say yes. She blinked again. In that case, yes. Good choice. Tomorrow, go to Hamilton's on George Street. It's just a few blocks and they're expecting you. Pick out any ring you want and have them fitted. I'll pick it up. I don't care what you wear, but if you're going to buy a wedding dress, I vote for red. She laughed. I'm tempted to do it just to see how shocked you would be if I turned up in red. Where are you going to be? Working. I've got to look in on the, new people. But I'll be back in time for us to have dinner together downstairs. We have the suite for 3 nights. I know it's not much of a honeymoon, but when we get the cure sorted out. She rolled into his arms. Just want you. Quietly, he rose and dressed. He wrote a note in calligraphy, which he had perfected during his century as a prisoner with nothing better to do. It said simply, later. He showered and sneaked away, closing the door quietly. It wasn't hard to find Simon and get information about where the vampire had been taken. After discussing a few details with the director, he headed straight to the clinic wing. He stopped in to say hello to Allura, then ducked into the supplies room, where he filled an extra-large syringe with a concentration of 25 doses of tetanus vaccine. The doorman had a car brought around for his use, offered him the services of a driver, which he refused, and chatted about the weather while they waited. Baca felt light-hearted and happy as he drove the 36 kilometers northwest to the facility, where his vampire, and he thought of them as his responsibility, were temporarily housed. On arrival, he introduced himself to the staff that Simon had shuffled around to meet the emergency demand for personnel, and talked with every single dazed-looking man, one at a time. He saved Lefric for last. Istvan Baca, my dear old friend. Lefric, I can see you're upset. Come now. Let's be comrades in this new adventure. If we're going to grow old, we may as well do it without malice or grudges. Baca leaned very close to Lefric. This is as old as you're going to grow, Lefric. With that, Baca punched the syringe into the recovering vampire's neck and emptied it before there was time to cry out. Lefric went into shock almost instantly. His muscles froze like rigor mortis, but there was an impulse toward convulsion at the same time. It was not pretty. Goodbye, Lefric, my dear old friend. The last 2 words dripped with sarcasm, but it was strictly for Baca's own benefit. Lefric was already past caring about such things. Baca left feeling even more lighthearted than when he arrived. The tetanus, even in massive amounts, might be traceable if they knew what they were looking for, but of course, no one would ever suspect such a thing. Poor Lefric's death would be a new mystery for the records. The thing is that Lefric would have been even worse as a human than a vampire. He was a malignant soul who could not be set loose without the telltale sign of pale eyes, and without the restriction of being incapacitated during the day. Baca didn't fool himself into thinking he was some sort of half-assed honorary Black Swan knight, but he understood the concept of protecting the innocent nonetheless. Make that 59, ex-vampire. Baca was whistling as he pulled away from the historic site of the first recovery installation. On the drive back, he was entertaining such thoughts as where heaven might like to live after all the vampire had been cured and rehabilitated. That led to speculation as to what kinds of flowers they would plant. He was feeling optimistic, and Baca knew that. If there was only one cosmic law that could be proved true, it was that gardeners are optimists. Heaven chose a concave gold band. The outer edges were shiny 18-karat gold. The band in between was scored in crisscross fashion by the etching of hundreds of tiny lines that gave it a patina unlike anything else she'd ever seen. The minute she saw it, she knew it was right. To her, the 2 shiny borders represented their 2 chances at love, with a valley in between. 1 line for every year they had waited to live just 1 life. Together. Postscript. Allura looked down at the treasure in the crook of her arm. His little, warm, pliant body was without a doubt the very best thing she'd ever felt. She smiled at him as she exposed a nipple. He grabbed on, took 2 enthusiastic pulls, then stopped and gave his mother a smile she would never forget. She laughed out loud at the pure joy of it. "Oh, so you're a breast man, are you?" She cooed at him as he fed in a cocoon of warmth and adoration, surrounded by the secure, undeniable surety of being loved and wanted. Well, that was a silly question, wasn't it? All men are breast men, aren't they? It felt silly to have an impulse to weep while staring down into the beautiful face of her little elf, but she was certain there had never been a more perfect baby. Sensing that Elora was about to cry, his tiny red brows came together in a look of concentration that she had seen on Ram's face 100 times. It made her laugh again, which smoothed the little frown away. "No question about who's your dad. And you could have done a lot worse." She saw Ram come to the door and peek in. "Heard laughing. 'Twas your helm." "He did smile at me, Ram. It was just like Song said, so pretty it could break your heart. Like mortals weren't designed to see such a thing." Ram had to step over Blackie, who was lying across the threshold on his good side. The dog made no effort to move, but thumped his thick tail as if to give Ram permission to pass. Coming around to the side of the bed with Elora's good shoulder, he nudged her. "Make room." He crawled in bed with the 2 of them and snuggled close to Elora, so that he could rub his finger against Helm's smooth cheek while he suckled, and listen to his mate sing to their child. His heart swelled to overflowing, so that it threatened to push right out of his chest. Life wasn't just good. It was fucking spectacular. This concludes A Summoner's Tale by Victoria Danann, narrated by Gary Furlong. Copyright 2013 by Victoria Danann. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Andromeda LLC and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.